Unexpectedly transported to the world of Harry Potter, I sought to leverage my prophetic abilities to draw near to Harry Potter and learn the art of magic. However, I inadvertently escalated the situation, becoming Harry Potter's senior apprentice. Chapter 1 Night. The night is tranquil and serene. The moon, cold and ethereal. Darkness envelopes the earth while light spreads across another hemisphere. In this nocturnal realm, all is silent and peaceful. In a luxurious villa on the outskirts of London, Hillfox reclines languidly on the sofa in the living room, his eyes narrowed in contemplation, lost in thought. On the glass coffee table before the sofa lies a pale yellow envelope, already unsealed, its contents spread out on the table. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Wizarding Federation, President of the Wizarding Association, Sir Merlin's first-rank magus. Dear Mr. Hillfox, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Reflecting on the words he had previously read, savoring each phrase and letter, Hill shook his head, his silver hair gently swaying with emotion, tracing delicate silver lines in the air. As if having made a decision, he opened his narrowed eyes, revealing silver irises that are transparent, clear, profound, and ethereal, comparable only to the untouched ice and snow atop the mountains and the moonlight flowing like a cold stream through the night. Finally received it. I have waited for so long. The words were rather mundane, devoid of any excitement or exhilaration at receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, unlike many children who nearly erupted with joy upon receiving such news. The living room floor was adorned with a thick, hand-woven black carpet, crafted using traditional techniques from the Middle East, a luxury typically reserved for royalty and the exceedingly affluent, a treasure that could be deemed a work of art. However, the Hillfox family has never been in want of money. On the carpet, a small white fox was busily tearing at a book, evidently quite pleased with this toy. The book remained unscathed despite being ravaged for quite some time, leaving no cause for concern about it being ruined, and rather, the book seemed to fight back. Fool! Do not bite there. That is my cover. Damaging it would tarnish my image. Remarkably, the book could speak. Furthermore, it behaved almost like a living creature, twisting and struggling, attempting to escape the fox's clutches, but its efforts were repeatedly thwarted by the small fox, who was reluctant to relinquish such an entertaining plaything. The little fox, seemingly accustomed to this talking book, readily ceased its assault on the cover. In the next moment, before the miraculous book could catch its breath, the fox turned its attention to the pages within, eager to test once more whether the book could withstand its playful endeavors. "Oh, help! My dearest little master, please hurry and chase away this silly fox. Your beloved Uncle Book is about to be torn to shreds." This book, or rather, Uncle Book, struggled while calling out to its sole savior, Hill, even though it was Hill who had tossed it to the fox as a toy. Hill lifted a teacup and took a gentle sip of his favorite black tea, then furrowed his brow. The three essentials for brewing tea: the ratio of tea to water, the temperature of the water, and the timing. Today's cup of black tea had steeped a tad too long for various reasons, resulting in a taste that was less than perfect, a stark contrast to the meticulously prepared brews of his usual standard. Watching the small white fox eagerly stretch a page of Uncle Book from its original 3 inches to an impressive half a foot, and listening to the constant complaints and pleas for mercy from Uncle Book, a smile curved the corners of Hill's mouth. "Kaka, let go of Uncle Book. If you continue to play like this, you'll ruin it." Hill gently nudged the white fox with his foot. Kaka immediately released Uncle Book and crawled up to perch on Hill's shoulder. To Kaka, a book that could never be torn was merely a toy. The master was everything. Finally liberated from Kaka's torment, Uncle Book first propped itself up with a page, standing upright, then used its cover for support, displaying its pages marred with dirt and claw prints to Hill. "Look at what that fool has done to me. How infuriating. I am a noble, wise, and erudite." The following 500 words omitted. "Lord Book, my handsome visage has been marred by this clumsy creature, and I am covered in its drool and claw marks. How shall I face anyone now?" Hill teased Kaka with his fingers. Upon hearing Uncle Book's grievances, he turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips, his silver eyes glinting with unmasked malice. "So, my dear Uncle Book, would you like me to tidy you up a bit?" In response to Hill's concern, Uncle Book was rather pleased, though it failed to notice the mischievous smile at the corner of Hill's mouth. This was somewhat unavoidable, considering it was busy attempting to wipe away the stains from its pages on the carpet. "Of course, a thorough cleaning will suffice, and I shall also require a soft, large bed to rest upon, and, in addition..." Before Uncle Book could finish its lengthy list of demands, Hill's voice interrupted. clear water like a spring. Splash! Before Uncle Book could emit a cry of despair, it was suddenly doused with a torrent of water that splashed against its face, providing it with a thoroughly refreshing shower, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Completely cleaned. With the utterance of that incantation, all moisture and stains vanished from Uncle Book, leaving it pristine, as if newly purchased. Of course, disregarding Uncle Book's expression of being thoroughly played with, it was quite an impressive sight. Setting his wand upon the coffee table, Hill cradled Kaka in his arms and gently scratched its chin with his index finger. Observing the blissful expression on Kaka's face, Hill inquired with a cheerful smile, "My dear Uncle Book, how do you feel? Does a refreshing shower invigorate you in this sweltering summer?" "My most cherished young master, I acknowledge my transgressions." After enduring numerous harrowing experiences, Book resolved to cast aside his dignity and principles to sincerely apologize. Well, those two virtues had long been squandered anyway. "Oh, you erred? No, no, no. How could my beloved Uncle Book ever make a mistake?" Hill shook his head, gazing at Book's conflicted expression. He lifted his teacup and chuckled softly. "Uncle Book has done splendidly. The black tea was merely steeped for 3 minutes longer than it should have been. Although the flavor suffered considerably, it has enlightened me to the fact that black tea can indeed be quite unpleasant." As he spoke, he raised the teacup and drained its contents in one swift motion. Book appeared ashen, clearly aware that Hill was genuinely displeased. After all, it was his momentary lapse during tea preparation that resulted in the 3-minute oversteep, rendering the taste inferior. Seemingly satisfied with Book's expression, Hill rose, placing Kaka upon his shoulder, and approached Book, seizing him as they headed towards the door. Book, with his head hung low, resigned himself to Hill's grasp, displaying no intent to resist. It seemed he had accepted his fate. "Book, a letter from Hogwarts has arrived. Please check what else needs to be prepared. I would rather not discover upon arrival at school that I have forgotten something." Upon hearing Hill's command, Book opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "My dear young master, have you finally forgiven poor Book?" I forgave you long ago. You have already been punished. Given your relatively good attitude, I shall let this matter slide. And remember, there shall be no next time." "Oh, thank you, merciful young master. I nearly thought you were going to cast me out." Hill paused momentarily, then gazed deeply at Book. "Book, refrain from uttering such words in the future." A mysterious smile graced Hill's face, a blend of myriad emotions. "You know, aside from you all, I possess naught." "You possess much, my dear young master. It is merely that you have chosen to reject it." "Indeed, I have rejected it. I know what I desire. Those things are not what I seek. Perhaps, but some matters cannot simply be dismissed with a single "I refuse." Hill opened the grand door of the villa, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. The fragrance of the night enveloped the air, weaving a soft net that cloaked the scenery within. Ah, the night is indeed the finest, serene, cool, devoid of the clamor and filth of the day. Before stepping outside for a stroll, Hill hesitated and asked, "Book, have I forgotten something?" "God." Book, still moved, let out a muffled sound, then, with a rustle of turning pages, continued, Indeed, you must reply to a letter from Hogwarts, which must be done before July 31st. What is today's date?" "Today is July 30th. Only one day remains." "Why is this so? I had found it odd that this letter arrived so late. Surely, there must be a reason." Hill maintained his calm smile, though his eyes sparkled with a silvery light, reminiscent of stars flickering out. He was not pleased. A response was due before July 31st. He had only received the letter half an hour ago. What was going on? When did Hogwarts efficiency become so lackluster? Book glanced at Hill and, hesitating for a moment, whispered, "I apologize, my dear young master, but you may have misconstrued a detail. This is not a matter of their sluggishness." "Then what is the reason?" "My master, you only turned 11 an hour ago, so this letter has effectively only taken half an hour to arrive. Strictly speaking, their efficiency is not lacking, my dear master. My birthday is August 1st. I cannot be mistaken about that." Hill looked at Book, his eyes brimming with questions. "I have been perplexed. How could I receive a letter from Hogwarts when I am clearly only 10? Hogwarts only admits children with wizarding potential age 11 to 12 as new students. Moreover, the enrollment deadline is July 31st. Those born after that date must wait until the following year." Book turned the pages of his book, revealing a plethora of text and a photograph on the previously blank sheet. Hill read the passage and then quietly gazed at the image. It was a family portrait, featuring a tall young man with glasses embracing a beautiful woman with flowing black hair, who cradled a silver-haired infant, whose eyes mirrored the same silvery hue. Book's low voice resonated, imbued with a soothing enchantment. "My dear young master, you were indeed born on July 30th. Due to certain circumstances, your parents publicly declared your birthday as August 1st. This information should have been conveyed to you by them, but due to some issues, it now falls upon me to share it with you. Understood? You have not erred in this matter. An emotion surged within Hill's eyes, only to ebb away like a tide, as if it had never existed. My father is dead, and my mother too, so it is only fitting that you inform me. You have handled this well. Of course, it would have been better had you told me sooner. My dear young master, your father is merely missing. No one has located his remains. Perhaps his body has been lost to time. Hill shook his head, pointing to the wand on the table. Do you see that? That is my father's wand. It was discovered at the doorstep of the Potter residence, along with a pool of blood that has been confirmed as his. My father is no more. Book fell silent. Adric Fawkes was murdered 10 years ago that night, not far from the Potter residence, by that dreadful man, a fact known to many. Tragically, Adric endured the most arduous of times only to fall in the final hour of victory, leaving even his remains untraceable. Hill brushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead, as it had nearly obscured his eyes, necessitating frequent adjustments to clear his vision. Let this matter rest. Today is my birthday. Is there anyone who wishes to offer me a birthday blessing? Kaka gently licked Hill's neck, emitting a series of ayow sounds. Lightly patting Kaka's head, Hill nodded. Very well, I accept Kaka's blessing. Thank you for your concern. I am quite well, just a tad displeased. My dear young master, should we not respond to Hogwarts? Tomorrow is the 31st. Book noted, sensing his master's lack of enthusiasm and naturally steering the conversation elsewhere. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately. With a wistful glance at the night beyond the door, a perfect evening for a stroll, Hill closed the door he had just opened and ascended the staircase to the second floor. He then pushed open the door to a room and stepped inside. This was a study, furnished with bookshelves, a desk, several chairs, and a few sofas, but dominated by towering bookshelves filled with a vast collection of tomes. The library here rivaled that of a small library, as it had been enchanted with the extension charm, rendering the space significantly larger than a typical study. At the tender age of 1, Hill found himself bereft of both parents, and was subsequently entrusted to a nursery, where he remained until the age of 6, before returning to this grand villa to embark on a solitary existence. From an early age, he had been alone, and now, he remains so. As for whether he will continue to be alone in the future, that remains uncertain. However, Hill has grown accustomed to the solitude of his life. Approaching the tall, floor-to-ceiling window, Hill drew back the curtains and opened the window. The silvery moonlight poured into the study, enveloping everything it touched in a gossamer veil. Gazing at the round moon, Hill paused momentarily. In the ancient and mystical East, there exists a festival known as the Mid-Autumn Festival. There, the moon symbolizes reunion, and on that day, all individuals gather with their families to celebrate this occasion together. On that day, the moon in the sky is exceptionally full, perhaps even fuller than tonight's moon. Oh, why ponder so much? I'm no longer a child. I am already 11 years old. Shaking his head to dispel such foolish sentiments, Hill approached his desk, took up a piece of paper and a pen, and began to write a reply, subsequently retrieving an envelope from the drawer to seal his letter within. The envelope bore a crest, a black circle featuring the smiling visage of a fox. This is also the emblem of the Fox family, where fox and who are indeed one and the same word. With a whistle, an owl swooped in through the window. This was the Fox family's designated messenger owl, named Lucci, who had served the family for 14 years. Though somewhat aged, Lucci remained a reliable companion, having never faltered in its duties. Hill planned to retire Lucci from this task, granting it the freedom it deserved. Hogwarts to Professor McGonagall. Hill entrusted the letter to Lucci, gently stroking its feathers, which had begun to lose their luster. Lucci, once you deliver this letter, you shall be free. Go wherever your heart desires. Ooh. Lucci grasped the envelope with its talons and emitted a series of calls. Hill chuckled as he brushed his hand over Lucci's head, saying, of course, our Fox family is indeed a splendid place for retirement. You are most welcome to spend your golden years here. Hoo-hoo. Lucci responded with satisfaction, calling out a few more times before soaring out of the window, circling the villa a few times before swiftly heading northward. Watching Lucci vanish into the night, Hill shrugged and closed the floor-to-ceiling window. Buick, perched upon the desk, observed Hill's actions with a puzzled expression and inquired, my dear master, have you perhaps learned the language of owls? I thought it a miracle that you could communicate with that foolish fox. Scooping up Buick, Hill exited the study, casually shutting the door behind him. In response to Buick's question, Hill merely shook his head. I do not possess the leisure to learn the languages of animals, perhaps in the future, but as of now, I do not understand owl or fox languages at all. Then how do you communicate with other animals? It seems you interact quite well with them. Supporting a clumsily falling Kaka, Hill cradled it in his arms, gently stroking its fluffy, chubby body. It's quite simple. I merely perceive with my heart, coupled with my judgment of the circumstances. Their thought processes are rather straightforward, making reasoning not overly difficult. Foxes and owls, being relatively intelligent creatures, can comprehend certain human actions and language, especially through prolonged interaction with humans. Frankly, I cannot decipher the exact meanings of their calls, but I can grasp the emotions they convey to some extent. Why do I feel that their calls all sound alike? Lucci continually hoots, and that foolish fox just goes, I can't discern any meaning at all. At this moment, Buick exhibited a humble demeanor, which could be considered one of its merits. When confronted with the unknown, it was always filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. This quality is commendable, far superior to that of many others who respond to the unfamiliar with fear and attempt to explain it through various theories, some correct and others not. Lucci has served our family for 14 years and feels a deep sense of belonging. Therefore, when I told it that it was free to leave, it was quite anxious, even fearing that I no longer wanted it. If you listen closely, you will find its calls filled with pleading and reluctance. Thus, I told it it could remain here and enjoy its retirement. From Lucci's behavior, it seems you are indeed correct. Remember this, Buick. As long as there is life, as long as it endures, it will possess emotions. It will experience sorrow, joy, and pain. I simply regard them as equals, treating them as if they were fellow beings. I am fond of a particular saying. It resonates quite well with me. Would you care to share? Of course. The more time I spend with people, the more I find myself preferring dogs. It appears we do not have a dog, but there is indeed a foolish fox. Chapter 2. The Meeting. Today is the 1st of August, which is ostensibly Hill's birthday. However, this day is destined to be as uneventful as those that have preceded it, devoid of greeting cards and well wishes, merely an ordinary day. Hill languidly reclined on the sofa, clutching Kaka in his arms, mumbling, Kaka, you ought to lose some weight. Soon I shall be unable to carry you at all. If that happens, I want to be able to take you to Hogwarts. The plaintive cries of Kaka were filled with dissatisfaction. Indeed, Kaka was only about a foot in length, and with its tail it barely reached 2 feet, quite a normal size. Yet for the 11-year-old Hill, it was somewhat cumbersome. At present, Kaka found it increasingly difficult to perch upon Hill's shoulder, given the limited size of a child's physique. Well, what can we do? Just look at how many times you've tumbled off my shoulder since last night. Was it 7 times or 8? You really need to find a different spot. You can no longer stay on my shoulder. Kaka emitted a few more disgruntled cries before wriggling free from Hill's embrace and leaping to the ground, where it lay down. Hill, curious about Kaka's behavior, was perplexed, for such a situation had never arisen before. Accompanied by a series of low whines, Kaka's body gradually shrank until it reached a mere half a foot in height, transforming into a miniature fox. Hill stared in astonishment at the significantly diminished Kaka and then glanced at Booker, who was resting in the corner of the sofa. What is going on with Kaka? Oh, it's merely a foolish fox that can perform transformation spells. What is so remarkable about that? Booker's tone dripped with disdain. The two were fundamentally incompatible. Kaka could only enlarge or shrink its body, and its maximum size could not exceed its original form, while its minimum size could not be less than half of it. Utterly unimpressive. Upon hearing Booker's assessment, Kaka felt a surge of anger. Perhaps it didn't comprehend the words. Or perhaps it did. Regardless, it sensed the derision in Booker's tone. Hill chuckled softly, bending down to lift Kaka and placing it comfortably upon his shoulder. There! That should soothe the irritable Kaka. Turning his attention back to Booker, Hill remarked, Today, that boy who miraculously survived, Harry Potter, will be going to Diagon Alley for supplies. Right? Before him on the coffee table lay a copy of the Daily Prophet, yesterday's edition. The newspaper boldly declared in large type, The Boy Who Lived Returns, followed by extensive coverage of the remarkable Harry Potter. Well, it should be today. Hagrid must have delivered the letter to him yesterday. Today. He is likely to visit Diagon Alley, and they will encounter that unfortunate quarrel possessed by the Dark Lord. Booker struggled to sit up, but after several attempts, it had to concede that its mobility was practically non-existent. After all, it was merely a book. By the way, haven't you already finished reading the complete Harry Potter? Hill rubbed his temples, still somewhat groggy from just waking up. It's hard to believe, but the life of Harry Potter at Hogwarts, including his confrontation with that individual, has all been documented. The recording style resembles that of a novel rather than the vague and convoluted prophecies I've encountered, were it not for certain events being validated. I would never have believed the contents of this book. Do you believe it now? To some extent, yes. After all, my ancestor must have had a reason for leaving this book behind. Most of its contents are likely accurate, though there will certainly be some discrepancies, whether in details or other aspects. Booker flipped over, its curiosity piqued. Why do you say that? Haven't you noticed? The fact that I am not mentioned in this book is, in itself, quite extraordinary. Hill confidently rubbed his temples. I am not the sort of person to be inconsequential. Perhaps you are correct. However, your existence truly ought not to be in this book. But let us set that aside for now. I find the stories recorded within quite intriguing. A rare spark of excitement appeared on Hill's face, which usually bore a languid smile, seldom displaying other expressions. Speaking of which, my dear young master, you seem to thrive on chaos. I can only imagine your life at Hogwarts will be anything but tranquil. Would you care to attempt to embody Voldemort and witness the battle against Dumbledore? With a heart full of ambition but lacking the means. Perhaps I shall consider that when I have the ability to protect myself. Hill lifted a cup of freshly brewed tea and savored a sip. By the way, I am more interested in that ancestor of mine. Do you have any information on him? Booker lay upon the sofa, opening its cover and allowing a gentle breeze to rustle its pages. This was its preferred method of relaxation. The pages, stirred by the wind, bore no words. As a book that claimed to be as ancient as the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts, it would only display text when its master required it. For Booker, there was scarcely anything in this world that it did not know, having existed for over a millennium despite being confined for much of that time. Its vast knowledge was truly remarkable. Each heir of the Phoenix family would impart their lifetime of knowledge into this book upon their passing, creating the extraordinary existence that is Booker. Are you referring to my first master? I know a little more about him than you do. When I was created, he was already elderly. After entrusting me to his descendants, he vanished without a trace. Most of my time has been spent locked away by your ancestors, only to be brought forth at their deaths to carry their accumulated wisdom before being returned to the box. Isn't that terribly dull? Not particularly. I spend most of my time in slumber, and a sleep of decades translates to mere days in a millennium. I am still but an infant. Hill's lip twitched as he restrained the urge to hurl Booker away, for he had more pressing inquiries. Did my ancestors never discover the Harry Potter book? I showed it to each of them. However, consider this. Was that book comprehensible to the average person? Hill pondered for a moment. That's true. The original Harry Potter resides within Booker, consisting of a jumbled array of incomprehensible letters, lacking order or spacing, entirely indecipherable. It was through a fortunate coincidence that Hill uncovered the true secret of the complete Harry Potter. Those letters were entirely the pinyin of the Chinese language. The formal establishment and systematic recognition of Chinese pinyin occurred between 1955 and 1957, becoming widely used only in 1982. If his ancestors had been able to decipher it, that would have been miraculous. However, speaking of which, Hill's father, Aldrich, might have had the chance to decipher it. It's uncertain whether he ever realized this. I cannot say for certain. The likelihood seems slim. Who would think so deeply? Shaking his head, Hill temporarily set aside his doubts and rose to his feet. He swiftly seized the book, and tucked it into his pocket, deciding to venture into Diagon Alley to procure some items while also catching a glimpse of the renowned Harry Potter. To be honest, I am quite eager to witness the tales that unfold at Hogwarts. Hogwarts, it has been ages since my last visit, and I wonder if my old friends there still remember me. With a flick of his fingers, Hill extended the corner of his shirt from his pocket, and Book excitedly chimed in. I am looking forward to it as well. Then kindly keep quiet. You wouldn't want to attract unwanted attention, would you? Those people would be desperate to seize you. Hill promptly shoved Book back in his pocket. His concerns were not unfounded. The existence of such a magical entity as Book would undoubtedly incite the greed of any wizard. Book muttered a few sounds, allowing Hill to stow him away, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Pushing open the grand door of the villa, golden sunlight cascaded upon Hill's silvery hair, weaving a resplendent halo around him. So, Diagon Alley, here I come. Let me behold the boy who lived. The division line of the Leaky Cauldron. Diagon Alley boasts numerous entrances, but since the intent is to witness the illustrious Harry Potter, entering through the Leaky Cauldron is most fitting. Located in the heart of London, the Leaky Cauldron is quite distant from the suburbs. However, having visited several times before, Hill felt quite familiar with the place. Hill's infancy was spent in a nursery. It was not that he lacked relatives. Strictly speaking, he had a handful of them, but he instinctively felt a repulsion towards them, wishing to avoid further contact. As an orphan, Hill spent 5 years at St. Mungo's Hospital until, at the age of 6, he resolved to leave and return to his current abode, the Fox family villa, his former home. Although Hill bore no affection for those relatives, their assistance had allowed him to live comfortably, free from worries about food and finances. He merely occupied himself with reading at home, occasionally wandering outside to clear his mind. It seemed rather pleasant indeed. The Leaky Cauldron is a place visible only to wizards. It is a dingy, cramped establishment, unremarkable in appearance, easily overlooked by hurried passersby. Their gazes were drawn instead toward a large bookstore on one side and a record shop on the other, as they could not perceive the tavern at all. Hill arrived just in time. Upon reaching the entrance, the raucous chatter within the tavern caught his attention, and he faintly heard the name Harry Potter. Adjusting his slightly disheveled attire, Hill cradled book in his arms and pushed open the door of the leaky cauldron. The cacophony that greeted him almost made him feel as if he had stepped into a bustling marketplace. "I am cordially Mr. Potter. I can hardly believe it, at last. I meet you. One honor, Mr. Potter, one honor. I have longed to shake your hand. My heart is racing. I am so thrilled, Mr. Potter. Words cannot express my feelings. My name is Digger. I have seen you before." Noticing the arrival of a new guest, the din in the tavern momentarily hushed, and all eyes turned toward Hill at the doorway. Unfazed by the multitude of gazes, Hill regarded them as mere background characters. He calmly nodded before shifting his attention to the tavern's proprietor, an elderly man resembling a shriveled walnut, nearly bald. He was known as Old Tom. Without sharing in the astonished enthusiasm of the common folk surrounding the boy who lived, Hill approached the bar and lightly tapped on the counter, rousing Old Tom from his stupor. "Old Tom, I'm back. A glass of lemonade, please." Hill was somewhat familiar with Old Tom. The latter pointed at Harry Potter and chuckled. "Little fox, forget the lemonade for now. A remarkable figure has graced us with their presence today." Correction, there are 3 remarkable figures: Harry Potter, Voldemort, and myself. Following Old Tom's words, Hill glanced towards Hagrid, who was engulfed by the crowd. His towering stature made him impossible to miss. After some effort, Hill finally spotted Harry Potter amid the throng. Could this be Harry Potter? A peculiar expression crossed Hill's face. Truth be told, he was quite taken aback. Although he had long known from the books that Harry had endured a difficult upbringing with his aunt, seeing him in person was still startling. The boy was exceedingly thin and small, appearing no older than 7 or 8, clearly suffering from malnutrition. His short black hair was a chaotic tangle, as if each strand yearned to express its individuality. Perched on his nose was a pair of horrifically tattered black-rimmed, round glasses, seemingly repaired multiple times, held together by layers of transparent tape, further emphasizing their state of disrepair. He possessed strikingly vivid green eyes and a small face, narrowing sharply below the cheeks to a pointed chin. His complexion was somewhat pale, the kind that suggests a lack of sunlight. He was clad in an oversized shirt and baggy trousers, the hem of his shirt trailing well below his knees, while the cuffs of his pants were carelessly rolled up. On his feet were a pair of old white sneakers, the synthetic leather peeling back to reveal the dark stuffing within. By the ancestors compared to him, I am nothing short of a prince. It was undeniable that the disparity between Hill and Harry, both of whom shared the bond of being orphans, was vast, not only in appearance and attire, but in demeanor as well. Straining to maneuver through the crowd, Hill approached Harry. "Hello, I am Hill Fox, just call me Hill. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter." There was no pretense or insincerity in his greeting. Hill simply stated his name and offered a casual salutation. He possessed his own pride and was a proud individual. He scoffed at the behavior of the common folk. At that moment, Harry appeared exceptionally busy, continuously shaking hands with the surrounding wizards while uttering pleasantries. Yet he could hardly remember so many faces, merely nodding like a machine. These wizards do not resemble wizards at all. Adjusting his slightly askew glasses, Harry found it somewhat amusing. Merely a day prior, he had been just an unfortunate boy being bullied, and now he was regarded as a significant figure. "Hello, I am Hill Fox. You can call me Hill. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter." A voice, distinct from the others, reached Harry's ears, one devoid of flattery or insincerity. It was merely a straightforward greeting, as if the speaker were addressing a passing stranger. Ah, finally, someone who isn't overly zealous. Indeed, the enthusiasm of the surrounding wizards was overwhelming, leaving Harry somewhat at a loss. He yearned for assistance from Hagrid, yet it seemed he was engrossed in conversation with several wizards, entirely oblivious to Harry's pleading gaze. With a faint sigh, Harry found himself increasingly weary of the atmosphere surrounding him. Being the object of scrutiny for so many was, for an 11-year-old boy, especially one who had long endured bullying, quite an unbearable predicament. The sensation of being overlooked is unpleasant, but being the center of attention is even worse. Harry turned his head towards the direction from which the voice had emanated, and his gaze collided with another pair of eyes. It belonged to a boy of his own age, yet unlike Harry, he was not short. He had begun to manifest the tall, slender form of adolescence. His somewhat disheveled silver hair cascaded casually, exuding an unexpectedly striking elegance. Though his hair was silver, it lacked fervor and ostentation. Rather, it possessed a soft, almost warm hue. pure enough to make one's heart tremble. His silver eyes sparkled like stars, their brilliance flickering as if they could vanish into the ether. Against the backdrop of his dark attire, his skin appeared almost translucent, glimmering with a faint halo in the morning light, reminiscent of an angel. He stood there nonchalantly, cradling a small white fox in his arms. Though he merely stood there casually, he effortlessly drew the attention of those around him, rendering them breathless. It seemed as if even the dust had unwittingly settled in his presence, and the restless air transformed into a tranquil serenity. The entire environment appeared to have been muted. There was a coolness, an aloofness, tinged with a subtle indifference and detachment. Harry couldn't help but feel an urge to approach this boy, not for any particular reason, but simply because he sensed something familiar within him. I am Harry Potter. You might already know that, and I am pleased to meet you. Harry couldn't resist the urge to smack himself. Such a lackluster introduction was truly embarrassing. Moreover, he had failed to grasp the hand extended towards him, which felt incredibly rude. Merlin above, are you little fox? Harry had never felt such genuine gratitude toward anyone before. Hagrid's words liberated him from his awkwardness. Thank goodness. Hagrid, I'm truly grateful to you. However, Harry cast a puzzled glance at Hagrid, wondering if this unfamiliar boy, Silas Fawkes, knew him. Silas, a bit perplexed, withdrew his outstretched hand with remarkable composure, as if the earlier awkwardness had never transpired. He then looked questioningly at Hagrid. Hagrid, shouldn't he know me? I don't recall having met him before. Apologies, but may I ask who you are? I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I knew your father, Adric. He was a wonderful man. We used to work together, and, well, he often spoke of you, mentioning that you had silver hair and the same silver eyes, truly beautiful. Hagrid was quite animated, his words somewhat jumbled, his enunciation not particularly clear. Yet Silas understood that Hagrid had once worked alongside his father. Silas had always been curious about everything concerning his father, Adric Fawkes. Many of his earlier memories had grown hazy, and his impression of his father was solely captured in photographs. There was a refined young man, golden-haired, wearing black-rimmed glasses, clad in a suit, resembling a muggle businessman rather than a wizard. His face perpetually bore a confident smile, as if nothing could daunt him. However, Adric had passed away 10 years prior. Listen to me, Harry, Hagrid said, clapping a hand on Harry's shoulder with enough force to nearly topple him. Little Fawkes' situation is quite similar to yours. His mother left early, and his father has also passed away. The Fawkes family has always been one of the most honorable wizarding families, and every member is a kind-hearted wizard. You should spend more time with Little Fawkes. He will be your best friend. Harry's mouth fell open in astonishment. This silver-haired boy was, like him, also an orphan. No wonder he felt somewhat familiar. The subtle aloofness and detachment stemmed from childhood misfortunes, perhaps. But why did he still wear that faint smile? Unchanging even upon hearing about his parents? How can he smile so placidly? Hey, Little Fawkes, please take care of Harry in the future. Harry has been in the Muggle world and is quite unfamiliar with everything in the wizarding realm. I hope you can assist him during your time at school. Silas nodded slightly. If I can help, I shall certainly not hesitate. That will suffice. You know, Adric and James were also good friends. Hagrid nodded, his expression one of satisfaction. Ah, and this must be young Fawkes, son of Adric. A pale-faced young man approached, visibly anxious, one of his eyes twitching. Professor Quirrell, a hapless victim under Voldemort's control. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. Professor Quirrell, a rather unfortunate soul, was the pitiful creature possessed by Voldemort. Upon hearing the characteristic stuttering accent and observing the peculiar scarf, along with Quirrell's trembling body, it was evident that no one else could be here at this moment but Quirrell, controlled by Voldemort. Silas was well aware that Voldemort lurked behind Quirrell's mind. Yet his expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded politely and inquired, I am Silas Fawkes. You must be Professor Quirrell. I overheard your self-introduction earlier at the entrance. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard you will be teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Truly commendable. As he spoke, Silas felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He could faintly detect the stench emanating from Quirrell. Nevertheless, it seemed that others were oblivious to it. A flush crept onto Quirrell's pale face as he extended a trembling hand to shake Silas's. It was cold and clammy, akin to touching a corpse. Quirrell now bore little distinction from a lifeless body. And no, it's nothing. I am just fortunate. Dumbledore gave me this opportunity. Silas was perplexed. Was Quirrell genuinely stuttering or merely pretending? As Silas conversed with Quirrell, Hagrid glanced at the time and remarked, it's getting late. I still need to take Harry to buy a few things. Little Fawkes, would you like to join us? Naturally, Silas. eager to leave this place, agreed. Voldemort was certainly not a pleasant individual to contend with. All right, Hagrid, I need to retrieve my wand. Silas nodded and then turned apologetically to Quirrell. I'm sorry, Professor Quirrell, but I must go purchase a few items. I regret that I cannot stay to chat longer. We can talk more after school. And no worries. We'll see each other again. Ignoring Quirrell's response, Silas followed Hagrid and Harry through the bar, arriving at a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Aside from a trash bin and some weeds, there was nothing else. Yet, this was the entrance from the leaky cauldron to Diagon Alley, one of its many entrances. Hagrid approached the trash bin and began counting the bricks on the wall above it. What on earth is he doing? Harry asked Silas, feeling an affinity towards him, as they were of similar age and shared comparable pasts. At the same time, Silas, born into a magical family, should have a fair understanding of these matters in the wizarding world. There are many entrances to Diagon Alley. This one behind the leaky cauldron is hidden, and Hagrid is preparing to unlock it. Here smiled faintly. He had visited this place numerous times and was quite familiar with the method of entry. Of course, Harry was oblivious to it. Remember Hagrid's way of opening the door? You may find it useful in the future. Yes, I understand. While here conversed with Harry, Hagrid had already located the specific brick, one that resembled a keyhole. Count up 3 bricks, and then 2 to the side, he murmured softly. All right, step back, Harry. And Little Fox too. Hagrid produced his small umbrella and gently tapped the wall 3 times with the tip. The brick he had struck began to tremble and shift, revealing a small hole that widened until a spacious archway, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, appeared before them, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. Welcome, Hagrid proclaimed, to Diagon Alley. Noticing Harry's astonishment, Hagrid grinned broadly at him. They walked through the archway, and Harry quickly turned to glance back, only to see the archway narrowing and reverting to its solid wall form. Radiant sunlight illuminated a stack of pots outside the near shop. Above the pots hung a sign: copper, brass, tin, and silver cauldrons, all sizes, automatic stirring, and foldable. Oh, you need to buy one, Hagrid remarked, but first we must get some money. Then he turned to hear, Little Fox, do you also wish to retrieve some funds? If it's on the way, we can go together. Here, shook his head. I've already withdrawn my money. I'm merely here to gather some necessary items. You haven't purchased your wand yet, have you? I will wait for you at Ollivanders then. He was already quite familiar with everything in Diagon Alley and found little of interest. He was merely here to pick up a few essentials, such as books and his wand. Hagrid nodded, refraining from further comment. He had an important task this time, to retrieve an item stored in Gringotts, a matter that he preferred to keep as discreet as possible. It wasn't that he didn't trust here. Rather, it was Dumbledore's directive. Harry felt a pang of regret. Having only known here for less than half an hour, he was his first wizard friend, and it seemed that this friend possessed a wealth of knowledge about the magical world, precisely when Harry had so many questions to ask. After bidding farewell to the two, he returned with a flourish and blended into the crowd of Diagon Alley, vanishing from sight. Here had prepared most of the items required for Hogwarts. The textbooks were no different from those used for decades, so he intended to utilize the ones left by his father. Despite their age, these were filled with Adric's insights and reflections from his student days, along with numerous notes from various teachers who had been at Hogwarts for many years. Their teaching styles had remained unchanged. This meant that here could forego the trouble of taking notes and would save considerable effort on assignments. As for the other necessities, his clothing had long been prepared, custom-made according to Hogwarts specifications by Muggles, which was quite convenient. Here preferred the Muggle style anyway. He had a collection of cauldrons at home, all of the highest quality, so there was no need to purchase new ones. Thus, Here's visit was primarily to collect his wand. Note that he was there to retrieve, not to buy. Here himself found it peculiar. The Fox family had many bizarre traditions, including the stipulation that wands must be custom-made. It seemed that when Here was born, Adric had instructed Ollivander to begin preparing a wand for him, to be collected when he was ready to attend Hogwarts. Who knew how Adric had determined that this particular wand would suit Here? The compatibility between a wand and its wizard is crucial, and many wizards spend considerable time selecting their wands. The most astonishing aspect was that Ollivander would acquiesce to such an absurd demand, given that they maintained that wands choose their owners, not the other way around, even when the owner was merely an infant, with a mind full of questions. Here arrived at Ollivander's. The shop was small and shabby, the gold lettering on the door peeling, proclaiming, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a solitary wand lay on a faded purple cushion. Upon entering, Here heard the gentle tinkling of bells from somewhere in the back of the shop. The interior was cramped, containing only a long bench and nothing else. The most striking feature was the thousands of slender boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling, undoubtedly filled with wands. Faced with such a plethora of wands, Harry felt as if he had stepped into an armory, surrounded by an array of weaponry. A sense of unease washed over him, as he felt that each wand possessed a certain vitality. He could almost hear their breaths, and some seemed to emit faint murmurs. Shaking his head, Harry dismissed the notion. These wands were likely peculiar, given that so many were gathered in one place, some dating back hundreds or even thousands of years. It was impossible to believe that there wouldn't be something extraordinary about them. Simply put, wands are a monopolized necessity, and how many individuals have coveted them? Yet, to this day, only Ollivanders exists in Diagon Alley, which speaks volumes. Nevertheless, there was no need to dwell on it. After all, no matter how powerful a wand may be, without a wielder, it is merely a broken stick. "Good afternoon," came a gentle voice. "Another young fox, I see." An elderly gentleman appeared before Harry, his pale, large eyes shining like two bright moons in the dim shop, possessing the same silvery hue as Harry's. Noticing Harry's gaze fixated on his eyes, the old man, Ollivander, shook his head. "Oh, dear young fox, I believe we have matters of greater importance to attend to, do we not?" Harry shifted his focus away, redirecting it to the multitude of wands surrounding him. "Indeed, as per our agreement, I have come to collect my wand." After speaking, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. "Forgive my boldness, Mr. Ollivander, but how did you discern that I belong to the fox family?" "Just a guess." "Do you believe me?" Harry rolled his eyes, thinking, "I'd be a fool to trust you. Each year, countless individuals purchase wands. Do you truly think you could guess them all?" However, since Ollivander seemed reluctant to elaborate, he let it go. "Mr. Ollivander, let's discuss the wands now. I am eager to see what my wand looks like." Filled with curiosity about his wand, the one preordained at his birth, Harry wondered if it would truly suit him. What if that wand did not choose him? 3 parts anticipation, 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts apprehension, and 1 part anxiety. These were Harry's emotions at that moment. Ollivander, a man of vast experience, observed Harry's expression without uttering any unnecessary words. He turned and retrieved a box from a table cluttered with various wand materials, such as sticks and feathers. This was a slender silver box adorned with the fox family crest, a black fox face, indicating that this contained Harry's wand. Opening the box, he revealed a layer of black velvet, upon which rested a sleek black wand. Harry picked up the wand, scrutinizing it closely. "This wand, crafted from materials bestowed by your father, Aldrich, is truly intriguing. Forgive my lack of insight, but aside from the core, which is a unicorn's horn, I am utterly unfamiliar with the wood used in its construction. To be frank, the wands of the fox family have always been custom-made by Ollivander, and this unique wood is a sight I encounter for the first time." Ollivander observed Hill grasping the wand, seemingly in hesitation, and chuckled softly. "Fear not, young fox. Give it a gentle wave. The master chooses the wand, and the wand chooses its master. Let us see whether this wand truly belongs to you." With a sense of anticipation, Hill inhaled deeply and then gracefully waved the wand. It traced a splendid arc through the air, banishing the shadows within the shop, as a brilliant silver light erupted from the wand's tip, illuminating the entire room as if illuminated by the flickering glow of phosphorescence. However, this silvery radiance bore an uncanny resemblance to moonlight. With its distinctive coolness, Hill was certain of it. "Splendid. Congratulations. It appears this wand has indeed chosen you." Ollivander, stroking his disheveled beard, beamed with satisfaction at the scene before him. For this esteemed wand maker, there was no greater joy than witnessing a wand he had meticulously crafted find its rightful owner. These wands were akin to his children, and he held a profound affection for them. Hill placed the wand back into its box, thoroughly content, for it was undeniably a wand well suited to him. "How much?" he inquired. Ollivander shook his head, refraining from providing a price, instead speaking in his deep voice. "According to an ancient agreement, an agreement forged long ago between my ancestors and yours, every wand for the descendants of the fox family is custom-made upon their birth. When the time comes for them to claim their wand, if it is a good fit, only half the price is charged. If it is an exceptional fit, then the wand is yours for free. Thus, my dear child, this wand comes at no cost." Chapter 4. Relatives. Speaking of which, the ancestors of the fox family were quite fascinating, and one wonders how many wagers they placed and peculiar rules they established. Since Ollivander declared it free, Hill had no objections. With Harry yet to arrive, Hill decided to take a stroll, perhaps to stumble upon something delightful. It was during one of his wanderings in Diagon Alley that he first discovered caca. Speaking of caca, it seemed his supplies were running low, necessitating a replenishment. Gently lifting caca from his shoulder, Hill said, "Let us go buy you some food. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, you won't have access to it. So we ought to stock up. Yip. Kaka readily agreed, as his specialized food was unavailable at Hogwarts, only sold at the pet shop here in Diagon Alley. If he didn't buy enough, the days at Hogwarts would be rather uncomfortable. Cradling Kaka, Hill made his way towards the nearby pet shop, aptly named the Magical Menagerie. By the way, Kaka, the notice from Hogwarts stated that students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad. However, you're a fox. How shall we resolve this predicament? Yip. Let's not dwell on it. That's a splendid idea. After all, it never explicitly mentioned that a fox couldn't be brought along. Kaka, you're truly clever. Pushing open the shop's door, a cacophony of animal sounds greeted him. Resembling a visit to a zoo, the shop was rather cramped, filled with cages of animals, even the walls adorned with them. The air was foul and noisy, with creatures inside their enclosures emitting various cries. Paying little heed to the din, Hill approached the shopkeeper and inquired, "Do you have any fox food?" The shopkeeper, preoccupied with changing the water in a fish tank containing a sluggish black octopus, replied without turning around, "Sir, we have several types of fox food. They're on the right side of the entrance. Please help yourself, as I am quite busy with this bothersome octopus, which keeps muddying the water." Given the shopkeeper's busyness, Hill refrained from disturbing him and proceeded directly to the shelf he indicated. The shelf displayed an array of pet foods, including cat food, dog food, fish food, and so forth. Kaka's provisions were tucked around a corner, with about 3 or 4 bags. Neither too few nor too many. For bags should suffice. I can return for more during the holidays. After placing 4 bags of fox food into a paper sack, Hill paid another attendant and exited the odorous and chaotic pet shop. Considering that Harry had many matters to attend to, and purchasing the wand was the last on his list, Hill resolved to linger a while longer before returning to the wand shop. As he passed by Flourish and Blots, he hesitated briefly, but ultimately stepped inside. He wished to purchase a book as a gift for Harry Potter, to commemorate their first meeting. However, upon pushing open the bookstore's door, he felt a strong urge to turn and leave, not for any particular reason, but simply because there was someone within the shop he wished to avoid. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy. It has been quite some time." Yet, Hill ultimately remained, for the individual in the bookstore had already shifted his gaze towards him. Lucius Malfoy, father of Draco Malfoy, also considered Hill's uncle by relation. Hill's mother was the youngest daughter of the Black family, and his sister, Narcissa, was Lucius's wife. Lucius, with his striking golden hair meticulously swept back, stood tall and poised. At that moment, he was quietly scrutinizing Hill with his gray eyes, his expression inscrutable. Hill disregarded Lucius's gaze, slowly perusing the shelves for a suitable gift book. "Hill, do you still refuse to call me uncle? What difference does it make whether I call you or not?" Hill grasped the book, its cover depicting a fearsome werewolf howling at the moon. It appeared to be the work of that foolish wizard, best cast aside. "Well, let us set that aside. Are you here to buy a book? What do you wish to purchase? Allow me to buy it for you as a birthday gift." Lucius handed a selection of books to the clerk and stepped forward in front of Hill. "Draco will be attending Hogwarts this year. It is such a pity you must wait another year. But fret not. I shall ensure Draco looks after you." "No need. Who knows who will be looking after whom by then?" Hill replied. "Oh, and I neglected to mention, I too will be attending Hogwarts this year. We are relatives, a fact you cannot deny. Moreover, had it not been for our continuous care, would you have lived in such comfort?" Hill regarded Lucius with a hint of derision in his smile, as if observing a poorly executed performance by a clown. "However, I have already paid my dues. Have I not? It seems that the seat in the Wisengamot has temporarily fallen under your stewardship, given your status as my elder, has it not?" Observing Lucius's face darkening, Hill maliciously brushed past him, deliberately jostling him hard. The first tenet of the Malfoy family motto reads, "Born noble, with interests paramount." Lucius's face was etched with fury, yet due to his cultivated demeanor, he refrained from erupting. In truth, he had indeed seized considerable advantages from the Fawkes family following the demise of Hill's parents. Benefits not rightfully his. He did not linger on the matter any longer, but shifted his focus to another topic. He regarded Hill, a glimmer of insight flashing in his gray eyes. "No, you have not yet reached the age of 11, and thus cannot be admitted to Hogwarts. My birthday has always been miscalculated. It is not August 1st, but rather July 30th. Lucius nodded, signaling the conclusion of this discussion. Although his expression betrayed little, Hill nonetheless perceived a slight peculiarity. "Do you truly believe I am unaware of what this signifies? Very well. Have you procured all the items required by Hogwarts? If not, you may accompany Draco to make the necessary purchases. He is at Madame Malkin's robe shop. I have acquired everything." Lucius took the neatly packaged books, but did not depart. Instead, he lingered at the threshold, quietly scrutinizing Hill. Hill merely smirked, if he wished to gaze. Let him do so. He had many matters to attend to, and would leave once the books were purchased. As for Lucius, Hill had no desire to engage with him for even a second, even if he were Hill's relative. In truth, Hill had numerous relatives. His mother, Helena, was the youngest daughter of the Black family, with 2 older brothers and 3 sisters, all of whom could be considered his kin. Bellatrix Black, married to Rudolph Lestrange, both of whom are Death Eaters now imprisoned. Andromeda Black, disowned by the family, married to Ted Tonks, with a daughter named Nymphadora Tonks, who is thus Hill's cousin. Narcissa Black, Lucius' wife and Draco's mother, is a doting mother who cherishes her son dearly. Sirius Black, disowned after running away from home, is now incarcerated due to a false accusation. Regulus Black, once a Death Eater, later betrayed Voldemort and stole a Horcrux, only to be dragged into a lake by Infurius, leading to his demise. These are all of Hill's relatives, excluding those who have passed or are imprisoned. He has contact only with Lucius's family in Andromeda's. He harbors no fondness for Lucius, resulting in a certain detachment. However, in truth, he is also quite indifferent towards Andromeda's family. Long ago, he had declined Andromeda's proposal to move in with them. A solitary life. One cannot express how liberating it is. Shortly thereafter, Hill selected a book, Hogwarts, a history which would serve as an excellent gift for Harry, containing a wealth of information about Hogwarts that would greatly aid in his understanding of the school. Father, my robe is ready. Have you purchased the books? A boy with golden hair and a somewhat pale complexion entered, his gaze sweeping over Hill, a look of surprise illuminating his face as he strode confidently to Hill's side. Hey Hill, it's been ages since I last saw you. How have you been? When faced with Draco, Hill instinctively wished to keep him out of the dispute with Lucius. There was no particular reason, other than the fact that Draco was still a decent person at this moment. Though a bit arrogant and proud, he remained fundamentally kind-hearted. Quite well, and yourself? You must have been accepted to Hogwarts. How splendid. A blush of pride crept onto Draco's pale face as he proclaimed, of course. I shall be attending Hogwarts on the 1st of next month. I must join Slytherin, and I intend to become the head boy of Slytherin. Mind your demeanor, Draco. Maintain an air of aristocracy. Observing Draco's growing excitement as he flailed his arms, Lucius offered a reprimand. I understand, Father. Draco nodded, adopting a more serious demeanor, straightening his posture and embodying a semblance of nobility. Yet, to Hill's eyes, this was still far from sufficient. Without the seasoning of experience or the trials of rivalry, such a noble was merely a facade. After Lucius turned his back, Draco made a face at Hill, clearly disregarding his father's words. Faced with Draco's antics, Hill's mouth quirked involuntarily. Well, he and Draco had met only a few times, their relationship being merely casual, yet Draco seemed to feel quite close. To be honest, Hill found it hard to believe that this slightly rebellious, somewhat flamboyant boy could be the same Draco depicted in the books, arrogant and dismissive of others. Well, Draco, your cousin Hill will also be attending Hogwarts this year. As a member of the pure-blood wizarding community, you should look out for one another at school. You're cousins, so do make an effort to bond, understood? Really? That's wonderful. Mind your demeanor, poise, and appearance. I understand, Father. Watching the Malfoy father and son interact, observing the warmth hidden beneath Lucius's stern exterior, Hill mused that only for Draco and Narcissa would Lucius reveal his true self. Well, it's getting late. We must be on our way. There are many other matters to attend to. Lucius took the packaged books, addressing Draco, then turned without a backward glance, pushing open the door and pausing to say, if possible, do visit Malfoy Manor sometime. Narcissa misses you. She has been constantly mentioning your name. Should the opportunity arise, I wouldn't mind paying a visit. Hey, Hill, see you at Hogwarts. Draco waved as he departed the bookstore. Hill slowly nodded, watching Draco's figure fade from the entrance, vanishing from sight. What bad luck to encounter the very person he wished to avoid. He should hasten to the wand shop, deliver the gift to Harry, and be done with it. After settling the payment, Hill allowed Kaka to resume his perch upon his shoulder, grasping Kaka's provisions in one hand and the neatly packaged book in the other as he strode confidently toward the wand shop. I remember every wand I sell, Mr. Potter. Each wand is indelibly etched in my memory. Indeed, both wands are crafted from the tail feathers of the same phoenix. One became this wand, while the other was fashioned into another wand. You are destined to wield this wand, and its brother Cough is precisely the brother that left you with that scar. As soon as he pushed open the door to the wand shop, Ollivander's voice resonated, seemingly explaining the secrets of wands to Harry. Interestingly, The phoenix that provided the tail feathers for the wand core was none other than Dumbledore's pet. Fawkes. One wand belonged to Voldemort, the other to Harry. A rather intriguing twist of fate. Harry listened, enthralled, never having imagined the profound connection between his wand and another. It all felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. In truth, even now, Harry often felt as though he were in a dreamlike state, gazing at the wand in his hand. He wondered if perhaps this dream would soon dissipate, and he would revert to being that pitiful boy, bullied and alone. "Hey, Harry, this is for you." Hill's voice interrupted Harry's reverie, bringing him back to reality, and he noticed a neatly wrapped gift in his hands, seemingly a book. "Is this from you, Hill?" "Of course. I thought it best to present you with a gift upon our first meeting. I hope you will like it." "Oh, of course, I absolutely love it. I'm glad to hear that. While it may not be precious, I believe it will be quite useful to you." Harry handed 7 galleons to Ollivander, carefully stowing his wand before eagerly unwrapping the gift. Hagrid leaned in, nodding as he beheld the contents unveiled. "Hogwarts. A history," he remarked, "a splendid gift. It will be quite beneficial for you, Harry. Be sure to express your gratitude to Hill." "Oh, thank you so much, Hill. This gift is marvelous." Chapter 5. A Chance Encounter. A deep crimson steam locomotive stood beside a bustling platform teeming with travelers. The sign affixed to the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock." In one corner of the platform, a large sign proclaimed, "Platform 9 3/4." Indeed, this was the express to Hogwarts, and every year on September 1st, students would embark on this train to commence their lengthy and delightful academic journey. The thick smoke from the steam engines swirled above the chattering crowd, while various patterned cats darted between the feet of the people. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls hooted sharply in response to one another. The first few carriages were already packed with students, some leaning out of windows to converse with their families, while others frolicked in their seats. "Hey, John, how was your summer?" "Not too bad, except my grades were a bit dismal, and Dad gave me a good thrashing." "Well, cheer up. We're heading back to Hogwarts soon, and then we'll be free." "I hope so. Just the thought of Snape's greasy hair makes me nauseous." "Ugh. He gave me a failing mark last year. What do you expect? You're in Gryffindor." Listening to the ruckus outside, Hill shook his head, turned, and closed the window, which instantly quieted the carriage, leaving only the soft sounds of breathing, the rustle of pages, and the occasional croak. "Ribbit, ribbit." Rolling his eyes, Hill displayed a hint of exasperation, offering a sheepish smile to a plump boy seated across from him, and said, "Kaka, let go of that toad. You're going to squish it." On the floor, Kaka was perched atop a toad, incessantly tapping its head with its claws, evidently bullying the unfortunate creature. Meanwhile, the round-faced boy across from Hill sat uneasily, his eyes flickering toward the action on the floor. Witnessing the toad being tormented, he wore a pained expression. Upon hearing Hill's command, Kaka reluctantly released the nearly breathless toad, which promptly leaped to the seat beside Hill, and, with familiarity, climbed onto his shoulder, settling down. Naturally, Kaka's gaze remained fixed on the toad, waiting for any opportunity to resume its playful torment. The toad, freed from Kaka's torment, lay limply on the floor, seemingly lethargic. Had its belly not been rising and falling, Hill might have thought it lifeless. The round-faced boy, filled with concern, cradled the toad in his arms, gently stroking its slimy skin, softly murmuring, "Are you all right, Leaf? Don't run off next time. The outside world is quite perilous." At this, the boy furtively glanced at Hill, and upon realizing Hill was watching him, quickly averted his gaze. Setting down his copy of the History of Magic, Hill watched the boy with newfound interest, astonished to encounter a character from his reading so effortlessly. With a round face, a toad pet, an introverted demeanor, and seemingly a first year, Hill could deduce he was none other than Neville Longbottom. "I apologize. Kaka can be a bit mischievous. She is only 8 months old and doesn't quite know better. I extend my apologies on her behalf." At Hill's apology, Neville appeared flustered, shaking his head vigorously. "It's all right. Leaf just got a bit startled. It will be fine in a moment." That's a relief. "By the way, are you also a first-year Hogwarts?" Neville eyed Hill and the book in his hands, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, as if sensing something amiss. Neville Longbottom. Are you a first year too?" "Indeed, I am Hill Fox. Just call me Hill. A first year at Hogwarts. I suppose I'll be in Ravenclaw. I have a fondness for Ravenclaw. The entire Fox family belongs to it." A look of surprise crossed Neville's face, followed by a pained slap to his forehead as he muttered, "I've heard about you from my grandmother." "What was it she said?" "Oh dear, I've forgotten." It was well known that Neville's forgetfulness was legendary, and Hill was finally witnessing it firsthand. Observing Neville's reddening face as he struggled to recall, Hill shrugged, thinking it best to let it go. It was likely something unimportant. I can be a bit forgetful too. If it's not significant, I tend to forget it in a few days. Hill was merely being modest. The Fox family had always excelled in Ravenclaw. In inheriting the family's fine lineage, Hill's memory was undoubtedly exceptional. Neville's expression softened as he lightly thumped his head a few times, managing an awkward smile before seemingly realizing something. He looked surprised and inquired, "Hey Hill, where's your luggage? I don't see it anywhere. Did you forget to bring it?" Neville had finally pinpointed the incongruity. Apart from the book in Hill's hand and Kaka perched on his shoulder, there was no sign of any luggage. Each new student at Hogwarts typically fretted over their heavy baggage, yet Hill appeared to have none of the cumbersome trunks. Hill smiled, just as he was about to explain. The carriage door swung open. "Ah, splendid. There's still room here. Every other place is jam-packed." A clear, melodious voice chimed in, hitting a pleasant note, though one could only wonder about her appearance. With thick, unruly brown hair that seemed disheveled not from lack of care, but rather from indifference to styling, and bright brown eyes brimming with intelligence, her fair skin and small nose complemented her features. Yet, the most striking aspect was her prominent front teeth, not overly protruding, but certainly noticeable. If one was unaware, this was none other than the renowned Hermione Granger. If Hill had failed to recognize her, his mind would indeed be in disarray. One of the future trio, clever, astute, and knowledgeable about nearly everything, Hermione was, to be frank, more suited to Ravenclaw. Hill surveyed the carriage. Well, since his luggage was absent, it left ample space. However, were all the carriages already full? Surely, there was still time before the train departed. It wouldn't be until the last moment that every compartment would be occupied. Hermione appeared to be struggling with a large trunk, clearly laboring under its weight. Heaven knows what she had packed, for it was about the same size as Neville's, yet felt considerably heavier. But given Hermione's character, it was likely filled with books. "Hey, can't you gentlemen display a bit of chivalry and help me lift this trunk inside?" After wrestling with the trunk for quite some time without success, it was no surprise. The threshold here was neither low nor high, making it impossible to drag it in. Noticing Neville still lost in thought, Hill shrugged, drawing out his wand and waving at the trunk. Wingardium Leviosa. A silver flash darted across the air as the trunk levitated effortlessly, gliding to the corner at the behest of Hill's wand. It descended gently, the entire process devoid of sound. "Perfect." Hill nodded slightly. He had previously attempted this spell with his father Adric's wand, but had not been executed with such finesse. He recalled the time he had tried to levitate a water bottle, and, in a moment of distraction, it had fallen to the ground, startling Kaka and causing her to tumble from his shoulder. "Is this what magic is?" I had perused the standard spells beginner tome, and it seemed quite challenging to master. I had practiced a few simple spells at home, merely for the sake of training, and they had all yielded results. No one in my household understood magic. So when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished yet immensely joyous, for, as far as I knew, this was the most prestigious school of witchcraft. I had memorized all the textbooks, and of course, I hoped this would be sufficient. "My name is Hermione Granger, by the way. May I inquire about your names?" Hermione exclaimed in one breath, clearly exhilarated by the recent experience of the levitation charm. For a Muggle-born child, there is no greater thrill than witnessing someone wield a spell. Were it not for a sliver of composure and the decorum expected of a lady, Hermione would have eagerly seated herself beside Hill to engage in discussion. Neville remained lost in thought, this time captivated by the spell Hill had just performed. His mouth agape, he stared in astonishment at Hill and the trunk. To be honest, his current expression was akin to that of the toad he cradled. With a flick of his wand, Hill gestured towards the empty seat beside him, apologizing. "I'm afraid there's only this little space left. I hope you don't mind. By the way, I'm Hill Fox, a first year at Hogwarts." Without hesitation, Hermione took her seat, shaking her hands vigorously, evidently distressed by the earlier trunk incident. At that moment, Neville finally regained his senses, but the reason for his return was the sudden movement of the toad in his arms, which, upon seeing the door open, had wriggled free and hopped out of the compartment. "Leafa, you can't go out. It's dangerous out there." Neville sprang to his feet, chasing after the creature while calling out, "Leafa, where are you? Come back." Hill glanced at Kaka perched on his shoulder, if he was not mistaken. Kaka had just made a threatening gesture towards the unfortunate toad, swiping a claw, prompting it to flee. Hermione's expression had also shifted. It was unlikely that many girls would have an affinity for toads. The mere thought that just a minute ago, a toad had been within 3 feet of her made her lips twitch. Thank goodness it had escaped. Thank heavens. Oh, that's Neville Longbottom. The one who ran away is his pet, a toad named Leafa. He is also a first year at Hogwarts. Hill smiled apologetically. as it was Kaka who had frightened the toad away. However, one had to wonder, if Kaka had not been present, what would have caused the toad to flee? Hermione returned to her thoughts, smiling as she revealed her well-maintained, pristine front teeth. You must come from a magical family. It's evident that you wield your spells with great proficiency. Surely, someone has guided you. Without waiting for Hill's response, she continued, my family has no knowledge of magic, so I've had to practice alone. Simple spells are manageable, but the more complex ones are quite challenging. Listening to Hermione, Hill smiled knowingly, if he was not mistaken. Hermione was inspired by his levitation charm. It was understandable, as a top student among muggles, encountering peers casting spell for the first time, especially with a spell as intricate as the levitation charm, would certainly be quite impactful for her. In this way, Hermione provided herself with a rationale. Hill, being from a wizarding family with parental guidance, had a distinct advantage over most, particularly Muggleborns. Her previous remarks were essentially a means of reassuring herself and salvaging her dwindling confidence. Having considered all of this, Hill felt no need to clarify. After all, with a remarkable book like Book, which contained boundless knowledge, the assistance he received far exceeded the guidance of an ordinary wizard. Speaking of Book, it was currently napping in the pocket of Hill's robes, claiming to be in search of a method to communicate with him without uttering a sound. This way, it could converse with Hill freely, without the fear of being discovered by other wizards. Hermione surveyed the compartment, noting that aside from Neville's large trunk and her own, there were no other trunks in sight. Where's your trunk? I don't see it. Hill offered a mysterious smile as he retrieved a small fabric pouch from his pocket and placed it on the table. All my belongings are contained within this. The pouch, black and seemingly aged, bore a slightly mottled hue, appearing inconspicuous. All of Hill's luggage was housed within this unassuming little bag. Observing Hermione's astonishment, Hill nodded in satisfaction. He drew his wand, murmuring a few incantations before waving it towards the pouch's opening. Instantly, the pouch, which had been no larger than a teacup, expanded to about a meter, revealing a cornucopia of belongings, neatly folded clothes, stacks of books, and various trinkets. As you can see, this is a magical artifact designed for storage. It possesses a capacity of approximately 3 cubic meters and can only hold inanimate objects. Chapter 6, The Toad Incident. Arg. Kaka, perched on Hill's shoulder, caught sight of the fox food within the pouch and urged him to retrieve it quickly, eager for a feast. Gently tapping Kaka on the head with his finger, Hill shook his head. No, Kaka, that is your food for the coming months. If you eat it all now, there will be nothing left. Besides, didn't you just have a large bowl this morning? Arg. No means no. You must control your diet, Kaka. Hill resolutely declined Kaka's request. This was a necessity. Fox food was not easily procured, as he had only seen it for sale at a pet shop in Diagon Alley. Furthermore, Kaka would only eat this specific brand and nothing else. However, Hogwarts operated under a closed management system, and students were not permitted to leave. Once more, he waved his wand, returning the pouch to its original size before stowing it away and resuming his reading of History of Magic. Hermione's attention was captivated by Kaka. It was difficult for girls to resist charming creatures, particularly one as quintessentially adorable as Kaka. Where did you acquire this fox? I must say, it appears quite enchanting and tranquil. I had also contemplated getting a pet, but I dislike owls, rats, and toads. I searched the pet shop for ages, but found nothing to my liking. Unable to resist, Hermione inquired, may I pet it? Hill generously handed Kaka to Hermione. I found Kaka while wandering around Diagon Alley. The wizard charged me a hefty 10 galleons for him. Quite steep, considering Harry only spent 7 galleons on a wand. Nevertheless, Kaka is truly to my liking. He is a clever little fellow. Hermione cradled Kaka in her lap, gently stroking his round, soft body and feeling the silky smoothness of his fur. As Kaka displayed a look of comfort, Hermione could not help but smile. Next year, I am determined to acquire a pet. It will undoubtedly be a wonderful experience. However, securing a pet like Kaka will depend entirely on fortune. According to ancient Eastern wisdom, this is referred to as fate. Alas, the train's whistle sounded, signaling that it was about to depart. With a heavy rumble, the Crimson Hogwarts Express began to move, gradually accelerating until it sped away from the platform. Its destination was Hogwarts, where young novices would learn and ultimately become adept wizards. Neville had yet to return. It seemed his pet was thoroughly enjoying a game of hide and seek, though Neville was likely on the verge of tears. He ought to have tethered himself to the toad with a rope. Hill gazed at the history of magic in his hands, a tome that once held great interest. Yet now he could not absorb a single word. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though Hermione was stealing glances at him. However, whenever he pretended to turn the page and looked away, He only saw Hermione playing with Kaka. Am I overthinking this? It is merely our first meeting. But never mind. It doesn't matter. Since he could not concentrate on the book, he decided to set it aside, closing it with a thud on the table. Leaning back, he turned his attention to Hermione. She was still engrossed in her play with Kaka, and it was evident that she truly adored small creatures, particularly ones like Kaka. Hermione, which house do you wish to join? Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. I believe Ravenclaw suits me best. I have heard its members are exceptionally intelligent. I do not mean to imply that the other houses are filled with fools. It's just that Ravenclaw, but Dumbledore, is a Gryffindor alumnus. So I suppose Gryffindor must be quite admirable as well. Observing Hermione's conflicted expression as she became increasingly flustered, Hill chuckled, causing her face to flush. Oh, I apologize. I did not mean anything by it. I just found you quite amusing. Amusing? I meant to say you were adorable. Your expression just now was quite charming. Forgive my boldness, but I believe that word suits you better. Hermione's cheeks reddened further. No boy had ever called her adorable in front of her before, and Hill was the first. Thinking it prudent to divert Hermione's attention, he inquired, "What do your parents do? They are not wizards, are they?" I'm curious about their thoughts on their daughter becoming a witch. Upon mentioning her parents, Hermione's attention was indeed diverted, and she replied excitedly, "My parents are dentists. They're just ordinary people, what you might call muggles. In fact, I find the term muggle rather inappropriate, as it carries a derogatory connotation. I apologize for digressing. They are quite open-minded regarding my impending witchhood. They are more curious than anything, particularly about how wizards conceal their existence and what wizards do for a living. Among other things, they have always supported my decisions, and I am proud to have such parents." Hill nodded. It is indeed rare to find parents who offer such unconditional support to their daughter. Most people are filled with both curiosity and resistance towards the unknown. And what about your parents? What do they do? Do they go to work every day? After discussing her parents, Hermione suddenly became intrigued by Hill's family, curious about the structure of a wizarding household and their daily lives. Ah, they have gone to meet Merlin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, it's fine. It has been 10 years. I have grown accustomed to it. 10 years? You mean? Hill nodded, his expression remaining placid, devoid of sorrow. This intrigued Hermione. How could this boy maintain such a carefree smile? My mother passed away when I was 1, and my father disappeared on the eve of victory. He may well be dead. I stayed at St. Mungo's until I was 6, then returned home to inherit everything from my parents. Hermione's complexion flushed as she recalled her earlier words, where she had suggested that those born into wizarding families like Hill's had a significant advantage over muggle-born wizards due to parental guidance. It now appeared that Hill was not relying on his parents, but rather on his own determination. Just as Hermione wrestled with her thoughts, a cacophony of sounds echoed down the aisle, and a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door, asking, "Dearest, would you care to purchase any refreshments from the trolley?" Hill turned to see the cart brimming with snacks and various toys, smiling in delight. Seeing Hill's smile illuminated Hermione's world. "I would like a pumpkin pasty, a cauldron cake, and a licorice wand. Nothing else, thank you." As Hill cheerfully accepted an abundance of treats and waved goodbye to the vendor, Hermione remained momentarily in shock. Perhaps he was unaware of the gravity of his parents' departure when it happened, and thus he has not allowed it to burden him. "Isn't it lunchtime? Will you not have something to eat? There is still a while until we reach Hogwarts. You should try something. These are exclusive to the Wizarding World, unseen in the Muggle realm." Chewing on a licorice wand, Hill offered Hermione a variety of treats, explaining that it was merely a candy shaped like a wand, which tasted delightful and encouraged her to try. Hermione instinctively took a handful of snacks and placed them beside her seat without eating them. After a moment, she came to her senses, gazing at the mound of sweets beside her with a wry smile. These were precisely the things she had always avoided. Her parents, being dentists, had instilled in her a habit of caring for her teeth, resulting in her consuming virtually no sweets. Where's Neville? It has been an hour. He must have turned the entire train upside down by now, and still hasn't he found it? Just as Hill pondered Neville's absence, Neville returned, his expression grim. And he did not have his toad with him, confirming what they all suspected. He had not located it. If a pet like a toad wanted to hide, it would indeed be quite difficult to find. Lavender is missing. This time she is truly gone. Although she often wanders off, I could always find her before. But I have searched the entire train, and still Haven T located her. At this, Neville could not help but begin to sob. Although the toad frequently escaped, it was still his pet, and they shared a bond. Hill sighed. He was aware of Neville's background. His parents had been driven mad by the Cruciatus curse, all of which had unfolded before young Neville's eyes. Many of his subsequent experiences had rendered him timid, withdrawn, and lacking in social skills. He had never overcome that barrier. Rising, Hill approached Neville and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry, Neville. Lavender is certainly still aboard this train. Let us search again. I will assist you." Hill's willingness to help was not born from idleness. He would support anyone who caught his eye. Conversely, he would disregard those who did not. Moreover, Neville bore a striking resemblance to both him and Harry. Both were simply the worst manifestation of their circumstances, unable to cross that threshold. Calling out to Kaka, the creature nimbly hopped onto Hill's shoulder, settling there quietly. Wiping away his tears, Neville followed Hill out of the compartment. Hermione hesitated briefly before rising to follow. Seeing Hermione trailing behind, Hill smiled. It was all quite predictable. Hermione's inherently helpful, or perhaps meddlesome, nature ensured that she would not remain idle. As Neville was unable to provide precise information, Hill and his companions resorted to the most rudimentary method of searching, compartment by compartment. Since their carriage was positioned towards the front, they began their search towards the rear. "Excuse me, has anyone seen a toad? I apologize for the interruption. But have any of you come across a toad? Neville has lost his toad. Has anyone seen it?" Thus, Hill and his companions searched from the front compartments to the back, yet the elusive creature remained hidden. However, Hill glanced at the Kaka perched on his shoulder, pondering whether its presence might be causing the toad to frequently change its hiding spots. Hermione pushed open the door to one compartment and inquired, "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville has misplaced one. We've already told him we haven't seen it. Are you performing magic? Then let us witness it." Hermione's attention was drawn to a boy in the compartment, who seemed poised to cast a spell. Hill moved closer, and, if memory served him correctly, this boy with fiery red hair and a smudge on his nose must be Ron Weasley, one of the trio destined for greatness, albeit the one who might be deemed less competent. "Hey, Hill, you've come too." Harry, sharing the compartment with Ron, naturally noticed Hill and greeted him with enthusiastic excitement. Since their visit to Diagon Alley, he had frequently chatted with Hill over the phone. Upon boarding the train, he had even sought out Hill, but to no avail. "Harry, hello. So, this is where you are. No wonder I couldn't find you in the front compartments." Hill's gaze shifted to Ron. "Have you made a new friend, Harry? Might you introduce us?" "Of course. This is my newly acquainted friend, Ron Weasley." Harry gestured towards Ron, who nodded and glanced at Hill, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards the silver-haired youth before him. After all, his own appearance was rather ordinary. "I am Hill Fox. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ron." Hill extended his hand for a handshake. A flicker of confusion passed through Ron's eyes as he thought, "I feel as though I've heard that name somewhere before." Yet he couldn't recall where. "In any case, it's a pleasure to meet you, Hill." Hill nodded, noticing Ron's wand in hand. It appeared that Ron was about to attempt that failed spell. Did he not realize the incantation was flawed? However, the rodent disguised as a toad was quite convincing. Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who betrayed Harry's parents, once a friend of Sirius, now an adversary. Animagi were indeed remarkable. It seemed prudent to learn more about them. As expected, Ron's spell produced no effect. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, feeling much better knowing not every new student was as bold as Hill. Following that, Hermione introduced herself and expressed considerable interest in Harry's identity. Just then, Hill spotted 3 students approaching from a distance, one of whom was holding none other than Neville's toad. Chapter 7, Arrival at Hogwarts. Hill sighed, pondering the coincidence that Draco had also come to join the fray, and the individual behind him was indeed carrying Neville's toad. "Goodness, you truly didn't know? If it were me, I would certainly seek out every book that mentioned me," Hermione remarked. "Do you two know which house you will be sorted into? We should probably find Neville's toad first. You two ought to change into your robes quickly. We will likely be arriving soon." Neville stood forlornly in the aisle, disinterested in Ron's magic. He solely wished to find his Trevor. "Trevor, where on earth are you?" "Ribbit." Following the sound, Neville turned to see a coarse-looking, squat boy holding a toad, his Trevor. Trevor, you are here." Neville lunged for Trevor, but missed, as the squat boy tossed the toad to another, similarly rotund and unsightly individual. "Give it back. That's my Trevor." The boy on the left tossed the toad in the air, disdainfully glancing at Neville. "You claim it's yours? Do you have proof? I could just as easily say it belongs to me. Trevor is mine. My grandmother bought him for me. I refuse to return it to you. What will you do about it?" The chubby boy shoved Neville, knocking him to the ground. Hill frowned at the sight of Neville being pushed down and turned to Draco, saying, "Draco, for my sake, please return the toad to Neville." While Hill had the inclination to teach the 2 chubby boys a lesson, they were, after all, Draco's followers, and it was prudent to maintain some decorum. Draco nodded and addressed the boy holding the toad. "Goyle, return that toad to the waste of space. It's slimy. Aren't you embarrassed?" he added with a smirk, Be sure to wash your hands afterward, or you might as well skip dinner. Goyle tossed the toad towards Neville, sneering. You treat a filthy toad like treasure, Neville. You truly bring shame to us pure-blood wizards. Ignoring Draco and Goyle's taunts, Neville cradled Trevor as if he were embracing the entire world. He stood up and said to Hill, "Thank you, Hill." Draco raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "The one you should be thanking is me. I found this toad and had Goyle return it to you. Aren't you going to express your gratitude?" His face was filled with mockery. To him, Neville was merely an embarrassment to pure-blood wizards, and he relished the opportunity to ridicule him. Neville disregarded Draco and prepared to pass between the two chubby boys to leave. Draco's expression darkened. How dare a mere Neville dismiss him? He waved his hand, signaling Goyle to block Neville's path. Hill clapped Draco on the shoulder, saying, "Come now. Even if Neville thanked you, would that really give you a sense of accomplishment? You're not here solely for a toad, are you? Is there something else on your mind?" Hill successfully diverted Draco's attention, perhaps out of respect for Hill. He chose not to further engage with Neville and instead smiled. "I heard that Harry Potter is in this compartment, so I thought I'd come by to meet the boy who lived." At that moment, inside the compartment, Hermione had finally finished speaking, stood up, and prepared to leave, while Ron and Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. Hermione's pressure had been quite intense. "Regardless of which house we are sorted into, I hope I won T be placed with her," Ron remarked, tossing his wand into his suitcase. "That spell didn't T work? It was George who told me." I'm sure he knew it was a total flop from the start, since the earlier events had unfolded in the aisle. They remained unaware that Neville had already retrieved his toad and departed. Hermione exited the compartment and noticed Hill conversing with a pale-faced boy with golden hair. She found it amusing. The two looked quite harmonious, one with golden locks and the other with silver. "Hill, where is Neville?" Hill turned around to face Hermione, shrugged, and remarked, "I believe he has already returned to the compartment. Leif has found him. Let's head back. You ought to change your attire. We should be arriving shortly." Hill nodded, casting an apologetic glance at Draco. "I'm sorry. I must take my leave. Perhaps we can converse at length another time." "No worries. Attend to your matters. Once I finish here, I shall seek you out if time permits. By the way, which compartment are you in?" "Number 57. Do come by and visit when you have a chance." "Absolutely." A faint smile appeared on Draco's pale face as he discreetly gestured towards Hermione, giving Hill a thumbs up and whispering, "Hey, you're quite swift, aren't you?" Hill looked at Draco, bemused, pondering the direction of his thoughts. Just as he was about to clarify, Hermione began to urge him. "Hurry up. Hill, you need to change. We'll be arriving soon." Reluctantly, Hill could do nothing but escape awkwardly under Draco's teasing gaze, returning to the compartment he had previously occupied with Hermione. "Wait a moment. I haven't done anything. What is there to fear?" He pushed the door open to find Neville had indeed returned, busy soothing his toad. However, judging by the toad's vigorous struggles, it appeared to be quite unperturbed. "Hill, do you know that boy from earlier?" Hermione inquired as she rummaged through a small bag for her robe. "Was it you who helped Neville find his toad?" Before Hill could respond, Neville hurriedly shook his head and insisted, "No, it wasn't him. It was Hill who helped me." It seemed Neville still harbored lingering thoughts about Draco and his companion's antics. "I finally found it," Hill exclaimed, pulling out a black robe from the small bag and tucking it away. He had heard Neville's words and understood his sentiments, choosing to remain silent. "Ahem, Hermione, aren't you going to turn away? We need a change. Surely you don't intend to watch?" Hill coughed softly a few times, glancing at Neville, who was similarly holding a black robe and looking rather flustered. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Hermione's cheeks flushed. She mumbled a few words under her breath and exited the compartment, closing the door behind her. Hill exchanged a glance with Neville and smiled. They had overheard Hermione's comments, suggesting their embarrassment, noting she had seen boys change before. Swiftly donning his robe, Hill opened the door, only to discover Hermione was no longer at the entrance. She must have wandered off to another location. Shrugging, Hill closed the door again, noticing Neville's toad casting inquisitive glances in their direction, seemingly eager to escape once more. Putting away the book on magical history, Hill began to feel a twinge of boredom, as Neville was entirely preoccupied with his toad, showing no inclination for conversation. With no other recourse, he cradled the toad in his arms, gently massaging it while gazing out at the changing scenery to pass the time. The sky had grown dim, and the landscape had darkened. It wouldn't be long before night fell entirely. As twilight descended, darkness became the dominant theme of the evening. Ultimately, the sky was fully enveloped in darkness, and the train gradually slowed, signaling their imminent arrival at Hogwarts. "In 5 minutes, the train will reach Hogwarts. Please leave your belongings on board, as we will transport them to the school," a voice announced. Hill noticed that there were no speakers or amplifiers in the compartment, indicating that magic was at play. With a swish, the compartment door swung open, and Hermione stepped inside, surveying the now-dressed Hill and Neville with satisfaction. Get ready, the train is about to arrive. There are quite a few people outside, and we must hurry to the exit. Hermione urged Hill and Neville, revealing her competitive spirit even in disembarking. Hill stretched his limbs, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement, an emotion he had seldom felt, at least not in recent years. Is this the beginning and end of everything? Then here I come. Meanwhile, Neville's face paled with anxiety. Hogwarts was still somewhat daunting to him, filled with the fear of the unknown. However, with Hermione by his side, Neville felt compelled to persevere, almost being dragged to the train door by her insistence. Observing Neville's anxious expression, Hill merely shook his head. This was not yet the Neville who would one day wield the sword of Gryffindor to vanquish the basilisk. As Hill mused about the sword, a voice resonated in his mind. The sword of Gryffindor? Oh, that is a fool. He knows nothing but destruction. A truly brutish fellow, much like his master, only capable of reckless action. Hill paused, realizing the voice belonged to Book. Had it discovered a means of communication without words? Indeed, Book, I have found this method. Interestingly, it was developed by one of your ancestors who fell in love with a girl born deaf and blind. He dedicated much time to inventing this form of communication, allowing one's thoughts to be shared directly with another. You mean, I can communicate with you without speaking? You can perceive my thoughts, correct? Hill contemplated. Of course. Book is all-powerful. Shall I attempt to guess what you were thinking? Go ahead, take a guess at my thoughts. Quite intriguing, my dear little master. This magic is indeed related to the legilimency spell. In fact, when you encounter the Sorting Hat shortly, it too employs legilimency for its task. Legilimency, as the name implies, is a spell that allows one to view another's thoughts, despised by many for the utter lack of privacy it entails. Typically, when combined with the truth serum, it can extract any information you desire. It seems I must begin practicing my mental defenses. My mind harbors far too many secrets that must not be revealed, for the consequences would be dire. Indeed, while Hogwarts professors generally conduct themselves with integrity and would not easily employ legilimency on students, you are destined to encounter many malevolent wizards in the future, and they will not be so considerate. The exchange between Book and Hill transpired entirely within their minds, unnoticed by Hermione and Neville, who remained focused on the impending adventure at Hogwarts. The train decelerated, finally coming to a halt. Students jostled one another as they surged towards the doors, stepping onto a dark, cramped platform. Then, a lantern swung above their heads, capturing their attention. A familiar voice boomed. First year students, over here. Harry, come this way, how are you? Towering above the crowd, with a physique far surpassing that of a basketball star. His black eyes sparkling, and his face almost obscured by a wild beard and thick, dark hair, there was no mistaking the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid. Amidst the throng, Hagrid's bearded face broke into a smile. Come along, follow me. Are there any first-year students? Watch your feet now. All right, first-year students, follow me. Hill, Hermione. And Neville followed the throng, stumbling along a steep, narrow path that descended into the darkness. The shadows flanking the trail concealed untold mysteries. As they rounded the bend, they were on the verge of their first glimpse of Hogwarts. Hagrid called back to them. All the first-year students instinctively quickened their pace, eager to behold Hogwarts, the very institution their parents and ancestors once attended. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted, propelling the students forward, their curiosity thoroughly piqued. Upon turning the corner, the sight that unfolded before them left everyone, including Hill, utterly speechless. At the path's end lay a vast black lake, and across its waters loomed a magnificent castle, its turrets piercing the starry sky, windows twinkling like stars. This was Hogwarts. Chapter 8. The Sorting Ceremony, Part 1. In front of the lake was a small dock, lined with several boats. It appeared they were to traverse the lake in these vessels. Who? Kaka, perched on Hill's shoulder, squawked anxiously, detesting the water despite being able to swim. It was a requirement for first years to cross the lake, a tradition established by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Hill cradled Kaka in his arms, feeling it was precarious on his shoulder. Should Kaka accidentally tumble into the lake, it would certainly be a predicament. Kaka clung tightly to Hill's clothing, not daring to loosen its grip. No more than 4 in each boat. Hagrid bellowed, gesturing toward a line of moored boats. You may form your own groups, but be mindful of the weight limit. Hill spotted Harry and Ron. He beckoned to Hermione and Neville to squeeze closer. Harry and Ron had already boarded a boat, leaving 2 vacant spots, yet there were 3 of them. Hey Hill, there's still a spot here. Draco called out from his boat, accompanied by his 2 lackeys. Hill shook his head, Addressing Hermione and Neville, "You two go with Harry. I'll see if there are any other available spots." Neville insisted that Hill should join them and search elsewhere, but Hill politely declined. There was no choice. Draco had already extended his invitation, and boarding Harry's boat would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to Draco's face. Such an affront was not something Hill would entertain. As he watched Harry's boat depart the dock, Hill gracefully hopped onto another vessel, which contained 3 girls, with just one spot left. "Hey Hill, why not come over here? I've saved a spot just for you." Draco noticed Hill hadn't chosen Harry's boat and gave a slight nod. On the train, he had experienced a minor altercation with Harry and Ron. Thankfully, Hill had opted out of their boat, or Draco felt he would have been quite disheartened. Casting a peculiar glance at Draco, Hill shrugged. "Well, Draco, didn't you notice your boat is already at the waterline?" Adding another person, "And I fear we might be conversing with Grindylows." Draco glanced down at his boat's waterline, realizing that with Goyle and Crabbe's considerable weight, even with just 3 occupants, they were already quite low in the water. "Blast, Goyle and Crabbe, you two need to shed some pounds," he muttered under his breath, then looked back at Hill and waved. "Well then, I shall take my leave." "Not a problem. I'll be along shortly." Hill nodded. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called out, as he himself occupied a boat alone. "Then let us set forth." A fleet of boats glided across the glassy surface of the lake, enveloped in silence. As they gazed up at the towering castle that seemed to loom overhead as they approached the cliff upon which it sat, Hill surveyed his boat's occupants, 3 girls, all curiously observing him. With silver hair, silver eyes, and striking features, Hill was indeed a handsome young lad. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hill Forks, a first year like you all. It is a pleasure to meet you." The intensity of their gaze made Hill slightly uneasy. Indeed, witches, particularly those destined to become sorceresses, were a world apart from ordinary Muggle girls. Upon hearing Hill's introduction, the 3 girls exchanged glances, and the eldest among them spoke softly. "I am Parvati Patil, and this is my sister, Padma Patil. Beside us is Lily Depan. We met on the train. We're delighted to meet you." Parvati and Padma, twin sisters, bore striking resemblances, yet Parvati exuded a more mature and flamboyant aura, while Padma appeared considerably more introverted and shy. As for Lily Depan, she was unabashedly bold, maintaining her gaze upon Hill, even when he met her eyes, compelling him to look away. This girl, with her charming canine-like teeth, was undoubtedly the most audacious he had ever encountered, even bolder than Hermione. "Duck down," Hagrid's voice boomed as the first fleet of boats neared the cliff. Everyone complied, the boats carrying them through a curtain of ivy that cloaked the cliff face, leading to a concealed grand entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel, seemingly descending into the castle's depths, eventually arriving at what resembled an underground dock, from which they ascended to a surface of gravel and pebbles. Hill disembarked, noticing Harry and the others at the forefront, yet he refrained from approaching due to the crowd. The path was too narrow for such maneuvering, and the difference in position was negligible. All the novice first years, illuminated by Hagrid's lantern, climbed through a rocky tunnel until they finally emerged on a flat, damp grass beneath the castle's shadow. They ascended a flight of stone steps, gathering before a colossal oak door. "Is everyone accounted for? No one left behind?" After a careful head count confirming no one was missing, Hagrid raised his massive fist and knocked thrice upon a castle gate. The door swung open immediately. A tall, black-haired witch clad in a vibrant green robe stood at the entrance. "First year's Professor McGonagall," she stated. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." Professor McGonagall pulled the door wide, revealing the interior. The stone walls flickered with the light of blazing torches, the ceiling soaring so high it was nearly invisible. Before them, a grand marble staircase led upward. Professor McGonagall guided the first years into a small, empty chamber at the opposite end of the hall, where the sounds of raucous celebration from the great hall could be heard clearly. The newcomers surged in, jostling one another as they anxiously scrutinized their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first ascertain which house you will be sorted into. The sorting is a significant ceremony, as during your time here, the house will be your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house dormitories, and spend your leisure time in your house common room. The 4 esteemed houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a distinguished legacy, having nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. During your tenure at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any transgressions will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house to which you are assigned, you will bring glory to it." In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence in front of the entire faculty and student body. I advise you to take this time to compose yourselves and adopt a spirited demeanor. Once everything is ready, I shall return for you. Professor McGonagall instructed, urging silence while she departed the room, presumably to report to Dumbledore in the Great Hall. Bored, he'll listen to Professor McGonagall's discourse, information he was already well acquainted with, yet he had no choice but to wait. Booker, for some unknown reason, was unresponsive to his calls. Thus, Hill amused himself by teasing Kaka, passing the time in tedium. Meanwhile, the first-year students around him were visibly anxious, whispering amongst themselves about what was to come. Parvati glanced at Hill, who appeared calm, even somewhat bored, and curiously inquired, "Hill, aren't you concerned about the sorting?" The other first-years seemed quite nervous. Indeed, many students wore expressions of apprehension, some even pale as parchment. They were uncertain of how the sorting would unfold, which, in truth, was a rather mundane affair, unworthy of such anxiety. "I've heard the sorting process is quite terrifying and could be quite harmful. Is that true?" Padma, who had remained silent until now, voiced her worries. "Will it hurt? I'm most afraid of pain." Hill rolled his eyes, glancing at Ron, who was animatedly promoting the process. Well, this fellow certainly had a knack for small journalism, managing to deceive so many first-years with such absurd tales. "It's not that frightening. I want to elaborate further, as it would spoil the mystique. Nevertheless, I assure you, it is indeed a most entertaining experience." Just as Hill calmed Padma's trepidation, a sudden scream erupted from the front. A swarm of 20 or so ghosts emerged from the walls. These pearlescent, translucent apparitions glided through the room, whispering among themselves, seemingly oblivious to the first-year students, as if engaged in a debate of sorts. These are the ghosts of Hogwarts. Unique entities, each with their own tale. Even Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, is one of them. A plump, monk-like ghost proclaimed, "We ought to forgive. We ought to forget. I say we should give him another chance. My good friar, have we not granted Peeves enough chances? Yet he has given us all such unflattering nicknames. You see, he is not even worthy of being called a proper ghost." A ghost clad in a tight, ruffled collar suddenly noticed the first-year students. Hill observed the terrified expressions of his peers. They were utterly frozen in fear, as it was their first encounter with such beings. "We are this year's first-years, awaiting the sorting test. Are you ghosts?" Hill stepped forward, noticing no one answered. The chubby monk ghost floated closer to Hill, curiously eyeing this brave newcomer. "Aren't you afraid?" "We are ghosts. Haven't you heard the ghost stories? Ghosts are quite malevolent." All the first-years recoiled, while Kaka shielded its eyes and ears with its paws. "Then why haven't you come to seize me?" Hill spread his arms wide, adopting a posture of surrender. "Hogwarts is the finest school. Surely its ghosts must be the best as well." This compliment, neither too grand nor too trivial, pleased the plump friar, who beamed with delight. "Ah, you are quite right. The ghosts of Hogwarts are indeed the finest, save for Peeves who, shall we say, is a bit mischievous and enjoys pranks. Though his nature is not entirely bad." Hill shrugged. Peeves was a quintessential bully, particularly to first-years. However, as a prospective Ravenclaw, he felt no pressure. It was well known that the connection between the Bloody Baron and the Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady, was extraordinary, and Peeves feared the Bloody Baron above all. Seeing Hill engage in pleasant conversation with the plump friar without any terrifying incidents, the other first-years began to relax, resuming their discussions. Lily, not to be confused with Harry's mother, was this year's brave first-year, Lily Lupin. She uttered something that left Hill momentarily speechless. "Hello, may I touch you? I've never touched a ghost before. I wonder what it feels like." The friar's mouth twitched slightly. Well, this year's first-years seemed quite promising, encountering two who fearlessly approached him. "Certainly, child, go ahead and try." Lily smiled brightly, her two canine teeth glimmering, rivaling Hermione's prominent incisors. She extended her hand, boldly penetrating the friar's ethereal form. The sensation was strikingly cool, akin to plunging one's hand into a basin of cold water. The friar nodded, turning to depart, suggesting it was better to observe the spectacle in the Great Hall. In summer, cuddling a ghost for warmth must be quite delightful. Hill noted the friar's foot falter, nearly causing him to stumble before he glided through the wall. Lily truly was audacious. Observing Lily's exhilarated expression, Hill shook his head. It was indeed a pity she would not be sorted into Gryffindor. Such bravery, even in the face of Voldemort. She would likely excitedly inquire what his basilisk feasted upon. "Now, please move forward," a sharp voice commanded. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Professor McGonagall had returned, indicating that everything was in order. The ghost drifted gracefully through the walls and vanished, while the Great Hall was an excellent venue for the impending event. one must secure a good position. Now, line up in single file. Professor McGonagall instructed the first years, follow me. He'll trail behind a sturdy boy, followed by the Patil sisters and Lily. They exited the room, traversed the entrance hall, and passed through a set of double doors into the opulent dining hall. Students from other years were already gathered around 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles hovering above. Gleaming golden plates and goblets adorned the tables. At the head of the hall stood a long table reserved for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led the first years to face the assembled upperclassmen, with the teachers positioned behind them. The flickering candlelight cast hundreds of faces observing them like pale lanterns. The ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with a silvery glow. With so many eyes upon them, the first years felt a surge of nerves, further exacerbated by the impending sorting test. Hill, however, stifled a yawn, finding it rather dull for so many novices to stand here for the amusement of the veterans. Surprisingly, he felt no anxiety under the scrutiny of the crowd. At least their gazes were not as piercing as Lily S., rendering him entirely at ease. Gazing upwards, he beheld a velvet black ceiling studded with twinkling stars. In this enchanted hall, where the ceiling mirrored the sky beyond, it was almost unfathomable to believe that an actual roof existed above, or that the dining hall was anything but open to the elements. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, upon which she then set a pointed wizard's hat. The hat, tattered and worn with age, was exceedingly dirty. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon this hat, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, the hat began to stir. A wide seam opened along the brim, resembling a mouth, and the hat commenced to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall eat myself whole. You may polish your top hats to a brilliant sheen, or make your high-crowned silk hats impeccably stiff. Yet, I'm the sorting hat of Hogwarts, undeniably superior to any of your headgear. Any thought concealed within your mind shall not escape my keen perception. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you belong. You may belong to Gryffindor, where true bravery lies deep within, their audacity, spirit, and magnanimity making them stand out. Perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, where honesty and loyalty thrive. Hufflepuff students are steadfast and diligent, unafraid of hard work. If you possess a clever mind, you might find yourself in the wise abode of Ravenclaw, where knowledge and wisdom abound. Or perhaps you shall join Slytherin, where you may find sincere friends. Yet beware of the cunning and treacherous souls who will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Come, dummy, fear not, do not panic. In my grasp, despite my lack of hands, you are utterly safe. For I am a thinking hat. As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, and the hat bowed to each of the 4 long tables before becoming still once more. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, clutching a roll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the hat and sit upon the stool, awaiting your sorting, she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, placing the hat upon her head, which obscured her eyes, and took a seat. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The table to the right erupted in applause and cheers, welcoming her to their ranks, which belonged to Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, the hat declared once more. Susan dashed to sit beside Hannah. Terry Bort, Ravenclaw. This time, applause came from the second table on the left. As Terry joined them, several Ravenclaw students rose to shake his hand. Mandy Brocklehurst was also sorted into Ravenclaw, while Lavender Brown became the first Gryffindor newcomer, prompting a burst of cheers from the farthest table on the left, where a pair of twins, presumably Ron's brothers, jeered. Then, Millicent Bulstrode was sorted into Slytherin, making her way to their table. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hufflepuff. At times, the sorting hat would promptly announce the house name, while at other times, it took a moment to deliberate. For instance, a sandy-haired boy, Seamus Finnegan, sat upon the stool for nearly a full minute before the hat finally declared him a Gryffindor. Hill released a gentle sigh. The entire Fox family had always been Ravenclaw, and he was not surprised. Though he might not embark on adventures alongside Harry and his friends, Hill felt no regret. My dear young master, I have connected with some of my old acquaintances, many of whom are no longer at Hogwarts. However, that sorting hat remains, and it seems quite intrigued by you. The voice of Buckbeak resonated in his mind. It had just been communicating with old friends from Hogwarts. Very well. Let it place me in Ravenclaw. I wish for no disturbances. The Fox family has always belonged to Ravenclaw, and I desire no complications. Rest assured, master. The Fox family is destined for Ravenclaw. This has been predetermined since the establishment of Hogwarts. What does that mean? Let us discuss it later. Your turn is approaching. Hill regained his focus as the next first year was sorted in a Hufflepuff, and then Professor McGonagall called out the next name. Silas Fawkes. Silas turned and slowly approached the stool, taking a moment to glance at the staff table, where his gaze lingered on the grand golden chair occupied by Albus Dumbledore. The current headmaster of Hogwarts was renowned as the greatest wizard of contemporary times, with notable contributions including the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, the discovery of 12 uses for dragon's blood, and a fruitful partnership with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Dumbledore, with his crescent-shaped glasses, crooked nose, and flowing silver hair and beard, regarded Silas with a gentle smile. Silas nodded respectfully at Dumbledore, then reached for the sorting hat. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Silas doubled over in pain, clutching his foot, for at his feet lay his silver sword embedded with rubies, the Sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 9, The Sorting Ceremony, Part 2. The Sword of Gryffindor. Purchased from goblins by Godric Gryffindor himself while he was still alive. The hilt of the sword was adorned with rubies, and its blade bore the name of Godric Gryffindor. How could Silas be so certain this was the Sword of Gryffindor? What else could possibly fall from a sorting hat but Gryffindor's sword? Both Neville and Harry had previously received this sword from the hat. Only those possessing the true qualities of Gryffindor could claim it when needed. Yet at that very moment, as Silas lifted the sorting hat, the Sword of Gryffindor had tumbled out, landing hilt first upon his foot with a resounding thud. Oh, Merlin above. What did I just witness? By Merlin's beard, this is Gryffindor's sword. How could this be? Wasn't this sword supposed to? A commotion erupted among the professors, who began to murmur and exchange astonished glances. The scene had been nothing short of extraordinary. A first-year student had merely taken the sorting hat when the Sword of Gryffindor had fallen from it. What is happening? A sword just fell from a sorting hat. Good heavens, that hat concealed a sword I wore just last year. What a misfortunate fellow, struck by such a heavy sword. I can only imagine the pain he must be enduring at the 4 long tables. The older students looked on in bewilderment at the sword on the ground and the foot-clutching Silas, all relieved that they had not encountered such a stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, the new first years gazed anxiously at the sorting hat in Silas's hands, thinking, who would dare don that hat after such an incident? If a sword fell out, what might come next? If it were the blade end instead, or perhaps a mace or axe? Goodness. Several timid girls were already on the verge of tears, their eyes glistening with impending sobs. Hermione, Neville, and Harry gazed at Hill with expressions of deep concern, while Ron stood with his mouth agape, utterly terrified. As the focal point of the situation, Hill bent over in agony, crouching on the ground and clutching his ankle, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. The hilt of the sword had struck his foot with tremendous force, causing him to perceive the ground beneath him tremble slightly. Professor McGonagall's face mirrored her astonishment. She had heard of the Sword of Gryffindor being within the sorting hat, but never had she witnessed it fall from the hat just as a first year had taken it. This was an unprecedented occurrence. However, McGonagall quickly regained her composure, moving to Hill's side to help him onto a stool, her voice laced with concern. How are you? Are you all right? Do you need to visit the infirmary? I think I'll be fine. My bones should be intact. It was just that impact, it was rather severe. A bit of rest should suffice, Hill replied, shaking his head as the pain in his foot began to subside, indicating that no serious injury had occurred. McGonagall nodded in understanding, casting a glance at Dumbledore, seeking his opinion. Dumbledore, grasping a few strands of his silver beard, previously attached to his chin, gently tucked them into his pocket, his face lighting up with a smile. He addressed McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, I trust Fawkes is unharmed? McGonagall shook her head. Yes, fine, merely sustained a minor injury. A little rest should see him right as rain. Then let the sorting ceremony proceed, Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. Fawkes, may we continue? Absolutely. As long as my head remains on my shoulders, I believe that is sufficient, Hill stated calmly, inwardly chastising both the sorting hat and the Sword of Gryffindor. Laughter erupted from the students at the 4 long tables, the earlier tension dissipating completely. From the Gryffindor table, someone shouted, Hey, come a Gryffindor. This is where the brave belong. Dumbledore shook his head, a broad smile gracing his features. Let us leave everything to the sorting hat. Mr. Fawkes, you may begin. Taking a deep breath, Hill placed the sorting hat upon his head, and immediately, an excited voice resonated in his mind. Hey, do you like my surprise? Was it your doing? Oh, not just me. The sword had a hand in it too. Blast it. My foot nearly fractured. Calm down. It hasn't broken yet. The sword may be a bit clumsy, but it knows its limits. Besides, even if it had broken, the Hogwarts healer would mend it. So, I should express my gratitude to you then? If you insist, I won't object. Hill's expression became conflicted. Had this hat not belonged to Hogwarts? Or had it not been in Hogwarts? he would have sought every means to give it a thorough thrashing. Oh, what a dark heart, what wicked thoughts. The Sorting Hat's voice chimed, not within Hill's mind, but addressing the entire Great Hall. I believe you should go to Slytherin, pure-blooded, intelligent, cunning enough. You will find your friends there. Hill's mouth twitched at the Hat's unreliable suggestion. Impossible. Every fox is a Ravenclaw. I shall not go to Slytherin. Hill resolutely rejected the notion, for Slytherin's principles did not align with his own. Precisely. Slytherin is ill-suited for you, the Sorting Hat conceded. Very well. That was merely a reasonable conjecture. How about Gryffindor? You just drew forth the sword of Gryffindor, proving your courage. Gryffindor would be your finest stage. As soon as the words left the Sorting Hat's mouth, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall, particularly from the Gryffindor table, where many students could not help but rise, their gazes ablaze with anticipation. Unfortunately, the sword of Gryffindor had already been retrieved by Professor McGonagall and was now beside Dumbledore. The sword of Gryffindor. That sword is the sword of Gryffindor. By Merlin. It was left by Godric Gryffindor himself, and only the bravest may wield it. Oh my. That new student drew the sword of Gryffindor. I'm starting to envy him. I wouldn't mind being struck by that sword. It sounds incredible. Among the first years, whispers erupted, revealing the sword's considerable significance. The sword of Gryffindor? What is that? You don't know? It's the sword left by Godric Gryffindor, one of Hogwarts' founders. It was said to have been lost for ages, hidden within the Sorting Hat. Though they didn't fully grasp the implications, it certainly sounded impressive. Forget it. I'm done explaining, said Ron, Harry, and Neville, their mouths agape in disbelief, their eyes wide. By Merlin. That guy actually drew the sword of Gryffindor. I just remembered, Hill belongs to the Fox family. That explains it, Neville exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. My grandmother mentioned that the Fox family is renowned for producing geniuses. Every member is exceptionally clever, and she hopes I become as smart as they are. Ron's face lit up with understanding, as Neville's words jogged his memory. He too had heard his parents speak of this family. However, Ron's expression soon turned peculiar as he muttered, "This is going to be quite the show." Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances. While they had some knowledge of the sword of Gryffindor, they knew little about the Fox family. Ron, when you say it's going to be a show, what do you mean? Harry inquired, as he and Hermione were still quite oblivious to many wizarding families in the magical world. The Fox family, as Neville mentioned, is famed for producing prodigies. Every Fox is among the elite in magic. Ron reiterated Neville's statement. Then his expression shifted to one of amusement. So, their family has always been comprised of Ravenclaws, with no exceptions. What? Is that so? Ron's face grew increasingly strange. A potential Ravenclaw had just drawn the sword of Gryffindor. How utterly amusing. Setting aside the reactions of the teachers and students, Hill was now feeling quite dejected. What did it mean to have drawn the sword of Gryffindor? The sword had merely fallen from the hat, for goodness sake. What did it mean to prove one's courage? Other than receiving the Sorting Hat, had he done anything to demonstrate courage? Irritated, Hill shook his head, grumbling, no Slytherin, no Gryffindor, and certainly no Hufflepuff. I want to be a Ravenclaw. Oh, I was just about to recommend Hufflepuff. Well, since you're so intent on being a Ravenclaw, I shall grant your wish. The Sorting Hat's cheeky voice echoed in Hill's mind, and moments later, it proclaimed loudly, Ravenclaw. Silence enveloped the hall. Everyone stared agape at the Sorting Hat, incredulous. By Merlin, was it not supposed to be Gryffindor? Had they not seen Gryffindor preparing to celebrate? Had they not noticed Percy, the head boy, standing to welcome this unprecedented new student? Had they not seen the faces of the Ravenclaws, all indicating that this fellow belonged in Gryffindor? Clap, clap, clap. Dumbledore was the first to applaud, followed suit by the teachers, and eventually the students from the four houses joined in the clapping. Thus, Hill set aside his hat and, amid the applause, limped towards Ravenclaw. On the Ravenclaw side, everyone regarded their new student with peculiar expressions. Well, since the Sorting Hat had rendered its decision, no matter how absurd or unbelievable it seemed, Hill was now officially a student of Ravenclaw. Due to a slight pain in his foot, Hill casually chose an empty seat and promptly downed a glass of lemonade. He was both weary and parched, still nursing an injury. After finishing a generous cup of lemonade, Hill stretched comfortably and began to survey his fellow students. Beside him sat a girl with dark hair, whose facial features suggested she was of Asian descent. Noticing Hill's gaze, she gently nodded, extended her hand, and softly said, "Hello, welcome to Ravenclaw." Taking her hand, Hill nodded in return. "I'm Hill Fox, a first-year student, pleased to meet you. My name is Qiu Zhang, delighted to make your acquaintance." Chapter 10, The Feast. Qiu Zhang? The name flickered in Hill's mind. She was the Ravenclaw whom Harry had once admired, a beautiful and enigmatic figure from the east. Are you from the Shanghai Kingdom? I'm of Chinese descent. Xiao nodded, a look of surprise crossing her face. You can speak Chinese? I picked it up after some time, rather muddled, I must admit. I'm not entirely sure how it happened. Hill continued speaking in Mandarin, his pronunciation clear and his standard accent impressive. Quite a feat. As the book Harry Potter was written using pinyin, Hill had unconsciously learned Chinese while translating it, believing that perhaps one day he would visit that mysterious eastern land, where fluent Chinese would prove invaluable. Simultaneously, he pondered the reason behind the book being written in pinyin, growing increasingly curious about his ancestral ties. While Qiu and Hill engaged in animated conversation in Chinese, the sorting ceremony continued, with Hermione and Neville being sorted into Gryffindor, while Draco naturally found his place in Slytherin. During this time, a humorous incident occurred when Neville, in his nervousness, tripped on his way to the stool. The hat took a long while to decide on Neville, and when it finally proclaimed Gryffindor, Neville, still wearing the hat, ran off, only to sheepishly return amid laughter to return it to Professor McGonagall. Although some spectators were still whispering and pointing towards Hill, most had shifted their attention back to the sorting ceremony, as everyone knew that the boy who lived, Harry Potter, had also arrived at Hogwarts and would soon be called Harry Potter. As Harry stepped forward, a low hum of whispers filled the great hall like the sizzling of flames. Potter? Are they calling Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? The boy who lived? My brother has been wanting his autograph. Is he the one who defeated you-know-who? He doesn't look like it. It was evident that Harry was quite nervous. He fidgeted on the stool, and after a considerable wait, the sorting hat finally declared Gryffindor. Hearing the hat announce the name, Harry removed the hat and, his legs trembling slightly, made his way to the Gryffindor table. He had been sorted, and without being placed in Slytherin, he breathed a sigh of relief, hardly noticing the thunderous applause that erupted. Percy, the prefect, stood up and shook his hand firmly. The Weasley twins shouted exuberantly, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" It was clear that Gryffindor was ecstatic. Harry's celebrity status indeed had a remarkable effect. However, with Harry drawing the limelight, Hill anticipated that his subsequent days would be considerably more bearable. At least, no one would pester him about how he had drawn the sword of Gryffindor. Harry sat beside Hermione and then glanced over towards Ravenclaw, locking eyes with Hill. Hill gave Harry a thumbs up, and Harry reciprocated with a grin, both sharing a moment of camaraderie. Just as Hill and Harry exchanged smiles, a figure obstructed his view. It was Lily, just sorted into Ravenclaw. Prior to her, Padma had also been placed in Ravenclaw, while her sister had been sorted into Gryffindor. With a helpless gesture towards Harry, Hill indicated that he was somewhat preoccupied. Given Lily's demeanor, Hill believed she should have been sorted into Gryffindor. Had he not noticed that the Gryffindor table was filled with spirited girls like Lily, while Ravenclaw was predominantly composed of reserved and studious girls like Padma? Nevertheless, Lily's vibrant personality was captivating wherever she went, and soon she was engrossed in animated discussions with the surrounding students, the atmosphere seemingly quite lively. It appeared that the days ahead would not be dull. Hill had initially thought Ravenclaw would be filled with bookworms. Ron also achieved his desired placement in Gryffindor, while the last student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away, marking the end of the ceremony. Albus Dumbledore stood, beaming at the assembled students with outstretched arms, as if nothing pleased him more than seeing them all gathered together. "Welcome," he proclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I would like to share a few words. Nonsense. Blubber. Oddments. Tweak. Thank you all." He then resumed his seat. The students erupted in applause and cheers. This was Dumbledore, the man who had defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald, led the Order of the Phoenix against Voldemort, and ultimately orchestrated Voldemort's downfall. This legendary figure, often regarded as the greatest wizard of the 20th century, was above reproach in the eyes of all. Even his eccentricities were seen as a manifestation of genuine character. Raising his glass filled with lemonade, Hill offered a silent toast to Dumbledore, regardless of whether he was noticed, then drank it all in one go, a humble expression of respect for the esteemed wizard. With the sorting ceremony concluded and Dumbledore having spoken, all students were free to indulge in the bountiful feast laid before them. Especially the first years, who had never experienced such a marvelous banquet, eagerly dug in. Hill observed that Gryffindor's table was the most unruly in their eating habits, while Slytherin maintained the most decorum, with the exception of Draco's two companions, whose manners were even worse than Gryffindor's. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff adhered to a principle of modesty, eating naturally and unobtrusively, though the rate at which their food diminished was the fastest. Lastly, there was Ravenclaw, where everyone ate with a certain elegance, occasionally whispering to discuss various topics, from studies to everyday trivialities, and even debating who among the new students was the most handsome or beautiful. Hill felt honored to be voted the most handsome of the first years by many of the Ravenclaw girls. And while he did not catch the name of the most beautiful girl, from what he had seen, Lily appeared to be the fairest of them all. Gradually, Hill found himself assimilating into this vibrant atmosphere. He relished the ambience where everyone sat together unrestrained, engaging in discussions about their passions, exchanging differing opinions, and perhaps even indulging in spirited debates, yet inevitably culminating in smiles. Holding a pie, he savored it slowly, not particularly hungry, but the convivial atmosphere whetted his appetite nonetheless. Of course, he would not eat like the boisterous Gryffindors. Such gluttony would surely rob him of sleep that night. Hill, do you have anything to say about being awarded the title of most handsome freshman this year? Terry Butte, the first freshman from Ravenclaw, a seemingly quiet giant, sat across from Hill, observing him indulge in his food without uttering a word, thus taking the initiative to strike up a conversation. Naturally, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Terry was somewhat displeased with Hill's title. Not too shabby, feels rather nice, Hill replied, glancing towards the professor's table. He pointed at a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin sitting beside Professor Quirrell, saying, perhaps he once held the title of most handsome as well. Ha ha ha! Terry erupted in laughter, the discontent he felt about the most handsome title dissipating like mist. And several freshmen joined in, realizing that Hill was not as haughty as they initially perceived, but rather quite affable. However, only a handful of novice freshmen laughed. The seasoned upperclassmen wore peculiar expressions, stifling their laughter with great effort. Terry turned to a boy beside him, an upperclassman marked by the badge of a prefect, presumably the Ravenclaw head boy. Robert, why are you all holding back your laughter? Why the restraint? It appeared that Terry was quite sociable and had already acquainted himself with several individuals, while Hill had only just met Padma, Lily, and Autumn. Robert Hilliard, one of the head boys of Ravenclaw, primarily overseeing matters concerning the boys. The other is Penelope Clearwater, responsible for the girls. He introduced himself. Just call me Robert. However, if you insist on prolonging our conversation with superfluous words, I have no objections. Robert, a dashing blonde gentleman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of sophistication. He was approachable, not placing undue importance on his status as a prefect, a trait that surpassed Percy by leaps and bounds. All right, Robert, do you not find Hill's joke rather amusing? Certainly, we all find it quite entertaining. But the target of Hill's jest was rather unfortunate, Robert remarked, a peculiar expression resurfacing on his face as he regarded Hill with appreciation. Hill, do you even know who you were joking about? Professor Snape, the potions master? Hill swallowed the last morsel of his pie and took a sip of lemon juice. I've heard of him. He's a rather acerbic fellow, notoriously biased, and also the head of Slytherin House. Is that the Snape, the dreadful potions master? Terry exclaimed, clearly having also heard of Snape's infamous reputation. Fear not. Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been at odds. His ire is usually directed at Gryffindor students, and he hardly concerns himself with Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, Hill reassured the fledgling group, noticing their apprehensive expressions. Really? He won't punish us for joking about him, will he? Despite Hill's attempt at reassurance, not everyone was calmed. Padma looked toward Robert with a worried expression, seeking a more definitive answer. Oh, indeed. Hill is correct. Snape only targets Gryffindor, Robert nodded. You needn't worry. As long as you don't err, he cannot take action against you. Robert's words eased the tension among the freshmen, redirecting their focus to other engaging topics of discussion. Robert, it seems you all harbor a certain fear of Snape? Hill whispered, curious about why the Ravenclaw students wore expressions that hinted at unspoken dread. Robert nodded, leaning slightly forward. You are correct, Hill. Your observational skills and responsiveness are among the finest I have encountered. We do indeed fear him, and you could deduce the reason. Here, S.A. hint. Snape is the head of Slytherin. Robert observed Hill, who appeared deep in thought, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This freshman exhibited exceptional responsiveness and observation skills. However, Robert remained uncertain about his critical thinking and leadership capabilities. If he proved worthy, he would be the ideal candidate for head boy. Over the years, while Ravenclaw had produced intelligent students, none had truly distinguished themselves as exceptional. Everyone was aware that Snape was the head of Slytherin, but what did that have to do with Ravenclaw students fearing him? Ravenclaw had not wronged him, surely. His disdain was reserved for Gryffindor. Wait, Ravenclaw has not wronged him. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Hill as he turned to Robert, his expression one of realization. I understand now. It is because... Yet, Hill's words faltered, interrupted by a piercing gaze that made him feel as if he were being pricked by thorns. He slowly turned to look behind him. There, a figure was coldly observing him, devoid of any emotion in his eyes. Greasy black hair, a hooked nose, sallow skin. Accompanied by the absurdly scarfed Professor Quirrell. Who else could this be but Snape? But why was Snape fixating on Hill? What fueled that flicker of resentment in his gaze? Chapter 11. Response. Snape, a man of complexity, harbored only thoughts of Lily. Not the Lily seated beside Hill, but Lily Potter, Harry's mother. If memory serves, this should be Hill's first encounter with Snape. Yet why did Snape regard him with such intensity? Hill had not wronged him in any way, and surely that jest could not have reached Snape's ears, for he had been engrossed in conversation with Professor Quirrell. Noticing Hill's attention shift to the professor's table, Snape turned to exchange a few words with Quirrell, and thereafter he did not glance back. "What is the matter, Hill? Is something troubling you?" Robert inquired. Concern etched on his face. Based on Hill's earlier demeanor, Robert sensed the young man's remarkable analytical abilities. In Robert's eyes, Hill was an exemplary candidate for Ravenclaw as head boy. If no more remarkable individuals emerged in the coming years, Hill would undoubtedly succeed Robert post-graduation. Seeing Snape avert his gaze, Hill returned to the conversation, suppressing his uncertainties. He smiled, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely felt someone from the professor's table was watching me, but upon turning, I found nothing. Perhaps it was just my imagination. You certainly stirred quite a commotion earlier. Drawing attention as a Ravenclaw wielding Gryffindor's sword. It is only natural that some professors are intrigued by you. Have you come to any conclusions regarding your previous dilemma? I am quite eager to hear your thoughts. Is this a test? You seem to hold me in high regard." Perhaps, Robert conceded. Ravenclaw is home to many intelligent individuals. But intelligence does not always equate to sound judgment. He raised his cup to clink with Hill's. Thus, they require a person, a guide. "Head boy, you mean?" "Precisely." Robert nodded, unabashedly revealing his admiration for Hill, the head of Ravenclaw, who valued capability above all else, disregarding both qualifications and academic performance, and instead focusing on the ability to lead Ravenclaw down the right path. Hill shrugged, sensing Robert's implication, as if he were eager to position himself as the next head. How should one articulate this? The mindset of Ravenclaw diverges significantly from that of most wizards. Making such a decision based solely on first impressions does seem rather hasty. Does it not? Naturally, we shall continue to monitor your performance. Should you falter, we will seek out another. If someone more outstanding emerges, you will inevitably be replaced. Robert seemed to perceive Hill's thoughts and elaborated, indicating that several candidates were currently under observation, though none matched your excellence, and they remained unaware of being evaluated. That sounds rather promising. Hill nodded. Being the head of a house is indeed a considerable honor, as only 1 or 2 students from several cohorts ever attain this position, representing the pinnacle of aspiration for all elites. Now, share your thoughts. You were just beginning to speak before being interrupted. Hill instinctively considered glancing back, still curious about Snape, intrigued by the hostility emanating from him and questioning its origins. However, with Robert awaiting his response, he suppressed the urge to look back. In truth, no matter how many times he turned to glance, the answers to his inquiries would not be inscribed upon Snape's face for him to see. Earlier, he had heard that Slytherin had seemingly secured the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. Quite an impressive feat indeed. Slytherin possesses formidable strength, but Robert's words trailed off, his meaning unmistakable. While Slytherin is undeniably powerful, they have not manifested genuine prowess, capability worthy of 7 consecutive House Cup victories. The Slytherin ethos promotes achieving goals by any means necessary, and Snape, born of Slytherin, likely harbors a strong endorsement of this philosophy. Achieving one's ends by any means. Yes, by any means necessary, including the exploitation of his privileges as a professor to arbitrarily deduct points from students of other houses while awarding points to his own, thus relying on these underhanded tactics to claim 7 consecutive House Cups. Is that correct? Robert nodded emphatically, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a flicker of derision crossing his face. Indeed, however, they did not achieve those victories consecutively. It was 6 years ago that they began employing such despicable methods. Initially, they secured the House Cup through their own merits. Then they fell from grace, fixating on honor and victory, neglecting self-improvement, opting instead to diminish the scores of other houses to secure triumph. Hill shook his head, his gaze directed towards Slytherin, filled with pity. At this rate, Slytherin is on the brink of ruin. Sooner or later, when Snape can no longer protect them, should they falter, they will never rise again. Well versed in the narrative, Hill understood that years hence, with Snape's demise and the majority of students' parents embroiled with Voldemort. Though the outcomes remain unsaid, retribution is inevitable. At that moment, Slytherin will be at its weakest. If they stumble, Hogwarts may very well be reduced to just 3 houses. As for whether they will survive that fate, only time will tell. The future is in constant flux. Robert shrugged, a hint of resignation crossing his face. At least I shall not witness that day. I have only a few years until graduation, while Snape is likely to linger for decades more. Are you not discontent? To be undermined by such underhanded tactics must weigh heavily on your heart. Indeed, every Ravenclaw feels the sting of discontent. We believe we have done nothing wrong. Yet Snape relentlessly seeks reasons to deduct our points, particularly before the end of term, during which he seems omnipresent. The moment you reveal a hint of weakness, he pounces, deducting your points. A look of keen interest crossed Hill's face. This seemed rather amusing. Surely, he would not mind if I engaged him, but of course, I shall not involve Ravenclaw. Engage him? Robert's expression turned peculiar as he regarded Hill with confusion. How do you intend to do that? We typically avoid provoking him. Better to remain inconspicuous. He is a professor. If he wishes to deduct your points, he will, and he may even condemn you to failure in potions class. A troublesome predicament. Robert, do take a glance at what Snape is currently doing. Robert stealthily glanced at the professor's table, only to be taken aback by Snape's unwavering gaze fixed upon Hill, his eyes brimming with unmasked malice, as though Hill were his sworn enemy. The current situation is that Snape harbors ill will towards me. He is surely intent on making my life difficult. Hill forced a wry smile. Just moments ago, he felt the weight of that gaze, acutely aware that it originated from Snape's direction. Goodness, why target such a newcomer as you? Perhaps the onset of midlife crises has struck him. Truly, a loathsome rabid dog. Since Snape has been so overt, Hill felt no need to feign magnanimity. His assessment of Snape was that of a rabid dog, indiscriminately biting all in its path. Well, even if he's a rabid dog, what then? He will undoubtedly conjure various reasons to target you, deduct your points, and potions remains a compulsory subject. You cannot evade it. If he wishes to deduct points, let him. I shall take it all in stride. A confident smile graced Hill's lips for every point he deducts. I will earn 2 in another class. A powerful confidence radiated from Hill. Indeed, he possessed such assurance. Among the many prodigies of the Fawkes family, he undoubtedly ranks at the forefront. With a wealth of knowledge at home and the presence of Booker, who harbors the accumulated wisdom and experience of generations of Fawkes, Hill commenced his studies earlier than most, far surpassing his peers. No matter how many points Snape deducts, he can only take away small amounts, at most 5 points. Deductions exceeding that threshold would constitute a significant violation, and Hill was far too astute to willingly walk into such traps. By his calculations, the points Snape deducted would balance out with those he earned in other classes, thus avoiding any entanglement with Ravenclaw. At worst, the points gained from answering questions would merely vanish into thin air. I shall await the outcome. Do not disappoint me, Hill. Robert raised his cup once more to clink with Hill's. Should Hill truly succeed, then his role as head would be secure. In the midst of Hill and Robert's conversation, all the students had finally finished their meals, and the banquet was drawing to a close. As the food and cutlery vanished from the table, Dumbledore rose once more. The hall fell silent once again. Now that everyone is satisfied and well fed, I wish to impart a few more words. As the semester commences, I would like to present a few points for your consideration. First-year students, please be aware that the woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. Some of our older classmates ought to take heed of this as well. Dumbledore's sparkling gaze swept towards the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the 2nd week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. In conclusion, I must convey to all, those who wish to avoid unforeseen calamities and a harrowing demise, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Hill rolled his eyes. With such a statement, it was only natural that the curious students would be compelled to investigate. This may well frighten the more timid among them. Yet the exuberant Gryffindors would only be more eager to venture there. Now, before we retire for the night, let us unite in song. Dumbledore proclaimed with vigor. The faces of all the teachers and professors stiffened. At times, having a somewhat eccentric headmaster was indeed a trial. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long, golden ribbon that twisted and coiled above the grand dining table, forming lines of text. Choose your preferred melody, Dumbledore announced. Ready, sing. Thus, the entire assembly of faculty and students burst forth in song. Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge, no matter our plight. whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to wondrous things. For now they are empty, filled only with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Bestow upon us valuable wisdom. Restore to us what we have forgotten. Just give your all, and leave the rest to us. We shall endeavor to learn until we turn to dust. The song concluded in a scattered manner, yet the Weasley twins continued to harmonize with the slow melody of the funeral march. Dumbledore, conducting them with his wand for the final few bars, applauded them with the loudest cheer upon their completion. "Ah, music," he remarked, wiping his eyes, "is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now it is time for slumber, so return to your dormitories." Hill cast one last glance at the faculty table, this time noting the absence of Snape. "First years of Ravenclaw, follow me. Be sure not to lag behind." Robert clapped his hands, and the raucous table of Ravenclaws quieted down. Subsequently, all the first years dutifully stood and followed Robert as he led them out of the Great Hall. As they walked, Robert shared some important insights about Hogwarts, until they reached a landing where the path ahead ceased, or rather, the staircase was interrupted. Hogwarts boasts a total of 142 distinct staircases, each varying in form, shape, and size. Some of these staircases lead to completely different locations on different days. Thus one must be mindful of the moving staircases, lest one encounters minor troubles. After a brief wait, a moving staircase appeared, connecting to the landing, and the first years continued onward under Robert's guidance. Our common room is located at the pinnacle of Ravenclaw Tower, and the door knocker is enchanted. The common room is circular, and from the arched windows on the walls, one can gaze upon the various grounds of the school: the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the Herbology Garden. No other house possesses such a sweeping view. All followed Robert to Ravenclaw Tower, or rather, the Astronomy Tower, where their astronomy lessons would also take place. Focusing on the study of celestial positions and movements, as many wizards believe that the changes in the stars can foretell the future. Shortly thereafter, Hill and the others arrived at the entrance of the common room. The grand door was perched atop a high, winding staircase, devoid of a handle. Only a magical bronze knocker, shaped like an eagle. I do not wish to boast, but this is indeed the house of the wisest wizards. Our founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, believed that knowledge is the most valuable treasure, and we share this belief. While other houses conceal the entrances to their common rooms, we do not, for we have no need to do so. When you knock, the knocker will pose a question, and you must answer correctly to gain entry. For nearly 1,000 years, this simple barrier has kept all but Ravenclaw members at bay. Robert turned to the new students, a smile gracing his face. Who would like to try? The question won't be too difficult. It merely requires sense. It's a most intriguing little game. The first years exchanged glances, and eventually Lily stepped forward, her face alight with excitement, evidently intrigued by the magical door. She approached the entrance, grasped the bronze knocker, and lightly tapped it. The eagle's beak suddenly opened, emitting a soft, melodious voice that inquired, "What is the relationship between life and soul?" Lily furrowed her brow. The question was rather perplexing, with myriad possible answers. Which one was correct? Ravenclaw demands wisdom. Simply demonstrate your intellect. Robert observed Lily deep in thought, offering a subtle hint. A life with a soul is a complete life. A soul with life is a complete soul. Encouraged by Robert's nudge, Lily hesitated momentarily before articulating her response. Very well. The eagle nodded, and the door swung open. Lily entered, and the door closed behind her once more. "Isn't that fascinating?" Robert remarked, looking at all the first years, many of whom nodded in agreement, finding the method of entry indeed amusing. Next, Hill stepped forward, having been previously overshadowed by Lily, and was eager not to wait again. Approaching the door, he gently tapped the knocker. The familiar voice returned. "What is something that, once passed, cannot be halted?" "Time." "Excellent." Amidst the envious gazes of his peers, Hill stepped into the common room. The Ravenclaw common room was a spacious circular chamber, its walls adorned with charming arched windows draped in blue and bronze silk curtains. By day, Ravenclaws could enjoy a splendid view of the surrounding hills. The vaulted ceiling was painted with stars, harmonizing with the deep blue carpet below. Inside, there were tables, chairs, and bookshelves, and directly opposite the door stood a niche featuring a white marble portrait. It was the likeness of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, remarkably beautiful, with a gentle smile and a delicate crown of white marble, the famed diadem of Ravenclaw. Inscribed upon the golden crown were the words, "Immeasurable wisdom is a person's greatest treasure." This is the Ravenclaw common room. Chapter 12, Booker's Request. Lily, who had entered before, was now nowhere to be seen, likely having gone to the girls' dormitory. Hill noticed a junction ahead, with two staircases, one leading left, and the other to the right, each marked with the letters M and W, presumably the entrances to the dormitories. After a brief wait in the common room, Hill was soon joined by Terry, who appeared to have navigated the process with equal success. Wow, this place is truly magnificent. Clearly, Terry was quite taken with the surroundings. Having circled the common room several times, his face brimming with excitement at the prospect of living here. Terry, let us go check out the dormitory. I am utterly exhausted. I need to rest and enjoy a good night's sleep. Hill yawned, reflecting on the day's events, which had been abundant. As the initial thrill and anticipation faded, only fatigue remained. Kaka opened its eyes. It had been asleep since the sorting ceremony began and was just now awakening. No worries, I will feed you shortly. Just hold on for a moment. Kaka had only had a meal in the morning, and now it was absolutely famished. Hill had no doubt that if he delayed feeding Kaka any longer, it would unhesitatingly climb onto his face in the middle of the night, leaving a true impressionist masterpiece on him. Ascending the spiral staircase with Terry, they arrived at a corridor lined with numerous rooms. A few doors stood wide open, likely indicating the dormitories for the new students. Hill approached one of the doorways, where a piece of paper affixed to the grand black door displayed several names in neat handwriting: Terry Boot, Hill Fox, Anthony Goldstein, and Michael Corner. It seemed that Hill would be sharing a room with the three other boys from now on. Upon entering the room, they beheld their sleeping arrangements, four-poster beds adorned with deep crimson velvet drapes, each covered with a sky-blue satin duvet. The gentle sound of the wind flowing through the window was utterly soothing. Their trunks had already been delivered, save for Hill's, whose belongings remained in his pockets. Hill's bed was situated closest to the window, allowing him to gaze out at the various grounds of the school: the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the herbology garden. Placing Kaka on the bed, Hill retrieved a small cloth bag and began to unpack his belongings. Naturally, he took a moment to explain the purpose of the bag to Terry, who wore an expression of envy. Indeed, possessing such an item had alleviated a great many inconveniences. After organizing his items and placing his books on a small shelf next to the bed, Hill produced a white bowl, a white cup, and a packet of Kaka's food. Setting the bowl and cup in a corner, he poured a bit of pet food into the bowl, then took out his wand and gave it a gentle flick. Clear water, as if from a spring. A large orb of water materialized out of thin air. Hill deftly divided the orb in two, directing them to flow into the bowl and the cup respectively. The entire process was executed flawlessly, without a single misstep. Woo! Kaka leapt from the bed, jubilantly rushing towards the food. It was undeniably starving. Sitting on the bed, Hill watched with a smile as Kaka devoured the food with gusto. "Oh, Merlin above! That was truly impressive," Terry exclaimed, clearly having witnessed Hill's spellcasting. Such skillful execution and precise control were attributes he had only observed in a select few exceptional wizards, all of whom were at least twice Hill's age. Not too shabby. Once you get the hang of it, it becomes easier. The beginning was quite a mess, Hill shrugged. In truth, he had not practiced much. His quick grasp of spells and commendable control seemed more like a gift than anything else. Watching Kaka finish its meal, Hill waved his wand again, cleaning up the bowl and cup until they sparkled. This was the beauty of magic. It saved so much effort. From beneath the bed, Hill dragged out a large box, cushioned with thick padding. This would be Kaka's bed. Kaka instinctively jumped into the box, rolled around, stretched lazily, and emitted a contented sigh. "Woo! Good night, Kaka!" Hill waved his hand and pushed the box back under the bed. Taking off his shoes, Hill found that his feet no longer hurt. It was truly miraculous, considering the pain had felt akin to a fracture. After a few rounds of cleaning himself up with his magic, Hill lazily reclined on the bed, pulling the duvet over him. He was utterly exhausted. After bidding Terry good night, he closed his eyes. The events of the day flashed before him: meeting Neville and the others, searching for Neville's toad, conversing with the ghost, being struck by the sword during the sorting, Snape's furious glare, and Robert's regard. With a gentle exhale, Hill prepared to drift off to sleep. "Hey, my dear young master, I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Booker's voice suddenly rang in Hill's mind. Urgent in tone, it was rare for something to disturb Hill's slumber, indicating that it must be something significant. "Well, go ahead. I'm listening," Hill replied, shaking his head to temporarily ward off drowsiness. He had nearly succumbed to sleep moments ago. If there wasn't a compelling reason, he would not hesitate to give Booker a thorough reprimanding. "My dear young master, I just reached out to a few of my old friends, and, unfortunately, the broken cup and the wretched box are no longer here. They are indeed gone from Hogwarts, just as the book said. I remember many years ago when I was first created, I spent some time at Hogwarts, and I was quite close with them back then. They all called me boss because I was smarter than all of them." Booker, this unreliable fellow, had a tendency to ramble on, often boasting about his past glories. Taking forever to get to the point. Get to the point. Am I not getting to the point? He replied, back then I was. Hill smirked, pulling Booker from beneath his pillow, and with the cover of the duvet, yanked on Booker's front and back covers in opposite directions with force. Get to the point. Ignoring Booker's cries, Hill reiterated his previous demand. I understand. Be gentler. I know. Hill nodded in satisfaction and released his grip, stuffing Booker back under the pillow. Having learned from this lesson, it would surely know how to behave now. The cup and the pendant box are gone. And you have seen that clumsy sword. The issue at hand concerns the crown. Booker spoke of Ravenclaw's diadem, a crown crafted by Rowena Ravenclaw, one of Hogwarts' forefounders. She had imbued it with magic to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. Subsequently, her daughter Helena Ravenclaw stole the diadem, hoping it would make her wiser. What followed was a tragic tale. Barrow, sent by the dying Rowena to find Helena, lost patience, killed Helena, and then took his own life. Rowena soon fell ill and passed away, and the diadem was lost within a great tree in the Albanian forest. Later, Voldemort, aided by Helena, acquired the diadem and transformed it into a Horcrux, hiding it in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, a place even the Marauder's map could not reveal. As one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diadem was ultimately destroyed by the fiendfire unleashed by Crabbe, one of Draco's lackeys. Thus, Ravenclaw's diadem ceased to exist in this world. What does this mean? Isn't that a Horcrux of Voldemort's? Booker's voice wavered, seemingly hesitant. It spoke slowly. I know that the cup, the diadem, and the pendant box were all destroyed in the end. I also understand that if they had not been destroyed, Voldemort would not have perished completely. However, after all these years, as old friends, I wonder if there's a way to save them. How will we save them? They are Horcruxes, containing fragments of Voldemort's soul. If he doesn't emerge, we cannot do anything. The only option is to destroy the Horcruxes. Hill expressed his understanding of Booker's sentiments, but felt powerless. Even Dumbledore could not destroy Voldemort's soul fragments without harming the objects themselves, let alone Hill, who was far inferior to Dumbledore. There must be a solution. It simply has yet to be conceived. Booker's emotions were somewhat agitated. As an ancient relic, a millennium had elapsed, causing many of the people and things etched in its memory to turn to dust. The only remnants were the Sorting Hat and the artifacts left by the four founders. These were its companions, with whom it had shared an extended existence at Hogwarts, fostering a profound bond amongst them. Here silence enveloped the moment. If a solution truly existed, he would undoubtedly aid Booker, yet at this juncture, it was simply unattainable. The diadem was still resisting, as were the cup and locket. They were all battling against the fragments of Voldemort's soul. What? Booker hesitated momentarily. Certain matters had long since vanished from history with the passing of those involved. It had initially wished to refrain from mentioning them. But now silence was no longer an option. Each of the four founders had crafted a Horcrux. Booker's voice quivered slightly, as if recalling events from the past, death, that which instilled fear in all. Even the illustrious four founders could not evade this reality. They watched their loved ones age and their friends slip into eternal slumber. Even the wise Rowena, the brave Godric, despite their exceptional natures, began to succumb to fear. Horcruxes. They chose to create Horcruxes. The sword of Gryffindor, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the cup of Hufflepuff, the locket of Slytherin. Each had fashioned a Horcrux, yet they still met their demise. Here spoke calmly, acknowledging that despite the founders' creation of Horcruxes, they ultimately failed to conquer death, becoming mere fragments of history. Indeed, they perished. Booker's voice grew somber. The requirements for this method were excessively high. A successful Horcrux was invariably accompanied by an act of murder, fracturing one's soul and infusing a piece of it within. This constituted a true Horcrux, an exceedingly malevolent method. It was indeed the most sinister form of dark magic. Here discern the implied meaning in Booker's words. Was it possible that the Horcruxes of the four founders were not perfect? Was it their imperfection that rendered them unable to resist death's encroachment? Precisely. The four founders had hesitated before crafting Horcruxes. They deemed the cost too steep, refusing to sacrifice an innocent life in exchange for their own immortality. Booker's voice rose in pride. They had chosen the most arduous path, shattering their souls through sheer effort to create Horcruxes. They aspired to forge a pure, unblemished Horcrux. Yet they failed, did they not? No, they succeeded. Chapter 13, The Unfathomable Hostility. The protagonist's conflict with Snape erupts. It is impossible to pass this year without turmoil. How could this be? Were they not all deceased? If the Horcruxes had succeeded, they should have been immortal. They successfully crafted Horcruxes, immaculate Horcruxes, pristine Horcruxes. However, this Horcrux could not grant them eternal life. It was a grand deception. Booker's voice brimmed with anger, intertwined with sorrow and regret. The so-called Horcrux of immortality was nothing more than a colossal ruse. Horcruxes, concealing a fragment of one's soul within an object, ensures that even if one's body perishes, they do not die. For a part of their soul remains unscathed, lingering in the world. This is the legend of Horcrux immortality. Why must a complete Horcrux come at the cost of murder? The life taken in this act is essentially a sacrifice, a presence offered in tribute. With it, one may offset death. However, this offset is not eternal. The individual must continuously kill, perpetually offering other souls as sacrifices to persist. How could the four founders possibly engage in such acts? Upon discovering the truth, they chose to abandon this path, preferring to await death rather than cling to life through such sordid means. Thus, they all ultimately perished, did they not? Yes, they all died, yet the Horcruxes they created endured, preserving their essence in an alternative manner, with the four artifacts inheriting their spirits and qualities. So what should I do? Or rather, what can I do? As Horcruxes, those three entities harbor fragments of the founder's souls, embodying their most intrinsic essence. Although Voldemort successfully infused his own soul fragments within them, those three entities fiercely resisted. They had not yet succumbed. Booker's words quickened in pace, as if envisioning those three friends valiantly battling against the encroachment of Voldemort's soul fragments. An urgent desperation filled its voice, yet it felt powerless. I need time. I shall undoubtedly find a solution. My dear young master, your humble servant Booker beseeches you. Until I discover a resolution, you must safeguard those three entities. Hirton nodded without hesitation. Out of respect for the noble qualities of the four founders, he could not idly watch as the artifacts representing their enduring legacy were destroyed. 5 years. No, grant me 4 years. I shall certainly find a means to rescue those three entities. Until then, I hope you will locate and protect them well. No problem. Such a lengthy span is adequate. I will reclaim those three items within 4 years. Splendid. Thank you, my beloved young master. Booker's voice softened. I shall not disturb your slumber any longer. I too must take my rest. Wait a moment, Booker, is there truly no immortality? Here recalled this question. Is there genuinely no method for eternal life? Death felt distant, yet the tale of the four founders served as a poignant reminder. Horcruxes, this superficial remedy, has proven utterly unreliable. Thus, should the day arrive when he faces death, would he resort to any means necessary for survival? I do not know. My master, perhaps there is not. Booker's voice was filled with uncertainty. By the way, I may not be present often in the future, as I must devote myself to finding a way to rescue them. Only the most basic query function will remain available to you. Consider me akin to Tom Riddle's diary. Of course, my capabilities far surpass that mere diary. It seems Booker is truly serious this time. Their conversations may become infrequent. Very well, go about your business. I'm no longer an ignorant child. I have grown immensely since those days. Well then, my dear young master, good night. Good night. Embracing a sense of tranquility in his mind, Hirton sighed softly. Even a character as irreverent as Booker displayed an extraordinary side when that which it cherished was threatened. He retrieved Booker once more from beneath his pillow. However, this time, it remained unresponsive, its essence resembling that of an ordinary notebook, devoid of any distinguishing features. For years, I must gather the cup, locket, and diadem within this time frame. As for the diadem, it is conveniently located in the room of requirement, accessible whenever needed. The locket is with creature. Obtaining it will not pose a significant challenge. Only the cup remains, hidden within Gringotts. Of course, it is not impossible, but acquiring it in the short term is out of the question. Here devised a plan for the future. Many endeavors were beyond his current abilities and would have to wait several years for implementation. Though it presents a challenge, that is precisely what makes it intriguing. With a sense of excitement and anticipation, Hirton drifted into slumber, this time undisturbed. Sleep interlude. As Hill, Terry, and a few roommates strolled along, they engaged in lighthearted conversation, reflecting on the recently concluded history of magic class. Hey, did you all see? I actually answered Professor Bin's question and earned 3 points, exclaimed Anthony Goldstein, one of Hill's roommates, a boy with a rather flamboyant personality and the most extroverted among the four. Terry had already astonished Hill by mingling with several people at dinner. But Anthony had managed to forge connections with a dozen individuals, even befriending a few from Hufflepuff. Oh, come on, we all witnessed it. Terry scoffed with a playful smirk. Devoid of malice, merely wishing to temper Anthony's pride. You were fast asleep at the time, and when Professor Binns called on you, you looked utterly bewildered. But I still managed to answer, didn't I? Anthony retorted. Only because Hill passed you a note, came a soft voice from Michael Corner, the most introverted member of their dormitory, often silent. However, witnessing Anthony take credit for Hill's assistance prompted him to speak up. Anthony flushed slightly. You all saw that? Indeed. Terry and Michael nodded in unison. Damn it, Anthony exclaimed, stamping his foot, his face a mask of frustration. If you all noticed, then Professor Binns must have too. He may not have said anything, but he surely remembers me. Next class, he'll definitely call on me again. Oh, how delightful. Our clever Anthony will once again earn 3 points for Ravenclaw. Terry clapped mockingly, relishing the sight of Anthony's dismay. You should really hit the books. You can't rely on Hill forever. When finals come around, you'll need to depend on yourself, Michael advised gently, his inherent kindness shining through despite his shyness. Anthony's expression morphed into one of anguish. For him, studying was the most tormenting task. He had initially aspired to be sorted into Gryffindor, but the sorting hat had placed him in Ravenclaw, citing his intelligence as the rationale for belonging among the clever. Glancing at Hill, who had remained silent since class ended, a rather unusual occurrence, as he had been quite jovial before their history of magic lesson, Anthony said, Hill, thank you for your assistance this time, but please don't remind me next history of magic class. Professor Binns must have caught on. He remembers me now and will surely call on me often in the future. Hill regarded Anthony with a peculiar expression, a suppressed grin evident on his face, reminiscent of Robert and the others from that night. Professor Binns remembers you? Are you quite certain, Anthony? Absolutely. He called on me to answer a question. How could he possibly forget me? Well then, please do reflect on that moment. Hill shrugged, exchanging knowing glances with the other 2 roommates, unable to contain his smile any longer. What did he actually call you? Let me think. Didn't he really pay attention at the time? Anthony pondered, stopping in the middle of the corridor while the others waited patiently in silence. Damn it. Anthony's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he stared at Hill. He called me up and said, curse you. You answer this question. Is that right? It turns out he didn't even know who I was, did he? Ha ha ha. Terry finally burst out, his laughter ringing through the corridor, drawing the attention of passing students. However, upon realizing they were Ravenclaw students, the onlookers quickly diverted their gaze. Ravenclaw was notorious for harboring the most eccentric individuals. Any peculiar behavior, such as squatting in an open area to count ants, was simply par for the course. Hill smiled as he patted Anthony on the shoulder, patiently explaining, Professor Binns is infamous for his forgetfulness. Haven't you heard how he became a ghost? The trio shook their heads. They had not heard that tale, or they wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Legend has it that one day while heading to class, Professor Binns forgot to bring his body along, thus transforming into a ghost. The 3 of them gaped, their mouths agape. It would have been quite easy to fit an egg inside. All right, Anthony, no need to worry about Professor Binns. In fact, it's the next class you should be concerned about. Hill displayed the books in his hand, potions and elixirs, and 80,000 magical herbs and fungi. The next lesson was indeed potions class, the very subject that sent shivers down the spines of all Ravenclaw students, taught by the formidable Professor Snape, often referred to as Mad Dog by Hill. Unluckily, the upcoming class was potions, and Hill had already prepared for a confrontation with Snape. He was no pushover like Neville, who could be easily manipulated, although the Fawkes family had only him as its representative, as a 1,000-year-old lineage. Even a fraction of its legacy was sufficient to deal with a figure like Snape, while some power had been usurped by Lucius. As long as Hill was willing to negotiate and offer certain benefits in exchange, Lucius would have no choice but to comply. When it came to Snape, Hill felt little trepidation. However, he knew to treat Dumbledore with caution, for he was not an adversary to be underestimated. With an air of nonchalance, Hill entered the potions classroom alongside the anxious Terry and their companions. The potions class was held in a chilling underground chamber, far colder than the castle above. Glass jars lined the walls, containing preserved specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. The entire classroom was filled with various cabinets and jars, housing rare ingredients for concocting the most complex potions, and magical substances could be found in abundance. With greasy hair, a hooked nose, and a pallor rendered sallow from prolonged exposure to potions, Snape stood at the front of the classroom, coldly scrutinizing each student as they entered. When his gaze landed on Hill and his friends, it sharpened with unmistakable hostility, brimming with deep-seated rage and hatred. Feeling Snape's piercing stare, Hill merely glanced back at him with indifference, his expression replete with disdain, mockery, and a hint of pity. Indeed, pity. No one held any affection for him, not even the one he secretly admired, Lily. Even Dumbledore merely utilized him. He was a mad dog, biting anyone in sight when provoked. If he weren't of any use, Dumbledore would never tolerate his behavior. Did he truly believe that the heads of the other 3 houses were blind? Did he think no one had ever lodged a complaint with Dumbledore? Come on, Snape. Show me just how formidable you really are. Chapter 14, Confrontation. Snape stood there, expressionless, locking eyes with Hill coldly until the classroom filled with students and the lesson officially commenced. As was customary, the first class required attendance to be taken, and Snape swiftly completed the roll call without uttering a single unnecessary word. You have come here to delve into the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. He spoke, his voice rising just above a whisper, yet every word was distinctly heard by all. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless ability to maintain order within a classroom, a formidable presence that commanded respect. In this space where wand-waving was deemed foolish, many among you may find it hard to believe that this is indeed magic. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the marvel of the simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant wisps of steam. Nor can I anticipate your understanding of the liquid that courses through one's veins, a substance capable of stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of foolish simpleton I often encounter. A smirk flickered at the corner of Hill's mouth. It seemed the events destined to unfold on Friday were about to transpire prematurely for Harry. Did they truly believe everyone was a soft target? As expected, following his brief introduction, Snape immediately challenged Hill. Fox, what would be the result of adding daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? The combination of daffodil root and wormwood could yield a potent sleeping draught known as the elixir of life. Hill smirked, finding the question rather mundane. If I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you go? A bezoar is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, renowned for its potent detoxifying properties. Then tell me, what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? Aconite and wolfsbane refer to the same plant, commonly known as monkshood. Snape's inquiries came swiftly, but Hill's responses were even swifter. Often, he answered before the questions were fully articulated. Wow, impressive. He can't possibly have memorized the entire magical herbs and fungi. Perhaps, indeed, he was a true Ravenclaw. Hill maintained an impassive expression, betraying no change in his demeanor. One student correctly surmised that he had indeed memorized magical herbs and fungi, along with numerous other tomes. Hill considered his memory to be quite commendable. Snape appeared momentarily taken aback. He had heard of the Fawkes family's erudition, yet Hill was an orphan, devoid of formal guidance, which was why Snape had sought to undermine him. However, much to Snape's surprise, Hill was more than prepared. Why don't you jot all this down? Listening to the hushed whispers of his peers, Snape emitted a cold huff and turned to Hill, saying, "Not bad. I hope you are this fortunate next time." Hill merely smiled, non-committal. Snape would not relent. Their battle had only just begun. Snape divided them into pairs and instructed them to concoct a simple potion for treating scabies. It was not overly complex. Yet for first-year students unacquainted with potions, it proved quite challenging. Snape strode around the classroom in his long black cloak, observing as they measured dried nettles and crushed snake fangs, with nearly every student receiving criticism, except for Hill. Naturally, Hill denied Snape any opportunity. He skillfully and precisely prepared all the ingredients, his movements deft and accurate, leaving his partner Michael in a state of astonishment. This straightforward task was one Hill had performed countless times in the basement of his family villa. He had long since mastered this simple potion making. Following a specific sequence to add all the ingredients into the cauldron, after several operations, he extinguished the flame, revealing a light blue viscous liquid within. It resembled a salve, with only a slight trace of black impurities. This was unavoidable. Hill's technique was flawless, yet the potion's purity was inherently variable. The higher the purity, the fewer impurities. The clearer the color, and the more potent the effect. Savoring the faint herbal aroma wafting from the potion, Hill nodded in satisfaction. This was undoubtedly his finest concoction to date. He owed a debt of gratitude to Snape, for had he not been watching so intently, he might not have achieved such perfection. Is this simple potion enough to make you proud? To me, it appears rather mediocre. Snape offered a disparaging review. It was a nonsensical critique. If a first-year student could outperform Snape, what purpose would Snape serve? Hill remained silent, merely gazing at Snape with an inscrutable expression. Snape scoffed, eyeing Michael, who had remained idle throughout Hill's efforts. Why has your partner not contributed? Due to his laziness, Ravenclaw loses a point. Meldo. Hill enunciated clearly, unable to contain his disdain for Snape any longer. A sudden hush fell over the classroom. Every student had heard Hill's words, their expressions filled with dread, knowing Snape would undoubtedly retaliate. And indeed, Snape saw his opportunity. "What did you say?" "I said, Mad Dog, Professor Snape. For insulting a teacher, Ravenclaw loses 10 points. A cold smirk flashed across Snape's face. "Fox, if you attempt to challenge my authority with your foolishness, I welcome the challenge." Hill brushed aside a few strands of silver hair that had fallen into his eyes, his silver gaze brimming with mockery, as he replied in a serious tone, "Professor Snape, do you truly consider yourself a mad dog?" The classroom grew even quieter, save for the suppressed breaths of the students. "Fox, do you dare to insult a teacher again?" Snape felt as though his lungs might explode from rage. This scoundrel from the Fox family bore little resemblance to his kin. He was a complete fool. Dumbledore is far too cautious, merely a naive child, flaunting his cleverness. Nothing more. "Oh, Merlin above, I swear by your character, dear teacher, that I meant no disrespect. I merely used the term mad dog in passing. Yet you took it personally and deducted points from me." Hill's tone grew increasingly soft, his expression amiable, paired with his smile. Michael felt as if he were gazing at a cunning fox. Such was the demeanor of a sly fox after executing a successful scheme. "So, may I interpret your words to mean that you, Professor Snape, also consider yourself a mad dog? For defying a teacher, Ravenclaw loses an additional 5 points." Snape's fury vanished in an instant, replaced by a smug grin. "Fox, due to your folly, Ravenclaw has lost a total of 15 points. If this year's House Cup is forfeited by just 15 points, I shall relish watching you face the ire of your fellow Ravenclaws." Snape regained his composure, or perhaps he had never truly lost his temper. No. He had endured far worse insults in the past. The jibes of a mere child did not faze him. If he harbored such a lack of tolerance, he would not be the most trusted spy of Dumbledore. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Hill's face. It seemed he had somewhat underestimated Snape. Patience was indeed one of Snape's strengths. "Suit yourself. You are the professor, and may deduct points at your whim." "How impressive you are," Hill remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "but it is merely 1 potion class a week." Defying a teacher again? 2 more points deducted. "What I wish to convey is that for every point you deduct from me in potions class, I will earn 2 points in another subject." With unwavering determination, Hill locked eyes with Snape, his silver gaze unyielding. Charms, Transfiguration, History of Magic, Defense against the Dark Arts, Herbology, Astronomy. "Oh, I find your deductions utterly inconsequential. For every point you take from me in potions, I shall reclaim 2 in other classes." Snape, however, paid no heed to Hill's provocation. He merely cast a cold glance in his direction before turning away. It was nothing more than the insolence of a child, unworthy of his concern, especially since he had already deducted 17 points from Hill, implying that he would need to acquire 34 points in other classes within a week. Prior to the next potions lesson, watching Snape depart, Hill chuckled softly to himself. 34 points would indeed prove challenging, but challenges are what make life interesting. Otherwise, watching Harry and his friends embark on their adventures would be dreadfully dull. Seated behind Hill were Lily and Padma, a duo that had managed to escape Snape's ire, thanks to Lily's agile handling of their tasks despite her spirited nature. Suddenly, Hill caught a whiff of a potent acidic scent, reminiscent of sulfuric acid, a smell he had encountered in a Muggle laboratory. A noxious green smoke rose from their workstation, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Their cauldron had toppled, spilling its contents across the table and onto the stone floor, causing it to emit acrid smoke. Some of the liquid splattered dangerously close to Padma. Frozen in fear, let out a startled shriek. Yet, Lily pushed her aside, taking the brunt of the spill, leaving several corrosive droplets on her arm. Red, swollen welts appeared on Lily's skin, a sight that was truly alarming. "Fool!" Snape roared, waving his wand to clear the spilled potion from the floor. "I imagine you failed to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills, did you?" Lily was drenched in cold sweat, yet she bore the pain in silence, merely offering comfort to the sobbing Padma. Hill shook his head. It seemed Padma had made the same mistake as Neville, though she was fortunate that Lily had pushed her aside, leaving her only shaken. Drawing his wand, Hill gently swirled it, extracting a portion of the potion meant to treat the welts from his cauldron, hoping it would prove effective. "Fox, what on earth are you doing?" Snape's icy glare halted Hill's attempt to apply the potion to Lily's wounds. "Saving a life. Do you truly believe that your subpar potion could possibly be of any use?" Snape seized the opportunity to belittle Hill. "I have confidence in its efficacy. If we do not treat this swiftly, it will surely leave a scar." Hill retorted defiantly, fully aware that if Lily bore a scar due to a delay in treatment, it would haunt her for life, and Padma would carry the burden of guilt forever. Your confidence is worthless in my eyes. Hill scoffed, ceasing his argument with Snape. He turned his attention to the spilled cauldron on Lily's table, where a small amount of the liquid remained. With a resolute glint in his eyes, he rolled up his sleeve and seized the cauldron, pouring the remaining liquid onto his own arm. Merlin above. He poured that substance on his own arm. What is he thinking? I suppose he's testing the potion. Good heavens. Doesn't he feel any pain? Just watching him makes me wince. As Hill engaged in this self-destructive act, all the students averted their gazes, having never witnessed such self-inflicted cruelty before. Instinctively, a sense of awe began to blossom within them towards Hill. Chapter 15. The Test of the Potion. Hiss. The sulfuric liquid dripped onto Hill's arm, searing several large welts into his flesh, leaving one of his arms looking ghastly. Lily's eyes were fixed on Hill's arm, which had become as marred as her own, nay, even worse. In that moment, her typically carefree demeanor was replaced by a profound unease. She felt utterly lost, unsure of what to say or do. Padma had ceased her weeping, her gaze fixed on Hill's self-experimentation, her eyes twitching in distress. How much pain must he be enduring? Regret, guilt, and self-reproach gnawed at her, prompting her to burst into tears once more. Hill merely regarded Snape with an icy stare, a calm smile still gracing his features. With a flick of his other hand, he summoned a portion of the prepared potion for treating the welts and splashed it onto his arm. Sizzle. The still warm potion met the welts, contorting Hill's face in agony. A flush spread across his features, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, while the veins in his hand pulsed ominously as he gripped his wand with such fervor that it creaked, as if it might snap at any moment. Enduring unimaginable pain, Hill managed to force a smile, his silver eyes shimmering with brilliance, causing Snape, who met his gaze, to feel as though he were facing a ravenous wolf. Instinctively, Snape averted his eyes. How could I be intimidated by a mere child? Professor Snape, is this sufficient? I have proven the efficacy of my potion. Hill extended his arm, revealing that the potion had significantly reduced the welts, leaving only a few stubborn remnants. His potion was indeed effective. Oomph. Snape scoffed, striding purposefully toward the shelf, retrieving a vial of pale blue liquid. With a flick of his wand, he produced a glob of amber-like substance and evenly coated it over Lily's arm. Clearly, Snape's potion possessed a high degree of purity and potency, for in mere moments, all of the welts on Lily's arm had vanished. Fox, refrain from showcasing your inferior potions in the future. Snape stored the vial and wand, addressing both him and Lily. Please visit Madame Pomfrey for further treatment. A flicker of surprise crossed Hill's face. How had Snape suddenly become so benevolent? Yet he dismissed such thoughts, and, summoning his weary strength, nodded to Lily before leading the way out of the dungeon classroom. As he reached the door, he heard Snape's voice behind him. Fox, your recklessness has caused significant disruption to our normal lessons. Well, it was foolish to expect Snape to let him off easily. Holding any hope for leniency was undoubtedly the most foolish thing Hill had ever done. Of course, I shall not deduct points this time. Instead, you shall clean the potions classroom after school. After a brief pause, Hill called back without turning. Thank you for your mercy, Professor Snape. He emphasized the word mercy with palpable weight, a meaning understood by all. As Snape's cold snort echoed behind him, Hill and Lily exited the potions classroom, making their way to Madame Pomfrey for another round of treatment, lest they risk lingering ailments. Madame Pomfrey's infirmary was located on the 4th floor, necessitating a considerable trek ahead. Hill led the way, with Lily trailing behind. As Hill walked, he pondered the origins of Snape's animosity towards him. After much contemplation, he surmised that the grievances of the previous generation must have somehow bled into the current one. It was likely that his father had provoked Snape in some manner during his youth. Wasn't Harry the quintessential example of being a scapegoat? Due to the actions of his father, James, and his mischievous friends against Snape, compounded by James's appropriation of Snape's beloved Lily. It was no wonder Snape harbored disdain for Harry. Had Harry's mother not been Lily, and had he not inherited her striking green eyes, it was probable that Snape would have dealt him a far harsher fate. Reflecting on his own father, Adric, Hill realized he possessed scant knowledge about him. Aside from knowing he was exceptionally intelligent, the details of his profession and social connections remained a mystery. Despite searching through his home, Hill found not a single item pertaining to his parents. No notebooks, photographs, or letters. Everything seemed to have been meticulously erased. Hill remained perplexed as to why Adric had ventured to the Potter residence that fateful night. Surely, due to the unbreakable vow, even if he had been there, he would not have been able to see the Potters. What could have compelled him to go? These questions perhaps only Adric himself could answer, or maybe Voldemort knew something. Moreover, Hill often wondered if Dumbledore had truly failed to notice Voldemort lurking behind Quirrell, given Quirrell's clumsy demeanor and the fact that he had interacted with Snape. It seemed implausible that Dumbledore was unaware. Yet, why did he permit Voldemort's machinations to continue? Was it merely to nurture Harry? It is regrettable. I had intended to conceal my talents, allowing them to perceive me as an arrogant young imp. Now, in a moment of impulsiveness, I only hope Snape has not overestimated my capabilities. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus to Lily, who trailed behind. Her heart was tumultuous as she observed Hill ahead of her, a complex expression gracing her features. For the first time, she found herself unable to decipher a person, particularly the boy who walked ahead without a glance back. Lily hailed from a family of wizards. Both her parents were magical, and their household was harmonious. Remarkably, her parents were still alive, having avoided the tragic fate of being orphaned. Her father worked at the Ministry of Magic, possessing a delightful sense of humor that often elicited laughter from the family. Her mother was a unique figure, a writer of horror novels that could send children scurrying under their blankets in terror. She relished reading her chilling tales to Lily before bed, frequently instilling in her a fear of sleep. Growing up in such an environment, her parents had allowed her considerable freedom, imposing little restraint on her character. Consequently, Lily developed a multifaceted personality, one that seemed rather unconventional to outsiders, not at all typical of a girl. She was bold, often braver than most boys. She delighted in reading, particularly obscure genres, including ghost stories, and had even perused several books on psychology, albeit with only a rudimentary understanding. Lily was extroverted and vivacious, maintaining closer relations with boys than with many girls. In essence, her demeanor was more akin to that of a boy. Yet she possessed a sensitivity and intricacy of emotion that surpassed that of many girls, an innate quality of femininity. She was a complex individual, her outward appearance starkly contrasting her inner self, even to the point of being entirely opposite. "Hey, Hill," Lily called out, watching as he turned around. A look of confusion etched on his face. Her heart raced unexpectedly. "Is there something you need?" "Thank you." Lily had never felt quite this way before. Gazing at Hill's handsome visage, her heart fluttered like a startled fawn, and though myriad words danced on the tip of her tongue, she managed to utter only those three. "Oh, it's nothing. We're classmates. It's only natural to help one another." "Yet, the price you paid seems rather steep," Lily remarked, recalling the harrowing sight of Hill testing the potion, his eyes betraying a terrifying intensity as though he were ready to devour someone whole. The lengths he had gone for a classmate were astonishing. She doubted she could ever do the same. Indeed, it was somewhat excessive. However, without such actions, I would have had no means to compel Snape to assist. Hill scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. "My potion is still not perfect. If it leaves scars, I would carry that guilt for a lifetime." Snape, on the other hand, despite his rather unpleasant demeanor, truly excels in potion making. This is a gamble, hoping that Snape retains a shred of humanity. Lily's gaze fell upon the remnants of scabs on Hill's arm, and the sight of his trembling limb made it clear that he was in pain. "Let us proceed to Madame Pomfrey. I am uneasy without an examination," Hill suggested. Madame Pomfrey's healing skills are exceptional. It is said that Snape was her student during his time at Hogwarts. "Oh, very well," Lily responded quickly, following closely behind as Hill turned away. To her, Hill's silhouette appeared remarkably tall, imbued with a sense of security. It felt as though any problem would pale in comparison to his presence. "Just classmates?" Lily murmured softly, recalling a Muggle fairy tale she had once read about a prince and a princess. Yet, did this prince truly regard her as a princess? A small seed of hope began to sprout within Lily's heart, though whether it would yield sweetness or bitterness remained uncertain. It must be said that Madame Pomfrey's expertise was indeed unparalleled. With but a smidgen of ointment, the remnants of Hill's scabs vanished completely, while the faint marks on Lily's hands were restored to their original pristine state after treatment with a particular potion. Children these days do not take enough care of themselves, often injuring themselves, Madame Pomfrey lamented while tending to Hill's arm. "By the way, child, what is your name?" "Hill Fawkes." "Oh, a little one from the Fawkes family. Your father's name is Adric, is it not?" "I remember him well. He was a remarkably steady boy, maturing far beyond his peers." It was not surprising that Madame Pomfrey recognized Adric, having served as Hogwarts matron long ago. Yet, her familiarity with him piqued Lily's curiosity. Could she glean some insight into Adric's past from her? "Do you know my father? I mean, did he often visit the infirmary?" Lily asked as she finished treating her own wounds, sitting quietly while observing the exchange between Hill and Madame Pomfrey. Adric? Was it Hill's father? Why inquire about his past from Madame Pomfrey? Would it not be better to ask him directly? Could it be that Adric was no longer among the living? Madame Pomfrey applied a dark, foul-smelling ointment to Hill's arm, but its efficacy was undeniable. He felt a cooling relief as the pain diminished significantly. Adric. He must have frequented the infirmary more than any of his peers. Let me think. Due to Quidditch, he visited 3 times, and he had 2 mishaps in potions class. There was a time when Slytherin and Gryffindor clashed, engaging in a series of pranks that eventually ensnared Ravenclaw. Consequently, your father led Ravenclaw into the fray, resulting in him visiting the infirmary a staggering 5 times. Madame Pomfrey pondered for a moment before recounting the number of times Adric had visited the infirmary, revealing that he had indeed been quite an active individual in his youth. Beneath his calm and mature exterior lay a fervent passion. A smirk appeared on Hill's lips, suggesting that his father had also been rather unruly in his younger days. Is he well? It has been quite some time since I last heard any news about him. To be honest, I find myself missing him. He was a remarkably polite young man, gentle, courteous, and charming. Many girls came to visit him in the infirmary when he was injured. He is dead, or rather, missing. I mean, the outcome may very well be the same. Hill's voice was remarkably calm, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. That night, he encountered the Dark Lord at the Potter's doorstep, and thereafter, the Dark Lord vanished, forever silenced by the boy who would not perish. My father, however, was entirely lost, leaving behind only his wand and a pool of blood. After a brief pause, he added, I suspect he may truly be dead. Oh, Merlin above. Madame Pomfrey's hand trembled, causing a vial to slip from her grasp, only to be swiftly caught by the quick-witted Hill. Lily, who had been quietly observing, exhibited a look of astonishment. Had Hill's father truly passed away a decade ago? Poor child, what of your mother? She inquired. I heard Adric married shortly after graduation, to the youngest daughter of the Black family. I believe her name was Helena. Adric is deceased. She must have raised you alone, which could not have been easy. My mother had already passed before my father went missing. Oh, Merlin above. Madame Pomfrey's eyes glistened with tears as she retrieved a handkerchief to dab at her eyes, her expression heavy with sorrow. She evidently had a close relationship with Hill's father. Unable to contain herself, Lily asked, Hill, how have you managed all these years? It is difficult to fathom how a child who lost his parents at the tender age of 1 could navigate a decade of life. He must have endured considerable hardship and suffering. Fairly well, I suppose. My father's relatives lent substantial support, and thanks to their assistance, life has been relatively smooth. Hill smiled faintly, acknowledging that he had indeed fared well, with no concerns for food or shelter, though living alone could be somewhat lonely. Yet, I have grown accustomed to it. As he observed the breathable bandage wrapped around his arm, Hill stood up and addressed Madame Pomfrey, saying, I believe I should take my leave now. I shall not impose further, Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey intended to retain Hill, yet upon noticing the resoluteness in his eyes, she sighed and allowed him to depart. Seeing Hill rise to leave, Lily hurriedly bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey and swiftly followed after him. Adric, what a splendid child. She sighed. Shaking her head, Madame Pomfrey closed the door to the infirmary, seeking a moment of solitude. Observing Hill's continued silence, Lily found herself at a loss for words. What could she say to comfort him? Surely, he must be weary of platitudes by now. His expression had remained quite neutral when Madame Pomfrey had offered her consolation, suggesting he had heard such words countless times before. What should I say? Lily bemoaned, striking her head lightly with her fist. Usually quick-witted and fearless. Why was it that now she found herself speechless? At the stairway, Hill halted and turned to Lily, who was still trailing behind him. You should return to the common room and rest. I will bring your books back. And you? I? Hill shrugged, a look of resignation crossing his face. Snape has tasked me with cleaning the potions classroom. I must attend to that. His expression of exasperation was genuine. Heaven knows how much trouble Snape would concoct for him with this opportunity. Seeing the dejected and helpless look on Hill's face, Lily couldn't help but chuckle. His expression was simply too endearing. What are you laughing at? Hill's countenance shifted to one of annoyance as he regarded Lily, who was struggling to stifle her laughter. It's all because of you. Lily suppressed her urge to laugh further, realizing that despite Hill's outward maturity, he was still merely an 11-year-old boy. Perhaps his actions seemed mature, but deep down he was still just a child. All right, I must head to the potions classroom now. Class should be over by now. Blast! It appears my dinner hopes are dashed. Hill calculated the time. Hogwarts forbade electronic devices, and for one accustomed to the conveniences of Muggle technology, this was exceedingly frustrating. I will bring you something to eat. Consider it a reward for your assistance. Lily smiled, genuinely pleased to be able to help Hill. Marvelous! Hill exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. I shall take my leave then. Watching Hill disappear around the corner of the staircase, Lily shook her head, reflecting on his complexity, sometimes composed, at other times carefree. At times wise, yet at others naive. Hill, you truly are a conundrum. Having alleviated his greatest worry, Hill strode with lightened steps toward the potions classroom. As expected, class had indeed concluded, yet Snape remained, presumably waiting for Hill. Quite decent of you not to keep me waiting, Snape remarked coldly, his expression perpetually stern, as though others owed him a debt. The brooms, mops, and buckets are over there. Remember to clean thoroughly. Do not give me a reason to deduct points. Hill lazily approached the designated area for cleaning supplies, grasping a broom to commence sweeping the dust from the floor. Such tasks were typically reserved for house elves. Yet some professors prefer to impose cleaning duties on disobedient students. Clearly, Snape was among the foremost in this regard. His potions classroom had seldom seen the intervention of house elves. With ample time at his disposal and the promise of others bringing him dinner, Hill felt no urgency, proceeding to sweep at a leisurely pace, so leisurely that even Snape began to take notice. Fawkes, have you not eaten? At this rate, you won't finish cleaning by tomorrow night. Snape's scathing remarks pierced through the air, but Hill paid them no mind. The events of the day had proven that battling Snape would be a protracted endeavor, one not to be resolved with mere words. Oh, dear Severus, there you are. I've been searching for you with great difficulty. A gentle yet authoritative voice interjected. Ah, Mr. Fawkes is with you. What seems to be the issue? Has he erred? Hill looked up to confirm his suspicion. Who else could it be but Dumbledore? Yet, what was the purpose of his visit? Noticing Hill had paused from his sweeping, Snape frowned. Continue cleaning. If I return and find you slacking, humph. Oh, Severus, young people, especially children, are bound to make mistakes. We must be more forgiving. Dumbledore regarded the silent Hill with warmth. By the way, young Fawkes, your father Adric shared a good rapport with you, if I recall correctly. Hill's actions momentarily faltered, yet he resumed his sweeping. Naturally, his attention shifted to the dialogue between Dumbledore and Snape. Humph. I believe Adric was the greatest mistake of my life. Snape cast a fierce glare at Hill before addressing Dumbledore, saying, if there is something to discuss, let us do so outside. Dumbledore nodded in agreement and accompanied Snape as they exited. Just before passing through the door, he cleared his throat and seemed to mutter to himself. I recall that using spells for cleaning can be quite effective, and Severus did not seem to object. Watching Dumbledore's figure vanish through the doorway, Hill paused momentarily, then tossed aside the broom and drew his wand, waving it gently several times. With a flick of his wand, the fallen broom stood upright and swiftly began to sweep the floor. A bucket filled with clean water, and after moistening the mop, it commenced mopping the already clean floor. Meanwhile, a cloth soared to the table, automatically wiping it down. All the tools moved as if operated by an unseen hand, efficiently and elegantly tidying the entire potions classroom. A look of delight spread across Hill's face. Had Dumbledore not diverted Snape's attention, and had he not reminded him, he would still be fumbling about, cleaning painstakingly bit by bit. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, as managing so many objects, directing them to perform different tasks. And sustaining this effort proved to be quite taxing. Fortunately, Hill had encountered similar experiences long before and had grown accustomed to utilizing his wand to resolve issues. Thus, he executed the tasks with remarkable proficiency. At last, after 10 minutes, the potions classroom was spotless. Calculating the time, he realized he would still make it to dinner. After arranging everything neatly, Hill joyfully dashed out of the potions classroom. Snape would surely return in a foul mood, perhaps even deducting points, but what did it matter? He had never harbored high hopes for him, anyway. On his way to the Great Hall, Hill unexpectedly encountered Harry and the others, who also appeared to be heading for dinner. Hey, how was your day, Hill? Harry asked excitedly. For him, life at Hogwarts felt like paradise. Everything was so fresh and captivating. The enchantment of magic enthralled him. At the same time, Harry realized that he was not alone. Many here, like him, hailed from Muggle families and had never anticipated their identities as wizards and witches. There's so much to learn, and even someone like Ron, born into a wizarding family, found little advantage. Ron, however, wore an expression of fatigue. Having been raised in a wizarding household, he quickly adapted to life at Hogwarts but soon grew weary of it. Moreover, Professor McGonagall had scolded him during class today, leaving him in a poor mood. Hermione, clutching a book, merely acknowledged Hill with a nod, as she was too engrossed in her studies. The top student from the Muggle world was determined to maintain her status as a top student in the wizarding realm, a theory she held dear. She had long worried that her Muggle upbringing would leave her lagging behind her peers, but she later discovered that, apart from Hill, there were few who could rival her in knowledge and comprehension. While it was just a potions class, I managed to have Ravenclaw deducted 17 points. And I myself was punished with cleaning the potions classroom after school. Hill shrugged nonchalantly, yet his words left Harry and the others momentarily speechless. 17 points? Plus à cleaning punishment? What on earth did you do? Harry and his friends gazed at Hill in disbelief, as he was typically the model student, excelling in everything. It seemed plausible to gain 17 points in a class, but losing that many points along with a punishment was utterly unfathomable. In fact, I did remarkably well, Hill replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, inadvertently revealing his bandaged arm, suggesting a fresh injury. Hey mate, what happened there? Ron noticed Hill's wound, feeling considerably better now that someone else was in a worse situation. Well, here's how it went down. Hill explained the events of the spell class. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. On one hand, they admired Hill's bravery, as not every 11-year-old boy would dare to test potions on themselves. On the other, they began to worry about potions class, as Hill had clearly stated that Snape despised Gryffindor. Hermione set her book down, previously alarmed by Hill's audacity. She understood his exceptional skills well. She had only managed to perform the levitation charm after numerous private attempts, and she couldn't fathom achieving it as effortlessly as Hill did. Moreover, he was self-taught. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the Great Hall, where many had already begun their meals. After bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Hill took a seat amidst the peculiar gazes of all the Ravenclaw students, surprised to find Lily sitting next to him. Lifting his favorite lemon juice, he savored a sip while listening to the surrounding conversations. A flicker of amusement crossed Hill's face. It seemed the news of his 17-point deduction had spread. Seeing Robert sitting across from him, hesitating to speak, Hill calmly smiled. Robert, how long do you think it will take me to earn back those 17 points? Or perhaps, how long until I can regain 34 points and give Snape a solid slap in the face? Confidence radiated from him, strikingly bordering on arrogance. Chapter 17. Staying up late. In the relatively enclosed environment of Hogwarts, news travels swiftly, especially when it is particularly intriguing. The tale of Hill losing 17 points and receiving a punishment quickly circulated among the four houses, taking less than a meal's time to spread. Ignoring the odd looks from others, Hill calmly finished his meal, even engaging in discussions about the day's lessons and the lengthy, cumbersome essay assigned by Professor Binns, which was indeed a troublesome task, but fortunately, it was supplementary and not mandatory. Well, Professor Binns mentioned that the best-written essay could earn 5 points. Hill remarked while taking a bite of pumpkin pasty, glancing around at the new students. I'll be claiming that 5 points. You all want to compete with me for it, will you? Several students exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, Terry replied, of course. If you can complete it tonight. It has to be submitted by tomorrow afternoon, and we also have McGonagall's Transfiguration class in the morning. You must finish it tonight. There will be no time in the morning. Michael kindly reminded him, firmly standing by Hill after his performance that afternoon. Speaking of which, Hill, you really should have been in Gryffindor. Your bravery this afternoon was commendable. Anthony chimed in, his mouth full of food, yet his admiration for Hill was unimpeded. Get those 17 points back quickly. No, 34 points. I can't wait to see Snape's expression. Absolutely. Go for it, mate. We're rooting for you. Terry and the others clinked their cups with Hill S and downed their drinks in unison. Hill wore a broad smile, not the hollow politeness of pretense, but genuine joy. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for these roommates. Truly, they were exceptional. Lily, for once, did not engage in conversation with the other girls. Instead, she quietly observed Hill and his friends reveling in their banter, watching them tease one another and compete over chicken leg. She thought these boys were fortunate. They didn't have to suppress their emotions or adhere to the constraints of a demure image like the girls did. They laughed when they were happy, cursed when they were angry, and cried when they were sad. They were unfettered and unafraid. Hey, do you have anything to say about Hill's actions today, Lily? Were you moved? The boys swiftly turned the conversation towards Lily, teasing her with no ill intent, of course. Absolutely. Lily smiled, revealing her gleaming canines. How should I thank you, Hill? Hill shrugged, prepared to downplay his assistance with a casual remark, but was interrupted by Terry and the others. Oh, quiche. Just a kiss will suffice. Indeed, the prince rescues the princess, and the princess kisses the prince. Terry and Anthony, the two instigators, fanned the flames of mischief. Frankly, the boys of this year's Ravenclaw ought to be in Gryffindor. While Michael remained silent, his eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly supporting Terry's proposal. You lot. Hill offered them a wry smile before turning to Lily and saying, don't mind them. Hill's sentence remained unfinished as his lips were suddenly pressed against Lily's. It was a fleeting moment, yet the soft sensation lingered at the edge of his lips, and a faint fragrance wafted before his nose, leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon regaining his senses, he was met with the teasing remarks from Terry and the others, their tones dripping with playful envy. Whose idea was this? Are you feeling envious now? What a careless mistake in choosing friends. Kiss Divider the hour was late, and most had retired to rest, leaving Hill alone in the common room. He still had work to do. Professor Binns's paper needed to be completed by that night, and the workload was considerable. Professor Binns's grades were notoriously difficult to attain, often forgetting the passage of time, resulting in bizarre deadlines for supplementary assignments, sometimes a month, other times merely a day. Unfortunately, Hill had encountered the worst-case scenario. He needed to gather some materials from the library, which would consume even more time, rendering the submission of his paper by the following afternoon virtually impossible. However, Hill was fortunate to possess the marvelous tome book, which contained a wealth of information, saving him considerable time. Speaking of which, Book was currently engrossed in researching how to dismantle Horcruxes, while Kaka spent most of his time in their dormitory. Initially, this shift was quite an adjustment for Hill. Accustomed to Book's incessant chatter and Kaka's playful antics, he now found himself feeling rather empty, especially when alone in the common room battling through assignments. After completing another lengthy passage, Hill stifled a yawn. It had been a while since he had dedicated himself so fervently to his studies. Even during his time in Muggle school, he had completed assignments with remarkable speed. Gazing at the moonlight outside, he stretched his fingers and resumed his struggle with the assignment, estimating he had about half an hour left before the battle would conclude. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his pant leg, and Kaka swiftly climbed up to his knee, then leaped onto the table, nearly toppling the ink pot with a flick of his bushy tail. "Oh, Kaka, you resemble more of a cat." Steadying the ink pot, Hill gently tapped Kaka's little head. "You nearly destroyed all my hard work for the night." Kaka responded with a playful yelp. Hill slapped his forehead in exasperation. "Blast, I forgot your dinner." He turned to Kaka with an apologetic expression. "My apologies, Kaka. Just a moment longer. I'll finish in half an hour, and then you'll feast to your heart's content." "Okay, no problem. Eat as much as you like." Observing Kaka's sudden quietness, Hill sighed. It was yet another unequal agreement. Kaka demanded an extravagant meal tonight, or else he would cause chaos. "Hill, you still awake?" Following the voice, Hill saw Lily, her expression drowsy as she regarded him diligently studying at the desk. "Just about half an hour left, making decent progress. What about you? Why aren't you in bed?" "Couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll and noticed someone was still here." Lily's gaze remained fixed on the ground, a habit of hers. She always avoided eye contact when telling a lie. "Well, you ought to rest early. Staying up late isn't good for your health, especially for girls. They say it can cause breakouts and dark circles." Hill continued to write without looking up, engaging in conversation with Lily. Lily moved to a chair directly opposite Hill, her eyes scanning Kaka with a hint of curiosity. "What is wrong with Kaka? He seems a bit under the weather." Kaka lifted his head slightly, glancing at Lily before returning to his resting position, his tail the only indication of his vitality, swaying back and forth. He certainly appeared lackluster, as if unwell. "Nothing to worry about. He just hasn't had dinner yet, so he's a bit low on energy." After completing another substantial section, Hill paused briefly to consult Book, jotting down the items he needed to research. Instantly, a lengthy passage appeared on the blank paper, precisely what he needed. Due to the angle, Lily could only see Hill writing in a notebook, unaware of the content being produced. Her attention remained fixed on Hill, observing his earnest expression, which she found to be the most genuine version of him. A faint blush crept onto Lily's cheeks, though Hill remained oblivious. "Just 20 more minutes. Truth be told, whether I secure those 5 points from Professor Binns is inconsequential. There are still 3 or 4 classes this week. Gathering 34 points shouldn't pose a challenge." However, Hill desired to reclaim those 34 points in the quickest manner possible, as a response to Snape. Not wishing to disturb Hill, Lily pulled out a book to read slowly. It was a horror novel written by her mother, of which she had only read half, finding it quite thrilling. The common room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the soft scratching of quills against parchment and the gentle breathing of 2 individuals. In that moment, the atmosphere was exceptionally tranquil, harmonious in every regard. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lily began to feel drowsy. After a moment of contemplation, she placed her book on the table and rested her head upon it, utterly fatigued. Hill glanced up, observing Lily asleep at the table. He shook his head slightly. Autumn had arrived, and the nights were still a bit chilly. He retrieved his wand and waved it towards a nearby fireplace. Incendio. As the flames ignited, the temperature in the common room rose, making it considerably warmer. Another 10 minutes passed, and Hill finally completed his assignment. The 5 points were assured. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Lily, Hill couldn't help but yawn. It had been a long time since he had stayed up late, and he held no interest in coffee, managing to push through without it. Now, having finished his work, a wave of fatigue washed over him. After a brief struggle against it, he rested his head on the table. However, Hill took out a small alarm clock, setting it to ring in half an hour, intending to wake Lily and return to the dormitory to sleep. Exhausted, he fell into a deep slumber almost immediately after setting the alarm, remaining unperturbed by any noise. Yet, Hill had forgotten one crucial detail. He neglected to feed Kaka, forgetting all about his promised dinner. After a brief interval of several minutes, Kaka discovered that his master, rather disappointingly, had broken his promise and had gone to sleep, disregarding Kaka's well-being. Infuriated, Kaka scurried over to Hill's side and barked insistently several times. However, Hill, deeply entrenched in slumber, remained utterly unresponsive. In a fit of rage, Kaka paced back and forth across the table until, in a sweeping motion, his tail knocked Hill's meticulously set alarm clock to the ground. With a loud crash, Kaka was startled to see the clock shattered, its components strewn about, rendering it clear that it could no longer be relied upon to rouse Hill at the appointed hour. Acknowledging his misdeed, Kaka decisively leapt off the table and scampered back to the dormitory, where he nestled beneath the bed, returning to his cozy nook. With a languorous stretch, he sprawled upon the plush cushion and began to snooze soundly. As for the alarm clock, it was certainly not Kaka's fault that it lay in ruins. Without the alarm's reminder, Hill was destined to spend an entire night in the lounge. Of course, with the charming Lily present, he would hardly be lonely. Chapter 18, Fatigue. Hill, after all, was merely a mortal child, and thus, excessive strain was quite unscientific. "Hey Hill, why do you look so lackluster?" "This is Professor McGonagall's class, and she is notoriously strict," Terry remarked with concern, glancing at Hill, whose fatigued visage reflected a state of utter drowsiness. Since being roused from slumber in the lounge that morning, Hill had remained in this condition, evidently having not rested well. Hill shook his head, slightly loosening his joints, which emitted a series of cracking sounds. Indeed, he had not slept well the previous night, having merely leaned against his chair for the entire duration. Upon waking, he felt as though he had been petrified, every muscle rigid and unyielding. "Take care of yourself. You still need to earn points in this class, don't you? Shake off the lethargy," Michael interjected, reminding Hill that he needed to acquire 34 points before the week concluded. Terry and the others had already inquired, and, aside from Hill, no one had completed Professor Bin's supplementary assignment, so those 5 points were practically guaranteed for him, leaving 29 more to secure. Although Professor McGonagall was stringent, she had never withheld points due to the high standards she maintained. Her questions were consistently challenging, and without genuine knowledge, one could hardly hope to earn any points. As far as Terry's group was aware, no student in their Transfiguration class was sharper than Hill. Earning points was almost a foregone conclusion. Of course, this required him to be in a sound mental state. Terry and the others made valid points, prompting Hill to nod in agreement. He then drew his wand and with a gentle flick, uttered Aguameni, conjuring a sizable orb of water that levitated before him under his control. Taking a deep breath, Hill submerged his face in the hovering mass of water. The icy touch invigorated him, dispelling his drowsiness. Yet, he knew that this temporary refreshment would not stave off fatigue for long, as it stemmed from a lack of rest, not merely a splash of water. After washing his face with the cold water, feeling considerably more awake, Hill waved his wand to dispose of the remaining liquid out the window, and then cast a Scourgify on himself. The entire class watched in astonishment at Hill's adeptness with spells. They had never witnessed a peer wield magic with such finesse, nor had they imagined spells could be utilized in such a manner. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a cat that had been perched on the lectern leaped down and transformed into the stern-faced Professor McGonagall. She applauded softly, her expression filled with approval. "An impressive spell, Mr. Fox. Very skilled, precise, and aesthetically pleasing." "Thank you for your kind words, Professor McGonagall," Hill replied. McGonagall maintained her serious demeanor, which rarely altered even when she praised Hill. After a brief pause, she issued a stern warning to the fidgeting students. "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will encounter at Hogwarts. Should anyone misbehave in my classroom, I will have no choice but to expel them, never to return. Consider this your warning." She then transformed her lectern into a pig and back again. The students were captivated, eager to commence their studies. But they quickly realized that mastering the transformation of furniture into animals would require considerable time. "Who can tell me the factors influencing the transformation formula?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Since this was not covered in the textbook, most students merely exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to respond. "Wait, concentration." Hill raised his hand, and upon receiving permission from McGonagall, softly articulated his answer. Excellent. Ravenclaw gains 3 points. The class looked at Hill with envy. Such an easy 3 points seemed effortlessly within his grasp. Harry and Ron exchanged excited glances, realizing that points could be acquired so easily, simply by answering questions. They were eager to try their hand at the next query. Hermione, however, furrowed her brow as she flipped through her book, unable to find the answer to this question, which left her quite vexed. Could it be that Hill's book was different from theirs? Hermione's suspicion was correct. Hill's book was a legacy from his father, filled with dense notes from class, where many of McGonagall's queries could be found. Consequently, as the class progressed, Hill was awarded points consecutively. Ravenclaw gains 1 point. Very good. Ravenclaw gains 2 points. Ravenclaw gains 2 points. In the span of a single half-class, Hill amassed 10 points simply by answering questions. The others were envious, desiring to respond as well, yet they quickly realized that Professor McGonagall's questions were beyond the reach of the average student. Only Hermione managed to answer a question before Hill, earning herself 2 points. As the class approached its conclusion, Professor McGonagall assigned an exercise to be completed during the session. She distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transforming it into a needle. All students fervently waved their wands, hoping to induce even the slightest change in their matchsticks. However, aside from Hermione, who successfully transformed hers into a wire the thickness of a toothpick, the others could not elicit any alteration at all. Hill shook his head, gently waving his wand, and soon the matchstick transformed into a slender needle, albeit with a minor flaw. The ends were of equal thickness, merely qualifying as a piece of wire. Very good. Well done. Professor McGonagall's gaze softened toward Hill. She was never stingy with her praise for diligent students. She then drew her own wand and, with a delicate flick, transformed a matchstick before a student into a genuine needle, one end sharp and the other slightly thicker. Hill nodded, contemplating for a moment before waving his wand once more, reverting the wire back into a matchstick. He then initiated a second transformation, this time moving his wand particularly slowly, clearly exerting himself. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he focused intently on the matchstick before him. The classroom fell silent, collectively holding their breath as they awaited Hill's transfiguration to reach fruition. They were thoroughly impressed. Hill was on an entirely different level, surpassing them by leaps and bounds. With a sigh of relief, Hill wiped the sweat from his brow, exhilarated at having completed his task. Professor McGonagall examined Hill's creation. A meticulously crafted needle with a faint metallic sheen, one end thicker and the other thinner. Remarkably, Hill had even fashioned a small eye for threading at the thicker end, a detail that even McGonagall had overlooked. Perfect. McGonagall nodded, feeling no qualms about whether her praise was excessive for an 11-year-old boy. She believed Hill was entirely deserving of such commendation. As Professor McGonagall returned to the lectern, Hill opened his mouth as if to speak, yet no words escaped his lips. After such a flawless performance, wouldn't it be appropriate to award a few points? While Hill was lost in slightly frustrated contemplation, Professor McGonagall smiled, a smile that, due to her long-standing stern demeanor, appeared somewhat peculiar. It was indeed a smile. Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Hill's mouth fell agape. He had thought Professor McGonagall had forgotten. The lesson in Transfiguration swiftly concluded, and all the students exited the classroom in small clusters, animatedly discussing the insights they had gleaned. Hill was destined to gain notoriety once more. He had amassed a remarkable 15 points in a single Transfiguration class. Perhaps there had been higher scores in previous lessons, but such achievements were undoubtedly unattainable in their first year. With a smile, Hill rose to his feet, quite splendidly, when combined with the 5 points awarded by Professor Binns. That amounted to a total of 20 points, surpassing 17, and the 34-point mark didn't seem so distant anymore. However, just as he stood, Hill felt a wave of darkness wash over him, compelling him to sit down abruptly to avoid collapsing. "What's wrong, Hill? Are you feeling unwell?" Michael and Anthony had already returned to their dormitory, while Terry, moving at a slower pace, lingered behind. Noticing Hill's pallid complexion, the sheen of cold sweat on his brow, and the slight tremor in his body, he couldn't help but inquire. "It's nothing. I suppose it's just a result of staying up late combined with the intense concentration during class that has left me feeling somewhat faint," Hill replied, shaking his head. He had been wholly focused throughout the lesson, not daring to let his mind wander. The latter two transformations, especially the final one, had drained considerable energy from him. Struggling to retrieve his completed essay, Hill turned to Terry and said, "Terry, could you please hand this essay to Professor Binns for me? I think I should return to the dormitory and rest for a bit." Given his current state, Hill felt incapable of delivering the essay to Professor Binns personally. Yet the deadline was noon, leaving him no choice but to trouble Terry for assistance. Of course, I'll make sure to deliver it to Professor Binns. Terry nodded without hesitation, though his eyes bore a hint of concern. But what about you? Can you manage to return to the dormitory alone? We'll be all right. Hill forced a smile. Don't worry. I still have the strength to make it back. Take care then. I'll go submit the essay. It's almost time. Yes, you go ahead. I'll head back to the dormitory, Hill replied. After resting for a moment in his seat, he felt slightly steadier, and when he deemed his dizziness had lessened, he stood up unsteadily and exited the classroom, swaying like a drunken man. Not far from the doorway, he spotted Hermione, seemingly waiting for someone. Why are you only just coming out, Hill? It turned out Hermione had been waiting for him. A sense of urgency had gripped her. She had previously believed the gap between her and Hill was not significant. Yet after this class, she realized the disparity was indeed vast. Hill laboriously made his way to Hermione's side, leaning against the wall as he gasped for breath, glancing at her. Is there something you need? Hermione looked at Hill with evident concern. His face was pale, his eyes void of vitality, and he was sweating profusely, clearly unwell. What's wrong? You look terrible. Are you ill? I'm just a bit dizzy. Perhaps I didn't rest well yesterday. Hill squinted, his dizziness intensifying, accompanied by a wave of nausea. He had slept in the common room last night, possibly catching a chill. Should you go see Madame Pomfrey? You need to see a doctor. A vision of Madame Pomfrey flashed through Hill's mind. Recalling her compassionate gaze, he instinctively shook his head. It's nothing. A short rest will suffice. I am merely fatigued. Noticing Hermione was about to say something else, Hill interjected, What exactly do you want? If you don't speak up, I'll be on my way. You. Hermione huffed, frustrated. She had been genuinely concerned for Hill, yet he seemed ungrateful. If you're fine, then I'm leaving, Hill declared, not waiting for Hermione's response. His head was spinning more fiercely now, the ground beneath him swaying as if he stood on a pitching boat. Hermione turned her head away, pouting, Go on, just leave. Then bang. That was Hill's last coherent thought as he promptly fainted, crashing heavily to the ground, his book slipping from his grasp. Bang. Hearing the noise, Hermione turned back, seemingly poised to say something. But upon witnessing Hill lying on the ground, a flicker of panic crossed her face. Honestly, I should have noticed his condition earlier. He must be ill. Rather than lamenting her previous attitude, she realized time was of the essence in getting Hill to the infirmary. However, she felt somewhat inadequate to handle this alone. What happened? Hermione looked up, a flash of disdain crossing her eyes as she recognized the voice of one of her most detested individuals at Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy. A pompous fool who only emphasized bloodlines. Does bloodline dictate everything? Moreover, he seemed to have a penchant for mocking Harry and Ron, continuously provoking them. Seeing Hermione's silence, Draco's anger momentarily flickered away as he focused on a more pressing matter. Glancing at the unconscious Hill, he furrowed his brow and instructed, Crabbe, Goyle, assist in carrying Hill to the infirmary. Draco's face flushed slightly. He had specifically come to find Hill today, leaving his usual cronies behind. At that moment, those two were likely still asleep. It was doubtful they would heed Draco's command. Hermione cast an amused glance at the awkward Draco, choosing not to taunt him. Such behavior was not in her nature. I don't provoke others unless provoked first, was her motto. Desiring to avoid further interaction with Draco, Hermione bent down to gather the scattered books. As she idly flipped through one of the Transfiguration texts, she noticed it was filled with notes. What's this? As she perused through, Hermione's face lit up with delight. This book was brimming with notes, and the content was impressive, containing many of the topics Professor McGonagall had queried about. I see. Casting a mildly displeased glance at Hill, she realized Draco had already lifted him onto his back, seemingly ready to depart. Where are you taking him? Without turning around, Draco replied, To the infirmary. Can't you see he's unwell? Absolutely not. Do you wish to see Hill die? Draco spun around, his face a mask of fury, hostility etched into his features. It seems Hill and he share a close relationship. Indeed. Shaking her head lightly, Hermione recounted Hill's condition before he fainted, particularly his aversion to hospitals. Furrowing his brow, Draco muttered, I can't believe this is true. Hill truly detests hospitals. What are you talking about? Why should I tell you? A fleeting glint of mischief flashed across Hermione's face as she regarded Draco dismissively. It seems you are rather uninformed yourself. Who says I'm unaware? Draco, easily baited, was surprisingly naive. Then enlighten me. Hill and I are cousins. I'm his older cousin. The opening statement left Hermione utterly astonished. She could scarcely fathom that Hill and Draco could be cousins. Casting a skeptical glance at Draco, Hermione silently scoffed, for they were indeed two entirely different individuals. Unbeknownst to Hill, Draco remained oblivious to Hermione's expression as he continued walking, remarking, "Hill is an orphan. He was raised in St. Mungo's Hospital. At the age of 6, he resolved to return to his family's estate to live independently. I imagine that the hospital must have bestowed upon him numerous unpleasant memories." Unpleasant memories? Do you not realize? Although Street Mungo S is a hospital, it is far from a nursery. The environment may be pleasant, and the doctors are amiable, but the patients are nothing short of horrendous. A flicker of trepidation crossed Draco's face as he recalled the first time he accompanied his mother to visit Hill. There were patients of every sort, deranged, grotesque, and babbling incoherently. Indeed, the hospital housed a veritable spectrum of affliction. Upon first encountering Hill, he appeared strikingly pallid, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a frantic terror, akin to that of a frightened creature. The indifference reflected in his gaze was chilling. One could only wonder what horrors he had endured at St. Mungo's. Hermione fell silent. A child raised in such an environment had done remarkably well to retain his sanity. 5 years. She could scarcely comprehend how he had survived that long. Presently, Hill seemed to exude a brightness and optimism that surpassed everyone else. He always wore an air of calmness, as if nothing could ever perturb him. Had those 5 years at home mended the wounds within his heart? Reaching the staircase, Draco paused, glancing at Hermione, yet he remained resolute in his intent to visit the infirmary. While the infirmary might evoke distressing memories, it was certainly preferable to losing one's life. Rest assured, he merely overexerted himself. A brief respite will suffice. Overexerted? What does that entail? A division in memories. My dear young master, it appears you have once again overexerted yourself. Have you been practicing too frequently of late? Weary and sprawled on the sofa, Hill could barely open his eyes, responding with a mere grunt, lacking the strength for further conversation. The cultivation of magic is a gradual process. Your current approach of exhausting your resources is not a prudent strategy. Concern etched across Book's face, despite having anticipated this outcome. Witnessing Hill in such a state was nonetheless disconcerting. The boy's relentless pursuit of power left Book feeling perplexed, uncertain whether this path would yield positive or negative results. Although it is said that overexerting one's magical abilities may lead to a slight increase upon recovery, such methods are hardly commendable. It may not manifest immediately, but it is ultimately a depletion of your future potential. Moreover, one cannot deny that such a state of weakness is far from pleasant. You seem to be rather impatient. The living room fell into a hushed silence, only the crackling of the fire in the hearth breaking the stillness as Hill lay quietly resting. His complexion bore a sickly pallor, tinged with an abnormal flush. Book, what level am I at now? Wizards are categorized into levels. The powerful, such as Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald, belong to the upper echelons, while those slightly lesser, like Snape and Flitwick, occupy a different tier. Book possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding the ranking standards prevalent in the wizarding community many years ago, and Hill had gleaned some understanding of these classifications. My dear young master, your current level is merely at 2. Is that so? Only level 2. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hill's face, according to Book's standards. Wizards were divided into 10 levels, and he had a long way to go. Hey, do you have any idea how that makes other wizards feel? Some adult wizards are also only at level 2. Yet, the majority of adult wizards are ranked at 4 or above. Book sat up straight, a look of exasperation on his face as he regarded Hill. The only thing you lack compared to them is time. You are but a child. It is unreasonable to expect a 9-year-old to surpass adult wizards. After resting for a while, Hill finally felt a bit better. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling, murmuring, "What I lack most is time. At the very least, I need the ability to protect myself. Otherwise, what's the point? Book, do you think there are areas where I am still lacking? For a 9-year-old, you are already exceptionally talented. To speak frankly, even in a golden age over 1,000 years ago, you would undoubtedly rank among the most gifted." Book's words brimmed with admiration. Truly, he was deserving of the Fox family's legacy, which thrived a millennium ago, before Hogwarts was established. During a time when wizards had not yet faced catastrophic extinction, an era brimming with prodigies, each more extraordinary than the last. Yet when compared to Hill, they fell woefully short. What level were Dumbledore and Voldemort? Hill inquired suddenly. That depends on the period. Dumbledore, during his duel with Grindelwald, was likely at level 8, and now he is nearing the pinnacle of that level, just a step away from level 9. By the time of his death, he was probably just above level 7. After some contemplation, Book provided his answer. As for Voldemort, at his peak, he was also at level 8, and in his weakened state, he was just above level 8 as well. When he returned, he likely had to readjust for a time, so he would have been around level 8 at that point. During the final confrontation, he remained at the pinnacle of level 8, and it was a rather precarious level 8 at that. Even the formidable Voldemort and Dumbledore remained trapped at the pinnacle of level 8, forever out of reach of level 9, the realm of demigods. What about Nicholas Flamel? That ancient being who has lived for over 600 years. Surely he must be at level 9 by now? Aside from the 3 great wizards of his time, there were also the renowned wizards and alchemists from centuries past. Logically, after all these years, he should have attained level 9. Do you think level 9 is as common as cabbage? Book rolled his eyes in exasperation. Even 1,000 years ago, only a handful of individuals achieved level 9. The 4 founders are among them, and your ancestor counts as one. This is not something that can simply accumulate with time. How strong is the distinction between levels 9 and 10? It is a qualitative difference. Even an 8th level wizard remains merely human, apart from their magical prowess. They share little distinction from 1st level wizard. Ultimately, they are still just mortals. However, 9th level wizards are regarded as demigods, while 10th level wizards are true gods. They exist in a realm beyond mere mortals, gods transcending the existence of mortals. Finally, Hill pondered, what do you believe magic is? Hill fell silent. This was a question he had never contemplated, for his pursuit had solely been the enhancement of power. True magic seeks to understand the essence of this world, its origins, and to perceive the reality of existence. Compared to muggles, wizards are merely more attuned to the truths of this world. It is akin to a radio. They can receive signals while muggles cannot. Spells. Wizards cannot utilize magic without incantations. These spells encapsulate the wisdom of their forebears regarding the truths of the world. For instance, fiend fire. What causes the flames to emerge? This world adheres to certain laws, and the spell modifies the aspects related to fire, resulting in the manifestation of flames. To simplify, it is like a piano. When you press a key, it produces a note. That note embodies the spell's effect, while the key pressed symbolizes the incantation, serving as the catalyst. Within the depths of the piano, the strings represent the rules and laws. Under the enchantment's guidance, they produce sound, manifesting the desired effects. Consequently, the distinction between a level 9 and a level 8 wizard lies in the former's exposure to the world's reality. Level 9 wizards possess the ability to manipulate basic laws and principles within a limited scope, rendering them invincible compared to those below level 8. For instance, the spell, Inferno, requires resonance with the fire element's rules. A level 9 wizard can momentarily distort this enchantment with but a thought, thereby negating its foundation. Can the spell still be cast? Hill's eyes widened in astonishment, and it was only at that moment that the semblance of a normal child could be perceived in him. Magic is far more intricate than mere magical energy. Pure magical power can only elevate one to the pinnacle of level 8. You are closer to the essence of this world than anyone else. From the very beginning, you are not on the same starting line as those others. Chapter 20. After the fainting when Hill awoke, he found himself in his dormitory, nestled in his own small bed. He felt a pleasant heaviness in his head, significantly improved compared to before. Kaka had been lying beside Hill's pillow, and upon seeing him awaken, it gently licked his face several times. Hill's fainting had evidently frightened Kaka considerably. He scooped Kaka into his arms, struggling to sit up and lean against the bed while reflecting on the events that had transpired during his unconsciousness. He recalled that he had been speaking with Hermione when he suddenly lost consciousness. Later, a girl, presumably Hermione, and another boy, seemingly named Draco, had brought him to the entrance of their common room. Then, he and Robert had carried Hill back, administering a bit of medicine to him. He had slept for 3 hours before finally rousing. Hill shook his head, unable to remember anything from the time he had fainted. That memory was a complete blank. He glanced over at Anthony, who leaned against the door, but he saw only him and could not help but inquire, "Where are the others?" Anthony shrugged and gestured toward several empty beds. "Terry went to submit your paper. Congratulations, you got 5 points." Afterward, when Terry returned and discovered you had fainted, he waited for a while. Seeing you still unconscious, he went to have dinner with Michael. "Why didn't you go?" Hill asked. "I just got back from eating," Anthony replied. What about the 2 who brought me back?" Hill inquired. "Did they say anything?" Anthony looked at Hill with a strange expression, and after a moment he sighed, saying with indignation, "I really didn't see anything special about you. You've only been back at school for a few days, and you've already found a girlfriend. And 2 at that." Hill was speechless, realizing that this was what Anthony had been so concerned about all along. "Please, do not spread rumors." "What do you mean I found a girlfriend just 2 days into the term? We are merely good friends." "Come on," Anthony retorted, his expression one of disbelief. Do you really think we're fools? Just look at Hermione's anxious expression. She nearly argued with Draco. If there were no underlying issues between you, that would be strange. Argued? What happened? Hill pressed. It seems that Draco wanted to take you to the infirmary to Madame Pomfrey, but Hermione insisted on bringing you back here, which led to their quarrel. Anthony said with a hint of envy, having a roommate who excels academically, is handsome, and is particularly popular with the girls? That is a lot of pressure. Oh, I see. Hill nodded, recalling that he had indeed expressed his reluctance to go to the infirmary, surprised that Hermione had remembered. What about Draco? Did he have something to discuss with me? Hill noted that Slytherin had no classes that morning. So Draco had no reason to be in the classroom unless it was urgent and related to Albert. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have completely forgotten, Anthony said, his expression one of sudden realization. Draco asked me to tell you that he will try to mediate the issue between you and Snape. Mediation? Hill gently shook his head. The conflict between himself and Snape could hardly be resolved through mediation. The reasons for Snape's animosity toward him were unclear even to Hill. How could an outsider mediate? Nevertheless, the intention was commendable. Draco's nature was fundamentally good, though heavily influenced by his family. Much like Harry's cousin Dudley, they were not so different. After all, think carefully. Is there anything else you've forgotten? Setting aside thoughts of Draco, Hill was more concerned about any matters Anthony might have overlooked. Given their previous experiences, he now harbored doubts about Anthony's memory. By the way, Hermione took your book. She said the notes inside were quite good, and she would return it once she copied them down. Indeed, had Hill not reminded him, Anthony would have likely forgotten that detail. Hill had no objections to Hermione borrowing the book. He had already read it and memorized its contents, so he was not rendered inept without it. He contemplated whether he should lend her the remaining books as well, allowing her to resolve everything in one go. After confirming that Anthony had truly conveyed all pertinent information, Hill allowed him to leave and leaned against his bed, gazing at the scenery outside. Reflecting on his recent fainting spell, Hill felt a mixture of emotions. After all, he was still only 11 years old, and his stamina could not compare to that of an adult. He resolved to be more cautious in the future, as experiencing something like that once was sufficient. With no classes that afternoon, after indulging in a myriad of thoughts, Hill ultimately decided to take a nap to rejuvenate himself. After all, there were still 14 points to earn. A break for a lazy nap in the subsequent days, Hill consistently garnered points in various classes. However, due to having only 14 points remaining, and as it seemed that other professors were intentionally avoiding allowing him to answer questions, he did not experience any further instances of scoring 15 points in a single class. Most were merely 2 or 3 points. Hill privately inquired with Professor Flitwick, the amiable head of Ravenclaw House. His explanation was, Hill, you are simply too exceptional. Our questions pose no challenge for you, making it difficult for you to earn points. It's akin to an adult wizard enrolling at Hogwarts starting from the first year. It's fundamentally unfair to the others. Naturally, Hill felt rather disheartened. Would Snape ever discuss fairness with him? With a headmaster shielding him, that was no ordinary advantage. Nevertheless, through Hill's persistent efforts, he managed to accumulate an additional 20 points by Friday, bringing his total to 40, 6 points more than he had anticipated. Hill shrugged as he exited the defense against the dark arts classroom. The last few points he earned were courtesy of Professor Quirrell, amounting to a generous 7 points, when he had originally only sought to obtain 1. On another note, Quirrell's eccentric behavior had gradually become the norm among the students, who had begun to spontaneously rationalize his actions. For instance, the classroom was often permeated with a pungent garlic scent, which everyone claimed was to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania, fearing it might return to haunt him. His large scarf also emitted an odd odor, and the Weasley twins insisted it was stuffed with garlic as well. Students had grown accustomed to Quirrell's peculiarities, and even many teachers had been lulled into complacency, merely perceiving him as somewhat eccentric without giving it much thought. Every time Hill saw Quirrell, he felt an overwhelming urge to yank off his scarf. He longed to witness the clash between the exposed Voldemort and Dumbledore. It would surely be quite entertaining. The two maintained an unspoken understanding, playing coy while fully aware of each other's presence. It was genuinely fascinating. However, upon assessing the disparity between himself and those two individuals, Hill felt compelled to abandon this captivating plan, convinced that an opportunity would eventually arise. At worst, he could join the trio later on to observe Voldemort, and he presumed they would not turn him away. Stepping out of the classroom, he quietly calculated that in the next lesson, Slytherin and Gryffindor would be attending potions class. With a sense of eagerness, Hill's heart stirred. He felt an urge to take the initiative. After all, it is only polite to reciprocate. By Merlin's grace, Hill encountered Harry and the others at the entrance of the potions classroom. Their expressions were notably grave. Ron and Harry wore particularly serious visages, while Hermione appeared somewhat exhilarated. Women can indeed be formidable. I have heard that Professor Snape harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Gryffindor, stemming from events in his student days, which he subsequently redirected towards Gryffindor. Are you suggesting he will target us, Ron? Precisely, Fred and George. All right, they may not be the most reliable sources. Angelina, the Quidditch player, also mentioned that Snape would intentionally cause trouble, advising us to remain vigilant. Observing Ron and Harry's increasingly sluggish pace, Hill could not contain a chuckle. If they continued at this rate, arriving late would surely result in dire consequences. Hey Hill, what brings you here? Ron noticed Hill's laughter, his sensitivity heightened, and he began scanning the vicinity. I was merely passing by, and I didn't expect to run into you. Harry and Ron exchanged peculiar glances. The potions classroom was located in the basement. How could one merely pass by it? Hill glanced at Hermione, who was engrossed in her book. Ignoring him as she fixated on the floor, it was evident that she still harbored resentment regarding his previous rude demeanor. I sincerely apologize, Hermione. Recognizing his mistake, Hill promptly offered his apology, unwilling to indulge in any petty grievances. My attitude was indeed less than courteous that day. I was feeling a bit disoriented. In any case, I apologize to you, and if you choose not to accept it, well, I hope you will. Very well, I accept your apology. Hearing Hill's somewhat disjointed words, Hermione smiled faintly. In truth, she had not dwelled on the incident, for she was not one to hold grudges. What truly vexed her were the several books of Hill's, filled with meticulous and detailed notes. Why had he not shared such valuable resources earlier? That was her true grievance. Clap, clap, clap. Ron and Harry began to applaud from the side. While they were unaware of the nature of Hill's dispute with Hermione, they were nonetheless elated to see the two reconcile. Particularly Ron, who viewed Hill as the only boy capable of fully dominating Hermione. He had longed for someone to keep her arrogance in check. By the way, may I borrow your book for a while? The notes are quite impressive, and I would like to copy them. Feel free to take it. I've already memorized everything. I have others as well. Would you like those too? Really? I would love to. All right, I'll bring them to you at dinner. Sound good? Where did you acquire your book? It was left by my father. The notes are all his and quite useful. As the two began to engage in a lively discussion, Harry could not help but inquire of Ron, do you have notes in your book? It seems quite impressive. Bloody hell, my brothers scribbled a bunch of nonsense in mine. Percy might have taken notes, but he wouldn't lend it to me. Ron lamented, wishing he had a book filled with notes. That would make assignments a breeze. After some time, Hill noticed Snape appearing around a corner behind him. He feigned ignorance and continued speaking to Harry and Ron. Would you like to know what to expect from Snape as class? With hearts racing, both Harry and Ron nodded vigorously, only to see Snape approaching them. His opening line was thus, my teaching may not be exemplary, but it is adequate. Hill observed Harry and Ron's expressions, noting their furtive glances. But he feigned oblivion and continued, you are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. His voice dropped, taking on an air of mystery. Since we're not foolishly brandishing wands here, many of you will not believe this is magic. Only the most imbecilic would. Having completed his monologue, Hill noticed both Harry and Ron turning pale. They wished to abandon him and enter the classroom, yet he stood resolutely at the entrance, obstructing their path. In his mind, Hill counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I stand by my opinion, Fox. A dark, icy voice echoed. If you insist on challenging my authority with your foolishness, I shall gladly oblige. 3 points from Ravenclaw. All unfolded as anticipated. Such matters typically resulted in a deduction of 2 to 3 points. And those 6 points he had just acquired found a purpose. Hill feigned astonishment, turning around to gaze fearfully at the suddenly materializing Snape behind him. Resembling a startled rabbit ready to bolt, Snape appeared quite pleased with the scene. The typically arrogant and unyielding Hill had been cowed, visibly frightened by his mere presence. This effect was clearly gratifying. Snape contemplated whether to deduct additional points from Hill to deepen his fear. Harry, see you at dinner. Hill dashed away, seemingly genuinely frightened by Snape. Of course, had he not uttered that statement, Snape might have been genuinely pleased. Oh, I just remembered. Professor Quirrell awarded me 7 points, leaving just enough to deduct 6. Hill jogged away in high spirits, envisioning Snape's reaction. Perhaps he would unleash his ire upon Harry and the others. Yet, even without this incident, would he grant them any leniency? Perhaps only Merlin knows. Chapter 21, The Duel Incident. After having thoroughly played with Snape, Hill now faced the professor's wrathful retaliation. In the subsequent week, Hill's potions class saw a deduction of 10 points, and the conflict between him and Snape began to circulate throughout the school. Some found it immensely satisfying, reveling in the prospect of Snape's comeuppance. Having long harbored grievances against him, others deemed it foolish, believing that students could never prevail against a teacher. A small faction expressed concern, recognizing that such ongoing strife could lead to unfavorable consequences. During this time, Draco approached Hill, advising him to let matters rest, assuring him he would find a way to handle Snape. One must admit, being caught between Snape and Hill must have been quite burdensome for Draco. Hill could only acknowledge Draco's goodwill with a nod. He hinted that the discord between himself and Snape was not merely a contemporary issue, but rather a conflict carried over from the previous generation. Disappointed, Draco departed. Entanglements with the past were beyond even his capabilities. Snape and his father, Lucius, shared merely a classmate relationship, and while they may have been on amicable terms, resolving the discord between Hill and Snape was unrealistic, leaving Draco to watch helplessly from the sidelines. Harry and his friends, due to Hill's actions, faced severe repercussions during potions class, their hearts filled with resentment. They expressed their anger towards Hill for his perceived betrayal of their team. However, following Hill's assistance in securing a few points for them, their demeanor softened considerably. In summary, this period was notably tranquil. Aside from the minor skirmishes with Snape, there were no particularly intriguing events to recount. Yet, it soon appeared that the first-year flying lessons were imminent. Hill and his peers were scheduled to attend flying lessons with Hufflepuff on Wednesday afternoon at 3:30, while Harry and his friends would join Slytherin for their lesson the following day. Chronologically, Hill would not have the opportunity to spectate, as he had a charms class to attend on Thursday afternoon. Nevertheless, Hill was primarily concerned about the duel between Harry and Draco, as well as the subsequent incident involving the three-headed dog. To be honest, he would not dare venture to the location of the three-headed dog alone. Who could predict what might transpire? Harry had Dumbledore looking after him, and it was likely that the three-headed dog recognized Harry, thus refraining from any lethal aggression. Or, should an attack occur, Dumbledore would undoubtedly arrive in time to intervene. After all, Harry was chosen by Dumbledore as the savior. There was no way he would allow him to perish so easily. This time, buoyed by Harry's influence, Hill resolved to give it a try. He was quite intrigued by the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact said to grant immortality and the ability to transmute stone into gold. Regrettably, he currently lacked the means to communicate with Bach, as he would have liked to inquire about the true nature of the Philosopher's Stone and whether it genuinely held the power of eternal life. On Wednesday afternoon, Hill attended his first flying lesson, which was rather uneventful. Madame Hooch merely instructed them to familiarize themselves with their brooms and attempt to take flight, restricting them to a height of no more than 10 feet. Bored, perched atop his broom while observing the exhilarated expressions of his fellow students, Hill could not help but let out a sigh. He had mastered riding such brooms long ago, having acquired a Nimbus 2000 at the age of 9, which he had secretly brought to school. This elementary flying lesson held little significance for him. His dormitory companions, Terry and others, were thoroughly enjoying themselves, likely having been rigidly restrained by their parents at home, leaving them with no opportunity to ride a flying broom. It was worth noting that without parents, one truly felt a sense of freedom. Riding the broom was somewhat uncomfortable, especially given the antiquated models provided by the school, which swayed precariously and felt utterly unstable. Quite the nuisance. Finding it unbearable, Hill decided to dismount and settle down in a vacant area. Since it was free time, taking a break posed no issue, and Madame Hooch had surely witnessed Hill's proficient handling of the broom, likely not to raise any objections. During this flying lesson, there were no incidents of students soaring too high and plummeting, as was the case with Neville, who was a rare exception. At the very least, the students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw exhibited commendable composure, avoiding such mishaps. "What's the matter, Hill?" Noticing Hill casually set down his broom and take a seat beneath a large tree, Lily also dismounted and joined him. Recently, her relationship with Albert had been somewhat distant, characterized by a notable lack of warmth. "There's no point in flying if we're not allowed to have fun with it. I might as well not fly at all, considering I've already mastered the art of broom flight," Hill remarked, observing the new students reveling in their excitement. A bittersweet smile gracing his lips, for he found it all rather dull. "You taught yourself?" Lily expressed genuine surprise, perceiving Hill as exceptionally capable, well-versed in numerous subjects. "Nothing else to do. I just taught myself," Hill responded nonchalantly. Lily paused for a moment, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "What was your childhood like? May I ask? Do you ever feel lonely being on your own?" After hesitating, Lily ventured a rather personal question, concerned that it might upset Hill. "Lonely? Perhaps I did at one time. But like sadness, that unpleasant feeling has long been cast aside," Hill replied. "Cast aside?" "Indeed, discarded, lost to an unknown place. A moment of silence ensued. Are you having your last meal, Potter? When do you return to the Muggle world by train? Now that you're back on solid ground, with your little friends around, your courage has certainly multiplied. I'm always willing to duel you alone. If you have no objections, then let it be tonight. Wizard dueling, using wands without physical contact. What's wrong? I presume you've never heard of wizard dueling? Of course I have. I'm his assistant. Who is yours? As Draco sauntered towards Harry, Hill smirked, sensing that the drama was about to unfold. To abstain from involvement would be a disservice to the anticipation he had harbored for so long. Feigning nonchalance, Hill approached Harry and Draco, acting as if he had just discovered their plans, exclaiming with feigned astonishment, "You're going to duel? That is simply splendid. Shut up. Keep your voice down." Both Draco and Harry admonished Hill simultaneously, their volume drawing the attention of several professors at the staff table, prompting them to feign casual conversation. Once the teacher's focus diverted, Draco and Harry let out a sigh of relief, aware that discovery would spell trouble. "Are you truly going to duel?" Hill inquired, genuine excitement glimmering in his eyes. Not merely an act, as the prospect of witnessing the three-headed dog up close would greatly aid him in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. "Lower your voice. We nearly got caught by the professors." Draco looked at Hill with exasperation, feeling that Hill's enthusiasm might jeopardize their plan. "Really? Are you both going to duel? With Harry, right? Have you arranged for a referee?" Trouble loomed in Draco's mind as this thought crossed his mind. He quickly responded, "No need for a referee, absolutely none." "Are you certain?" "Of course I am. Potter, you agree with me, don't you?" Draco shot several significant glances at Harry. Harry, understanding Draco's unspoken message, was also weighing his options. If this were to be discovered, those involved could face expulsion, and he certainly did not wish for Hill to be implicated. "Sorry, Hill, we really don't need a referee." Hill nodded, then asked, "Do you need an audience?" Draco and Harry exchanged incredulous looks with Hill. "What do you think, this is a circus? If discovered, we would face severe repercussions." "This is my first time witnessing a duel. You can't deny me the chance to observe." "I'm merely going to watch," Hill remarked, fully aware that Draco would attempt to exclude him, but he needed to apply some pressure. If he couldn't be part of it, he would be quite displeased. And should he inadvertently let the cat out of the bag, well, all right, you can come, but don't tell anyone else. Harry had no choice but to acquiesce to Hill's request. What else could he do? Would he truly let Hill inform the professors? Draco hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. He and Harry arranged to meet in the trophy room afterward, departing with 2 followers in tow. Watching Draco leave, Harry hesitated for a moment before advising Hill. "You really shouldn't get involved. If the professors find out, the consequences will be dire, and we could even be expelled." Ron, however, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, thinking that since the plan was already set, backing out now would only invite ridicule from others. It was better to press on with determination. "Rest assured, there are merely a few scenarios. Either we remain undetected, or we are caught on the spot, or we are discovered but manage to flee. The success rate stands at a commendable 2/3. Hill waved his hand dismissively, jesting that it would be absurd for him to refuse. A 2/3 chance is already sufficiently low. If caught on the spot, for me, a mere 50% chance is enough to take the gamble. Hill wore a confident expression, having meticulously planned the evening's events, including the route, which he had memorized perfectly. Even in darkness, he felt no trepidation. "However, I believe you ought to contemplate how to overcome Draco. That is of paramount importance. Well, I shall take my leave now. Until tonight, having completed the preliminary preparations, Hill had no intention of lingering. Too many people would make them an oversized target. I have a foreboding feeling, Ron." In response to Harry's sentiment, Ron merely nodded, sharing a similar ominous premonition that something frightful might transpire that evening. After parting ways with Harry and the others, Hill exited the hall, intending to return to his dormitory for a brief respite. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Draco, who appeared to have been waiting specifically for him. "Ah, Draco, not returning to rest. Tonight is your duel with Harry. Surely you don't intend to lose to him?" Hill's face bore no hint of surprise. In truth, all of this had been anticipated. "You really shouldn't come tonight, Hill. Truly, it would be best if you didn't." "Is that so? Allow me to take a wild guess." Observing Draco's palpable discomfort, Hill felt a warmth in his heart. Thankfully, Draco did not seem inclined to drag him into this. "Are you preparing to ensnare Harry and his friends? Surely you won't be participating in the duel tonight?" Draco offered no reply, which in itself was a tacit admission. "Perhaps you have already arranged to inform a certain professor, so that he might be present in the trophy room at the opportune moment, correct? A splendid scheme indeed, luring Harry and the others only for a prepared professor to apprehend them, resulting in severe disciplinary action for breaking school rules, even expulsion." Hill nodded in appreciation, remarking, A commendable plan with notable feasibility. However, such tactics ought not to be employed. What do you mean? Draco's expression remained composed, having recovered from the initial shock of his plan being unveiled. Why should I not employ such means? Because of your identity, Draco. Remember, you are a Slytherin. And what of being a Slytherin? Is it not our pursuit to achieve our goals by any means necessary? Observing Draco's agitation, Phil placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to maintain his composure. Before you are a Slytherin, you are first and foremost a noble. So, what do you believe a noble should embody? Draco hesitated slightly. Though Lucius had consistently instructed him on the importance of maintaining a noble demeanor, he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of what being noble truly entailed. Patience, elegance, pride, composure, wisdom, and calculated action, alongside duplicity, cunning, and machinations. Yes, even ruthlessness. These are all part of it. As a noble, your duty is to uphold the family's reputation and influence, striving for greater benefits, rather than oppressing those as meek as hamsters. Hill could only silently apologize to Harry and the others, in order to correct certain flaws in Draco. He had no choice but to use Harry and his friends as a target. Slytherin must indeed pursue victory, but do not forget that you are nobles. Pride and fearlessness are the backbone of nobility. Even with a sword at your throat, there exists no right to retreat. Avoiding a duel? Hill chuckled softly, gazing at Draco with sympathy. If you were of age, such tales would suffice to ruin you entirely, even as a mere childish jest. If the Malfoy family did not have another heir, your claim to inheritance will be stripped away. Your actions only serve to bring shame upon the Malfoy family and Slytherin. Perhaps Hill's words were a bit too heavy. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child, spoiled by his family and indoctrinated with various parental ideologies, yet having never contemplated their true meaning. Hill's words might help him grasp some truths. Hill turned, pausing momentarily before stating, "I hope to see you tonight. Otherwise, I shall be quite disappointed." Without awaiting Draco's response, Hill strode away, clearly observing that Draco was deep in thought. As for the outcome, he would make the right choice. Should he fail to turn this corner, their relationship would forever remain merely nominal as cousins. Chapter 22. The Midnight Stroll. It was already midnight, and Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were cautiously traversing the corridor, striving to make not a sound, their destination being the trophy room on the 3rd floor. Ron and Harry were there for an appointment, while Hermione aimed to dissuade Harry and Ron. Ultimately, she unwittingly stepped outside, resulting in the door closing behind her. Neville, having forgotten the password, had remained outside until midnight. Although he eventually learned the password, the door was already shut, and fearing solitude, he chose to accompany Harry and the others. The crystal display cases in the trophy room shimmered under the moonlight. In the darkness, trophies, shields, medals, and statues glimmered with silver and gold hues. The four moved stealthily along the wall, their eyes glued to the doors at either end of the room. Harry drew his wand, prepared for Draco's sudden entrance and a potential duel. Time ticked by. He late. Perhaps he too frightened to come, Ron whispered. Just then, a voice from the adjacent room startled them, causing them to jump. As Harry raised his wand, he heard someone speak. "It's not Malfoy. Do take a whiff, my dear. They might be hiding in some corner." The voice was familiar to Harry and the others. It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. "Hey, Harry, over here," a low voice called out, and a hand emerged from the shadows, waving at Harry and the others. Without hesitation, they followed the voice, for it was Hill's. They found him crouched in a corner behind a large shelf, alongside Draco, appearing to have been there for some time. "What is going on? Why is Filch here?" Harry and the others squeezed in closer, quietly inquiring, as Filch's arrival was indeed quite fortuitous. Hill shrugged his shoulders, looking quite helpless. "I don't know. Draco and I arrived here not long ago, and then you came in, startling us, and finally, Filch showed up. We're just as perplexed. Someone must have tipped him off." Ron glared at Draco, expressing his fury. He had always held disdain for Draco, and naturally, he was the first to suspect him. And he wasn't wrong. Had it not been for Hill's warning, Draco would indeed have acted. A hint of mockery crept onto Draco's pale face. "Does that dimwit Weasley have a single brain cell to spare? Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Foolish enough to ensnare myself in this as well?" Ron fell silent. This was indeed true. No fool would ensnare themselves in such a predicament. However, Draco's words still irked him. He opened his mouth to retort, but was halted by Hermione. Hermione was clearly furious. Her cheeks puffed in anger as she cast a disapproving glance at Harry and Ron. She had warned them, yet they insisted on coming. Now they had been caught red-handed by Filch, and they would surely face serious disciplinary action, even expulsion. And what of the other one? Harry noted that Crabbe was absent and could not help but inquire. He was feeling unwell, so I didn't bring him along. In truth, I alone am sufficient. I suspect he is too frightened to approach. Humph. Slytherin has no cowards. Just as Draco and the others began to engage in a hushed dispute, Neville, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. His voice trembled, clearly betraying his anxiety. Have you noticed something peculiar? What is it? Filch's footsteps have ceased. What? Hill swiftly rose to his feet, crouched low, and stealthily advanced down a corridor lined with suits of armor, with Harry and the others trailing behind, Neville bringing up the rear. Before long, they heard Filch's voice once again. They're somewhere nearby, he muttered under his breath, likely having taken cover. The source of the sound was precisely where they had previously lingered, indicating that Filch had learned numerous tactics to outwit students during their encounters. This stealthy approach had evidently been honed through extensive practice. We must leave this place, Hill whispered, and Harry and the others nodded in agreement. 54,321. As they moved, Hill silently counted in his mind, and when he reached the end of his count, a tremendous crash resonated throughout the trophy room. Neville stumbled, colliding with Ron in front of him, and the two tumbled against a suit of armor. Instantly, the clamor was loud enough to awaken the entire castle. At this point, no further words were necessary. Hill took the lead and guided them out of the trophy room, continuing until they reached a classroom near Charms, where they finally halted. Hill surveyed their surroundings. Fortunately, he had memorized the path. Not far ahead lay the Forbidden Corridor, as mentioned by Dumbledore at the start of term. And soon they would encounter Peeves, forcing them into that room, and ultimately face the three-headed dog, Fluffy. I believe we have eluded him. Harry gasped for breath, leaning against the cold wall, wiping the sweat from his brow. Nayfida bent over, panting heavily. I told you so, Hermione huffed, clutching the seam of her robe. I warned you. We must return to Gryffindor Tower. Ron insisted, the sooner, the better. The duel between us can wait. Draco recognized that now was not the time. They should return first. But can you make it? They had scarcely taken 10 steps when they heard the clattering of a doorknob, and something darted out from a classroom before them. It was Peeves. Upon spotting them, he squealed with delight. Faced with the unpredictable Peeves, Harry and his companions had no choice but to flee once more, for Peeves' commotion had already drawn Filch near. They ducked beneath Peeves and fled desperately to the end of the corridor, where they crashed heavily into a locked door. We're done for. Ron whimpered, Harry, Draco, and he pushed against the door, hoping to force it open, but it was locked tight. We're doomed. They could hear footsteps approaching. Filch was hastening towards them, following Peeves' voice. Don't worry, I got this. Hill smiled, drawing his wand, and with a calm flourish, he uttered, Alohomora. The lock clicked, and the door swung open suddenly. They hurried inside, quickly shutting the door behind them, pressing their ears against it to listen. Outside, Filch and Peeves were engaged in a fruitless negotiation before Filch ultimately stormed off in frustration. He thought this door was locked, Harry whispered. I think we're safe now. Step away, Neville. Neville was tugging at Harry's robe sleeve. What is it? I believe you ought to take a look, Harry. Hill's voice came, filled with excitement and wonder. You've never seen anything like this. As Harry turned around, he saw it, clearly and unmistakably. In that moment, he believed he had stepped into a nightmare. After everything that had transpired, this was simply too much. They were not in a room, as he had presumed. They were in a corridor, the Forbidden Corridor on the 4th floor, and now they understood why it was off limits. They stood before the monstrous gaze of a gigantic three-headed dog, filling the space from floor to ceiling. It had 3 heads, each with menacing, glistening eyes, 3 noses twitching toward them, trembling, and 3 drooling mouths. Saliva hanging like sticky strands from its yellowed fangs. This was Fluffy, the first guardian of the Philosopher's Stone. Though Fluffy appeared fearsome, seeming poised to devour anyone in sight, Hill sensed that this 3-headed creature bore no murderous intent. It was not inclined to harm these students. The simplest reasoning: would Dumbledore allow a creature capable of harming his students to roam freely within Hogwarts? Recall the Dementor incident. Dumbledore had been ruthless in defending Hogwarts against their invasion. However, even without malevolent intent, Fluffy could still easily injure a few students, which was why Hill had decided to accompany Harry. After all, being chosen by Dumbledore, surely Fluffy would not be so ungracious. Hill had a mind to test whether the 3-headed dog would indeed fall asleep to music, but he clearly had no opportunity. Given the number of people present, it was not convenient for experimentation. However, other tests could be conducted. Watching Harry prepare to reach for the door, Hill subtly waved his wand, and Harry soon discovered that the door would not budge. Even Hermione's Alohomora proved ineffective. How could this be? I'll clearly cast the spell. Hill smiled faintly. He had sprinkled a bit of potion on the door's lock, a potion extremely sensitive to temperature. If the temperature dipped below a certain threshold, it would solidify, sealing the door shut, rendering it impossible to open, even with a spell. Of course, if the temperature were to rise slightly, the potion would soften, and the door would naturally open. There was no escaping now. Harry and the others closed their eyes, resigned to their fate. Hill produced a small gray pouch, gave it a gentle shake, and a large piece of meat bone appeared on the ground, hoping to entice the dog. After all, what dog could resist a meat bone? Dogs love meat bones, and Fluffy was no exception. However, this three-headed dog had 3 heads. One head seized the meat bone, while the other 2 remained fixated on Hill and the others, clearly indicating that no matter how many bones were offered, at least one head would keep its gaze upon them. Fluffy devoured the meat bone in mere moments, licking its lips with apparent dissatisfaction, as if longing for more. Its eyes glinted with disdain, as if to say, "What other tricks do you have?" Hill had anticipated this. The bone was no ordinary treat. "Hill, it seems this bone may not suffice," Neville stammered, trembling as he observed the 3-headed dog. Having consumed one bone seemed to have whetted Fluffy's appetite, and it inched closer. Its head's now just a few feet away from Hill and the others. "Fear not. I added a little something to that bone. I just wonder how effective it will be." Hill gazed expectantly at the 3-headed dog, Fluffy. Within that bone lay a secret potion, a rare concoction found only in the depths of the Fox family cellar, said to possess a potent anesthetic effect, though its efficacy remained uncertain. Gradually, Harry and his companions sensed that Fluffy harbored no intentions of harming them, prompting them to cautiously open their eyes and scrutinize the creature. Suddenly, Hill noticed a flicker. Fluffy's eyelids blinked multiple times before it opened its massive mouth and let out a deep yawn. Subsequently, it lay down, closing its eyes as if it had truly succumbed to slumber. "It can't be that simple," Hill muttered to himself. Despite his confidence in the potion, he found it hard to believe that a creature like Fluffy could be so easily subdued. "What is that?" Hermione seemed to sense something amiss, her face clouded with confusion. "It appears to be a trapdoor," Draco interjected, his gaze fixed intently on one of Fluffy's paws, where an object resembling a trapdoor was situated. With determination, Hill withdrew his wand, inhaling deeply as he approached the creature's paw. He forcefully pushed aside the paw, unveiling the entirety of the trapdoor. "Hey, Hill, what are you doing? Come back," Hermione exclaimed in alarm, shocked that Hill had ventured so close to Fluffy and even moved its paw aside. "Relax, this big oaf is sound asleep." Hill waved dismissively, though his heart was still laden with caution. "Aren't you curious what such a fearsome creature is guarding? Still, this is far too dangerous. You should come back. Just a moment more. Once I open this door and take a quick look, we'll leave." Eventually, Harry and the others acquiesced, driven by their curiosity, especially since Fluffy appeared to be in a deep slumber. Taking a deep breath, even though he already had an inkling of what lay beneath, Hill felt a twinge of nervousness mixed with excitement. He reached out, grasping the handle of the trapdoor, and with a vigorous pull, the door swung open. In that instant, Harry and the others noticed that all 6 of Fluffy's eyes suddenly snapped open. "Hill, it's awake." Before Hill could even glimpse what lay beneath the trapdoor, he heard Harry's panicked voice. Cursing under his breath, he thought, how fortuitous. Without time to deliberate, he instinctively waved his wand, and a dazzling flash erupted. Hill had long since discovered that his wand amplified certain spells effectively, and the flash was one such spell. The light emitted from his wand was akin to a miniature sun, brilliantly illuminating the darkness with a force comparable to a flashbang. "Close your eyes." Upon hearing Hill's command, Harry and the others promptly shut their eyes, only to be enveloped in blinding whiteness. Remarkably, even with their eyes closed, they could still perceive the intensity of the radiant light. Roar! Caught off guard, Fluffy yelped in distress, shaking its head in confusion, clearly unaccustomed to sudden blindness. Hill exhaled, relieved that he had prepared adequately. He was ready to leave, as this exploratory venture had confirmed much, making future visits significantly easier. With a gentle flick of his wand, the potion on the door lock began to soften, ready for their departure. As Harry and the others reopened their eyes, they beheld Hill standing beside them, while Fluffy clawed at its eyes, tears streaming from its reddened orbs, indicating that its sight would not be restored anytime soon. "Let us go, in a while. It will recover, and then we won't be able to escape." Hill opened the door and stepped out first, followed closely by Harry and the others. After closing the door behind them, they all released a collective sigh of relief, nearly succumbing to terror moments before. "By the way, Hill, why do I feel like you knew about that dog all along?" Hermione, returning to her senses, detected something amiss. Hill's demeanor had been far too composed, an uncharacteristic response to encountering such a creature. That bone, especially one coated with potion, who would carry such a thing around casually? The precisely timed spell, and that door which only Hill could open. He undoubtedly knows something. Well, I do have an inkling, Hill began to weave a tale, having prepared his narrative in advance. Of course, I had no idea there was such a beast inside. I merely knew it was carnivorous. And how did you come to know that? Draco's complexion remained pale, yet his tone was steady, though the sweat beading on his forehead belied his calm facade. One day, I witnessed a person carrying a large meat bone, opening the door, and afterward, emerging without it. Does that suffice? And who was that person? You've all seen him before. But let us leave it at that. This matter ends here. The three-headed dog is not something we can handle. While it seems to guard something, it is no concern of ours. Hill deftly shifted the conversation, guiding their thoughts toward the creature's purpose. Dumbledore was aware of its existence, implying that whatever it guarded was hidden by Dumbledore himself, whose abilities were beyond their worry. The boy's curiosity could hardly be quelled by Hill's words. Yet time was of the essence, and they could only part ways, agreeing to keep this encounter secret. As Hill watched Draco, Harry, and the others depart, he cast one last glance at the door before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his exit, Dumbledore appeared before that very door. He stepped inside, re-emerging moments later, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. What a clever little fellow. You shall return, won't you? I shall have a surprise for you. Chapter 23, Halloween. In the days that followed, Hill continued to excel as a diligent student, amassing points yet losing them all in potions class, seemingly unfazed by the irony. However, Terry and the others lamented the waste, for those were valuable points. Hill, unperturbed, understood the narrative well. With Dumbledore's intervention, the House Cup was surely destined for Gryffindor, serving as encouragement for Harry and his companions. Thus, he paid little heed to the House Cup, knowing it was unattainable for him. Recently, he had been contemplating the next phase of their escapades, such as the giant on Halloween, the enigmatic underground chamber, the mirror of Erised, and the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. All of these piqued his interest. After some exploration, he had come to recognize Fluffy, understanding that this three-headed dog indeed bore a faint lineage of Cerberus, the true hellhound. Hagrid had mentioned that he acquired Fluffy from a Greek individual, suggesting that hellhounds were a peculiar Greek specialty. Fluffy possessed a remarkable resistance to spells and a commendable resilience against potions, with formidable physical strength, making it a veritable bane for wizards. Fortunately, it had no defense against music. Upon hearing it, Fluffy would fall asleep. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the creature might possess other unique abilities, specifically tailored to counter Voldemort. Otherwise, Voldemort could easily overpower it, without needing to invest effort into uncovering the dog's weaknesses. With meticulous attention, Hill conducted his experiment at the entrance of the door, playing a melody that lulled the three-headed dog, Fluffy, into slumber. Thus, the first obstacle was deftly navigated by Hill. It is noteworthy that all subsequent challenges were devised by the professors. The three-headed dog belonged to Hagrid. The Devil's Snare was the work of Professor Sprout from Herbology. The flying keys were conjured by Professor Flitwick from Charms. The enchanted chess set was orchestrated by Professor McGonagall of Transfiguration. The troll was introduced by Professor Quirrell from Defense against the Dark Arts, and the final potion challenge was curated by Professor Snape from Potions. Among these individuals, aside from Hagrid, who fancied himself as Dumbledore's most trusted confidant, the others were predominantly heads of the four Hogwarts houses, their loyalty beyond question. However, Quirrell stood apart, appearing out of place amongst the architects of the challenges. One could only surmise that Dumbledore had orchestrated this intentionally, as Voldemort willingly walked into this snare. Seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Dumbledore taking advantage of the situation, they shared an unspoken understanding. Relying on his Horcruxes, Voldemort was confident of his immortality, while Dumbledore, through continual probing, sought to uncover Voldemort's vulnerabilities while simultaneously nurturing Harry. In this light, the Philosopher's Stone might not be as enigmatic as it seems. Or perhaps the Hogwarts version of the stone could very well be a counterfeit. Even if it were authentic, its powers were likely not as extraordinary as legend suggests. After all, how could Dumbledore so freely place the stone in the basement and choose to depart Hogwarts at such a critical moment? With these thoughts settled in his mind, Hill temporarily set aside his quest for the basement, for Halloween was fast approaching. The incident involving the troll would mark the genesis of the trio's profound bond. Prior to this, Hermione had often felt somewhat out of place among Harry and Ron. It was through this event that they would officially become close friends. Yet, One could not help but wonder whether Dumbledore had orchestrated the entire affair. If so, it would paint Dumbledore in a rather unsettling light. As Halloween drew near, Hogwarts prepared for a grand feast to celebrate the occasion, a cherished tradition. According to Robert and others, feasts were customary for various annual celebrations. 1,000 bats flitted about the walls and ceiling, while an equal number swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the candle flames nestled within the pumpkins to flicker erratically. Delectable dishes materialized on gilded platters, reminiscent of the banquet at the start of the term. Hill savored his preferred lemonade, sipping it leisurely when he noticed Quirrell's absence, likely having gone to release the troll to divert the professor's attention, allowing him a chance to investigate behind that door. Time had flown, and they had been at Hogwarts for 2 months. Terry, munching on his food, remarked on how swiftly the days had passed. Indeed, 2 months had slipped away, and soon Christmas would arrive, followed by the daunting prospect of final examinations. A sudden silence enveloped the group, only to be broken in unison. Hill, you scoundrel, why are you afraid of the final exams? The ones who should be terrified are us. Faced with their indignation, Hill shrugged, his expression one of exasperation. Come now, you're all from Ravenclaw. Exams are merely trivial matters for you. Yet, the notion that Ravenclaw students would never fail was misleading. Failing an exam could indeed lead to significant consequences, particularly if one's family were to find out. Then start reviewing now, and I assure you'll pass. There are still months until the exams. We can worry about that later. Oh, you. I can't even. Hill's gaze drifted toward Gryffindor, and sure enough, Hermione was nowhere to be seen, suggesting continued discord. He resolved to check on her when the troll made its entrance, for a mishap could lead to unforeseen trouble. Moments later, a staggering figure burst into the Great Hall, capturing the attention of all the students. The troll is in the dungeons, as you ought to know. At this moment, aside from Quirrell, it was unlikely anyone else at Hogwarts would have made such a statement. No sooner had he uttered the words than Quirrell collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Whether he truly fainted or was merely feigning was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had successfully incited chaos. The hall erupted into turmoil. Dumbledore was forced to produce a series of sharp, explosive sounds from his wand before calm could be restored. Head boy, he intoned gravely, immediately escort your fellow students to their dormitories. Robert and Penelope organized the students' exodus from the hall, and the Ravenclaw students exited in an orderly fashion. Once outside, Robert conducted a head count. Wait, we're missing someone. He furrowed his brow, checking meticulously before addressing Penelope. Have you seen Lily? Lily? She not here. Not here. Eva checked. She absent. After confirming Lily's absence, Robert inquired of everyone, has anyone seen Lily Depan? Eyes darted among the crowd until Padma raised her hand. I saw her. She said she was feeling unwell, so she went to the restroom. Hill had initially planned to slip away, but the impeccable order of the situation made it inconvenient. However, upon hearing that Lily had also gone to the restroom, he could no longer remain calm. This was an unprecedented scenario. Excuse me, I also feel unwell. I must visit the restroom. With that, Hill darted from the cluster of Ravenclaws and mingled into the chaotic throng, disappearing from sight. Blast it! Robert stomped his foot, hesitating before saying to Penelope, take the students back. I'll inform Dumbledore of the situation. Go on, I'll handle things here. As the hall gradually emptied, Quirrell, lying on the floor, slowly sat up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he surveyed the now deserted hall. Fools! This is not a time for relaxation. Fetch me the philosopher's stone. I have grown weary of this liminal existence. A dark voice materialized, causing Quirrell to tremble. He bowed even lower, responding, my master, please be patient. I shall retrieve the stone for you at once. Wait, first remove that wretched turban. I wish to see this hall once more. As you command, my master. Quirrell raised his hands and untied the turban, letting it fall away, revealing his remarkably small head. As he turned slowly, in place of what should have been the back of Quirrell's head, there emerged a face, an exceedingly hideous, grotesque visage. The face was chalk white, with glowing red eyes and nostrils that resembled thin, snake-like slits. This was the countenance of Voldemort. Ah, at last, after all these years, I have returned to this hall. I spent 7 years here, the most thrilling of my life. Voldemort gazed upon the familiar surroundings, noting that through the passage of time, nothing had changed. Hogwarts remained eternal. And so too would he. With a swift motion, Voldemort's gaze shifted to the entrance of the hall, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a figure that had intended to flee was seemingly ensnared by an invisible grasp and drawn before Voldemort. Soul extraction, Dementor-esque kiss, oblivion, with the assistance of Quirrell. Voldemort successfully seized control of the individual before him and proceeded to extract the memories contained within. Intriguingly, it appeared that our plans required a revision. A figure boldly emerged, and Hill hastily made his way to the girls' restroom. The troll was likely there, along with Lily and Hermione, who should also be trapped within. Of the two, Hill was far more concerned about Lily, the one who ought not to be present. All along, Hill's greatest assurance had been that tome, the complete Harry Potter, which had confirmed that the events therein were indeed reflective of his own world, and that the impending occurrences were about to unfold. Armed with this book, Hill felt akin to a player utilizing a cheat code in a game, possessing intimate knowledge of the narrative, deftly avoiding peril while embracing fortune. It was his greatest advantage. Until now, everything that transpired had adhered strictly to the text, with not a single deviation. Hence, Hill had dared to engage in numerous, seemingly perilous activities, feeling emboldened to orchestrate elaborate schemes. However, Lily's unexpected presence in the girls' restroom, a deviation that should never have transpired, had rendered that book no longer fully trustworthy. After a moment's contemplation, Hill resolved to postpone all actions and to deliberate carefully before making a decision. After all, life is but a singular journey. Oh dear, that was the girls' restroom. Voices belonging to Harry and Ron echoed ahead. It seemed the reckless Gryffindor had locked the restroom door, trapping Hermione, Lily, and the troll together within. Stand back, Hill bellowed, for every moment could potentially determine the life or death of an individual. He had no patience to await Harry and Ron's leisurely opening of the door. With a resounding crash, the door of the girls' restroom shattered into pieces under Hill's spell, forcefully propelled inside, crashing down upon the troll's head. In a matter of breaths, Hill swiftly darted past Harry and Ron and entered the restroom, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, only to feel his heart sink. Where was Hermione? Cowering in the corner was Hermione, seemingly on the verge of fainting, and opposite her stood the troll. A nauseating stench assailed Hill, a foul amalgamation of unwashed socks and an eternally neglected public restroom. The source of this putrid odor was the troll, who was rubbing its head, having just been struck by the door. The troll towered at 12 feet, its skin dull and gray, reminiscent of granite, its massive, clumsy body resembling a heap of enormous rubble, topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its stout legs were as thick as tree stumps, its flat, calloused feet firmly planted beneath. The stench emanating from it was enough to induce revulsion. It clutched a hefty wooden club, dragging it along the ground due to its long arms. While Hill surveyed the scene, the troll regained its composure, its beady eyes glinting with malice as they fixated upon Hill, fully aware that he was the one who had attacked it. The troll swung its club in fury, but its target was Hermione, standing beside Hill. Chapter 24. The Troll. Petrify them all. Hill cast a petrifying charm at the troll. Its resistance to spells proved formidable. The creature merely faltered momentarily before continuing its assault with a howling wind. Down it goes. Ineffectual. Obstructions abound. A single blow could shatter. After attempting various spells, Hill deftly maneuvered Hermione out of the troll's line of attack and focused intently on the beast, huffing and puffing, with Hermione now safe from harm. The troll wasted no time in swinging its club again, this time aimed directly at Hill. Watch out! Harry and Ron cried out, for a 12-foot troll wielding a thick, heavy club would surely obliterate anything in its path. Get Hermione out. I can handle it, Hill shouted without looking back, leaping aside to evade the troll's strike. If it were merely a troll, he would not have felt threatened. However, sensing the murderous intent radiating from the creature, Hill recognized that this troll was unlike the three-headed dog Fluffy. It was genuinely lethal. This was precisely why it had been placed at the final challenges, designed to deter careless students from wandering in unprepared. But I wonder which is stronger, Fluffy or this troll? Even in the face of the rampaging troll, Hill remained remarkably composed. Danger? Huh. Merely a seasoning, an ingredient to make this academic life more exhilarating. A mundane existence that slowed decay, the frailty of the soul, the despondency of will. Such a life Hill had long since grown weary of. What had brought Hill to Hogwarts? Simply a sense of ennui. If his time at the academy was to be merely a tedious passage, then what difference did it make whether he attended or not? To inject a modicum of excitement into his life, he openly confronted Snape, for having an adversary ensured his days were no longer monotonous. The friendships he forged along the way filled him with unparalleled joy. At present, the so-called troll was merely a diversion, a remedy for Hill's boredom. He was simply indulging in a game. With steps akin to a waltz, Hill demonstrated to Harry and the others what it meant to engage in elegant combat. Despite the troll's considerable magical resistance, spells would inevitably inflict some discomfort, and Hill never ceased casting. An array of enchantments rained down upon the troll. As it attempted to retaliate, various restrictive spells rendered its assaults ineffective. This was a one-sided jest. In stark contrast to its immense strength, the troll's intellect was painfully lacking. Yet, stupidity did not equate to a lack of thought. Frustrated by its inability to strike the diminutive figure before it, the troll finally succumbed to rage. With a furious roar, the troll aimed for Hill's next position, hurling its club with all its might. This was its final gambit. Simple, brutal, devoid of elegance, yet exceedingly practical. Hill was taken aback, witnessing the massive club hurtling towards him. Blast it, he muttered under his breath, quickly casting a barrier spell, followed by an armored protection, and then leaping aside. Boom! A wall was obliterated by the club, fragments of tiles, stones, and glass scattering in disarray. A testament to the ferocity of the strike. Thanks to the prior application of armored protection, the debris caused him no harm, merely obscuring his vision momentarily. When he regained his sight, the troll loomed before him. Faced with the troll's menacing grin, Hill merely waved his wand and remarked, "Whoever said trolls are dim-witted. Clearly, they are rather clever." His gaze turned derisive as he regarded the troll, pondering the nature of its high magical resistance. Was it due to that thick hide? Did its eyes possess a similar resilience? Huffing and puffing, it seemed my wand had an affinity for light magic, perhaps owing to the unicorn horn serving as its core. Facing the roar of the giant, Hill continued to speak in a leisurely manner, while beside him, a now alert Hermione, Harry, and others had already witnessed the colossal creature swinging its massive fist. Be careful. An ancestor of mine, blinded during an experiment, devised a spell with the intent to cause blindness. The principle involves concentrating, flashing luminescence, into an exceedingly thin and focused beam of light, aimed at the opponent's eyes to induce blindness, with a chance of permanent loss of sight. You are fortunate to be my first experimental target, so brace yourself. Aurora. A silver gleam flashed from the tip of Hill's wand, and Harry and the others could only catch a glimpse of something fleeting, completely unable to grasp what had transpired. Roar. For the first time, the giant emitted a sound other than its usual bellow, not from any other reason but sheer agony. Its eyes were blinded in an instant following Hill's casting of Aurora. Wingardium Leviosa. Hill levitated the giant's hefty club and delivered a powerful blow to the back of its head, the giant's most significant weakness. The creature swayed momentarily before crashing face first onto the floor with a thunderous impact that shook the entire room. Dust billowed into the air, causing Hill to cough a few times before he stepped out of the cloud and approached Hermione and the others. Spotless. Observing his now clean attire, Hill nodded. Although a lingering stench from the giant remained, a quick bath later would suffice. You defeated the giant? Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape, his stuttering revealing his astonishment. Indeed, it was quite unbelievable that an 11-year-old first-year student had casually felled a giant. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. That was incredibly dangerous. Do you not realize? We should have waited for the professors to handle it. Well, do you think you could have held out until the professors arrived, Hermione? Hill remarked with an air of resignation, knowing full well that Hermione would once again promote her good student code. Unfortunately for her, aside from academics, Hill was nothing short of a mischievous student. In fact, he diligently studied with the ulterior motive of one day using that knowledge for nefarious purposes. Hermione was momentarily speechless. Had it not been for Hill, she might have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. What right did she have to admonish others? You should be thankful to Harry and the others. They came specifically for you. Hill's words reddened Harry and Ron's faces, as they had merely locked the giant away with Hermione, leaving the aftermath entirely out of their concern. Naturally, they were not foolish enough to reveal this, were they? Is that so? Hermione's gaze softened, shedding her previously domineering demeanor as she sincerely addressed Harry and Ron. Thank you. Their faces flushed even deeper. Then, Hermione turned her attention to Hill, her eyes glimmering with complex emotions. Why did you come here? It's dangerous, you know? Well, I am aware, but I had my reasons for being here. What reasons? Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eagerly pursuing the answer. It's a long story suddenly. A loud clatter of footsteps interrupted Hill's explanation. It appeared the professors had finally arrived, and the ensuing events would likely be tedious formalities. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell merely cast a glance at the giant before bursting into a fit of helpless sobs. sitting on a toilet and clutching his chest tightly. Hill smirked. Who are you trying to impress? Snape bent down to examine the giant, while Professor McGonagall glared at the restless students, her lips pale and her expression filled with ire. What on earth are you playing at? She demanded, her voice icy with anger. Consider yourselves fortunate to have escaped its clutches. Why weren't you all obediently confined to your dormitories? Apologies, Professor McGonagall. I was merely using the restroom. My stomach was upset, Hill replied with a feigned innocence, his expression suggesting he was unwittingly caught up in the situation. You went to the girls' restroom? Professor McGonagall shot him a fierce glare. Robert had already informed the professors of the situation, and although he claimed Hill was merely in search of a restroom, the timing seemed too coincidental. After inspecting the giant, Snape approached McGonagall, darkly stating, "The giant's eyes are blinded. The method indicates a strong light-induced blindness. Is that so?" McGonagall scrutinized Harry and the others, finally fixing her gaze on Hill. "Did you do this, Mr. Fox?" "Yes, that was the situation at the time." "Very well, your honesty is commendable, but you have violated school rules, Ravenclaw." "Please don't." "Professor, they were looking for me." "Miss Granger." What followed was Hermione's attempt to fabricate a lie to protect them. Perhaps McGonagall suspected her dishonesty, yet she consciously shielded Hermione, reminiscent of her own childhood. This pattern continued in many instances, as McGonagall often indulged Hermione. With her head bowed, Hermione remained silent. While Harry was at a loss for words, Hermione was the least likely to break school rules, and now, to extricate them from trouble. She had gone so far as to falsely claim she had violated them. It was akin to Snape starting to hand out sweets to everyone. Utterly unbelievable. "Miss Granger, due to this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points," McGonagall stated. "I am quite disappointed in you. If you are uninjured, I suggest you return to Gryffindor Tower immediately. All the students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses." Hermione departed. McGonagall then turned to Harry, Ron, and Hill. "Well, I must say, you are fortunate. Few first-year students can engage a fully grown giant." Her gaze lingered on Hill for a long moment. "You two have earned 5 points for Gryffindor, while you, Mr. Fox. Although your deception was rather clumsy, it cannot overshadow your merit. Ravenclaw receives 10 points. Remember, this bonus is not a reward for breaking the rules, but rather a recognition of your courage and capability." After bidding farewell to the professors, Hill and Harry exited the room, preparing to return to their respective common rooms, where their houses' feasts were still ongoing. "Did you see Lily?" "No, we only saw the giant and Hermione when we arrived." "Is that so? I shall check in Ravenclaw. Perhaps she has already returned." "Were you specifically looking for Lily?" "Not entirely." "Well, never mind. It's nothing worth discussing. Farewell. Goodbye. TSK. It seems that the book's records are not entirely accurate. Indeed, one must rely on oneself." Upon reaching the entrance to the common room, Hill answered the customary question before stepping inside. The room was bustling with students, each enjoying the food provided and quietly discussing various matters. Upon seeing Hill enter, they merely glanced at him before returning to their own affairs. "So everything's fine, right?" Robert raised a glass of lemonade towards Hill, his expression exuding exasperation. "Please, next time, consult me before you head off on an adventure. The situation was urgent, and you might not have agreed." Hill took a sip of lemon juice, nonchalantly stating, "A giant troll ran into the girls' restroom, and I managed to knock it down. Ravenclaw earned 10 points, and that's the situation." Robert looked astonished. It was quite impressive for a first-year student to have subdued a troll. However, he could not find Lily. She was not in the restroom. "I'm right here." Chapter 25, Voldemort. Hill turned towards the voice, which belonged to Lily, who was seated with several girls, engrossed in an intriguing conversation, their faces adorned with a faint blush. She had returned long before, shortly after they had come back to the common room. Observing Hill's puzzled expression, Robert took the initiative to explain. She went to the girls' restroom and came back, learning about the troll incident on her way, and then returned here. Hill felt a sense of resignation. So that was it. She had gone, but hadn't he lingered there, nothing more. Still, why did it seem that Lily's gaze was slightly askew? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, for when he looked back at Lily, everything appeared normal. "I'm going to rest now. You all continue." After bidding farewell to Robert and the others, Hill returned to his room alone, tidied up, and lay on his bed, eyes closed, reminiscing about the events that had transpired. Next would be the Quidditch matters. Professor Quirrell had made an attempt on Harry, but was thwarted by Snape, ultimately being unraveled by Hermione. There seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. One merely needed to follow the storyline. Yet, was that truly sufficient? In the original tale, there were far too many coincidences. Hermione had inadvertently disrupted Quirrell's spell, But what if Quirrell had not been interrupted or had been delayed, even slightly? Quirrell's plan was exceedingly juvenile. It likely was not crafted by Voldemort himself, but rather a scheme devised to curry favor with him. The rationale was simple. Falling off a broom during Quidditch was a common occurrence, and Madame Hooch, as the referee, had a crucial duty to rescue those who fell. Additionally, how could someone as proud and arrogant as Voldemort allow others to resolve his adversaries? He could merely position himself near Quirrell at the start of the match, set a fire, and the problem would resolve itself. After all, Voldemort himself held little faith in this plan. Having unraveled everything in his mind, Hill finally set aside his burdens and drifted into a peaceful slumber. However, some changes are not always visible to you. After Halloween, November officially arrived. The weather turned exceedingly frigid, with the surrounding mountains shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, and the lake's surface as cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, frost covered the ground. From a window above, one could see Hagrid, bundled in a long coat made of mole fur, wearing rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, clearing frost from the brooms in the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had finally commenced, and in 2 days, Gryffindor would be facing Slytherin in a match of considerable importance. Should Gryffindor win, they would ascend to second place in the House Cup standings. Currently, Slytherin held first place, followed by Ravenclaw, Gryffindor in third, and Hufflepuff in fourth. This ranking had remained relatively consistent over the past 7 years. The morning class was herbology with Professor Sprout, held in the greenhouses outside the castle, focusing on the characteristics, uses, and cultivation of various herbs intertwined with potions lessons. However, Professor Sprout was decidedly more amiable than Snape. After herbology, Hill planned to return to the castle. During this time, he had occupied himself with books in his room. The content of the books was diverse and eclectic. Hill, would you care to walk with me? Where to? Hill glanced at Lily, aware that her words held rich implications. Following the events of Halloween, especially after Terry and others had embellished the tale of that night and the reasons for his departure, it seemed that the relationship between Lily and Hill had reverted to the early days of the term. Recently, Lily had frequently sought Hill's company for homework, meals, and basking in the sun by the lake. In essence, their current dynamic was strikingly akin to that of a couple, or rather, they were a couple, save for the thin veneer that had yet to be pierced. 11-year-old lovers, Hill could only manage a wry smile. It felt far too early to be discussing such matters. Thus, his demeanor remained tepid, neither warm nor cold, passively accepting the presence of a girl by his side. Let us go somewhere thrilling. Lily's face radiated mystery, accompanied by an unmistakable excitement. At times, Hill genuinely questioned the reliability of his sorting hat. How could he be surrounded by so many with Gryffindor traits? Wasn't he Ravenclaw, supposed to be home to gentlemen and ladies? Let me think. Snape's office? That would certainly be exhilarating. Lily burst into laughter at Hill's dry humor, and he joined her, relishing the pleasant atmosphere. All right, this time we're going to the Forbidden Forest. Lily, now serious, playfully punched Hill, who feigned a pained expression. Perhaps a subtler display would have been more effective. The Forbidden Forest. Hill furrowed his brow. It was far from an innocuous locale, teeming with unicorns, giants, centaurs, and a menagerie of other creatures. Indeed, Weavee explored all the interesting places nearby. The only one left is the Forbidden Forest. It feels so mysterious. I want to see it for myself. Lily's words resonated with her adventurous spirit. She and Hill shared a kinship, both restless souls filled with a thirst for exploration. Recently, they had traversed the entirety of Hogwarts' surroundings, with only the depths of the lake and the Forbidden Forest remaining unexplored. All students at Hogwarts were warned by Dumbledore upon enrollment to steer clear of the Forbidden Forest. Yet many ventured there clandestinely, especially Gryffindors, who often treated it as their backyard. Are we really going? Can't we choose another place? It's not exactly fun, but I find it fascinating. I've heard many speak of it. It seems Gryffindors have had plenty of adventures there. It's really not as interesting as they claim. Don't listen to their tall tales. They haven't even been there themselves. Are you saying you've been? Hill shook his head. He had read numerous books about the Forbidden Forest, yet he had never actually ventured in. Then are we going or not? If you want tea, I'll go alone. Faced with Lily's ultimatum, Hill could only surrender, unwilling to let her embark on such an adventure alone. Estimating the time, it seemed that the slaying of the unicorns occurred after Christmas, so there was still ample time. It should be fine. At least, during daylight. Voldemort wouldn't dare to emerge brazenly. As for the rest, Hill was confident in his ability to escape unharmed. With lunch still a while away, Hill decided to accompany Lily to the Forbidden Forest, not delving deep, merely circling the outskirts before returning. It was the safest option. For some reason, Hill felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though it was faint and elusive. He generally trusted his instincts, and while he sensed something amiss, he did not feel any immediate danger. Since there was no peril, Hill and Lily stepped into the forbidden forest, taking a stroll around the perimeter. To be candid, Hill felt a twinge of regret. Although it was daytime, the towering trees of the forbidden forest obscured much of the sunlight, casting an eerie dimness over the surroundings. The trees twisted into bizarre shapes, and a cacophony of strange sounds echoed through the air, contributing to the unsettling atmosphere. In stark contrast to Hill's troubled thoughts, Lily appeared to revel in the ambience. Had it not been for Hill's caution, she would have ventured deeper into the forest long ago. Nevertheless, they found themselves unwittingly advancing further into the woods, oblivious to their own actions. Suddenly, a feeble cry pierced through the silence, a mournful wail of despair. Without hesitation, Hill drew his wand and, gripping Lily's hand tightly, retreated quickly, his gaze fixed intently on the source of the sound. In the next instant, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, draped in a purple scarf, exuding an aura of timidity and an unsettling scent. It was none other than the last person Hill wished to encounter, Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, what brings you here? Though it was a rather superfluous question, Hill silently hoped for a plausible explanation. His fear was not of Quirrell himself, but of Voldemort, the dark wizard who even caused Dumbledore considerable distress. I merely came to retrieve a small item, Quirrell stammered, his excuse seeming somewhat plausible, yet his fingers glistened with a silvery liquid that dripped ominously. Even without having read that infamous book, Hill recognized what it was: unicorn blood. To his astonishment, Quirrell had commenced the hunt for unicorns much earlier than expected. Indeed, the revelation of such deeds had occurred around Christmas, but it was never stated that the hunt had only begun then. A faint smile crept across Hill's face as he regarded Quirrell and remarked, "Very well then, I shan't disturb you further. I shall take my leave, and you may continue." No, no, no. Quirrell shook his head vehemently, a sinister glint flashing across his visage as he observed Hill's gradual retreat. "You shall not escape. Stupefy." A crimson beam shot forth from Quirrell's wand, hurtling directly towards Hill. If struck, Hill would undoubtedly lose his ability to resist. TCH, merely a 5th-level wizard. How pathetically weak you are. Hill had never witnessed Quirrell in action. His true strength had always been an enigma. However, it was evident he could not be too powerful. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have been able to manipulate him so easily. Hill assessed Quirrell's abilities to be between levels 5 and 6, not particularly formidable. 5th level is more than sufficient to deal with someone like you. Quirrell's words were abruptly cut off as, in the next moment, his wand slipped from his grasp. Professor, are you unaware of the technique of silent casting?" With Quirrell's wand now in hand, Hill regarded him with an amused expression, though he appeared relaxed. He was secretly preparing to activate an item he had at his disposal. Voldemort. Would he remain dormant when Quirrell faced an adversary he could not handle? The dark sorcerer, despite his weakened state, still ranked among the most formidable wizards, the very enemy who had once left Dumbledore at a loss. The leader of the Death Eaters who had nearly upended the magical world single-handedly. Even in the face of Voldemort, Hill retained a flicker of confidence, which stemmed from the item he clutched in his hand. It was well known that the use of apparition was forbidden around Hogwarts. However, this was not entirely absolute. Hill possessed a means to circumvent such restrictions. Safety first. Though this item is precious, it pales in comparison to my own life. Concealed beneath his robe, Hill grasped a piece of parchment, readying to unleash this item, one of his trump cards. Freedom, a tool that allows one to transcend all constraints and perform apparition. Ah yes, this item was specifically crafted to counteract Hogwarts prohibitions. Indeed, Hogwarts, as a magical institution, had long been the target of various malevolent wizards. To combat the school's restrictions, they had once devised methods to break through these barriers. However, before their plans could come to fruition, that coven of dark wizards had been eradicated. This freedom had become a trophy claimed by the Fox family. As the name suggests, utilizing it would grant liberation. For dark wizards, it meant the freedom to kill. For Hill, it signified the opportunity to escape. "Grab my arm," Hill whispered to Lily, taking a step back, awaiting her grasp around his arm to activate the item. Lily clasped his arm tightly, her grip causing Hill a slight twinge of discomfort. "Nervous, are we?" "Understandably so. In such a situation, who wouldn't be?" In the next moment, Hill finally comprehended the source of the preceding discord. Expelliarmus. Observing his empty right hand, a bitter smile crossed his face. So, this was all orchestrated back on Halloween night. Was it? How careless of me. Having enjoyed a smooth sail for so long, I inadvertently let my guard down, truly deserving of my predicament. Drawing a deep breath, he disregarded Quirrell, who was advancing toward him with a sinister grin. He turned his head to glance at Lily, who had been safely behind him, but in the final moment had turned against him. Lily held her wand in one hand and clutched Hill's wand in the other. The second Expelliarmus had come from her. A mere glance at Lily was all it took for Hill to turn away, realizing he had indeed fallen into a trap. Whether it was the effects of the Cruciatus curse or a potion, it no longer mattered. The timing of the spell's casting was now irrelevant. Your spell work, indeed, leaves much to be desired. It is no wonder you were able to fell trolls with such ease. Quirrell's stammering words revealed that this was not a mere ruse. His face wore a smug expression. His prowess might be lacking, but he had managed to capture Hill. Hill felt a sense of helplessness. Though he could have fled, he could not abandon Lily, who was under control. Moreover, he was intrigued as to the purpose behind his trap. Speak, what is it you desire? Why do you ask such question? Can we dispense with the trivialities? At this juncture, Hill had shed his earlier reservations, his mind now clear. Having laid such an intricate trap to lure me here, if there were no ulterior motive, you would indeed be a fool. Allow me to converse with him. A dry, ominous voice drifted from Quirrell, causing Hill's eyes to narrow. It seemed the worst was finally upon him. The next scene would involve Quirrell unwrapping his scarf to reveal Voldemort's grotesque and terrifying visage. Though Hill had anticipated this moment in his mind, the sight of Voldemort's face still startled him. Faced with that abhorrent countenance, Hill furrowed his brow and inquired, "The Dark Lord? You appear remarkably unfazed," Voldemort observed, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Although he had anticipated some measure of composure from this boy, Hill's tranquility genuinely surprised him. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of satisfaction. "Do you believe I'm not terrified?" Hill shrugged, sensing that Voldemort had no intention of killing him, allowing him to relax somewhat. Moreover, he noted that Voldemort still retained a semblance of rationality. As long as there was reason, there remained a glimmer of hope. An interesting little boy. Voldemort let out a chilling laugh, his voice grating like a blade scraping against glass. "Indeed, there is something I desire from you. My life, no, is far more significant than that. The fetters of the soul." Chapter 26, The Guardian of the Soul. Hill observed as Voldemort merely waved his hand, a crimson light darting from his fingertips and embedding itself in Hill's forehead. Yet, against this not-so-swift incantation, he found himself utterly incapable of evading. The emaciated camel is larger than the horse. Even in his feeble state, Voldemort could effortlessly deal with someone like Hill. The fetters of the soul. What Voldemort sought were Hill's memories. Hill's mind concealed many unspeakable secrets, particularly his greatest secret, or rather, the most significant secret of the Fawkes family, book. Moreover, the book Harry Potter that Hill had once perused was also nestled within his recollections. It appeared that Voldemort possessed a certain understanding of the Fawkes family, as he acted with utmost directness towards Hill, devoid of any hesitation. Prior to the commencement of the school year, Hill had already planned to begin practicing mental defenses, thereby avoiding memory probing. However, he had yet to commence his training when he encountered Voldemort's application of the fetters of the soul upon him. In this moment, Hill's mind was in turmoil. He suddenly felt powerless, sensing a tendril extending into his brain, grasping for something within. Yet, he could only stand there, dazed and unable to resist. An intriguing childhood spent in solitude. Let me glimpse what lies deeper, for the object of my search is not here. A satisfied smile graced Voldemort's visage, particularly as he observed Hill's pallid expression, his furious gaze, and his helpless stillness. The sensation of controlling another was truly exquisite. Should Voldemort uncover Hill's most deeply concealed memories, the next moment would herald Hill's demise. Hill had grown weary of contemplating what Voldemort would do next, as despair had already enveloped him. He glanced at Lily, who stood in a similar daze, her expression vacant, her eyes hollow. Soon enough, they both would become fodder for the Forbidden Forest. "Ah, I sense your despair. How delightful it is." Hill paid him no heed, instead silently staring at the ground, awaiting his destined end. Then, a silvery light enveloped the deepest recesses of Hill's mind. In those layered, oceanic waves of silver, a figure swathed in a cloak gradually materialized. It was an elderly man, his features sharp and emanating an otherworldly aura, gazing down upon Voldemort's tendril as it sought to invade Hill's consciousness. "The soul of this child is under my blessing and protection." The ethereal figure spoke softly, and Voldemort's encroaching tendril began to disintegrate into ashes, ultimately returning to the void. Voldemort's eyes widened in horror, blood streaming from all 7 of his orifices. The Guardian of the Soul. Hill was oblivious to the events unfolding within his mind. He merely felt a refreshing clarity, then beheld the astonished expression on Voldemort's face. "My dear young master, you nearly encountered grave peril." "Book? Is indeed I." That unmistakable, slightly impertinent tone was uniquely Book's. "Were you not engrossed in researching methods to dismantle Horcruxes? Have you succeeded?" "I have made some progress, though there remains much to accomplish. I must return to my studies shortly." Book's voice was hurried, suggesting it had temporarily paused its work solely to converse with Hill. "Just now, I activated the Guardian of the Soul, so you need not fear anyone casting the fetters of the soul or the soul snare upon you." "What does it mean? What is happening?" Hill's mind was awash with questions, his curiosity piqued by the recent events. What exactly is the Guardian of the Soul? Book seemed reluctant to linger on the subject, offering a vague explanation. "It is a powerful spell left by your ancestor, which can be bestowed upon an individual, rendering them immune to all soul-related incantations. Beyond that, your permissions do not allow me to disclose more." "What are permissions? How much are you still concealing from me?" "This is not to be disclosed. All you need to know is that such permissions exist. Once you obtain the necessary permissions, I can unlock the next stage of information. It is imperative that you acquire the next level of permissions promptly." "How do I obtain them?" "In the basement at home, beneath the 73rd bookshelf. There lies a piece of parchment beneath the floorboard. Simply follow the instructions on it." "Well, I must return to my research. I shall reach out if needed." "You scoundrel." "Be clear." Regrettably, no matter how fervently Hill shouted, Book offered no response, seemingly engrossed in its studies. Blast it! How could it be the Guardian of the Soul? The exchange between Hill and Book in his mind lasted but a fleeting moment, while in reality, Voldemort glared furiously at Hill, his face devoid of the previous mockery and calm demeanor. At this moment, he resembled a gambler blinded by desperation, lacking the fearsome presence of the Dark Lord. "It seems your fetters of the soul are ineffective against me." In this instance, Hill felt a surge of elation, though he too was perplexed. It did not hinder his pretense of profundity. "With the Guardian of the Soul's reinforcement, under your current circumstances, you are utterly incapable of employing any soul-related spells upon me without my consent." In Hill's perception, the assertion that soul spells were ineffective was an exaggeration. How could there be absolute invincibility? Yet he was mistaken. The power of the Guardian of the Soul far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps it was not invincible, but in the present magical realm, it seemed only a coalition of a few ancient ones could overcome it. Yet, could one rely on Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald to unite? Voldemort's expression darkened. He harbored some understanding of the Fox family, aware that they concealed something of great significance. However, outsiders had no means of discovering it. It appears I cannot breach the Guardian of the Soul. It seems the original plan must be abandoned." Voldemort regained his composure, his face betraying none of his emotions save for a slick smile. "Shall we converse? What is there to discuss?" Hill scoffed. The current situation was one where Voldemort could not achieve his primary objective, yet Lily remained in his grasp, leading both parties to a standoff. It seemed Voldemort intended to keep this matter concealed, perhaps intending to employ some means to compel silence. "A bargain, one that benefits both you and me. I am quite wary of making deals with you. You have no choice, and the terms of the deal will surely please you." Voldemort's countenance brimmed with confidence, as though certain Hill would not refuse. "Regarding your father, Adric's whereabouts." "What?" Hill could no longer maintain his composure. The matter of Adric had always been his foremost concern, for he was his father. "No one knows better than I where Adric is, for I am the last person to have seen him," Voldemort said leisurely, his satisfaction evident in Hill's reaction. "He is not dead, he is still alive." As Voldemort uttered the name of Adric, Hill had already ascertained that his father was still alive. Yet, upon hearing Voldemort speak it aloud, he was enveloped by a wave of astonished elation. "Is there any proof of this? However, I cannot place my trust solely in your words. In this regard, I possess an item belonging to Adric. Perhaps you might recognize it." Voldemort extracted a black pouch from Quirrell's robes, from which he retrieved an object wrapped in a silver handkerchief, tossing it to Hill. Without hesitation, Hill caught the pocket watch, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of Adric, undeterred by the possibility of a trap. Unwrapping the handkerchief, he revealed a silver pocket watch, its case adorned with the emblem of the Fox family, a fox's visage, yet nothing else seemed particularly remarkable. If there was anything distinct about it, it was the intricate engravings that covered the watch, resembling arcane runes, though Hill could not decipher them. Upon opening the case, he found a pitch-black dial, devoid of hands or markings, just a transparent crystal over a dark face, leaving him puzzled as to how one might tell the time. Perhaps this was not a pocket watch at all. Hill scrutinized the timepiece, Indeed, it belonged to Adric. In the solitary family portrait that remained, Adric was depicted holding this very item. This is my father's possession, yet it does not substantiate the claim that he is alive, does it? He'll carefully place the watch in his pocket, regarding Voldemort with a disdainful expression. Perhaps he is dead, and you merely possess his belongings. That proves nothing, does it? Ha ha ha. What an amusing little imp. Voldemort chuckled nonchalantly. Rest assured, transactions are always equitable. The first exchange is merely to establish a foundation of trust. Hence the simplicity of its terms. This watch, along with the information it carries, in exchange for my assurance of your entry into Hogwarts? No, that's not it. I require no such assurances from you. Voldemort shook his head. Do you think Dumbledore is unaware of my existence? So, what do you wish to exchange? Kindness. What do you mean? Consider this watch a gift. Voldemort wore a broad smile. Though it appeared genuine, the watch held no value for him. It was of great significance to Hill. It's clear that your hostility towards me is not particularly severe. Rather, it seems to stem more from your connection to Adric. Hill paused. Indeed, he bore no substantial enmity towards Voldemort, albeit a slight animosity lingered due to Adric's association. Then I'm correct, am I not? Voldemort's smile grew even more radiant and increasingly sinister. We are not sworn enemies, are we? That determination must await my confirmation of my father's condition. Trust me, Adric is quite well. Voldemort expressed with earnestness. Adric will be the subject of our second exchange. Complete this second transaction, and I shall return him to you. What do you desire? The Philosopher's Stone. That is absolutely impossible. It appears you are aware of the stone's existence. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Voldemort's eyes as he fixated on Hill. It seems you know more than I had anticipated. I would very much like to employ the legilimency spell to delve into your thoughts. Then come try. Hill retorted boldly. With Protego at his side, he was untroubled by the prospect of legilimency. Let us set that aside for now. You must know the stone is located in the basement, correct? Hill nodded, deeming further concealment unnecessary. I'm also aware that there are numerous perilous obstacles. The stone is hidden at the end, and I could not approach it alone. No, you shall find a way, for I shall provide you with the means to overcome every challenge. Voldemort's face was etched with a cold smirk. I have long since acquired the methods to bypass all obstacles. It is merely that Dumbledore has been watching me closely, preventing me from taking action. How do you deal with the three-headed dog? Hill was skeptical. He doubted Voldemort had truly learned the methods so soon, as he should only have discovered them after Christmas when Hagrid obtained the dragon egg. Music, a mere tune, will lull it to sleep. Hill was utterly astonished. That imbecile Hagrid remains as foolish as ever, revealing everything with just a few words. Voldemort regarded his former classmate with disdain. I knew how to bypass the three-headed dog the very day after the obstacles were set. Of course, to mislead Dumbledore and his ilk, I refrained from attempting those challenges. I even feigned ignorance, spreading rumors about the means to bypass the three-headed dog, ensuring they believed I had no inkling. Previously, Hill had harbored a modicum of contempt for Voldemort. Now, however, a faint tremor of fear began to stir within him. Even in his incomplete state, even without a physical body, Voldemort remained Voldemort. He was one of the few who had contended with Dumbledore for most of his life without yielding. What he had assumed to be merely the remnants of a soul now revealed itself as a formidable intellect, retaining its cunning and composure. Furthermore, he was even seeking allies. There is no need for such tension. I require your assistance. Thus, until you succeed or fail, I shall not bring any harm upon you. Satisfied with Hill's trepidation, Voldemort paused. I have also chosen the time, during the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Why choose that moment? All the professors will be present, and I shall attend as well. My presence will compel Dumbledore to be there. He may not reveal himself, but he will undoubtedly be nearby. After all, I am intent on eliminating Harry Potter. Voldemort's visage contorted into a sinister grin, filled with murderous intent towards Harry Potter. You cannot kill him. There are too many professors present, unless you reveal your identity. Hill shook his head. With so many professors present, including several former members of the Order of the Phoenix, it would be impossible to rely solely on a broom to cause Harry's demise. Unless Voldemort were to expose himself and unleash chaos, there might be a sliver of possibility. After all, he possessed Horcruxes, rendering him nearly immortal. If I were to disregard my identity and strike, Harry would undoubtedly perish, and I possess the confidence to achieve that. Voldemort appeared assured, and in response to Hill's skepticism, he slowly elucidated, precisely for that reason, Dumbledore must be present. For without him, no one can thwart me. It seemed that Voldemort remained unaware of the protective charm's function, Or perhaps he simply did not care, believing he had other means to deal with Harry. The Philosopher's Stone was his desire, while Harry Potter's life was equally sought after. If the stone were unattainable, then claiming Harry's life would suffice. It is not worth it. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone are not equivalent. Indeed, this is also why Dumbledore has not pressured me. He has left me a glimmer of hope, an opportunity to seize the stone. He is waiting for me to make a move. Even the leaks from those professors are implicitly permitted by him. Hill felt the tumult of revelations he had endured throughout the day surpassed all he had experienced in his 11 years. These ancient schemers were more cunning than he had ever imagined, leaving him feeling utterly outmatched. Thus, your objective that day was to delay as much as possible. Preventing the conclusion of the match? Precisely. I will interfere with both team seekers, ensuring they cannot capture the Golden Snitch in the immediate future. Unable to capture the Golden Snitch, the match would not conclude anytime soon, thus granting you ample opportunity to seize the Philosopher's Stone. But what if I fail to acquire the stone? Or if it does not exist at all? Or perhaps I am obstructed by those challenges. The solution is simple, should you be discovered. I shall stop at nothing to eliminate Harry Potter. If it is merely a matter of not finding it or being unable to overcome the obstacles, then regretfully, whenever you obtain the Philosopher's Stone, that is when I shall return your father. Voldemort declared nonchalantly, for the Philosopher's Stone was not an absolute necessity for him. It merely expedited his restoration. He was utterly displeased with the current state of affairs. Very well, it is a deal. After a moment of contemplation, Hill nodded, harboring his own plans. He then turned his gaze towards Lily, who still stood idly to the side, adding an additional condition. Lift her, Imperieuse curse, or I shall refuse. No problem. Surprisingly, Voldemort did not haggle with Hill. Without hesitation, he lifted Lily's Imperieuse curse. Such magnanimity is a rarity among men. All right, I must take my leave. Should anything arise, I will inform you. I cannot remain away from the castle for too long, lest Dumbledore come searching for me. Voldemort picked up his scarf, wrapping himself anew with a look of distaste as he passed by Hill. One final question. Was Lily's recent proximity to me orchestrated by you? Hill could not help but inquire, glancing at Lily, who lay in his arms, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He posed the question nonetheless. Merely guidance. It seems the young girl harbors feelings for you. I merely facilitated the release of those emotions. Quirrell paused, Voldemort's voice imbued with nostalgia. Love, familial bonds, friendship, Hill. You betrayed friendship for the sake of love and kinship. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Hill fell silent for a moment, and Voldemort appeared uninterested in his response, swiftly departing the forbidden forest, vanishing in an instant. Thus, my answer is this. I shall never betray any emotion. Hill, are you truly not going? This is Quidditch, after all, and a match between Gryffindor and Slytherin is bound to be particularly exhilarating. Surely, there will be many intriguing events. I have a few matters to attend to. Simply inform me of the outcome later. What a pity. Well then, we shall take our leave. Indeed, farewell. As Hill gazed at the now desolate dormitory, he inhaled deeply, ready to commence. Several weeks had passed since his encounter with Voldemort, and he had gradually obtained all the details of the challenges from Quirrell, which largely aligned with the records in the book. Quirrell divulged a piece of information, indicating that the difficulty of the challenges would be somewhat lessened when faced with students, likely to avoid harming those attempting to navigate them. However, none of this held significance. Soon, Hill would embark on his own trial. As for whether he would secure the Philosopher's Stone, he certainly harbored no confidence in that regard. He could navigate all the challenges, yet he was destined to never acquire the stone. Moreover, how could he possibly hand over the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort? Indeed, from a very beginning, Hill had no intention of fulfilling that transaction. As long as he knew his father was alive, that was sufficient. As long as he possessed something Voldemort desired, his father would remain unharmed. Continuously soothing himself in his thoughts, Hill sought to calm his heart. He would not obtain the Philosopher's Stone. If Voldemort desires it, let him retrieve it himself. With a light-hearted stride, Hill approached the corridor, pausing before the door. After a moment's hesitation, he drew forth a small silver box from his pocket. This was a magical artifact, its function quite simple. It produced music. It was said that this box was a whimsical creation of an ancestor, who, in a fit of inspiration while studying magical machinery, crafted this toy. Indeed, this box was merely a toy. This toy, known as the Moonlight Music Box, was born from an ancient ancestor's acquisition of a wondrous mechanism technique from the East, improved upon and amalgamated with some of his own concepts, ultimately resulting in this music box. What made this music particularly special was that it did not rely on a winding mechanism or batteries. Rather, it drew power from moonlight, or more precisely, from a magical energy transformed from moonlight. Indeed, that ancestor discovered that moonlight could also be converted into magical energy. Furthermore, many forms of energy could be transformed into magical energy. He even posited that magical energy was merely one manifestation of the myriad energies in this world, all energies interacting and transforming without loss or gain during the process. From Hill's knowledge acquired in the Muggle world, this was akin to the magical version of the law of conservation of energy. Regrettably, his ancestors' ideas were far too avant-garde. Misunderstood, he ultimately incinerated all his records, leaving only this music box behind, for his son cherished this music box dearly and could not bear to destroy it. Thus, this box was passed down purely as a music box, a toy through the generations, with many attempting to decipher the principles of energy transformation within, all to no avail. Ultimately, the music box became nothing more than a toy. Caressing the carved patterns of the sandalwood, Hill hesitated briefly before activating it. He had already exposed the box to moonlight, and the magical energy within was sufficient to last an entire day. The reason for utilizing this music box was to remind himself that there was a father in this world awaiting his rescue. The father who had held him as a child, sitting beneath the moonlight, listening to the enchanting melodies produced by the music box, his dearest person in this world. With a sense of resolve, Hill pushed open the grand door and strode inside, accompanied by his favorite melody, the Moonlight Sonata. Quite effortlessly, the three-headed dog, Fluffy, succumbed to slumber beneath the music's enchantment. Hill opened the trapdoor, stowing the music box away, and leaped down before Fluffy could awaken. Cold, damp air rushed past his ears as he plummeted, falling, and then splashing down. With a peculiar and muffled thud, Hill landed atop something soft. He sat up, fumbling around in his surroundings, his eyes squinting, the silver irises flickering. Without hesitation, Hill drew forth his wand, casting the Lumos spell. Just before the devil's snare ensnared him, he conjured the spell, and under the enhanced illumination of the Lumos spell, the plant writhed and recoiled from the light, casting a levitation charm upon himself. Hill landed safely and promptly ventured towards the next challenge. He arrived at the corridor's end. Before him lay a brightly lit room with a lofty vaulted ceiling. Small keys fluttered about, akin to a flock of birds soaring freely. Opposite the room stood a heavy wooden door. Hill examined it and found it could be forced open. Yet should he attempt to unlock it, he would be mercilessly pelted by the keys. Ah, it should have been anticipated. How could broomsticks conveniently be placed here? And exactly 3 at that? Hill chuckled softly. There were no broomsticks here. To safeguard against Voldemort, or perhaps to delay his progress. How could a key be left in such a location? Fortunately, I was well prepared. Hill was also an adept flyer, having purchased a Nimbus 2000 for himself. After surveying the area, he scanned the colorful whirl of small wings and soon noticed a large silver key with drooping wings, as though it had been roughly shoved into a keyhole by someone. After expending some effort, Hill finally grasped the elusive key and swiftly dashed to the grand door, unlocking it with a swift turn. With a resounding click, the door lock sprang open, only for the key to subsequently slip from his grasp once more. Ahead lay 3 formidable challenges: the chessboard array, a formidable giant, and a potion riddle. Originally, there was supposed to be the mirror of Erised, but it appeared that it had yet to be placed, a fact not mentioned in the materials provided by Quirrell. Adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire, Hill stepped boldly into the darkness before him, and instantly, the room was illuminated, revealing the path ahead. Standing beside a massive chessboard, he observed the towering black pieces, crafted from what appeared to be obsidian. Opposite them, on the other end of the room, stood a row of white pieces. Chess, though he found it rather tedious, it posed no challenge for him. Chapter 28. An anticipated surprise. For Hill, engaging in a game of chess was hardly a troublesome affair, unlike Harry and his companions, who were forced to sacrifice a piece to progress. Hill, as the king of the black side, effortlessly commanded the black pieces to conclude the match. The white king removed his crown and cast it to the ground, prompting the white pieces to bow and retreat, clearing a path. Without hesitation, Hill strode through their ranks. Valuing his time, the sooner he finished, the sooner he could depart. Not far into his journey, Hill was assailed by a foul stench. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned a mask and hastened towards the nearby giant. The creature's eyes seemed to have been restored. It let out a thunderous roar and advanced a few steps. However, upon noticing Hill brandishing his wand, the tip shimmering with a faint silver light, it abruptly halted and performed a most astonishing act, covering its eyes with its hands. Unable to contain his laughter, Hill realized that he had instilled a fear in the giant. Deciding to show mercy, he opted for a swift resolution. While he appreciated the lesson learned, he urged the giant to lie down quietly. A simple levitation charm dispatched the creature with ease, presenting little difficulty. Shaking his head, Hill quickly traversed the room. Even with a mask, the noxious odor was repugnant. The subsequent chamber was sparsely furnished, just a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped vials. The logic puzzle was rather clever. Snape's intellect was indeed commendable, likely confounding most wizards, as logical reasoning was scarcely practiced in the wizarding world. While commending Snape's design, Hill could not help but disparage. Yet in the Muggle world, even children of 7 or 8 years old find such logical puzzles trivial. As Hill crossed the threshold, flames erupted behind him, sealing the entrance. This was no ordinary fire, it was violet. Simultaneously, black flames surged at the entrance ahead, trapping him in the middle. It seemed these flames had a peculiar effect on souls, perhaps akin to the fiend fire that could scorch one's very essence. Hill seized a piece of parchment from the table, and as expected, it bore a logic riddle. Danger lies ahead, safety behind. Among us are 2 that can assist you. Drink from them. One will lead you forward. The other will return you to where you began. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are lethal poisons, standing in line. Choose wisely, lest you be forever delayed. We also provide 4 clues to aid your selection. 1. No matter how cunningly the poisons hide, they always stand to the left of the nettle wine. 2. The contents of the vials at both ends differ. If you wish to advance, they won't aid you. 3. You will notice the vials vary in size. Neither the giant nor the gnome conceals the reaper. 4. The second vial from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, share the same taste. After pondering for a moment, Hill declared, among the 7 vials, 3 are poisons, 2 are wines. One allows safe passage through the black flames, while the other permits a return through the violet flames. However, if the aim is to challenge the intruder, it would be illogical to simply allow passage. Especially not for that Snape fellow. He wouldn't let an intruder escape without making them pay a price. Hill's words were based on information from Quirrell. In reality, all 7 vials were poisonous. Indeed, given Snape's ruthlessness, he would never leave a path unguarded for intruders. Naturally, Dumbledore would object, prompting Snape to modify the concoction, replacing the poisons with an enhanced version of the draught of living death. Unless one possessed a peculiar constitution or an antidote, they would surely fall victim. Of course, Quirrell had obtained the genuine potion from Snape and given it to Hill. Hill had no intention of experimenting on himself. He had a more suitable test subject. From his pocket, he produced a small cage containing a mouse, its front paws bearing only 4 toes, appearing restless and eager to escape. Scabbers, it's your turn to bear the burden. Indeed, Hill had brought Ron's pet rat to test the potion. After all, if this wretched creature perished, he would bear no guilt. As for traitors, Hill had little tolerance. Forcing the potion down Scabbers' throat, he then tossed the cage across the black flames. To his relief, all was well. Hearing Scabbers' squeaks, Hill nodded in satisfaction. Surely Snape would not provide a false potion. After all, a simple animal test would reveal the truth. If it were deception, Snape's loyalty would be called into question. Thus, what Snape provided was undoubtedly authentic. Of course, Hill would never admit to purposefully using Scabbers for the experiment. After consuming the potion, he crossed through the black flames and secured the cage containing Scabbers. Straightening his attire, he realized there was nothing left to obstruct his path. At least according to Quirrell's documentation, following Snape's challenge lay the Philosopher's Stone. Although he understood that it could not be so simple, with greater trials awaiting him, Hill had never anticipated the magnitude of the challenge that lay ahead. Pushing open the door, his first sight was that of an elderly man donning a wizard's hat, with hair and beard as white as snow and a slightly crooked nose, smiling warmly at him. "Good morning, Headmaster. I just remembered I have a matter to attend to. I must take my leave." Without hesitation, Hill turned and fled. After all, Dumbledore, as the ultimate boss, was a far greater adversary than anyone else. Even Voldemort in his prime. "Good morning, Fox. Please don't rush off. We have much to discuss." Dumbledore waved his hand gently, causing the door before Hill to vanish into thin air. In the next moment, Hill found himself in a room adorned with various portraits. He noted a shelf in one corner displaying the Sorting Hat, while another corner showcased a vividly colored bird observing him with curiosity. "This is the headmaster's office." "Indeed, this is the headmaster's office. Do you require anything? I can make some recommendations." "No, I require nothing at all." Hill unhesitatingly declined, fully aware that Dumbledore's tastes were rather unique, while his own were decidedly ordinary. Those rare collectibles of Dumbledore's were better left for other unfortunate souls. Oh, what a pity it was. A look of disappointment crossed Dumbledore's face as if he genuinely felt regret. Yet Hill remained unmoved, his heart racing with confusion. Just moments ago, he had been in the basement, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the headmaster's office. What on earth was happening? Is there something you wish to inquire about? Dumbledore, amiably smiling, seemed to notice Hill's glum demeanor and gently asked. Taking a deep breath, Hill struggled to calm himself, knowing that he must not show any signs of nervousness in front of this cunning old fox. First question, why am I here in the headmaster's office? Hogwarts is a wondrous institution, and as its headmaster, I possess certain privileges that others do not. It sounded rather splendid. The idea of traversing anywhere within Hogwarts a mere thought. As headmaster, one must have some unique aspects. This is the extent of my privileges. There are other privileges, though I am not privy to their implications. A jolt of surprise coursed through Hill. The term privileges resurfaced in his mind, evoking a special sentiment within him. Second question, what do you mean by privileges? That is a rather complex query. I learned this term from my predecessor. It is akin to a form of power. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. It seems you have a keen interest in this word. May I assume you have encountered it elsewhere? Hill inwardly cursed the old fox but maintained an inquisitive facade, nodding. I have heard of it. Oh, when was that? Just now. Dumbledore chuckled, and Hill joined in, as if they had stumbled upon something quite amusing. Nearby, the Sorting Hat split open, exclaiming bored. Beside it, the resplendent phoenix. Fox tilted its head, curiously observing the two who laughed without apparent reason. Third question, what are your intentions? After a brief moment of mirth, Hill's smile faded, and he regarded Dumbledore with utmost seriousness, his hand slipping into his pocket to grasp his wand. If the situation turned awry, he would fight valiantly, even if he knew failure was imminent. Dumbledore's benign smile remained intact. Upon hearing Hill's question, he merely nodded and remarked, Relax, I harbor no ill will towards you. Then please enlighten me as to why you brought me here. Merely for chat, nothing more. Hill scoffed, releasing the wand he had clenched. It appeared that this old fox had his own schemes. Mr. Fox, you just posed 3 questions to me. May I inquire about one in return? Dumbledore, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, reminiscent of Voldemort's smile. Disregarding the aesthetic, their laughter was indeed quite similar. Casually, may I decline? Of course. I would never compel you to do anything, Dumbledore replied. As long as you remain my student, I shall treat you with equity. Well then, ask away. Although I cannot guarantee my response. Excellent. Here comes my question. What is your opinion of Voldemort? At that moment, Dumbledore's eyes gleamed intensely, scrutinizing Hill's every reaction. With weary limbs, Hill exited the headmaster's office. On his way back, he encountered Ron and Hermione. You both saw it. Snape is up to no good with Harry. He was secretly casting spells to disrupt Harry's broom. Indeed, Snape seems intent on stealing that object. I don't know what it is, but he has been fixated on it. Hagrid let slip that the object is related to Niclame and Dumbledore. I suspect it must be something of great importance. Observing the trio whispering among themselves, Hill shook his head and approached them, greeting them with a casual hi. What are you discussing? Only then did Harry and the others notice Hill's presence, their expressions shifting to one of panic, akin to children caught in a misdeed. In nothing. We were just talking about the events during Harry's Quidditch match, Ron stammered, casting furtive glances at Harry and Hermione. He was keen on keeping this matter from others. If it leaked and disturbed Snape, it would certainly spell trouble. Of course, this was merely Ron's self-reassurance. At Hogwarts, who didn't know that Hill and Snape were archenemies? In truth, watching Hill effortlessly accumulate points filled Ron with an instinctive jealousy. Everyone experienced envy at times. Ron merely wished to seize this opportunity to expose Snape's facade and safeguard that crucial object, which would undoubtedly yield a wealth of points. Indeed, during the Quidditch match, someone cast a spell on Harry's broom. Someone intended to harm him. Hermione, concerned for Hill's involvement, was mindful of the gravity of the situation. She sought to protect him from getting entangled in this matter. Don't make a fuss. I'm fine. Perhaps it was merely the wind or some other reason. Like Hermione, Harry wished to shield Hill from the issue, yet he shared a hint of Ron's sentiments. Having an exceptional friend sometimes brought its own pressures. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Hill's eyes as he keenly observed the trio's performance. How should one put it? If they were anyone else, they would have been easily deceived by their act. I heard everything. Hill's words caused the trio's faces to change simultaneously, though they endeavored to maintain their composure. So, Snape is casting spells on Harry's broom, and he seeks to steal a rather valuable object tied to Niclame and Dumbledore, correct? The trio's expressions shifted utterly, a singular thought surging through their minds. It's over. Chapter 29, The Mirror. It's over. They collectively thought, knowing that Hill was aware of their deception, and he would surely be furious. Hill, catching a glimpse of their thoughts, felt a tinge of helplessness. Am I truly that terrifying? The trio nodded vigorously, only to quickly shake their heads. All right, I am not angry. You need not be so tense. Sure, we believe you, they simultaneously thought, well aware of Hill's reputation from the first potions class. His fierce demeanor could indeed frighten many timid girls. Hey, what would it take for you to believe I'm not angry? After considerable effort, Hill finally convinced the trio of his composure. Of course, had they remained uncertain, he might have genuinely lost his temper. Are you seeking information on Niclame? At the very least, we need to ascertain what that object is. Well, that's a promising direction. Keep up the good work. Hill nodded noncommittally, his mind teetering between the urge to caution Harry and his friends and the lingering echoes of Dumbledore's words from 20 minutes prior. Mr. Fawkes, I know you are astute, but I implore you to channel your wisdom down the right path. The conviction in his tone was palpable. It was a confidence reminiscent of Voldemort's self-assuredness in years gone by. I'm not like him. Then, pray, demonstrate how you differ from him. You shall see, he replied, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Well then, I must take my leave. I have to contend with Voldemort and concoct a plausible excuse. Do you require assistance? No, I can manage on my own. Farewell. Wait a moment, regarding the basement. I would prefer you not to disclose this to Harry and the others. They will discover it in due course. There is no point in hurrying this revelation. But we are not yet prepared, so let them spend a little more time in ignorance. We, myself, and Voldemort. Very well, as you wish. I shall inform them at the appropriate moment. Thank you, Mr. Fawkes. In truth, I prefer to refer to you as Little Fawkes. It reminds me of your father. I believe this conversation has reached its conclusion. Goodbye. 20 minutes later. Hill, have you not heard of the matter regarding Niclame? With your extensive reading, you must know who he is. Hermione's inquiry interrupted Hill's reverie, prompting him to nod before shaking his head. I am indeed aware of who Niclame is, and I have a rough idea of what you are referring to, but I cannot divulge that information. Why not? If it truly pertains to that matter, then the individual coveting it possesses strength beyond what you can contend with. Hill's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the trio, a hint of derision crossing his features. Do you honestly believe that a thief audacious enough to target Dumbledore's possessions, a burglar capable of infiltrating Gringotts, is someone you can confront? Have you perhaps overestimated your own capabilities? Ron's face flushed crimson. He could scarcely tolerate condescension directed at him. He glared at Hill, enunciating each word with simmering anger. How do you know we cannot? Such matters can sometimes be a matter of life and death. I simply wish to pose one question. Are you prepared to confront mortality? With that, he disregarded the trio's response and strode away. A group of naive children. Were it not for Dumbledore's clandestine protection, you would have squandered 10 lives. Hill felt a surge of irritation. Was the anticipated tale of Harry Potter truly about a band of oblivious youngsters embarking on quests under the aegis of a cunning old fox? Never mind. He would first deceive Voldemort. As for the excuse to placate him, he would simply choose any that sufficed, as long as it was plausible. A nonsensical dividing line. So, you did not acquire the Philosopher's Stone? Indeed, I did not even glimpse its location. Why not? Did I not provide you with all the necessary information? Did you not notice? The four house heads, Hagrid, are all among Dumbledore's most trusted allies, and you, too, have been included in that circle. He even tacitly approved their leaking of information to you. Why would he do such a thing? To lure me into seizing the Philosopher's Stone? Are you suggesting this is a trap? Almost. With so many professors involved in setting up the obstacles, it is peculiar that Dumbledore himself did not establish a challenge. In other words, the final obstacle is none other than Dumbledore himself? He awaits me there for a decisive confrontation? You are overthinking it. I am inclined to believe he simply has not had the opportunity to set up the final challenge. Why? Because when I arrived there, after navigating through Snape's fiery gate, all I encountered was a wall. A wall? Indeed, a wall fortified by magic, devoid of doors or hints. Merely a wall. My abilities are insufficient to breach it. In other words, unless one possesses considerable strength, they cannot hope to enter. Yet this wall does not impede me. However, it exists. Thus, this must have been a last-minute arrangement by Dumbledore, for I have been under his surveillance all along. Only someone else could attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. All that is needed is to guard against that individual. Precisely. This also indicates that the Philosopher's Stone indeed resides there. Otherwise, there would be no need for that wall. Dumbledore's final challenge must be insurmountable for you. Hence he requires time to set it up. Simply wait for him to complete his arrangements. Create a reason for him to leave Hogwarts, and then you may act. Do you not intend to go again? Without the Philosopher's Stone, your father shall never return. There will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. Let us take our time. I imagine you will not do him harm for the time being. If you intended to kill him, you would have done so long ago, would you not? You seem increasingly cold-blooded. Do you not care for your own father? That is of no concern to you. By the way, here is a piece of information. If I am not mistaken, the boy who lived has also been pursuing leads on the basement. This could be advantageous. Indeed, the final obstacle is designed to thwart me. If it were someone else, they might find it quite simple, especially that boy whom Dumbledore favors. Oh, how I am growing impatient. Thus, unless necessary, do not seek me out again. While I am uncertain if Dumbledore has taken notice of me, this period is not ideal for further contact with you. I shall also steer clear of that basement. You are a clever individual. I seldom offer compliments to others. Hill, if that day ever arrives, should you find yourself unable to navigate Hogwarts, I would welcome you to seek me out. Let's hope such a day never comes. Oh ha ha! A meeting dividing line. Christmas was fast approaching, and on a morning in mid-December, the students of Hogwarts awoke to find the grounds blanketed in several feet of snow, the lake's surface frozen solid. The Weasley twins faced repercussions from magically animating several snowballs, sending them in pursuit of Quirrell, striking him at the back of his turban. One wonders how they would react if they knew Voldemort resided beneath that turban. A flock of owls traversed the snow-laden sky, delivering letters. They endured great hardships and required Hagrid-esque care to regain their strength before they could take flight again. Hill resolved to return home for Christmas. The matter of permissions that Booker had mentioned lingered in his mind, compelling him to unravel its mystery. However, before that, he was eager to behold the legendary mirror of Erised, the mirror said to reveal one's most fervent desires. Thus, on the eve of his departure, Hill ventured to the room he had previously located. Though lacking an invisibility cloak, the disillusionment charm sufficed. He stealthily made his way, fortunate to encounter no disturbances, and ultimately arrived at the chamber. It appeared to be an abandoned classroom. Numerous desks and chairs were heaped against the walls, casting dark shadows, and a discarded wastebasket lay overturned. Yet on the wall directly opposite him rested an object that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of other storage options. Hill knew that this was the very thing he had been searching for. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore had placed this mirror here. It was an imposing mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet. At the top, an inscription read, Erised stra, eru oit, ube, kafru oit, on wosi. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Hill was naturally aware of the meaning behind these letters, and he was eager to discover what he would see in this mirror. This was none other than the mirror of Erised, which reveals the most fervent and profound desires of one's heart. Only those who possess a deep understanding of the value of contentment can use it as an ordinary mirror. Standing before the mirror, it came as no surprise that it displayed an image of a family of three. A tall young man with glasses embraced a beautiful woman with black hair, who cradled a silver-haired infant in her arms, the baby's eyes also a shimmering silver. Indeed, this was exactly what he had anticipated. Hill sighed, for he had long predicted the sight that awaited him. In a certain sense, he and Harry were kindred spirits, yet he perceived his reality with greater clarity, and, consequently, he bore a heavier burden. He would never forget the idyllic life of that family of three, and thus, he remained ensnared in his own anguish. It was not until he encountered Booker, who imparted a method of coping to him. Hill shook his head, deciding that those painful memories should remain where they belonged. He had many other pursuits to focus on. At the very least, his father was still alive, and that was the direction in which he must strive. After casting one final glance at the enchanted mirror, Hill turned to leave. However, he halted midway, for the image within the mirror shifted. He stared in astonishment as the scene transformed into a dimly lit room, sparsely furnished with merely a table, a bed, and a bookshelf, evidently a humble bedroom. At the desk, a young man with silver hair, akin to Hill's, was hunched over, writing something. Hill could only see his back. The specifics of his writing and appearance remained obscured. It was an unremarkable scene, yet why was it manifesting in the mirror of Erised? The mirror of Erised reveals the deepest and most fervent longings of the heart. Yet how could this image possibly represent Hill's innermost desires? The method of creating the mirror had long been lost, and few mirrors of its kind remained intact. Many had attempted to replicate its magic, such as by binding a boggart within a mirror or inscribing a soul capture spell upon it. However, such imitations failed to possess even half the capabilities of the authentic mirror. Hill was certain that this mirror was genuine. How could a mirror capable of concealing Voldemort be anything but? So why was this image appearing? For reasons he could not comprehend, Hill could only watch the mirror, observing the silver-haired youth's every movement, akin to watching a Muggle television. The young man seemed to struggle with his writing, often pausing to ponder, occasionally lost in thought. Yet, in the end, it appeared he completed his task. Hill watched as he stood, stretching with a sigh of relief, then turned and lifted a glass of lemonade to his lips. Hill was taken aback to discover that the young man's eyes were also silver, meaning his hair and eye color were identical to Hill's. Perhaps it was simply a coincidence. However, Hill noticed again that the silver-haired youth was clad in a white robe, adorned with a black fox's smile emblem on the chest. That's the mark of the Fox family, Hill murmured, thoroughly familiar with this insignia. Who, then, was this individual? As he scrutinized the young man's face, he arrived at a staggering conclusion. This youth bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Or rather, he looked exactly like the Hill of several years prior. Is this my future self? Hill pondered uncertainly. Yet, the style of clothing and the room's arrangement seemed outdated. Could this be the fashion of the future? After finishing his lemonade, the silver-haired youth stared intently at a spot, his lips moving as if uttering something. Hill was rendered speechless. Having learned to read lips, he discerned the youth's words. Hello, Hill. How are you? Who are you? Who exactly are you? Hill could not restrain his curiosity, then realized his indiscretion in querying a figure within a mirror. How could the person in the mirror possibly hear him? You truly do not recognize me? What? Hill began to suspect that Dumbledore was playing a trick on him, for he had never heard of the mirror of Erised possessing such a feature. A peculiar expression crossed the silver-haired youth's face, and he turned away, causing the image to ripple as if a stone had been tossed into a pond. Ultimately, amidst a swirl of distorted colors, the scene reverted to the previous image of the family of three. Damn it, what is going on? Hill stomped his foot in frustration. What was the meaning of this mirror, and why did it display such an image? Was someone truly toying with him? Dumbledore, show yourself. I know you are here. Hill drew his wand and declared loudly, reveal yourself. A silvery light erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly illuminating the entire room as if 100 lamps had been lit simultaneously, rendering the darkness powerless. Yet, nothing transpired. The room remained unchanged, devoid of the anticipated presence of a bespectacled old man with a crooked nose filled only with light. Alberforth retracted his wand and unhesitatingly exited the room. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no inclination to dwell on them now. That silver-haired youth was undeniably a member of the Fox family. He suddenly realized that the Fox family's history seemed to run deep. It was time he learned more about his lineage. Shortly after Hill departed, a figure emerged from behind the mirror of Erised, an elderly man with white hair and a beard, a crooked nose, clad in wizarding robes. None other than the Dumbledore Hill had been seeking. What did you see, young fox? Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with depth as he approached the mirror of Erised, gazing intently at its surface before speaking. It seems the Fox family indeed harbors many secrets. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore erased a subtle mark on the mirror, one that had been nearly imperceptible, as if it had never existed at all. It was the visage of a fox's smile. Hill, why do you wish to return home? Is it not true that you are alone there? Would it not be far more lively to remain at school? Faced with Hermione's inquiry, Hill merely smiled, stating he had a matter to attend to briefly, and it would be resolved in due course. What do you wish for this Christmas? Hermione asked, having chosen to return home just as Hill did, while Ron and Harry opted to stay at the school. By the way, due to recent events, the relationship between Hill and Harry, as well as Ron, had become somewhat strained. They had not spoken in quite some time. In contrast, Hermione maintained her usual amicable rapport with Hill. Nothing in particular, Hill replied nonchalantly, for indeed, what he desired was beyond Hermione's capacity to provide. Conversely, anything she could offer, he could acquire effortlessly. All right then, I shall gift you that. Hermione seemed to have already decided on a present, exuding confidence in her choice. I too have decided on your gift. Await my surprise, Hill responded with a smile, certain she would appreciate it. As Hill gazed at Hermione, another figure momentarily flickered through his mind. Oddly enough, Lily had chosen to remain at Hogwarts, despite her parents being at home. It was quite peculiar not to return for the family reunion. Although Voldemort had lifted Lily's soul curse, it seemed, as he had mentioned, he merely guided her emotions. Thus, the intimacy between Lily and Hill remained intact. He had inquired about this matter with Voldemort, who assured him it was of no concern to him. As for the gift for Lily, Hill had yet to decide. The gifts for others were much simpler. Harry would receive a brand new pair of glasses, enhanced with a minor spell for clarity and durability. Ron was to be gifted a collection of Muggle currency, both coins and notes, as he appeared quite intrigued by Muggle artifacts. Terry and the others also had gift prepared, and Hill was confident they would be satisfied. The seemingly lengthy journey came to a close amidst the engaging conversation between Hill and Hermione, as they discussed a myriad of topics freely and without restraint. Hermione was astonished by Hill's extensive knowledge of Muggle items and his broad understanding of various aspects of the magical world. Hill couldn't help but marvel at Hermione's remarkable intelligence and comprehension. Aside from his own exceptional abilities, none in their year could rival her excellence, at least academically. After bidding farewell to Hermione, Hill hurried back to his family villa, clutching book and making his way to the basement. Notably, Kaka did not accompany him on his return. It appeared to be getting along splendidly with Lily, so Hill had left it with her. This villa seemed to possess a rich history, having undergone several renovations, with protective enchantments cast to prevent Muggles from entering. Most importantly, the basement was fortified with numerous spells, where a single misstep could lead to an explosion, propelling the entire villa skyward. Cautiously, Hill untangled a series of protective spells, wiping the sweat from his brow. Heaven knows why the ancestors of the Fawkes family chose to install such powerful enchantments beneath their abode. Was it truly comfortable to sleep atop a pile of explosives? The basement had been expanded using the extension charm, making it exceptionally spacious. Countless bookshelves stood tall, rivaling the collections of Hogwarts' library, an accumulation of a millennium that was indeed formidable. In addition, there were various individual rooms, each serving different purposes, some for potion experimentation, others for spell practice, and some for storage. Hill spent the majority of his childhood here, gradually learning spells, conducting potion experiments, and perusing seemingly endless tomes under Book's guidance. That period was inevitably solitary and distressing, lasting a full 5 years. Slowly, he approached shelf number 73. According to Book, a particular section of the floor was movable, revealing a piece of parchment beneath, detailing how to obtain permission. Not particularly hard to locate, Hill effortlessly found the designated section of the floor, pried it open, and discovered a silver metal plate inscribed with intricate patterns, several lines of text, and a groove. Upon inspection, he read the lines, placed the token in the groove to unlock the seal. Forcible breach will result in unknown consequences. As for the groove, Hill felt fortunate. It seemed the token had already come into his possession. As for the unknown consequences, they likely implied mutual destruction. Hill retrieved the pocket watch that Voldemort had returned to him. Indeed, this was the token, originally belonging to his father, Adric. It had passed through Voldemort's hands before finally returning to Hill, thus reclaiming its rightful owner. Previously, he had been unaware of how this watch indicated time. However, it now appeared that it was not merely a timepiece, but a token with potential additional uses. The eccentricities of the Fawkes ancestors were beyond comprehension. Placing the watch into the groove, there were no dazzling lights, roaring dragons, or enticing fragrances, only the sound of mechanisms unlocking. Slightly disappointed, Hill gazed at the now open silver plate, revealing only a piece of parchment imbued with protective spells, devoid of anything else. Picking up the parchment, he noted its simplicity, inscribed with the instruction, to activate the token, the password is "I bought a watch last year." Further instructions will follow. Hill's expression turned peculiar as he realized the password was written in Chinese, specifically in simplified characters. Yet, despite the protective spells, the parchment appeared exceedingly worn, likely several centuries old. Did simplified Chinese characters even exist centuries ago? Never mind, the ancestors' thoughts were a mystery. First, they produced a pinyin version of Harry Potter. And now this strange password. He decided to observe what reaction might ensue. "I bought a watch last year," Hill recited earnestly, feeling that the phrase bore an odd significance. However, he had no time to ponder its meaning. As soon as he uttered the words, the watch that had been resting in the groove began to transform. The intricate designs on the silver watch suddenly illuminated, causing the timepiece to levitate, radiating a gentle silver glow, shimmering like it had come to life. It breathed, it rejoiced. It celebrated its awakening. Naturally, this was merely Hill's impression. He had only encountered a few sentient objects in his life, and they were far from commonplace. Yet, this watch emanated an aura of life, albeit with something slightly amiss. After a brief moment, the watch's casing opened on its own, revealing a crystal surface and a black dial within. Immediately, the black dial emitted a faint silver beam, casting a column of silver light onto the floor. Hill lowered his gaze as the silver beam illuminated the ground, where a line of text materialized, stating, in accordance with the initial contract, "Right eye consent on the 7th page to unlock level 1 permission." Level 1 permission? Could there be a level 2 permission, or even level 3 permission? Hill found himself increasingly perplexed. It seemed that the depths of his family's secrets were indeed profound. However, Having attained level 1 permission, he anticipated uncovering more truths. The number 7 possessed an enchanting quality. And although Hill paid it little mind, he inscribed his name along with the phrase, "I am willing," on the 7th page of Booker's parchment. In a fleeting moment, Hill envisioned countless children, akin to his own age, kneeling with fervent devotion, mimicking his actions, each adorned with a black fox smile insignia upon their chests. What was this? A resurgence of the past, or merely a glimpse of the future? What precisely did "I am willing" signify? Hill could not shake the feeling of having signed a pact of servitude, oblivious to the worth of his own submission. "My dear young master, you have remarkably acquired level 1 permission so swiftly?" Booker's voice echoed in Hill's mind, tinged with surprise and a hint of delight. "It was rather straightforward, was it not?" Hill replied, meticulously stowing away the parchment and the chart, restoring the floor to its original state before departing the basement. Matters of research permissions were better suited for a more comfortable locale. The basement's dismal ambience was hardly conducive to enlightenment. "Ah, so you have obtained the astrolabe?" Booker inquired, then murmured to itself, "That cannot be right. Did it not vanish alongside your father?" Hill felt obliged to elucidate the circumstances, recounting the myriad events that had transpired during Booker's intense focus on its studies. He held an unwavering trust in Booker. "Is that dark wizard a fool? To relinquish such a vital artifact to you?" Booker's tone dripped with disdain, directed at the dark wizard, whose lack of knowledge was indeed alarming. Momentarily taken aback, Hill realized he too was in the dark regarding the astrolabe's true nature. Booker's comments inadvertently included him. However, his curiosity was piqued by the astrolabe's purpose. What function does the astrolabe serve? It holds immense significance, tied to a monumental secret. Regrettably, your permission is insufficient for me to divulge further details. Booker's retort was exasperating. After all his efforts to secure level 1 permission, he still found himself in ignorance. Leaning back on the couch, he shifted to a more comfortable position and inquired, "What assistance can this so-called level 1 permission offer me?" "Access to a selection of documents. Certain family secrets will be unveiled to you. Is that all?" Hill was incredulous. After such exertion, to receive only meager information felt utterly disproportionate. "Is that not sufficient?" Booker's voice rose, brimming with astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom Hill's discontent. "Very well. Please provide me with a table of contents. I shall see if anything piques my interest." Resigned to reality, Hill hoped the materials would contain something of significance to him. Booker's efficiency was commendable. Soon, a plethora of densely packed text materialized on its form, revealing the catalog of unlocked documents that accompanied level 1 permission. Initially, Hill glanced casually, but soon found himself captivated, unable to divert his gaze. Biographies of past heirs. 47 treasure location addresses. 28 secret residence addresses. Forbidden spells. The enigmatic Fox family finally revealed a glimpse of its iceberg to Hill. He had long been curious about the exploits of his predecessors, who seemed shrouded in mystery. He had only managed to glean the faintest hints from his family's tomes and notes. Yet, akin to a blind man grasping an elephant, his understanding remained woefully inadequate. The subsequent entries paled in comparison to the allure of the biographies of past heirs, and he eagerly urged Booker to unveil all the contents. With bated breath, he turned to the page of the progenitor, only to be struck dumb. That page contained but a scant few lines. Progenitor of the Fox family. Birth and death dates unknown. Place of origin unknown. Parents unknown. Pure Muggle lineage. Master of magical theory. Hill seethed with indignation. What is this? Why so brief? And why does the information abruptly cease? He then perused the biographies of others, noting that while some were comprehensive, others were lacking, though none as severely as that of his progenitor. "My dear young master, this is due to your insufficient permission. Level 1 permission only reveals this much." "Blast it! Do you have any idea what I sacrificed to obtain that astrolabe?" "My dear young master, as per the regulations, the astrolabe is a family heirloom, easily acquired. Hence, what could he possibly say? Had his ancestors not foreseen the potential loss of the astrolabe? Rubbing his aching temples, he wearily asked, "How does one attain level 2 permission?" Rather than succumb to frustration, it seemed wiser to seek the means to elevate his permission, for surely greater revelations awaited him. Quite simple, really. Just ascertain the location of the family ancestral home from the previous heir and with the blood of the predecessor. Activate the mechanism to receive guidance. Just follow those instructions. Booker's tone was flippant, as if this were an effortless task. Yet the issue lay in the fact that the previous heir, Aldrich, remained in the clutches of the dark wizard. Fine, I concede defeat. Hill tossed Booker onto the coffee table, seizing a cushion and squeezing it with fervor. Level 2, permission was supposedly so straightforward. Yet had they considered the possibility of the previous heir's disappearance or untimely death? In truth, they had considered it. Then, why the dire circumstances? According to your ancestors' design, if the conditions are unmet, permission cannot be granted. The consequence of lacking permission is merely a deficit of knowledge. Sometimes, knowing less can be safer. Hill was utterly speechless. What should have been a simple matter had morphed into a convoluted ordeal. In that moment, his resentment towards the dark wizard deepened. Why must he capture Aldrich of all people? Booker, how fares your research? Hill diverted the topic. Recognizing this issue as a quagmire, those who tread upon it were destined for misfortune. Fairly well, though I've recently encountered a bottleneck. It's proving rather troublesome. Hill was taken aback by Booker's response. Could this unreliable entity truly uncover a means to dismantle a Horcrux? Surely not, for even Dumbledore could not manage that. Do not dare compare me to that old fool, Dumbledore. Sensing Hill's thoughts, Booker seemed displeased. In its mind, no individual or entity surpassed its vast knowledge. Very well, do you require any assistance? Hill shifted the conversation. Should there be a way he could assist, he would not hesitate. Indeed, there is a task for which I may require your help. Regarding the Horcruxes, especially those created by those 3 individuals, my understanding is somewhat lacking. Therefore, when you have the opportunity, please retrieve the diadem for me. I wish to communicate with it to see if any progress can be made. Hill nodded thoughtfully. The diadem might indeed be the most accessible artifact, conveniently located in the room of requirement, and could be retrieved before the holiday break. However, he pondered whether Voldemort would have a sense of awareness regarding his own Horcruxes. Moreover, would that particular Horcrux pose any threat to him? When it came to the original narrative, Hill could only trust its general trajectory, while he dared not rely on the details any longer. The original diadem of Ravenclaw had indeed lacked any offensive capabilities, but he questioned whether this version would be any different. Increasingly, he leaned towards the notion that the tale of Harry Potter was merely a storybook, rather than an authentic prophecy. After all, the narrative was laced with excessive subjective emotion. Much like Voldemort himself, it was crucial to remember that Voldemort did not single-handedly upheave the wizarding world. One must not forget the legion of Death Eaters at his command. This led to a pressing question. Why would anyone choose to follow Voldemort? Furthermore, why did most Death Eaters hail from pure blood families? From Hill's encounters with Voldemort, it was evident that he was a formidable figure, possessing both ambition and the requisite prowess. His goals aligned with those of many pure blood wizards, all of whom staunchly believed in blood superiority. They refused to languish in obscurity, hiding from the weak muggles. They sought to walk openly in the sunlight, relegating the base and feeble muggles to the status of their servants. Both Voldemort and Grindelwald were akin to such figures. They resembled the Führer of Germany during World War II. They could be madmen, but they were also geniuses and powerful individuals. Hence, there existed a disparity between the occurrences in Hill's world and those in the book, primarily due to the characters' dispositions. I would advise you to wait until Voldemort is expelled before retrieving that diadem. If you have come into contact with a Horcrux, you will bear traces of it for a while, and the owner of the Horcrux will be acutely sensitive to such signs, Booker stated earnestly. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Should Voldemort discover that you dared to covet his Horcrux, he would not hesitate to eliminate you, regardless of the significant secrets you might possess. As for whether the diadem would attack him, Booker believed it would be powerless to do so. Indeed, it is currently preoccupied. Unless you intend to destroy it, it will not react to external stimuli. With Booker's reassurance, Hill felt a sense of relief, finally encountering a matter that was not overly troublesome. Booker, aren't you going to continue your research? He inquired. My dear little master, Christmas is approaching, and even a book deserves the right to enjoy the holiday. What gift do you desire? How about a dozen copies of the latest Playboy? Get lost. Just one will suffice. Pure as a spring. Chapter 32. The Christmas Holiday. Hill's Christmas was quite simple. He prepared a modest meal for himself, and after dining, went to bed. By the time he awoke, the day had already passed, and Christmas had slipped by in slumber. Perhaps it was a bit monotonous, yet it had been this way for many years, and he had grown accustomed to it. The holiday that Booker referred to was merely a day spent lounging in bed. Hill took the time to clean him thoroughly, making him shine, albeit at the cost of his usual vigor. Having spent Christmas in sleep, Hill's first task upon rising was to check for his gifts. He had previously left a window ajar to allow the owl to enter and deliver his presents. Meanwhile, thanks to Lucius's efforts, all the gifts had been dispatched, leaving him quite exhausted. Gathering the numerous gift boxes onto the coffee table, Hill began to unwrap them one by one. Although he lacked for nothing, He was genuinely interested in the gifts from his friends. First was Hermione's gift. It was rather unique, a set of dental care tools. Alongside it was a long letter, explaining that since Hill enjoyed sweets, she thought this set would help him maintain his teeth and prevent cavities. The letter provided detailed instructions on how to use the tools, surpassing even the accompanying manual in thoroughness. In return, Hill gifted Hermione a small brown pouch, enchanted to hold a great deal of items, alleviating her worries about excess baggage when school resumed. He also included copies of all his study notes, believing Hermione would appreciate such a thoughtful present. Next was Lily's gift, which was a book, presumably her mother's latest work, the cover revealing its content. She also included a letter wishing him a Merry Christmas and sharing her happiness spending time with Kaka. Hill's gift to her was a golden music box, resembling a moonlight music box, albeit a mere replica without its extraordinary capabilities, requiring winding to function. Harry and Ron sent a simple card accompanied by a letter expressing their hopes for reconciliation. Though modest, the gesture brought Hill joy. He merely desired to be remembered. Draco also sent a gift, a flying broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. This surely represented the sentiments of the Malfoy family, being relatives. Although Hill already possessed one, he was nonetheless delighted. He gifted Draco a book titled Curses and Counter-Curses, a guide to pranking your friends and bewitching your enemies. Hair loss, broken legs, tongue-tying, and many more tricks. Certain that Draco, who relished pranks, would find it enjoyable. Terry, Anthony, Michael, and others also sent numerous gifts, which Hill gratefully accepted, feeling genuinely happy. After spending several days at home, He'll delve into the research materials unlocked by his first-level access, growing increasingly frustrated with each passing moment. Unfortunately, the unlocked content was trivial, while the crucial information remained elusive. For instance, his ancestor, who had crafted the Moonlight music box, had records that abruptly ceased at the energy converter's manufacturing method. In stark contrast, another ancestor led a rather mundane life, with every detail meticulously documented, even the onset of his bedwetting, as if there were nothing else worth noting. Before leaving, Hill made another trip to Diagon Alley to purchase a substantial supply of pet food. His previous stock had nearly been depleted. This time, he bought a year's worth, ample enough for Kaka to indulge. On the train, he encountered Hermione once more. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Hill felt her teeth appeared even whiter, a benefit of having dentist parents. From her, he learned that she still had not found any information regarding the Niclame, and she planned to return to the library for another thorough search, confident that she would uncover something. Hill, do you truly know who Niclame is? Hermione inquired, perplexed as to why Hill refrained from divulging any information, wondering if Niclame was associated with something perilously dangerous. I know, and I could tell you without issue, but please do not share this with Harry and the others. After considering, Hill concluded that this did not contravene Dumbledore's regulations. Hermione was still trustworthy. Why can't you tell them? I could say Dumbledore instructed me to do so. Would you believe that? Hill, tired of beating around the bush, dropped the bombshell outright. Hermione opened her mouth as if to respond, but ultimately remained silent. Dumbledore did not wish for Harry to learn of this matter prematurely, so he sought me out in advance, imploring me to remain tight-lipped until Harry discovered the truth for himself. But why would Dumbledore take such measures? What is your opinion of Harry, or rather, how would you characterize him? Hill shrugged, and before Hermione could respond, he continued, in my view, apart from his prowess in Quidditch and a certain audacity, he is no different from any other student. Yet, what could possibly motivate Dumbledore to extend such care towards him? Has Dumbledore ever truly shown concern for Harry? I mean, he rarely makes an appearance, and I fail to discern anything particularly special about Harry in Dumbledore's eyes. Even if there were, it might simply be due to his identity, the boy who lived, orphaned, and burdened with a tragic past. Hermione's brow furrowed with increasing skepticism. Could a mere Niclame truly be the source of such profound revelations? You are indeed correct. It is precisely because of his identity. Hill exclaimed, straightening in his seat and lowering his voice. Harry has vanquished the Dark Lord, a feat that surely warrants Dumbledore's special regard. I apologize, but although I am aware of what they say, it is difficult for me to fathom how an infant of merely 1 year could defeat such a formidable dark wizard. Have they made a mistake? And what of this identity? The Dark Lord is dead, Hermione interjected, only to pause, her hand instinctively covering her mouth as she fixed a penetrating gaze on Hill. Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord is still alive? I hope you can keep all of this confidential, even from your closest companions, and if I were to inquire further, I urge you to remain silent, as if you had never heard of it. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to cease this discussion. Hill found himself, once again, in admiration of Hermione's intellect. Her ability to deduce so much from a mere handful of words was remarkable. Intrigued by Hill's revelations, Hermione was unwilling to let the conversation end there, and thus she promptly took an oath, vowing not to disclose this matter to a third party. The Dark Lord is not dead. I have some knowledge of what transpired that fateful night. It was a curse unlike any other, and Harry's mother sacrificed herself to protect him, imbuing the spell with a mother's love. This enchantment rebounded the killing curse cast by the Dark Lord, returning it to him. Even he met with the fate of corporeal disintegration, barely escaping with a fragment of his soul, retreating to hide, gravely weakened. Yet he ultimately survived. Hill marveled at the events of that night. Despite years of studying magic, wizards seemed to know so little. It was as though they had merely picked up a single grain of sand on the beach, while true magic lay in the vast ocean beyond. Dumbledore appeared to be a fatalist, believing in a prophecy that foretold Harry as the one destined to defeat the Dark Lord. Thus, he treated Harry with such distinction and took it upon himself to mentor him. Is he exploiting Harry? Hermione furrowed her brow. For Dumbledore had always given her a benevolent impression, akin to a somewhat childlike, neighborly grandfather. However, according to Hill's assertions, it was evident that Dumbledore was indeed taking advantage of Harry. I cannot ascertain his true intentions. Perhaps he is using Harry, or perhaps he genuinely seeks Harry's well-being. Nonetheless, I do not believe it is wise to impose such a heavy burden of responsibility upon an 11-year-old child. Hill, entirely disregarding that he himself was also 11, bore a weight of responsibility not less than Harry's. At least Harry remained oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead, with Dumbledore's guidance at his back. Do not allow the weight of such thoughts to burden you too heavily. Regardless of Dumbledore's nature, Harry will always be Harry. He remains your friend. Observing Hermione's knitted brow, Hill sought to console her, then deftly shifted the topic. Regarding Niclame, you have all been mistaken about one crucial detail. What have we been mistaken about? Hermione's attention was piqued. He is not a contemporary wizard. In fact, he only celebrated his 665th birthday last year. Hill revealed the error in Hermione's understanding, adding, moreover, he is the sole possessor of the Philosopher's Stone in this world, rumored to be the source of his longevity. The Philosopher's Stone? What is that? It is an object that should not exist. It is the ultimate goal pursued by all alchemists. It can turn stone into gold, and potions brewed from it can grant immortality. Its uses are myriad. A flicker of doubt crossed Hill's eyes. Could such an elixir of life truly exist? With Hill's hint, Hermione quickly grasped the implications, her complexion paling as she began to comprehend the magnitude of what lay ahead. Rest assured, Dumbledore will not allow you to come to harm. Hill reassured her, noting her concern. Everything is under Dumbledore's control. You are not in danger. Yet, despite his words, having encountered Voldemort, Hill began to waver. Could Dumbledore truly be in command of all matters? Voldemort did not seem like an adversary to be trifled with. Is all of this merely your speculation, Hill? Faced with Hermione's inquiry, Hill hesitated momentarily before nodding. Indeed, this is merely my conjecture, but I believe it holds more than 60% reliability. As for the Philosopher's Stone, I suspect it to be a part of Dumbledore's grand design. His audacity was indeed extraordinary, daring to wager such a precious artifact. A design? A wager? I must emphasize that all I have stated is conjecture. While some may be correct, others may be incorrect. These are merely my personal opinions. Hill prefaced, in reality, Dumbledore's intention was simply to draw the Dark Lord out. The longer he remains in hiding, the greater the potential devastation at the time of his emergence. What could entice Voldemort? The Philosopher's Stone could serve this purpose. Thus, he presented it as a wager, gambling against the Dark Lord. What if the Dark Lord were to obtain the Philosopher's Stone? Would he not then be resurrected? Precisely, which is why it is a gamble. Dumbledore is betting on Voldemort's failure. From where does he derive such confidence? Hermione realized that the more she learned, the more questions arose, entangling her in a web of confusion. There are many reasons. In fact, I place considerable faith in Dumbledore, for he is the only one capable of confronting the Dark Lord directly. Voldemort was aware of the trap, yet he still stepped into it, perhaps lured by the promise of the Philosopher's Stone. Alternatively, could it be that he possessed some form of leverage? This object could alleviate his fear of failure, offering him the chance for a resurgence. Could that be the case? Hermione's intellect was truly beyond mere description. She nearly deduced the existence of Horcruxes. Hill had no doubt that had Hermione been aware of Horcruxes, she would surely have guessed that Voldemort had created them. However, the topic of Horcruxes felt too distant. So Hill chose not to delve further, as the train had reached its destination. Let us end the discussion here. Forget all of this. You are but a first-year student. Live your life as you should. Hill rose, relieved that their journey was finally at an end. You are Hermione Granger. Hill opened the carriage door. Watching his students filed past him, observing the throng, he closed the door once more, deciding to wait a moment longer. Now, knowing all of this, what will your choice be? Faced with Hermione's inquiry, Hill wore a resigned expression, his face contorted in a grimace. There is no choice, is there? You are all involved. I cannot simply stand aside. After all, we are friends. I cannot bear to watch you face danger alone. A radiant smile illuminated Hermione's face, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped the room. Chapter 33. Hagrid's Dragon Egg. Upon returning to Hogwarts, life resumed its previous rhythm. After several weeks of unremarkable days, Hill ceased his perilous escapades, comporting himself as a quintessential model student. He remained as tranquil as still waters, brewing a tempest that was destined to erupt soon. During this time, Harry and his friends finally uncovered the mystery of the Niffler, with Hermione attributing all the credit to Hill. Their relationship had finally mended, now even more robust than before. Hill finally seized the opportunity to attend a Quidditch match, where Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff. Harry exhibited extraordinary talent. He captured the Golden Snitch in a mere 5 minutes. As he watched the Quidditch match, Hill pondered whether he should join Ravenclaw's Quidditch team next year, finding the sport quite exhilarating. Hill, your flying skills on the broomstick are remarkable. Why not join the Ravenclaw team? Asked Lily, seated beside him, her excitement palpable as Gryffindor triumphed. When she saw Harry being hoisted into the air by his fellow Gryffindors in celebration, she turned to Hill with her inquiry. In fact, Hill had recently learned that his father, Adric, was also an illustrious Quidditch player, having played as a chaser for the Ravenclaw house team, and even clinching a championship title. Inheriting Adric's Quidditch prowess, Hill's flying skills were commendable, making it likely that he could join the team without issue. However, this year was not feasible, as he was merely a first-year student, and Professor Flitwick would undoubtedly disapprove. Hill shook his head, recalling that Professor Flitwick was a remarkably affable individual who genuinely cared for his students, prioritizing their safety above all else. Whenever a clash erupted between Slytherin and Gryffindor, his first action was to ensure Ravenclaw students were evacuated before intervening to quell the conflict. Nevertheless, next year could be promising. It seemed several team members would temporarily depart due to their upcoming exams, potentially opening up positions. What position are you aiming for? Lily inquired. I think being a seeker is splendid. A golden snitch is worth 150 points. She observed Harry's performance, believing that the seeker played a pivotal role in determining victory. I prefer being a chaser. My father was once a chaser for Ravenclaw. Well, I eagerly anticipate your performance next year. Shall I bring home a trophy for you to behold? You did say that. If I manage to achieve that, what will be my reward? What do you desire? I want Quidditch transition. Weeks flew by, and only 10 weeks remained until exams. As the timeline suggested, Hagrid's dragon egg seemed to have arrived, and soon they would embark on their journey into the Forbidden Forest, where they would encounter Voldemort. Recently, Hill had developed a fondness for the library, finding Hogwarts' collection to be immensely captivating. It was rumored that someone had once discovered a spell to vanquish Voldemort within its hallowed halls. Yet, Hill had no such intentions. He was merely becoming increasingly enamored with Hogwarts, this enchanting school that felt alive. The library, rich in resources, fascinated him. After all, it had stood for a millennium, weathering the ravages of time, the rise and fall of countless families, while Hogwarts remained unyielding. As for academic concerns, should Hill be worried? Harry and his friends had also been frequenting the library, not in search of information on the Niffler. That matter had long since concluded. Hermione, believing the exams were looming just 10 weeks away, had enlisted Harry and Ron to join her in review sessions. This is dreadful. I can never remember this. One afternoon, Ron finally snapped, tossing his quill aside and gazing longingly out the library window. After months, they were graced with such splendid weather. The sky was a striking azure, reminiscent of forget-me-not flowers, and the air carried the scent of an impending summer. What a waste it would be to remain indoors on such a glorious day. Hill closed his book. Since Christmas, he'd been ensconced in the library, and he felt a bit fatigued. Observing the splendid weather outside, he deemed it a squandered opportunity to stay indoors. Hermione merely huffed, offering no reply. In truth, she understood that individuals like Hill had little to worry about regarding exams. Their only concern was whether they could achieve a commendable ranking. Clearly, Hermione was quite invested in her exam results, which was why she had begun studying so early. Hill stretched lazily, and just as he prepared to rise and step outside, he spotted Hagrid entering. Could it be the dragon egg? Subsequently, events confirmed Hill's suspicions. Hagrid instructed them to wait a moment in his hut, and soon they discovered that Hagrid was likely rearing a dragon. although his own basement housed several dragon specimens. The prospect of a living dragon, particularly a newly hatched one, piqued Hill's interest. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment when he learned that Hagrid had merely acquired the egg, and it was still several days away from hatching. Nonetheless, the notion of boiling a dragon egg in a cauldron felt rather peculiar. What if it cooked? Such matters were best left for Hagrid to ponder. They engaged in a lengthy discussion about the Philosopher's Stone, and while they managed to extract some information from Hagrid, it was largely trivial, the most significant being which professors had been involved in setting up the enchantments. On their way back, Harry and the others deliberated over Snape, suspecting him to be the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, Hermione pondered more deeply. She had already deduced that Voldemort had infiltrated Hogwarts, but was uncertain about which professor was involved. Hill, do you think it's Snape? Noticing Hill's silence, Hermione could not restrain her curiosity. Subconsciously, she had begun to regard Hill as an omniscient figure. Whether that was a blessing or a curse for him remained to be seen. It could be, or it could not be. Regardless, I have found Snape rather unpleasant for quite some time. Hill's ambiguous response, however, led Harry and the others to believe he was insinuating that Snape was indeed the culprit. Hermione, on the other hand, began to harbor doubts. Was Snape truly the thief? As the semester drew to a close, assignments began to pile up, and Terry and the others lamented their workload. Fortunately, they had a reliable roommate who could complete assignments in record time and lend them for reference. I suddenly feel grateful that I was sorted into Ravenclaw, Terry exclaimed during breakfast, sipping his oatmeal. Indeed, choosing Ravenclaw was the wisest decision of my life. Anthony nodded in agreement, while Michael smiled and echoed his sentiments. Hill shook his head disapprovingly as he spread jam on his bread and offered it to Lily, who accepted it with a smile and handed him a glass of lemonade in return. Hey, could you not flaunt it so blatantly in front of us? Anthony exclaimed, his face contorted with frustration. His goal for the year had been to find a girlfriend, yet he had made no progress thus far. Meanwhile, Hill, who had been idle, was suddenly the object of admiration from a beautiful girl, which would leave anyone feeling a sense of imbalance. Just close your eyes, and you won't see it. With a sharp retort, Hill silenced them, eliciting low chuckles from Terry and the others. As the relationship between Hill and Lily matured, he had grown accustomed to her presence by his side, and though they exchanged no words, a profound understanding lingered between them. After finishing breakfast, Hill noticed Harry's owl swooping in, signaling that Hagrid's dragon egg had likely hatched. He spotted Draco standing beside Harry and the others, seemingly engaged in their conversation. Moments later, Harry approached and whispered the news of the dragon eggs hatching into Hill's ear. I understand. We have no classes this morning, so I'll head over first. Harry nodded and departed, as they still had herbology class to attend. Once Harry left, Lily quietly inquired, "Where are you going?" "To witness the hatching of a dragon." Hill replied casually, knowing such a reason would likely be met with skepticism. However, Lily appeared to be anything but ordinary. "Really? Can I come along?" Reluctantly, Hill acquiesced to Lily's request, realizing that he would simply explain the situation to Harry and the others later. Lily was known for her discretion. As Draco prepared to exit the hall, Hill rose and followed, understanding that some matters required a change of approach. "Hey, Draco, where are you off to?" Draco halted, recognizing Hill and managing a faint smile. "Oh, just heading back. We have no classes this morning." Hill chose not to confront Draco's fib, instead responding with a smile and a hint of mystery. "There's something you might find quite intriguing. Would you care to hear it?" "What is it?" "Hagrid has a dragon." Draco's expression shifted to one of amusement. He had heard this tidbit from Harry, and it was supposed to be a closely guarded secret. Why, then was Hill divulging it? "Oh, I see," Draco replied nonchalantly, but upon noticing Hill's skeptical gaze, he feigned surprise. "A dragon, you say?" Rolling his eyes, Hill shrugged. "Indeed. Harry and the others invited me to witness the hatching today." "Congratulations." Draco's face betrayed a semblance of envy. He had always harbored a fascination for dragons, though Lucius forbade him from keeping one. Nonetheless, he had secretly amassed a collection of books on the subject. Hill chuckled, glanced around, and leaned closer to Draco. "Would you like to have a close encounter with a dragon?" A flicker of excitement crossed Draco's face, quickly replaced by disappointment as he shook his head. "Harry and the others wouldn't want me there. Even if they didn't invite you, wouldn't you find a way?" "What do you mean?" Clearing his throat, Hill retorted, "I didn't say anything. I know nothing. I must be off now." Sensing that Draco had grasped his implication, Hill seized the opportunity to make his exit. Some matters required only a gentle nudge, without the need for overt statements. As for the rationale behind his actions, Hill trusted Draco to make the right choice. It would ultimately benefit everyone. Perhaps Harry and the others would feel a tinge of annoyance, but they would incur no actual loss. With time to spare, Hill and Lily strolled around the castle until they grew a bit weary before heading to Hagrid's hut. Arriving early posed no issue, especially since the windows were tightly shut to facilitate the hatching process, and a large fire crackled within, creating a sweltering atmosphere. Hagrid appeared somewhat anxious upon seeing Lily, casting a questioning glance at Arbor. And who might this be? Lily Dipan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hagrid. Lily greeted him warmly, extending her hand. Hagrid, still somewhat taken aback, managed to smile and stepped aside. Come in, you're a friend of Hill's, so it's all right. Observing Hagrid's clumsiness, Lily couldn't help but chuckle again, her laughter ringing like silver bells and momentarily disarming Hagrid. How many years had it been? Is the dragon egg still hatching? Settling into a spot alongside Lily, Hill noticed the dragon egg simmering in a pot. Oh, it's hatching. By the time Harry and the others finish class, it should be ready. Chapter 34. The Dragon, Norbert. When Harry and his friends finally arrived after their class, their expressions were peculiar, having noticed an unexpected presence engaged in curious activities. For instance, crack. The sound made Harry and the others flinch, instinctively checking their teeth. Hagrid's rock cakes had finally found a fan in someone. The thought echoed simultaneously in the trio's minds, followed by the question, why is she here? Hill observed Lily munching on Hagrid's rock cake, the crunching sounds echoing, her cheeks puffing as she savored the treat. Clearly, her prominent canines were well earned. She must have devoted considerable effort to maintaining her dental health. You all made it. If you had arrived later, the dragon would have hatched. Hill greeted Harry and the others as they entered. Noticing their attention fixated on Lily, he clarified, this is Lily Depan, a first year from Ravenclaw. You must have met her. I know she. Yes, Lily, Hermione stated, taking a seat beside Hill, her demeanor seemingly displeased, though he paid little mind. Why did you bring her? This is supposed to be a secret. How could you tell anyone? Well, Lily expressed great interest in the dragon hatching, so... And you just brought her along? Lily is quite discreet. She won't spill any secrets. Hearing Hill and Hermione's conversation, Lily hesitated, setting down the rock cake and standing up. I'm sorry. I insisted that he'll bring me. If I caused any trouble, I apologize. I'll just leave now. Don't go. Hermione shot a reproachful glance at both Hill and Hagrid, her tone softening. You've come all this way. Stay and watch with us. It's a rare sight, after all. I trust you'll keep this secret. One to you? Under Hermione's pressure, Hill reluctantly swapped seats with Lily, moving beside Hagrid's dog Fong. Just moments ago, Lily had been playfully teasing Fong while devouring the rock cake, leaving Harry and the others in a state of astonishment. Hill exchanged glances with Fong, who instinctively shifted away, unable to endure the weight of Hill as frustration. Hagrid retrieved the dragon egg from the pot, placing it on the table. The egg bore peculiar patterns, crimson in hue, and a deep crack had formed on its surface. Something within stirred, producing an amusing clicking sound. The group inched their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, with a harsh scraping noise, the egg split open. The hatchling wobbled on the table, flapping its wings. Though not conventionally attractive, it resembled a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiky wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender, dark body. A long snout, white nostrils, and prominent orange eyes adorn its head. It sneezed, emitting a few sparks from its nose. It is quite beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid murmured, extending a hand to gently stroke the little dragon's head. The dragon playfully nipped his finger, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. Goodness, look, it recognizes its mother. Hagrid, Hermione inquired. How quickly does a Norwegian ridgeback grow? Just as Hagrid was about to respond, his complexion suddenly drained of color, and he leapt towards the window. What's the matter? A boy was peeking through the curtain, running towards the school. That's Draco. Harry and Ron immediately recognized the silhouette. Hill smirked, then stood up and swiftly dashed out the door, waving his wand over himself. Light as a feather. This spell was concocted by one of Hill's rather bored ancestors, who had lost a running race to a muggle and had been haunted by it ever since. He eventually invented this charm to challenge the muggle once more. A gentle breeze swirled around Hill's feet, rendering his body light as air. With a mere step, he glided several meters forward. He sped like a gust of wind, quickly catching up with Draco. Harry and the others only witnessed Hill seemingly exchanging a few words with Draco, which led to a brief argument. Harry even saw Draco draw his wand, only to retract it moments later. Eventually, Hill and Draco returned together to the hut. Draco would not divulge Hagrid's dragon-raising secret. A look of resignation appeared on Hill's face, but in exchange, he insisted on helping to care for the dragon. just as Ron was about to voice his opinion. Hermione's louder voice interrupted him. "All right, Hermione, are you out of your mind?" Ron looked at the girl in disbelief. This is the right thing to do. The brown-haired girl tossed her head, strands of hair brushing past Ron's face. "Do you want Hagrid to end up in Azkaban? As long as he cares for the dragon with us, he won't betray us." Only Lillian silently observed Hill, having seen him seek out Draco earlier that morning. The ensuing days were indeed quite enjoyable. Draco, well-versed in the nature of dragons, engaged in delightful conversation with the experienced Hagrid, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione listened intently. For a time, the animosity that had once permeated their interactions dissipated significantly. The most vexed of all was Hill, who tentatively reached out to touch the little dragon, only to have the creature, named Norbert, unceremoniously singe several holes in his sleeve. In the following days, Lily and Harry frequently visited the dragon, and Draco often came by to assist. Though relations between him and Harry's group remained strained within Hagrid's hut, it was as if nothing had ever transpired. Hill, on the other hand, was immersed in the library, where he had recently stumbled upon some clues regarding his ancestor. Though it was merely a few words and only his conjecture regarding their connection, it piqued his interest immensely. Under the cover of night, Hill had stealthily ventured into the library multiple times using the invisibility cloak borrowed from Harry, scouring the restricted section for an extended period, yet progress was slow. He had discovered some obscure histories of Hogwarts, but clues regarding his ancestor remained elusive. Just as Hill was about to concede that the library held no useful leads, Harry and the others resolved to send Norbert to Ron's brother, Charlie. Hill prevented Lily from attempting to accompany Norbert, warning that the Forbidden Forest was no place for amusement, particularly at night, where dangers loomed beyond just Voldemort. This excursion into the Forbidden Forest was not one Hill intended to join. He didn't believe Voldemort would dare to target Harry and his companions, as Dumbledore would undoubtedly be there to follow. Now was not the time for open confrontation. As for Harry and the others, Hill could only offer his apologies. Growth always incurs a cost, and they would eventually have to confront formidable forces. It was essential to dispel their unrealistic fantasies. Not all villains are vanquished by heroes, and victory comes at a price. Indeed, Harry and the others were eventually caught by Professor McGonagall, resulting in Gryffindor losing 150 points, while Slytherin lost 50. They were also punished with a trip to the Forbidden Forest. The deduction left Hermione feeling quite disheartened, and Harry and Neville were even more affected, particularly Harry. As the Gryffindor students passed the enormous hourglass used to tally the House Cup scores, they believed there had been a mistake. How could they suddenly have lost 150 points since yesterday? Soon, news spread. Harry Potter, the illustrious Harry Potter, hero of 2 Quidditch matches, was responsible for their significant loss of points, alongside 2 foolish first-year students. Harry, once one of the most beloved and respected figures in the school, had now become the target of scorn. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students regarded him with disdain, as they had all hoped to witness Slytherin's defeat. Wherever Harry went, people pointed and whispered insults, their voices far from hushed. Conversely, whenever he passed by Slytherin students, they would applaud, whistle, and cheer. "Thank you, Potter. You've done us a great service." Hermione and Neville also felt the weight of their predicament. While their experience was not as arduous as Harry's due to his notoriety, they found themselves isolated, with no one willing to speak to them. Hermione no longer stood out in class, perpetually keeping her head down and studying in silence. Harry was almost relieved that exams were approaching. He had to bury himself in revision, which provided a temporary escape from his worries. He, Ron, and Hermione often gathered together, studying late into the night, diligently memorizing complex potion recipes, spells, and significant dates pertaining to magical inventions and goblin rebellions. Looking on at Harry's despondency, Hill offered words of comfort. "It's merely 50 points. It's not an insurmountable issue." Harry rolled his eyes, managing a wry smile. "I'm not you, Hill. I lack your talents. 50 points. I haven't even earned more than 10 this semester." Ron, intrigued by Hill's deducted points, asked, "How many points have you lost to Snape, Hill?" "Well," Hill calculated briefly before revealing a number. 53 points. "You see, Hill has also lost quite a few points, Harry. Relax. In time, no one will care about this matter." Ron's attempt at consolation seemed to deepen Harry's gloom. His face nearly pressed against the book. "Ron, you must understand one thing. While Hill has lost 53 points, he has also accrued 100. Hermione interjected, unable to restrain herself from countering Ron's argument. "And moreover, his deductions were incremental, not a single hefty loss like ours. But even without such a substantial deduction, we still cannot win the House Cup, can we?" Ron shifted the topic, realizing his previous comment was ill-timed. Gryffindor was currently in 3rd place, with first place Slytherin ahead by 80 points and second place Ravenclaw by over 50. You've miscalculated again, Ron. Hill interrupted Ron, ready to continue his explanation. They would not contemplate this, but rather attribute their inability to win the House Cup to you, thereby concealing their incompetence. Well then, Hill, I appreciate your consolation. Harry sighed, but I'm still a Gryffindor. Please refrain from such comments in the future. Very well, however, where there's a first, a second is bound to follow. Do not be deceived by their adulation towards you when you excel in Quidditch. The moment you falter, they will be utterly merciless. Observing the increasingly despondent expression on Harry's face, Hill paused. After all, you are not a Gallion. It is impossible to be universally liked. Is it not? At Hill's playful remark, Harry's demeanor lifted ever so slightly. Yet, he remained uncertain about the nature of the impending punishment. Surely it would not be the sort that involved detention and starvation. Trust me, it is far worse than that. Oh, Hill, might you share a morsel of good news? Indeed, there's a sliver of good tidings. The details of your punishment have been revealed, so you need not live in dread any longer. Well, that news is not wholly disheartening. What is it precisely? The Forbidden Forest. You are required to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, I feel as though all your words today are laden with bad news, Hill. Oh, is that so? Chapter 35 looms imminent. Hill was certain that Harry and his friends had no choice but to go. The rationale was simple. He had overheard Hagrid mentioning that a unicorn's carcass had been discovered. Dumbledore would not let slip an opportunity for Harry to encounter Voldemort up close. Naturally, Harry and the others were puzzled as to how Hill came by the details of their punishment. Yet, Hill's response was singular, no comment. Privately, Hill had tipped off Voldemort, informing him that Harry would be traversing the Forbidden Forest. Oh, this is splendid news. Are you preparing to take action? Dumbledore will undoubtedly be prepared. No, I merely have a thought. What thought? Dumbledore wishes to sharpen Harry with me as the whetstone. Does he not fear dulling the blade? What do you mean? Indeed, I intend to instill the utmost terror within him. I shall cast a shadow over his life. That sounds rather appealing, but I would prefer if you refrained from targeting others. I shall do my utmost. If they seek their doom, they needn't blame me. Then I thank you. A pleasure in collaboration. It appears Voldemort's performance has indeed borne some fruit, for after his excursion into the Forbidden Forest, Harry remained in a state of dazed disarray for an extended period. He often sat alone, lost in thought, and at the slightest noise, would spring up like a startled rabbit. Nightmares plagued him frequently, and he would awaken to find his pillow damp with sweat. You cannot continue like this. Observing Harry's growing fatigue and frailty, Hill could not restrain himself any longer. Seek out Dumbledore. Perhaps he can assist you. I'm fine. Harry stubbornly shook his head. Although his eyes were fixed on the book before him, his vacant expression revealed that his concentration was far from the text. You will eventually collapse under this weight. I am fine. Really, you should consider consulting Dumbledore. I said I am fine. Are you incessantly bothersome? Harry rose in a huff. Yet due to his prolonged lethargy, his body felt uncoordinated, nearly causing him to stumble. He gathered his book and left the library without so much as a farewell. Hill looked helplessly at Hermione and Ron. Am I truly that bothersome? The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. However, they all understood that if he continued in this manner, he would inevitably reach a breaking point. Someone must guide him. Hermione hesitated, casting a glance at Hill and noticing the genuine concern etched on his features. With a sigh of relief, she conceded. Yes, Hermione had begun to harbor doubts about Hill. The rationale was straightforward. His predictions had consistently proven accurate. Yet he never divulged the basis for his judgments, which naturally led her to question his motives. The dilemma was whether consulting Dumbledore over such a trivial matter was an overreaction. Ron believed Hill was overthinking, as he felt this issue would dissipate with time. That is because you have never witnessed Voldemort's true power. Hill, well aware of Voldemort's might, did not share Ron's optimism. God only knows what Voldemort inflicted upon Harry that night. Only Harry held that knowledge. Yet, without his disclosure, they were powerless to act. Enough of that. What are your plans regarding the Philosopher's Stone? What else can we do? Harry is in a poor state, so we can only hope Snape does not act swiftly. After all, Dumbledore is still at Hogwarts. He should not possess the audacity to act. And if he is not, then we would be in dire straits. As time progressed, Hill too approached his inaugural final exams at Hogwarts. Why are the quills we use for the exam all enchanted against cheating? After completing the final History of Magic exam, Anthony emerged with a face filled with indignation. He had specifically purchased a quill designed to aid in cheating in anticipation of returning home for Christmas. Yet, the teachers had distributed new quills specifically enchanted against dishonesty. With Hogwarts nearing its millennium, Do you truly believe there are any cheating methods left that our predecessors have not utilized? Terry regarded him with disdain, relishing the opportunity to mock Anthony. Using such lowly tactics in front of us. Oh, I could truly despair of your intellect. As Anthony and Terry engaged in their playful banter, Michael wore a troubled expression, suggesting he had encountered some misfortune. What is it, Michael? Did the exam not go well? Michael nodded glumly. Is it serious? Yes, quite serious. What transpired? I made an error on a fill-in-the-blank question. Alas, this will surely hinder my chances for a high score. You are courting disaster. Watching his 3 roommates frolic nearby, Hill could only distance himself further. How embarrassing. After the history of magic exam, they were granted a week-long holiday, a period during which Voldemort might strike. Hill noticed Draco walking ahead, his 2 lackeys nowhere in sight. His demeanor seemed desolate, imbued with a sense of despair. Hey, Draco, how did the exam go? In response to Hill's greeting, Draco forced a smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin. It was all right. I should do decently. Your complexion appears rather off. Have you encountered some trouble? Hill observed that Draco's pallor was more pronounced than usual, perhaps rivaled only by the ghosts. It seemed that Harry was not the only one left shaken by that night. You saw that individual too, did you? Hill sighed. The events of the past few days must have been a monumental shock for the pampered Draco, as not every 11-year-old boy could be as resilient as Hill. You know who he is now, do you not? Draco nodded bitterly. That night truly was a nightmare. For Draco, Voldemort had always been an idol. His power, his ruthlessness, his infamy, all had captivated him. This is the true wizard. Draco had always believed this, as his parents, former Death Eaters, had painted countless vivid portraits of Voldemort's character. In their depictions, Voldemort was nothing short of perfection. Yet, that night, sprawled upon the ground, like a wild beast lapping a unicorn's blood, devoid of any semblance of humanity, was that truly Voldemort? Draco was not merely disheartened by fear. Rather, he was engulfed by a profound sense of loss and bewilderment stemming from the shattering of his idol. How much do you truly know about Voldemort? Do not regale me with tales spun by your parents. Instead, enlighten me with your own understanding of him. Do you genuinely comprehend who he is? He is formidable. He is ruthless, Draco stammered, struggling to articulate a few disjointed words that failed to form coherent sentences. In truth, he knew nothing of Voldemort. You are utterly ignorant. Aren't you? Hill's words struck Draco like a bucket of cold water, awakening him to the reality that the figure he had witnessed that fateful night was not the true Voldemort. Draco hesitated before nodding in agreement. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. What you beheld was far from the genuine Voldemort. Hill scoffed, declaring that the real Voldemort was even more despicable, more grotesque, having long ceased to be a human being. But he was not always this way, right? He was once powerful, once perfect. Yet bear in mind, that was in the past. Hill's voice deepened ominously, his words stirring a tempest within Draco's heart. The era of Voldemort has waned. Why cling to that wretched creature? You have the potential to usurp his position. Casting a glance at the somewhat dazed Draco, Hill shook his head, having sown within him a seed of ambition. As for what would transpire next, that remained uncertain. In any case, this world has never lacked for those with ambition. Yet few reached the finish line. Hill harbored no desire to exist in a harmonious world. He was the type who thrived on chaos. By the way, you must still be troubled by your 50 points, right? Patting Draco on the shoulder, Hill prepared to depart, offering a hint. Harry and his friends are planning an operation that, if successful, will yield a significant reward in points. As for your decision, that is entirely up to you. Oh, and you may have to face that individual again. Be mentally prepared, leaving Draco, who is ensnared in a web of confusion. Hill hummed a carefree tune as he returned to the dormitory. He had no interest in traversing the challenges of the philosopher's stone once more. After all, there was no chance of acquiring the stone. Any effort would be futile. Speaking of which, with Floo powder, returning to Hogwarts would be but a fleeting thought for Dumbledore. Although time could be bought, the likelihood of encountering Dumbledore remained significant. Could it be that Voldemort had a backup plan? After pondering for a considerable time without clarity, Hill decisively abandoned the thought. It was time to dine. On his way to the dining hall, Hill was intercepted by the trio, who seized him and hurried toward Dumbledore's office. Hey, what is going on? He exclaimed. No time for explanations. We'll discuss it with Dumbledore, they replied. Let go. I can walk on my own. Hermione released her grip, and Hill shook his wrist, which had nearly been dislocated, somewhat painful. You have quite a grip, but your hands are rather slippery, which feels nice. Ahem, now is not the time for such thoughts. Is this really the way to Dumbledore's office? Hill inquired, observing the group sprinting toward the astronomy tower. The corner of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Suddenly, Ron halted, colliding with Harry, who had not managed to stop in time, while Hermione was pulled back by Hill, narrowly avoiding a pileup. Ron, what route are you taking? We're almost at the astronomy tower. How should I know? You didn't remind me. You don't know the way, Ron? I've never been to his office. How would I know? Witnessing the amusing exchange among the trio, Hill stepped in to halt the pointless squabble. Never mind. Just follow me. I know where the headmaster's office is. Why didn't you say so earlier? The trio exclaimed in unison. You didn't ask. After some twists and turns, they finally arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. What are you lot doing here? Inquired Professor McGonagall, cradling a hefty stack of books. We wish to see Professor Dumbledore, Hermione stated. You wish to see Professor Dumbledore? McGonagall repeated, her tone laden with skepticism regarding their intentions. Why? Dumbledore has an appointment with us. We were supposed to meet today. Hill maintained an impassive facade as he concocted a lie, to which Harry and the others were astonished by his quick thinking. You're late. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago. McGonagall's expression softened as she continued. He received an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic and flew off to London. He has gone? Right now? Harry exclaimed in distress. Professor Dumbledore is an extraordinary wizard, perpetually busy. Time is of the essence. But this matter is of utmost importance. Is what you have to say more significant than what the Ministry of Magic has to convey, Harry? Well, yes, Harry declared, casting caution to the wind. It concerns the philosopher's stone. McGonagall could hardly fathom the gravity of the situation. The books in her arms clattered to the floor, and she made no move to retrieve them. How do you know? She stammered. Professor, I believe someone is attempting to steal the philosopher's stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall gazed at him with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow, she finally said. I don't know how you've uncovered this information regarding the philosopher's stone, but rest assured, it is under the most stringent protection, and it is impenetrable. But, Professor, well, we shall take our leave then, Professor McGonagall. Hill interjected, tugging Hermione and Harry away, while Ron lingered for a moment, glancing at the stern-faced McGonagall before reluctantly following them out. We must do something. Harry's expression was grave. Dumbledore's absence from Hogwarts signified a conspiracy. What should we do? Knock Snape out and tie him up? Hill rolled his eyes. Ron's suggestion was not without merit, and he was certain Snape would be quite accommodating in due time. Good afternoon, a cold voice interjected, causing Hermione to display a look of terror while Hill furrowed his brow. Snape, in weather like this, you ought to be indoors, he remarked. His features contorted into an unsettling smile. We were just discussing, Harry began, but he faltered, unsure what to say. You should be more cautious, Snape warned. Wandering about like this might lead others to think you're up to no good. Gryffindor cannot afford to lose any more points, can you? Harry's face flushed as they turned to leave, but Snape called them back. Let me remind you, Potter, if you continue to roam about at all hours, I shall personally see to your expulsion. Enjoy yourselves. Chapter 36, The Battle. As Snape vanished from sight, Harry and the others began to deliberate their next course of action. Hill concocted an excuse, claiming he might be able to reach Dumbledore. Instantly elated, Harry and the others urged Hill to make contact with the headmaster. Little did they know what Hill was truly up to. Had they been aware, they would have surely turned him over to the three-headed dog Fluffy for a thorough thrashing. Meanwhile, Hill was blissfully asleep in his dormitory. In the dead of night, estimating that the time was ripe, Hill rose from his bed. Though he lacked the enthusiasm to embark on another escapade, the prospect of witnessing the grand finale was enticing enough to warrant the trip. Casting the disillusionment charm, Hill ambled toward the corridor on the 4th floor, where Harry and his companions were likely already engaged in the chess match, affording him the opportunity to catch the final act. Upon pushing open the door and gesturing lightly with his wand towards the harp nearby, the strains of the Blue Danube filled the air, while Ruby continued to slumber undisturbed. It is said that once one's weaknesses are discerned, neither man nor beast remains formidable. Following this, he strolled leisurely to the chess set, only to find Hermione dragging Ron back. What is going on? Is Ron? He has sustained a minor injury. I must take him for treatment. Hermione, clearly startled by Hill's unexpected appearance, instinctively gripped her wand tighter, her eyes glinting with suspicion. Why are you here? It's dangerous, don't you know? I merely came to take a look. It's nothing of consequence. Hermione pointed her wand at Hill, her tone grave. How did you know the method to bypass Fluffy? I don't recall us disclosing that to you. Who are you really? Sensing Hermione's hostility, Hill paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Oh dear, you've seen right through me. What a predicament. If others discover my identity, I might never be welcome at Hogwarts again. Who are you? I know it. You must have transformed into Hill using some spell or potion. Who are you really? Where's Hill? Hill's acting prowess was commendable, as Hermione was already falling for his ruse. I am Hill. Hill is me. That essay lie. Who are you really? I truly am Hill. Though he spoke the truth, Hermione was in no position to believe him. Believe it or not, I'm heading to Harry now. Hill advanced towards Hermione, prompting her to cast a Petri Ficus Totalis. I won't let you pass to harm Harry. In that moment, Hermione was far from her usual composed self. She resembled a lioness, fiercely roaring to thwart the advance of her foe. Any misstep would provoke her merciless retaliation. I genuinely am Hill. Hill wished to defuse the situation before it escalated further. After all, a jest should have its limits. My Christmas gift to you was a bag filled with books, while yours to me was a set of dental hygiene tools. Surely that suffices? 5 minutes later, Hill finally convinced Hermione of his true identity. However, as a consequence for deceiving her, he bore the brunt of her spell at close range, followed by a good thrashing. Wait here. With that, Hermione departed with Ron, completely disregarding Hill's imploring gaze. Alas, the jest had spiraled out of control. With no alternative, Hill had to bide his time until the effects of the Petri Ficus Totalis wore off. Fortunately, Hermione's spell had a relatively short duration, and thanks to Hill's instinctive resistance, he was freed from its effects after merely half a minute. Navigating past the chess set and the troll, Hill once again arrived at the obstacle set by Snape. Oh dear, he exclaimed, eyeing the collection of vials before him, a look of consternation crossing his features. I used the last potion last time. The previous potion had been procured by Quirrell from Snape, with a portion shared with Hill. Yet, how much could that have been? Furthermore, the solitary potion left by Snape at this challenge had already been consumed by Harry, and the potion returned had been taken by Hermione. Thus, Hill found himself trapped between two fiery doors. Forget it. I'm not foolish enough to charge through a door of raging fire. Hill abandoned the idea of forcing his way through, opting instead to sit on the table where the potions were displayed, idly gazing at the black flames. By the way, where's Draco? Has he been discovered by another professor? Or has he simply given up? Oh, there you are, Mr. Fox. At the sound of that voice, Hill's expression froze, and a flicker of realization crossed his face. I never expected to encounter you here, Dumbledore. He turned to face Dumbledore, who had suddenly appeared beside him, accompanied by a fidgeting Draco. What brings you here? Little Fox, I hardly think that sneaking out in the dead of night is the behavior of a model student. Dumbledore's face radiated warmth, exuding an air of calm, as if he were sharing afternoon tea with Hill. Shall I claim I sleepwalk my way out? Would you believe me? That's an ailment that requires treatment. Once the holiday break arrives, I shall consult a physician. Street Mungo-s might be a splendid choice. Wishing you a swift recovery. Thank you for your concern, Dumbledore. Draco stood by, utterly stupefied. He could hardly fathom that they were actually discussing sleepwalking as a medical issue. Yet that was indeed their topic of conversation. Is this the chasm that separates me from Hill? For a long time, Draco had felt a sense of rivalry with Hill. His parents had always praised Hill, but Draco had remained indifferent. However, since entering Hogwarts, he had come to recognize Hill's exceptional qualities. Not just Hill, but many whom he had previously underestimated possessed remarkable talents. For instance, Harry excelled at Quidditch. Hermione was a paragon of academic prowess, and even Neville, whom he deemed the most inept, excelled in herbology. Yet what a Draco! Aside from his lineage, he was indistinguishable from the majority of his peers. At the very least, he could not maintain Hill's calm demeanor in the presence of Dumbledore. It is time for a change. Just as Draco resolved to transform himself, the exchange between Dumbledore and Hill concluded. For the air was suddenly pierced by Quirrell's anguished cries and Voldemort's roar. We must hasten, otherwise our chance will slip away. While Dumbledore was of great interest, Hill was more intrigued by Voldemort's contingency plan. What could possibly imbue him with such confidence? He cannot take it. Dumbledore shook his head, and then the fiery door before them suddenly collapsed, a rush of black smoke enveloping the scene. Within the haze, a shadowy figure emerged, and a glimmering red stone flickered into view. The Philosopher's Stone. Tom, don't you wish to stay and reminisce? Dumbledore drew his wand, positioning himself against the oncoming black smoke. His robes stirred as if caught in a breeze, radiating an aura of immense power. Though his expression remained gentle, it was imbued with unwavering resolve, and his eyes sparkled like the stars above. There's nothing to reminisce about, you old fool. Voldemort's voice thundered, filling the confined space with an ominous, chilling atmosphere. With a calm demeanor, Hill retreated a few steps and pulled Draco toward the corner of the wall. They were utterly incapable of intervening. Facing what could be deemed the two most formidable wizards of the present day, they were no more than insects in comparison. Do you see it, Draco? A silvery glint flickered in Hill's eyes, reminiscent of stars extinguishing. This is power. Draco's gaze was fixed intently upon the confrontation between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Power, this is power. A seed, silently sown by Hill, began to germinate within his heart. I shall be stronger than they. Tom, you ought to understand that so-called immortality is but an illusion. Dumbledore regarded Voldemort with a gentle expression, his gaze somewhat distant, as if transported back to their first encounter. I know you fear death, that you yearn for eternal life. However, immortality is merely a mirage. What do you know? Voldemort roared. I have traversed further down the path of immortality than any of you. So you intend to seize this philosopher's stone? Indeed, Nicholas Flamel has lived for 666 years thanks to this stone, which possesses unfathomable power. Upon hearing Flamel's name, Dumbledore's countenance dimmed. He looked at Voldemort and pronounced each word with gravity. No, you are mistaken. This stone is merely a curse. Impossible. I can sense the power within it. The curse contained within this stone is that its bearer shall forever lose their ability to feel. Dumbledore's lips twitched, his expression filled with profound sorrow. My old friend, Nicholas Flamel, in a fortuitous turn of events, created this stone many years ago, only to live in anguish for over 5 centuries. Without taste, food brings no pleasure. Without smell, no scent can be detected. Without pain, even a severed hand is devoid of hurt. Without color perception, the world is but a monochrome shadow. Dumbledore's words were laden with melancholy. He had been stripped of emotions. No sorrow, no anger, no joy, no suffering. Would you wish for such a form of immortality, a life akin to that of a walking corpse? For the sake of immortality, I would pay any price. Voldemort let out one final roar, charging at Dumbledore, utterly disbelieving in Dumbledore's words, convinced they were a ruse. But had Dumbledore ever lied? With a soft sigh, Dumbledore waved his wand. I'm afraid this stone must be destroyed. It cannot be allowed to fall into your hands. Tom, Hill, with a resigned shrug, produced a scroll and tore it open without hesitation. Ultimate Guardian. This scroll contained a powerful defensive spell, capable of withstanding a certain degree of attack. However, the method of crafting such scrolls had been lost to time, entangled with the mysteries of ancient runes. Yet, in a magical world that had endured the Muggle anti-wizarding frenzy, no one remained who could fabricate such scrolls. Gazing regretfully at the fragments of the scroll in his hand, Hill lamented that he only possessed a few scrolls. Each one used was one less to rely upon. That said, it appeared his family had many hidden repositories, perhaps still containing more stock. A penny for a penny, Hill's scroll effectively resisted the residual shockwaves of the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Nonetheless, this was contingent upon both Dumbledore and Voldemort exercising restraint, lest it result in death. Dueling fiercely, Voldemort and Dumbledore were both at the pinnacle of wizardry. Even though Voldemort was merely a fragment of his former self, Dumbledore was no longer the formidable force he once was. Their battle lacked the dazzling visual and auditory effect common in other wizarding duels. Hill could only observe spells colliding in the air, then simultaneously vanishing. Within the space between them, waves of energy rippled, only to be halted by the protective spell as they approached Hill and the others. Clearly, for the time being, Voldemort still possessed considerable strength. However, such a state could not endure, for in a straightforward contest of magical prowess, Voldemort would undoubtedly fall short against Dumbledore. As he began to falter, Voldemort's eyes darted to Draco and Hill, who had been hiding nearby. Not good, Hill exclaimed, realizing Voldemort had set his sights on them. Oof. Voldemort, enduring a hit from Dumbledore's spell, retaliated with a killing curse aimed at Hill and Draco. He was evidently attempting to force Dumbledore's hand. Despicable, Dumbledore scoffed, his anger reaching a boiling point. As long as that individual remained a student of Hogwarts, he would certainly receive Dumbledore's protection. Voldemort was attempting to exploit this fact to restrain Dumbledore. Despicable or not, Voldemort's words were abruptly cut off as another spell from Dumbledore struck his chest. He gazed incredulously at Dumbledore, uttering in disbelief, "You would abandon your students?" Just moments ago, Voldemort had assumed Dumbledore would intervene, yet he did not. He merely allowed the killing curse to fly toward Hill and Draco. Seizing this opportunity, Dumbledore dealt Voldemort a devastating blow once more. How can this be? I would never forsake my students. Dumbledore replied with a smile, then addressed Voldemort. My old friend, come forth. Then, as you wish, my old friend. Voldemort's eyes widened in shock as he fixated on the empty space before Hill and Draco. What had previously been a void suddenly birthed a figure. draped in a brown wizard's robe adorned with intricate and ornate patterns that would leave an ordinary person dizzy at a mere glance. This was an application of ancient runes, imbuing the robe with formidable protection. The newcomer appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in their 20s, with handsome features and piercing eyes. Anyone who beheld this youth would be struck by a singular thought: perfection. This flawless, almost ethereal young man bore a subtle smile, extending his hand to gently touch the killing curse, uttering, "Annihilate." The curse vanished at his fingertip, affirming the word annihilate. "Who are you?" Voldemort retreated a few steps, astonished as he regarded the youth, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Me? I have many titles, so many that I nearly forgot my own name. The Great Sage? The Grand Alchemist? Ah, yes, my friends refer to me as Nicholas Flamel." The youth's expression shifted to one of sudden realization as he nodded and reaffirmed, "Indeed, I am Nicholas Flamel. Moreover, I am the creator and rightful owner of the Philosopher's Stone you hold. I would personally advise you to relinquish the Philosopher's Stone. It truly is not a good thing." "Is that so?" Voldemort gazed greedily at the stone in his hand, then looked at Nicholas Flamel, lingering on his youthful form for a moment before reluctantly averting his gaze. "You must be over 600 years old, yet you appear no older than 20. Indeed, I am 666 years old. As for why I appear this way, it is of course the effect of the Philosopher's Stone. So, do you believe I would ever relinquish it?" Voldemort's voice suddenly rose several degrees, his expression one of disdain as he regarded Niclame, as if he were staring at a fool. Niclame appeared quite troubled, scratching his head in frustration before shrugging and declaring, "In that case, I shall take it myself." He stepped forward, pausing momentarily before taking another step, hesitating slightly again, and then advancing yet again. After 5 steps, he found himself less than 3 meters away from Voldemort. This was a perilous distance. Any spell could be cast in the blink of an eye, leaving little chance for evasion. However, for individuals of their caliber, evasion had become a moot point. "You are no match for me." Niclame's words were surprisingly abundant, uttering such an evident provocation to Voldemort before the battle commenced. "Then let me witness the prowess of a wizard who has lived for over 6 centuries. Niclame." Voldemort's expression grew serious. He was confident in his own abilities. Yet, he perceived that the Niclame before him, despite his longevity, was not likely to be immensely powerful. After all, the latter was more renowned for his alchemical prowess. Moreover, if he were truly that formidable, where had he been during the reign of Grindelwald and Voldemort? "As you wish." After Niclame spoke those words, his aura surged, almost overpowering both Dumbledore and Voldemort. Crack! Hill gazed in astonishment at the protective barrier that had begun to fracture before him. Although it had already been significantly depleted, it seemed improbable that Niclame's mere presence could cause such a rupture. Dumbledore, squinting slightly, positioned himself in front of Hill and the others, nodding to Niclame, signaling him to disregard the others. Unencumbered by distractions, Niclame subtly flexed his joints and then turned to the gravely serious Voldemort, making a gesture to commence. Voldemort refrained from acting rashly. The aura Niclame had emitted had made it clear that this wizard, who had gained fame centuries ago, was far more than a mere alchemist. "And where is your wand?" Voldemort inquired, clutching Chiaro's wand. Though it was not entirely comfortable, it was better than nothing. The wand, the wizard's weapon. A wandless wizard was sometimes less than an ordinary muggle. Many years prior, numerous wizards had perished at the hands of muggles after losing their wands, being burned alive on the pyre. Although at their level, wandless magic was no obstacle, in such a confrontation among top-tier wizards, it seemed somewhat superfluous. Wandless magic was not the same as non-magical casting. It consumed significantly more magical energy than usual. "My wand? It has long since been lost." "Lost. Indeed. It was destroyed during a battle hundreds of years ago." Seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was transforming this confrontation into a casual chat, Niclame continued. "That was during the final battle of the Third Wizarding War. As luck would have it, I was besieged and my wand shattered." Voldemort fell silent, and Hill noticed a flicker of hesitation cross his face. What was he contemplating? "Hill, what is the Third Wizarding War?" Draco inquired. As the name suggests, the Third Wizarding War, said to be a brutal conflict. That battle left the magical world gravely wounded, and it has yet to fully recover. Many families were obliterated in an instant, their legacies reduced to dust. Hill recalled from the books he had perused, speaking slowly. Prior to that, there were the Second and First Wars, both of which were said to be of comparable magnitude to the third. Applause erupted, and Niclame smiled at Hill, praising. "From the Fox family? Quite impressive." He paused, a look of nostalgia crossing his features, then nodded before shaking his head, falling silent once more. Now, shall we commence? Niclame gently waved his hand, and a faint golden light shimmered from his fingertips, weaving intricate golden threads into a vast net. Bind, with a flick of his finger. The golden net surged towards Voldemort. Naturally, Voldemort would not allow this peculiar net to touch him. He brandished his wand, summoning a heavily armored knight clad in black. Go, crush everything before you. Voldemort commanded, and the knight's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a blood-red gaze. Crack! The Black Knight stepped forward with resolute strides, swinging the enormous hammer in its grasp towards the encroaching net. A peculiar application of transfiguration? Niclame observed the standoff between the Black Knight and the massive net, a glint of cunning flashing across his face. His lips subtly moved, and suddenly, the net transformed into a gigantic spear, piercing the Black Knight. Bind! Once again, he uttered the incantation, and chains appeared around Voldemort, ensnaring him tightly. Ah, this chain is the bind spell. The previous one was capture. Niclame elucidated slowly. The bind spell is less conspicuous, ideal for surprise attacks, and its magical fluctuations are minimal, making it difficult to detect. Attempting to struggle, Voldemort found himself surprisingly immobilized. Of course, given time, breaking free would pose no challenge. But did he have that time? Frankly, the current generation of wizards possesses combat skills that pale in comparison to those of the past. Niclame began to ramble again, but this time he was not simply standing idly by. As he spoke, his hands remained in motion. His fingers danced with dexterity, as though playing a beautiful melody. The golden light emanating from his fingertips traced an intricate magical circle in the air, captivating all who beheld it, making them feel as though they might be drawn into its depths, unable to escape. In our time, we would often engage in battles. Those rascals were more cunning than the next, specializing in ambush tactics. To be honest, a child from our era would likely outshine your combat skills. There was no choice. If one did not scheme against others or remain vigilant against their schemes, one would be fortunate to survive 3 days. The past was not necessarily antiquated. The unfavorable, at least in my view, is that magic has regressed. Combat is about defeating one's opponent. There are no constraints or limitations. We used to scorn the rigid, knightly ethos. Yet who could have imagined that hundreds of years later, our descendants would become such individuals? Thus, I told you long ago that you were simply not my equal. Yet you refused to heed my warning. Well, now you see. I merely seek to reclaim the philosopher's stone. That fellow beside you, however, desires your life. Voldemort clenched his teeth in anger. The sensation of being soundly defeated was undoubtedly unpleasant. However, considering that his opponent was an ancient being who had endured the Third Wizarding War, he could find some solace. Yet this man, having triumphed, continued to prattle on with an endless monologue. Very well, I shall reclaim what is mine. Appearing weary, Niclame rubbed his temples, his expression one of vexation as he lamented, "What a nuisance! Why must you covet the philosopher's stone? It truly is not a good thing. Nick, time is of the essence. We should hasten to retrieve the philosopher's stone," Dumbledore gently reminded, sensing that Niclame was again slipping into his ramblings. Hill noted a flicker of helplessness and regret flash across Dumbledore's face. What was he regretting? Voldemort, perhaps? Or something else? Indeed, the hour is late, and today is the most opportune day. Uttering a seemingly nonsensical remark, Niclame hastened his movements. He pointed at the magical circle with his finger and then slapped it onto Voldemort. "What have you done?" Voldemort bellowed in a fury mixed with fear, the latter stemming from the unknown, as he was uncertain of the purpose of the magical circle. "I truly wish to give you a good thrashing. How dare you meddle with my belongings?" Nicolame's tone took a sudden and dramatic turn, brimming with a swaggering audacity. "How dare you take my possessions, and even plan to merge them into your being? You have made me go to such lengths to retrieve them." "You!" Voldemort roared in rage, yet he was bound tightly by Niclame, unable to extricate himself at the moment. "How dare you? That is mine. It was earned with my life and that of my numerous companions. Do you understand?" Niclame shot Voldemort a fierce glare before pivoting to hurl a string of invectives at Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, you are no saint either. Why must you use my philosopher's stone as bait? You must be doing this out of jealousy, envious that I am more handsome and youthful than you. Am I not? Aha! Though I have reached the age of 666, I still attract the attention of lovely ladies on the street, unlike you, who have grown old." Hill and Draco were left utterly speechless. Was this truly the modern era's greatest alchemist? He appeared more like a rogue. Dumbledore, however, did not seem angered. He merely chuckled and said, "Nick, my old friend, how does it feel?" "Exceedingly well. unprecedentedly well. This sensation I have not felt for centuries. Niclame seemed to be in a frenzy, bouncing about with vigor, waving his arms, then proclaimed, "Tonight, I shall seek 5 beautiful women to spend the night with." "No, I shall seek then." Hill quietly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Draco, saying, "Forget everything you have witnessed. Let's preserve the memory of that powerful and reliable Niclame." Draco nodded stiffly. "Congratulations on regaining your sensations, but if I recall correctly, Perennially should also have regained hers. If you fear her jealousy, I wholeheartedly endorse your actions," Dumbledore said with a smile. To Hill's surprise, Niclame, who had been so exuberant, suddenly fell silent. His body trembled slightly, and his lips moved gently, as if uttering something. "I no longer wish to eat pasta," Hill deciphered through lip reading, leaving him and Draco exchanging bewildered glances. "All right, let us commence. Time is of the essence." Niclame suddenly quieted, speaking in an enigmatic tone. "My time is limited. We must act swiftly. Though brief, it is sufficient, is it not? We shall embark on another journey thereafter. We shall await you there, Dumbledore." Niclame turned away, his expression concealed, adding, "Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. The balance of gain and sacrifice is not equivalent. This is my final counsel. The Philosopher's Stone, my lifelong nightmare. It is time for you to meet your end. You should never have existed." With arms outstretched, Niclame began to emanate an overwhelming aura, surpassing even that of his battle with Voldemort. "Come fort." He grasped towards Voldemort, his hand penetrating the latter's body, seizing the undulating Philosopher's Stone. Boom! Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring a silver shield to protect himself, Hill, and Draco. Voldemort's face twisted in agony, as if Niclame's actions inflicted great suffering upon him. "Is it so? It seems you have found your next master. Are you abandoning me?" Niclame remarked coolly. "But you, such a wretched entity, should not exist. You cursed stone." Hill recalled Dumbledore's earlier words, and he began to understand the entirety of the situation. The Philosopher's Stone was not the perfect existence one might expect for its creator, Niclame. It was a cursed artifact, a lifelong nightmare. It appeared that the stone granted him eternal youth at the cost of rendering him devoid of all sensations, turning him into a mere shell of a being. Now, it seemed the stone had chosen Voldemort as its new master, beginning to merge with him. Thus, the previous master, Niclame, was cast aside, attaining a form of liberation. Yet, for both personal and moral reasons, Niclame would not permit the Philosopher's Stone to exist in this world. In that book, he had seemingly destroyed the stone as well. However, just as Niclame managed to extract the stone, Voldemort suddenly moved. "The Philosopher's Stone is mine. It is mine." Chapter 38, Voldemort's Final Card. "The Philosopher's Stone is mine. It is mine." Niclame was evidently taken aback by Voldemort's unexpected mobility, or rather, he had not anticipated the degree of affinity between Voldemort and the Philosopher's Stone. Alone, Voldemort could not shatter Niclame's curse, but with the stone, the situation was entirely different. Was it a sense of impending doom that sparked a feeling of urgency? Niclame murmured, shaking his head. In his view, it was merely a desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Under the crushing weight of absolute power, all else was illusory. He quickened his pace, gradually pulling the Philosopher's Stone outward. Though slow, it was a continuous process. Unquestionably, in half a minute, the stone would be extracted. That half-minute was the decisive moment. Voldemort was clearly unwilling to allow Niclame free rein. Now liberated, he was resolute in his attempt to flee. Though Hogwarts prohibited apparition, like Hill, he had methods to escape this place. "Stay put," Niclame commanded, observing Voldemort preparing to activate some item to depart. With a gentle flick of his hand across Voldemort's body, a scroll appeared in his grasp. Glancing at it, he tossed it to Dumbledore. "Catch! Freedom is a rarity. Back then, that group crafted 15 of them, distributing them among the strongest 15 dark wizards. However, their plan was leaked, and they were besieged to death. These 15 scrolls are indeed scarce." Dumbledore accepted the scroll, stowing it away without a glance. For him, within Hogwarts, wielding his authority as headmaster, accessing any location was merely a thought away. Yet, authority also incurs a cost. He had previously been indifferent to this, but now he had to be mindful. Dumbledore's headmasterial authority was akin to power, ability, and dominion. Hill's authority, on the other hand, was more akin to permission, a mere key-like existence, lacking any unique capabilities. The life-saving artifact, freedom, was casually claimed by Niclame, leaving Voldemort gassed. This was one of his trump cards. Simultaneously, he gained a deeper understanding of Niclame's strength, Truly, he was worthy of surviving the cataclysm of the 3 wars. 15 seconds passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Nicolame's forehead. Voldemort made several attempts to escape, all thwarted by Niclame. Balancing the suppression of Voldemort while contending with the Philosopher's Stone was no easy feat, even for Niclame. Dumbledore continued to shield Hill and Draco behind him, unable to spare a hand. In truth, this was also Nicolame's demand. He forbade Dumbledore from approaching the Philosopher's Stone even a single step. I do not trust you, Dumbledore. I am aware that your obsession may not be much lighter than Voldemort's. Therefore, to preserve the friendship between us at any moment, please do not come near the Philosopher's Stone. Otherwise, I shall regard you as my adversary. This was the agreement between Niclame and Dumbledore. He could lend the Philosopher's Stone, and in doing so, conclude everything. Yet he would not permit the stone to remain in this world. The next 15 seconds stretched interminably, as Voldemort nearly succumbed to madness, employing numerous methods to escape, all of which were deftly thwarted by Niclame. Unfathomable. This was the sole sensation that Hill experienced. Niclame had all but decimated Voldemort. Thus, it could be said that confronting Dumbledore and Grindelwald would require little effort on his part. He must indeed be the most formidable wizard in the contemporary magical realm. Niclame remained at the pinnacle of level 8, yet the strength he exhibited surpassed that of Dumbledore by a considerable margin. Perhaps he had already brushed against the boundaries of level 9. Alas, such a powerful wizard had spent the majority of his life shackled by the Philosopher's Stone, and now only a glimmer of liberation awaited him. After relishing a fleeting semblance of tranquility, he would likely face his demise. In the stillness of a deep night, he would sit quietly on the sofa with his wife, with whom he had spent most of his life, slowly awaiting the arrival of death. Shaking his head, Hill cast aside his unrealistic fantasies. A wizard of such immense power would surely not meet a mundane end. A death befitting his stature could only occur amidst thunderous storms and torrential rains, amidst a cataclysm of nature. Yet, Hill remained unaware that while many yearned for a spectacular demise, this was not what Niclame desired. He sought merely a tranquil departure. He had long witnessed the spectacle of a violent death. Reluctantly, the Philosopher's Stone was ultimately wrested from Niclame. As he toyed with it in his hand, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. The stone represented a lifelong nightmare for him. However, it was also a treasure earned through the lives of countless comrades. To destroy it, that would render their sacrifices utterly worthless. It would be a denial of their sacrifices, a repudiation of the history they had forged together. To leave it be, it was a cursed stone, a source of misfortune, the wellspring of evil. Such an object could not be wielded by anyone, nor did anyone hold a right to use it. Perhaps, truly only a deity would be worthy of wielding you. With a sigh, Niclame prepared to conceal the Philosopher's Stone. He had made his decision. The steps to destroy the stone were intricate, and conditions here were inadequate. He could only address it upon returning. A sharp cry echoed, reminiscent of a dying lament, filled with reluctance, sorrow, and resentment. Draco suddenly exclaimed, shaking Hill's shoulder vigorously. Look, Hill. Without need for Draco's reminder, Hill had already witnessed the most cruel scene for a person. Niclame's once tall and youthful form was rapidly aging. His body grew increasingly frail, and his hair became mottled until it turned completely white. His face was no longer handsome, replaced by deep creases and age spots. For a person to experience the transition from youth to old age in an instant must be one of the cruelest punishments imaginable. Witnessing his own body decay, much like a balloon that has burst, unable to retain life, even the strongest individual would find it unbearable. Niclame aged with astonishing speed. In an instant, he transformed into a stooped old man. His back involuntarily bent, a burden of life that could not be borne by the weight of time. There was no trace left of the vigorous wizard Niclame from moments ago. He now resembled a forsaken elder, staggering along a desolate path. Niclame was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled. This smile nearly cost him his life, as he almost choked on his breath. Observing Niclame supported by Dumbledore, Hill finally understood why Dumbledore always expressed such regret when Niclame was mentioned. Even knowing he would die, he would resolutely choose to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, even at the cost of his own life. Is a noble death not better than a miserable life? Even if living were arduous, as long as one lives, is that not the greatest happiness? Why must one still seek death? Still tightly gripping the Philosopher's Stone, Niclame trembled as he retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. The potion was evidently quite effective, as Niclame's spirits lifted considerably. In fact, Hill noticed that Nicklame seemed to have regained a semblance of youth, although this was insignificant compared to his aging appearance. Thankfully, I had preserved some potions crafted from the Philosopher's Stone, which could slightly delay the arrival of death. With a faint smile, Nicklame signaled to Dumbledore that he no longer needed support. He slowly slid down against the wall, gasping for breath, then declared, "I have still one, have I not?" This statement was directed at the Philosopher's Stone. At the cost of his life, he had indeed freed himself from its grasp. For the past few centuries, Nicklame had merely struggled against himself, persuading himself to relinquish the chance of survival in exchange for a moment of serenity, and nothing more. After hesitating for hundreds of years, the actual act took less than half a year to accomplish. A happily ever after, Nicklame had finally liberated himself from the Philosopher's Stone's control. Hill and the others were safe. Dumbledore had once again triumphed in the wager against Voldemort, and Voldemort had become a captive. But what of Voldemort? Yet, it was already too late. Nicklame's hand was loosely clenched, as if he still grasped the Philosopher's Stone. There was no spark of life in his eyes. He lay quietly on the ground, blood soaking his robes in a large patch. Old fool, you envisioned this too splendidly. The ultimate victor is me. Grasping the blood-stained Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort cackled. You have been forsaken by the ages. This era belongs to me, to the great Voldemort. Await my return, for it shall be the moment you grovel at my feet, pleading for my mercy, and I shall graciously bestow upon you death. Like all villains. Voldemort mockingly derided the gathered heroes. Indeed, anyone who had endured Voldemort's plight would inevitably succumb to arrogance. However, after spouting a few grandiose statements, Voldemort prepared to flee without hesitation. Despite Nicklame's fall, Dumbledore remained furious and resolute. Voldemort's lifeline had been considerably unraveled by Niclame, yet he still possessed ultimate means of escape. Once employed, not even Dumbledore could detain him. In the name of the great Salazar Slytherin, I declare this place allows apparition. Dumbledore's expression shifted. He gazed at Voldemort in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this your contingency plan? You have also acquired permission?" Chapter 39, Defeat and Flight. Is this your contingency plan? You have also acquired permission? Dumbledore would never acknowledge a mistake, for this was within his capabilities, and to his knowledge, only authority could achieve such an effect. The four founders, wary of Hogwarts being exploited by malevolent forces, did not entirely unveil the school. They concealed numerous secrets, such as hidden chambers and various artifacts they left behind. Moreover, they possessed their own authority. The four founders stood apart from the headmaster, their stature far more exalted, transcending all, existing in a realm beyond. Hogwarts, as their crowning achievement, bore the essence of their toil. For instance, the enchanted ceiling was a testament to Rowena Ravenclaw's passion for astronomy, thus solidifying the spell. Though they have perished, they bequeathed certain remnants of their legacy. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Hill was taken aback, distinctly aware of what authority entailed, in stark contrast to Draco's bewilderment. Even an 8th-level wizard could not perform apparition within Hogwarts, a fact universally acknowledged over millennia. Voldemort initially could not accomplish this either. Dumbledore and Hill were equally astonished to realize that Voldemort had indeed acquired authority, and even more so that, at such a critical juncture, he refrained from utilizing this ultimate trump card. He was wagering. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Hill's eyes. He comprehended that he had been gambling on the Philosopher's Stone, not forsaking him. In reality, Voldemort had come to trust Dumbledore and Nick, understanding the true nature of the Philosopher's Stone. After all, he had once been in contact with it. He could sense that the stone was not merely an inanimate object. It possessed a semblance of life. This notion of life did not imply it had an autonomous persona like Buckbeak or the Sorting Hat, but rather that it exhibited the fundamental instinctual traits of life, seeking benefit and avoiding harm. Voldemort felt the exhilaration conveyed by the stone upon their first contact. It was elated, it was joyous. He even vaguely sensed a faint wave of hunger emanating from the stone, a craving for fulfillment. At that moment, Voldemort realized that as long as he seized the Philosopher's Stone, it would belong to him. Unfortunately, Nick was far too formidable, a terrifying force, in the face of him. Voldemort deemed himself no match, even at his peak. Thus, he took a gamble, wagering that the Philosopher's Stone would not willingly succumb to being reclaimed and subsequently destroyed. He remained silent, even resorting to expending some precious artifacts to numb Dumbledore and the others. He won the gamble. The Philosopher's Stone withdrew its protection from Nick, allowing him to age, utterly abandoning its former master. Regrettably, the stone would not be of immediate use. Otherwise, Voldemort would undoubtedly have confronted Dumbledore in a bid for mutual destruction. Truly, Voldemort was no ordinary adversary. Farewell, Dumbledore. Voldemort emitted a triumphant cackle, distinct from other wizards' apparition. He did not vanish instantaneously. It was evident that even with authority aiding him, the act of teleportation was immensely laborious. A vague, ethereal scene manifested behind him, gradually becoming more tangible. Great trees, grassy fields, hills, and even moonlight, while Voldemort's figure slowly became insubstantial, fading into the backdrop, until he ultimately vanished. He had successfully outmaneuvered Dumbledore. Observing his shocked expression filled Voldemort with a profound sense of accomplishment. Alas, it can only be used once. With a hint of regret, Voldemort's hand, clutching the Philosopher's Stone, was on the verge of disappearing. In the name of the headmaster of Hogwarts, the transportation of any inanimate objects is hereby prohibited, Dumbledore suddenly proclaimed, prompting Hill to notice the distortion in Voldemort's expression. For the Philosopher's Stone he grasped fell to the ground. Authority. It was clear that Dumbledore had invoked his authority as headmaster, altering the rules of the place to prohibit the transport of lifeless items, consequently preventing the Philosopher's Stone from departing with Voldemort. It was not that Dumbledore wished to leave Voldemort behind. Rather, he was unwilling to do so and found it impossible. His reluctance stemmed from the realization that even if he were to apprehend Voldemort and kill him, would it truly resolve everything? As a teacher, Dumbledore understood this student all too well. Without absolute certainty, he would not have ventured to Hogwarts. Did Voldemort truly believe that Dumbledore lacked awareness of his authority as headmaster? Furthermore, the cost of retaining Voldemort was exorbitant, while eliminating him presented a more prudent strategy. The impossibility arose from the authority left by Slytherin, even as headmaster. Dumbledore could not entirely obstruct it, at the very least, unless he was willing to forsake everything. Being able to retain the Philosopher's Stone was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. You remember this well, Dumbledore. I shall return. Voldemort roared defiantly, his final vestiges becoming ethereal, ultimately vanishing from this realm, slowly merging into the scene behind him. How truly villainous indeed. The mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow eternal. Until we meet again? Hill instinctively cast a glance in the direction of Voldemort's departure, and then he beheld a stunning sight. It was a diminutive earthen mound, where a cloaked figure was gazing at something, before turning to face Hill. Their gazes intertwined, and Hill's body trembled. That is Adrict. He could not be mistaken. Although the once resplendent golden hair had dulled to gray, and his handsome visage now bore no trace of color, appearing spectral and eerie, that familiar essence. The resonance of bloodline was unmistakable. In the next moment, Adrict turned to face the now-present Voldemort, and then he knelt. Adrict knelt. Adrict knelt before Voldemort. Hill bit his lip, his eyes fixed intently on Voldemort and Adrict, desperately suppressing the fury within. Voldemort, very well, you have done excellently. Previously, Hill had wondered why Voldemort did not expose him. He was also an accomplice. Now, he understood there was no need. What Voldemort uttered might not be believed by Dumbledore. Yet what Dumbledore witnessed would undoubtedly be taken as truth. Originally perishing at the doorstep of the Potters, supposedly to thwart Voldemort, Adrict had inexplicably become Voldemort's subordinate. The implications of this revelation were profound. Did Adrict betray the Potter family for the sake of survival? Was he initially a follower of Voldemort, existing as a traitor and spy? With the reappearance of the deceased Adrict, what of the other Death Eaters who were rumored to have perished but remained unconfirmed? Having escaped danger, Voldemort also turned his gaze toward Hill, revealing a sinister smile before waving his hand. Subsequently, the scene before Hill and the others gradually blurred until it completely vanished. Voldemort, after all, managed to escape. Dumbledore had remained still since Voldemort activated authority to flee. He simply observed the entirety of Voldemort's escape, then gradually exhaled a breath. Indeed, he had not fully attained authority. In Hogwarts, the privilege granted to Voldemort allowed him to accomplish an array of formidable feats at his whim. He could dispatch a legion of Death Eaters to materialize within the very confines of the castle. Fortunately, his privilege was not wholly absolute. It could be employed only once and bore considerable limitations. Upon witnessing Adrict kneel before Voldemort, a glimmer of insight flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Hill. He observed the bloodied lips of Hill, unaware of his own plight, alongside the palpable fury and hatred etched upon his face. Adrict, you are indeed still alive. With a subtle shift of his eyes, Dumbledore conceived a new plan. Perhaps this course of action could yield favorable outcomes. With Voldemort's dilemma addressed, the subsequent task involved the aftermath, replete with numerous matters requiring attention, the foremost being the Philosopher's Stone. Gazing down at the Philosopher's Stone beneath his feet, Hill could not suppress his glance towards the fallen Niclame, who had narrowly escaped death from Voldemort's ambush. Had it not been for the remarkable defensive properties of his wizarding robes, the venerable elder might have met his demise. Presently, the 666-year-old gentleman lay in a state of unconsciousness, and Dumbledore had rendered urgent assistance to ensure his temporary safety. Bending down, Hill retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, acutely aware of a searing gaze fixed upon him. Despite the discomfort, he persisted in picking up the stone and approached Niclame, lowering himself to place the crimson gem into his outstretched hand. Witnessing this moment, an enigmatic expression crossed Dumbledore's face. He opened his mouth, yet remained silent. Strange. Does he not sense that calling? Thus, he becomes the second individual since Harry. Perhaps his situation differs from Harry's. Could it be an issue pertaining to the Fox family? Observing the faint smile of satisfaction that graced Nicklame's unconscious visage, Hill exhaled in relief, for the noble elder's contributions were not to be desecrated. In his heart, Hill earnestly wished that the elder might relish a long-awaited period of happiness in the twilight of his life. Well then, gentlemen, Voldemort has fled, and it is time for us to deliberate some matters. Hill and Draco turned to Dumbledore, acknowledging the necessity of discussion. Thus concluded Chapter 40. This year, Slytherin emerged victorious once more, did they not? Ah, that remains to be seen. Hill, do you have any insights? Rest assured, a spectacle awaits us shortly. Hill engaged in casual conversation with Terry, Lily, and others, unscathed and thus spared the confinement of the hospital wing as endured by Harry and his companions. He and Draco had each acquired what they sought from Dumbledore and departed with satisfaction. The Great Hall was adorned in the emerald green and silver of Slytherin, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. A magnificent banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the head table. I wonder what expressions will adorn those little snakes' faces shortly. Hill stole a glance at Snape, who maintained his usual stoic demeanor, revealing no particular reaction to Slytherin's triumph in the House Cup. Could Voldemort truly be unaware of Snape's issues? Or does he feign ignorance? Before long, Harry emerged from the hospital, and an abrupt silence enveloped the hall, only to be followed by a sudden resurgence of conversation. He approached the Gryffindor table, settling between Ron and Hermione. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the clamor within the hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed, Dumbledore exuberantly proclaimed. Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I must impose upon you all to endure an old man's cliches. What a remarkable year it has been. Surely, your minds have expanded compared to the past, and an entire summer awaits you, allowing ample time to digest the knowledge before the onset of the next term. Now, as far as I'm aware, we must first conduct the House Cup award ceremony. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Ravenclaw, for 155 points, and Slytherin, for 172 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. While the other houses regarded them with cold disdain, their first-place victory indeed a source of pride. The Ravenclaw table cast curious glances at Hill, the score being precisely 17 points. Ravenclaw and Slytherin were separated by a mere 17 points. Coincidentally, the very points Hill had lost in his first class. However, the Ravenclaws bore no ill will, for Hill had amassed 114 points this term, surpassing Hufflepuff by over 100 points. What a predicament! A mere 17 points. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Honestly, I had expected a larger margin. No matter. Soon they shall find cause for laughter to evade them. Lily regarded Hill, who appeared nonchalant. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes, for she knew he must possess some knowledge. As he had been elusive lately, his recent activities shrouded in mystery. Indeed, commendable performance, Dumbledore remarked, yet the recent events must also be taken into consideration. The hall fell into a profound silence, and the smiles of the Slytherins dimmed somewhat. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I have a few final points to distribute. Let me see. Ah, yes, the first is from Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face flushed crimson, resembling a sun-ripened carrot. He has just orchestrated one of the most spectacular chess games in Hogwarts history. For this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The Gryffindors erupted in cheers, nearly shaking the enchanted ceiling to its core. The stars above seemed to quiver in response. Percy could be heard exuberantly proclaiming to the other prefects, "That's my brother. You know, my youngest brother. He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. After some time, calmness returned. The second award goes to Miss Hermione Granger. She faced the flames with poise and engaged in logical reasoning. I shall reward Gryffindor with another 50 points. The Gryffindors, ecstatic, leapt in joy, their total score climbing by 100 points. The third award is for Draco Malfoy. Dumbledore announced. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. He exhibited immense bravery and wisdom, refusing to yield even in the face of such a formidable adversary. For this, I award Slytherin 50 points. The Gryffindors fell silent, incredulously gazing at the Slytherin table, particularly at the fuming Draco. Slytherin had also gained 50 points. The Gryffindor enthusiasm began to wane, as their lead over Slytherin diminished once more. Draco's face bore a scowl, while the other Slytherins remained oddly composed. Their newfound points were widely known throughout the school, having thwarted the dreadful Dark Lord's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, Draco was a quintessential Slytherin, and his parents were Death Eaters. Faced with the skeptical gazes of his fellow Slytherins, Draco internally berated Dumbledore. This was not part of their prior discussions. Curse it, the old fool. How am I to maintain my standing within Slytherin now? The fourth item, Fawkes. When Dumbledore pronounced the name of Hill, he deliberately paused, glancing towards Ravenclaw, and fixing his gaze on the composed figure of Hill. Ah, Hill, you two have earned points. Have you not? Perhaps, Hill replied. Who can say? In response to the puzzled expressions of the Ravenclaws, Hill simply shook his head gently. It seemed that the topic of point allocation had not arisen during his discussion with Dumbledore. Was it perhaps to quell the ire of Slytherin? To elevate them to third place, thus shifting their animosity from merely Gryffindor to include Ravenclaw as well? How cunningly calculated. To be fair, I ought to deduct 100 points from him, for he has contravened the regulations I established at the beginning of the term by entering that forbidden room. Dumbledore observed the stunned students with satisfaction, then pivoted his discourse. However, Mr. Fawkes has been nothing short of extraordinary. He single-handedly navigated all the challenges. Moreover, in the final moments, in the name of friendship, he bravely re-entered to save his companions. Harry, Hermione, and the others regarded Hill in disbelief. He had traversed all the challenges alone? When had this occurred, and why were they unaware? Goodness, he has concealed far too much from us. Ron exclaimed indignantly. Judging by the current circumstances, Hill's points would undoubtedly be substantial. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt passing between them. Just how many secrets are being kept from us? Thus, I shall bestow 70 points upon Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw table erupted with jubilation. With Hill's 70 points, they had surpassed Slytherin by 3. Well done, Hill, you are truly remarkable. Congratulations, Hill. You have amassed 184 points this term. Faced with the accolades from his peers, Hill could only manage a wry smile. It seemed Dumbledore was poised to award Harry 100 points as well. Indeed, just as the Ravenclaws reveled in excitement and Slytherin seethed with resentment, Dumbledore spoke once more. The fifth item, Harry Potter, Dumbledore declared, and the celebrations of the Ravenclaws came to an abrupt halt, a foreboding sense washing over them. He has exhibited unparalleled bravery and extraordinary courage. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 100 points. Strangely, the hall fell silent, though they were astonished by Harry's points. Given the preceding events, no one dared to react before the final outcome was revealed. Courage manifests in myriad forms. Dumbledore continued with a smile. To confront an adversary, one requires extraordinary valor, yet to maintain one's stance before friends demands a different kind of courage. Thus, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom 20 points. If anyone were standing outside the Great Hall at that moment, they might have believed an explosion had occurred, as the cheers from the Gryffindor table surged to a crescendo. Harry, Ron, and Hermione leapt to their feet in a raucous display of celebration, while Neville, taken aback, turned pale, quickly engulfed by a throng of admirers. He had never before contributed a single point to Gryffindor. Amidst Gryffindor's jubilance, the Slytherin table remained eerily quiet. Yet the fury in their eyes and the twisted cutlery bespoke their simmering discontent. A disgrace. This is a humiliation for all of Slytherin. A flicker of anger crossed Draco's face. Dumbledore had thoroughly mocked Slytherin and him in the process. So it seems, Dumbledore has never regarded us Slytherin students as part of Hogwarts, has he? Indeed, without power, one must endure. This meant Dumbledore had to raise his voice to be heard over the thunderous applause. We shall need to make some minor adjustments to the decorations here. With a clap of his hands, the green drapery transformed into a brilliant scarlet, and the silver morphed into gold. The imposing Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a magnificent Gryffindor lion. Snape was shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, his face contorted into a strained smile. Dumbledore is biased. Indeed, why should Harry receive 100 points? Of the 6 students awarded points, 4 were from Gryffindor. I suspect that Hill and Draco were merely added to placate the discontent of Ravenclaw and Slytherin. In truth, apart from Gryffindor, students from other houses were somewhat disgruntled. Hufflepuff, being non-confrontational, accepted their fate, though they were undoubtedly displeased. However, Ravenclaw, having previously triumphed over Gryffindor in Quidditch with a higher point tally, found Dumbledore's inexplicable awarding of points to elevate the previously bottom-ranked Gryffindor to victory utterly unacceptable, though they had vanquished the oppressive Slytherin. Dumbledore's blatant favoritism towards Gryffindor left Ravenclaw feeling aggrieved. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Dumbledore is a Gryffindor graduate, as is Professor McGonagall. Both headmaster and deputy headmistress hail from Gryffindor, and with the indomitable Harry Potter, this year they were destined for victory. While offering explanations and reassurances, Hill's words were laced with disdain for Dumbledore. Such tactics are more despicable than even Snape's. The Ravenclaws could only reconcile themselves with reality, yet fortunately, the House Cup did not belong to Slytherin, and Gryffindor, having secured the cup, was subsequently trounced in Quidditch, providing some small consolation. At this moment, no one dared voice their thoughts before Slytherin, not even Gryffindors, for did they not see the murderous intent etched upon every Slytherin's face? The humiliation of being overturned twice had awakened Slytherin entirely. Surely they would demonstrate a better performance next year, no longer reliant solely on Snape's protection. Perhaps this was also what Dumbledore wished to witness. Hill rightfully claimed first place, not only achieving the highest examination scores, but also amassing the most points, marking him as the most outstanding student of the cohort. One evening, Hill found himself at the entrance of the Room of Requirement, a magical chamber that grants one's deepest desires in times of despair, located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. To enter, one must walk back and forth 3 times between a tapestry depicting the hapless Barnaby training gnomes to ballet dance and a life-sized vase, all the while concentrating intently on their true needs. Then the door to the Room of Requirement would open, ready to fulfill their requests. Without the slightest difficulty, Hill effortlessly entered the Room of Requirement. Before him lay a vast expanse, as large as a football field, with elegant diamond-shaped windows flanking either side, casting symmetrical beams of light. Countless items haphazardly piled up into small hills, while precariously balanced, dilapidated furniture resembled winding rivers. Upon closer inspection, one could discern burn marks and signs of corrosion, suggesting they had suffered magical damage. Thousands of books lay strewn about like gravel in a mine. Here, a voice beckoned Hill to the coronet, where he spotted a grotesque half-figure of a wizard atop a long box, along with a tarnished crown. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Hill mused cautiously. When it came to Horcruxes, he felt it prudent to remain vigilant, for this was no trifling matter. With the protection of his soul guardian, as long as one wished it, no one could harm their soul. Moreover, it appears that the situation is far more promising than I had anticipated. The state of the diadem is commendable, having begun to suppress the fragments of Voldemort's soul. With the assurance provided by Book, Hill promptly seized the diadem. Observing its rusted and worn condition, he furrowed his brow, before meticulously searching and ultimately discovering the inscription. Invaluable wisdom is the greatest treasure of a person. Stowing the diadem into his bag, Hill slowly exited the Room of Requirement, ready to return home and delve into his studies. He felt a sense of urgency. He could not abide his father surrendering to Voldemort. He must rescue him. Regardless of the circumstances, I will bring you back. As the farewell line approached, he said, "Well then, see you next semester. Enjoy your summer." Hill bid farewell to Kaka, Harry, and the others. This year had truly flown by, and the future seemed to promise an even swifter passage of time. It has been a genuine pleasure to meet you all. Harry appeared invigorated. Throughout the year, he had forged numerous new friendships and shared many experiences, cultivating deep bonds. When summer boredom strikes, feel free to come out and play. I would go mad confined at home, Ron lamented, clearly reluctant to part from the school life that awaited him, where he would face a nagging mother and an unreliable father. Moreover, Fred and George would undoubtedly keep him on his toes. "Can I come visit you, Hill?" inquired Lily, who had developed a decent rapport with Harry and the others. Bold as always, she spoke her mind openly. "Of course. You have the address. Come by whenever you have time," Hill replied. "The same goes for you, Harry. If you feel bored, swing by my place." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Hill felt a bit overwhelmed by Harry and Ron's inquisitive gazes. Then there was Hermione, who, despite her composed demeanor, emanated a palpable sense of danger. Waving goodbye to everyone, Hill gradually made his way away from the station. Hill, thank you for everything this past year. He paused, turning to see Draco leaning against the wall, a hint of a smile gracing his face. You've come to terms with things, haven't you? Indeed. I appreciate it. I won't hesitate to seek your assistance in the future. Observing the calmness etched on Draco's face, Hill shook his head lightly. It seemed Draco had matured significantly. His once impulsive and arrogant demeanor had given way to a composed and understated presence, akin to a sturdy tree firmly rooted in the ground, unyielding against the tempest. Then, see you next semester. Farewell. Stepping out of the station and gazing at the cerulean sky, Hill smiled softly as he embarked on his journey home. Chapter 1. The Holiday. Book, have you discovered anything? The situation is rather dire. The diadem has succumbed to slumber. It appears to have expended its last ounce of strength to suppress Voldemort's soul fragments, leaving it now a mere lifeless object. So, it follows that there has been no progress over the past year. Hill raised a cup of brewed red tea, testing the temperature, and, upon finding it just right, took a gentle sip. The delicate aroma of tea lingered on his palate, easing his entire being. Book lay languidly on the coffee table, listlessly flipping through pages. The culmination of this holiday's research yielded no results. This left Book feeling quite disheartened, having boasted that progress was certain during the break. What is the primary challenge now? Perhaps I can assist you in brainstorming some ideas. Although Book's research had not produced the expected outcomes, Hill bore no ill will. After all, nothing in life is absolute. How could a Horcrux be resolved in a fleeting moment? What remains is a complete Horcrux to serve as a research subject. I need to comprehend Voldemort-esque crafting methods, as each wizard's creation of a Horcrux is entirely unique. My records contain only information on other Horcruxes, while there are a few countermeasures. Without Voldemort's Horcrux for study, I cannot ascertain their efficacy. We must understand that we have but one chance. Book's words brimmed with frustration, yet it felt as though it was on the cusp of a breakthrough, albeit hindered at this final step. Upon hearing Book's response, Hill squinted thoughtfully before asking, "What about the diary? Are you referring to Tom Riddle's diary?" "Precisely. That, too, is a Horcrux, is it not?" Hill's eyes widened. "Moreover, it is currently the easiest Horcrux to acquire, is it not?" "Of course, but that Horcrux is unrestrained. It can affect the user's mind and even manipulate those with weak wills." Book conveyed its concerns, yet such apprehension was unwarranted. Hill chuckled softly, lightly tapping Book. "Have you forgotten? I am imbued with Soul Guardian. A mere fragment of Voldemort's soul cannot hope to control me. Soul Guardian renders any soul attack ineffective, any soul-related curse powerless. Voldemort's fragment, should it attempt to control Hill, would be utterly diluted. Once the diary is in my possession, it shall remain a mere experimental subject, unable to rise again." Reassured by Hill's insight, Book sighed in relief. There remained an alternative route to achieving their objective. It now hoped to procure the diary swiftly, lest the night grow long with dreams. The diary should currently be in Lucius's possession. He would likely find an opportunity to slip it to Ginny Weasley, intending to stir trouble and exact revenge on the Weasley family. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, culminating in the diary's destruction by Harry. Hill recalled the general plot. Acquiring the diary did not seem overly challenging, provided they could act before Ginny fell under its control. However, this would mean the Basilisk incident would not take place, rendering the entirety of second-year life rather mundane. While Book recognized that obtaining the diary was simple, it lamented the loss of Hill's greatest enjoyment. Hill shot Book an exasperated glance, rolling his eyes as he retorted, "I'm not one to revel in chaos. I prefer a more tranquil existence. Would it truly be entertaining to see a group petrified? In fact, you are rather one to thrive on chaos. However, this time, I genuinely wish to prevent the Basilisk incident. It could result in fatalities. The few who were petrified were merely fortunate. What if?" Hill hesitated, holding a profound respect for life. Even in past adventures, he had never involved any innocent individuals. This time, he could prevent it. If he remained indifferent and ignored the unfolding events, he would regret it for a lifetime. Observing the conflict and turmoil etched upon Hill's face, Book exhaled softly, relieved that Hill remained the same as before, unlost. Otherwise, Book would find itself in quite the predicament, as everything would be its fault. After much internal struggle, Hill could not suppress a sigh. He turned to Book and asked, "How many potent restorative potions do we have at home? The kind that can reverse basilisk petrification." He resolved to prepare for both contingencies, to acquire the diary and to have the antidote for petrification on hand. This summer, he had taken the time to explore several family hiding places, but unfortunately, the yield had been minimal. mostly valuable items and various materials, with not much of practical use. However, other locations were either exceedingly difficult to locate or fraught with dangerous creatures nearby, rendering access impossible. Having acquired a few scrolls, the disheartened Hill could only return home in frustration. It was of no use. A level 1 permission was notoriously inadequate, providing little to no utility. After some contemplation, Booker delivered a disappointing message to Hill. "I'm terribly sorry, my dear little master, but it appears only one vial remains. This potion is particularly sensitive to the passage of time, which is why only this single vial is still viable. The others have all expired." This was indeed a dismal response. What could one vial possibly accomplish? He could save but one person while the others would have to wait patiently for the school's mandrakes to mature. It was a mere consolation, and that was how Hill felt at the moment. Well, one vial it would be. It was better than nothing. Hill nodded in acceptance of this fact, which compelled him to devise a plan to obtain the diary. Once matters were settled, Hill leaned back on the sofa, quietly closing his eyes to rest. This summer had truly exhausted him. However, he could finally afford a moment of leisure. Just as he was about to drift off, he was stirred awake by Kaka, who had climbed onto him and was licking his face. "All right, Kaka, what is it?" he asked. Kaka hopped down and circled around the back of the sofa, returning with a letter clutched in its mouth. A new correspondence? Hill took the letter, recognizing it as one from Lily. Speaking of which, he had written to his friends over the summer, but Harry's letter was one he would never see. The others had all responded, and among them, Lily's replies were the most frequent, as she had persistently invited Hill to visit her home. Unfortunately, Hill had been too busy recently to accept any of her invitations. "Dear Hill, how has your summer been? My parents and I have returned from our travels in Scandinavia. It was simply breathtaking. If you ever have a chance, you must visit. I have brought back a little gift for you, but you must come to collect it in person. Don't give me any excuses about being too busy. Today is already July 30th. Surely, you have time now, as I have invited you 6 times. A gentleman should not keep a lady waiting too long. I mentioned you to my parents, and to my surprise, my mother knows yours. They were classmates. So, if you want to learn more about your parents, come to my house. Otherwise, I shan't tell you. Lastly, happy birthday." Gazing at the beautiful calligraphy on the letter, Hill couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he indeed needed to pay her a visit. If he didn't, the mystery surrounding his parents would remain unresolved. Although he had inquired about them with Dumbledore, he still felt uncertain about relying on him, especially since he had noticed the complexity of Dumbledore's gaze when he saw Adric. Confusion, anger, joy. It was evident that Adric and Dumbledore shared a significant history. Hagrid had mentioned they once worked together, leading Hill to deduce that Adric was likely a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Under normal circumstances, Dumbledore would have taken special care of a descendant from such a noble lineage as the Phoenix. Yet, Hill sensed that Dumbledore's gaze towards him was devoid of any warmth. Indeed, while Dumbledore's demeanor was generally amiable, his eyes never reflected that kindness when directed at Hill. That look reminded Hill instinctively of Voldemort. When Voldemort first encountered him, it was with the same piercing stare before attempting the legitimacy to extract Hill's memories. Clearly, Dumbledore harbored certain thoughts regarding Hill's memories or the Fawkes family. Perhaps there was something he desperately sought. Nevertheless, it was futile to dwell on such matters. That old man was not to be trusted, not in the slightest. There was no point in ruminating on these thoughts. Vigilance was his only recourse, and thus Hill swiftly set this matter aside. Yet, if a situation arose that compelled him to trust Dumbledore, what would he do? Carefully storing Lily's letter, Hill furrowed his brow and looked towards Booker. Is it truly July 30th? He had been so preoccupied that he hadn't paid attention to the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 30th. Indeed, July 30th, you say? Why, that's your birthday. Booker, who had been lounging on the coffee table, sat up. It seemed Booker was also unaware of the date. After all, it slept for decades at time. Remembering days measured in months was not something one could expect from it. Unbeknownst to him, an entire year had slipped away. Hill stared blankly at his teacup, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. Yes, the past year has flown by in a blink. Indeed, the days of it did not pass so swiftly, Booker retorted passionately, only to have Hill spill half a cup of tea on it. As Booker fell silent, Hill calmly remarked, "Let's not dwell on the past. I prefer not to hear about it again. Do you understand?" Booker nodded obediently after a brief pause. After all, it had no business bringing up such matters. Well then, prepare yourself. I must pay a visit to Lily's house. I hope to uncover some answers I seek. Hill rose, grasping Booker as he made his way to the door. Kaka trotted after Hill and clambered onto his shoulder, settling comfortably. Upon opening the door, Hill suddenly smiled. causing Booker to grow tense. There was no denying it. Hill was most dangerous when he smiled. Would you consider this a visit to my future mother-in-law? Chapter 2. Reminiscence. Hey, Lily, could you please stop pacing in front of me? You're making my head spin. Watching Lily anxiously dart around the living room, Stanton felt overwhelmed, simultaneously filled with ire towards the culprit behind his daughter's peculiar behavior. The wretched little rascal named Hill Fox. No, this vase should go here. Ignoring Stanton's complaints, Lily continued her restless movements, occasionally rearranging small items like vases, muttering to herself, wholly disregarding her father's presence. Stanton, Lily's odd behavior began once that letter was sent. She had dragged a groggy Stanton from his slumber early this morning, urging him to brush his teeth 3 times and wash his face 5 times. She even used a razor to shave off his proud little tuft of facial hair, covering his smooth chin and tender face, feeling the soreness of his gums. Stanton vowed to make that little scoundrel pay. If I couldn't handle Adric, I surely wouldn't let his son off the hook. Yet he wondered, would his daughter allow such a situation to unfold? Meanwhile, in a distant place, Hill suddenly sneezed. Looking up at the bright sunshine, he shook his head, thinking someone must be speaking of him. Most likely Lily. My apologies, but the one you are lamenting over is a peculiar old man, not the Lily you had envisioned. Furrowing her brows and pacing for several hours, Lily, having ascertained that the living room required no further tidying, shifted her focus to the kitchen. There, her mother, Tina, was diligently preparing a meal. Upon noticing her dutiful daughter's entrance, Tina tossed a few sausages into the pot, turned around, and regarded Lily with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Observing her daughter's earnest expression, she could not help but inquire, "How are you so certain that Hill will come today?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lily blurted out, "He will definitely be here today." It seemed she was aware of her own emotional misalignment, as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Tina chuckled softly. It appeared her daughter had developed a romantic interest. However, would it yield results? His name is Hill Fox, is it not? Although she was already privy to the boy's name, Tina felt compelled to reconfirm, remembering that the boy's father was called Adric. Adric, even you will face mortality? Indeed. Lily nodded emphatically, as if a thought had struck her. Her face was alight with curiosity as she asked, "Mother, you mentioned that you were classmates with Hill's father. Is this true?" The reason Lily was so certain Hill would return today was that she intended to use information about his parents as bait. After a year of acquaintance, Lily had discerned Hill's fixation on his parents. He yearned to uncover every detail about them. Yet, she was uncertain if her mother truly knew Adric. What if her parents were not acquainted with him? Or if the Adric they knew was not Hill's father? Observing her daughter's conflicted demeanor, Tina felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. This girl was a mirror of her younger self. In her youth, Tina had often found herself in similar turmoil. Yet her daughter exhibited a resilience she herself lacked. Lily possessed the courage Tina had always yearned for. Each time Tina believed she had summoned the courage to speak, she ultimately swallowed her words when faced with him. Returning to her dormitory, she would stomp her feet in frustration, tugging at her hair in regret. When she finally resolved to articulate her feelings in the final days, he had preemptively uttered words that shattered her defenses. "Helena has finally agreed to marry me." Courage. How she loathed her timid self upon reflection. "Mother, what are you thinking about?" Tina felt her body being gently shaken, returning to the present as she realized Lily had pulled her from a reverie. "I apologize. I was lost in thought," Tina replied, a hint of regret crossing her features. Though she wished to avoid revisiting old memories, she felt compelled for her daughter's sake. "Mother, do you truly know Hill's father, Adric?" Tina nodded slightly, turning back to retrieve the sausages from the pot before adding other ingredients, partly to mask her own expression. She must not allow her daughter to perceive any hint of amusement. "Adric Fox, correct?" "Indeed, I knew him. We were quite good friends." At this juncture, Tina's body trembled involuntarily. His wife was named Helena, and their son was called Hill, was he not? "Yes. Your father was a Hufflepuff, while I was a Ravenclaw. We graduated in the same year as Adric and others. It was quite a prominent year, with many notable figures, including the parents of Harry Potter. By the way, you are also a Ravenclaw. How could I forget?" Lily gently tapped her forehead with her fist. If that were the case, it would not be surprising that she knew Adric. "So, what kind of person is Adric?" Adric, well, 21 years ago at Hogwarts, a fresh-faced student with faint freckles timidly inquired of a boy beside her. "Adric, where do you wish to go?" "Ravenclaw. The Fox family has always been Ravenclaw." The boy with golden hair adjusted his slightly askew glasses and responded with a smile. His words possessed a calming charm, or so the girl believed. The omniscient Adric. The amiable Adric. The tall and handsome Adric. Her heart was filled with visions of him, the innocent infatuation characteristic of youth. Please don't be a Hufflepuff, the girl whispered under her breath, though her entire family belonged to Hufflepuff, and she had previously desired to join them. Yet, upon encountering the golden-haired boy, her resolve wavered. Ah, you will surely be sorted into Hufflepuff. A voice suddenly rang out, startling the girl into tears. Ahaha! The instigator, a boy with black hair, cackled triumphantly, smacking the shoulder of another boy beside him. See? These new first years are a riot. They cry so easily with just a little scare. The other boy, also with black hair, reprovingly pushed the prankster's hand away, his expression weary. I say, Sirius, scaring a girl to tears is hardly gentlemanly behavior. You are, after all, a member of the Black family. Could you not exhibit a semblance of nobility? Sirius, the boy in question, wore a derisive smirk. Nobility? Puffed. James, do you truly believe that once I am sorted into Gryffindor, that old codger will not disown me from the family? Sirius and James began to discuss their respective families, completely disregarding the girl, still sobbing from Sirius's scare. To them, it seemed inconsequential. You must apologize to her. Sirius turned to the serious-faced Adric, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, if it isn't the all-knowing Adric. What is this? Are you going to stand up for the girl? Sirius harbored an unyielding disdain for the aristocracy. You must take responsibility for your actions. Adric's previously gentle smile vanished, replaced by a stern and resolute expression. One might find it amusing for an 11-year-old to be so earnest, yet Adric's demeanor conveyed no hint of jest. His intent was unmistakable. You will apologize to that girl. It was merely a joke. What is the big deal? Sirius, now noticing the girl still in tears, sensed something was amiss. Goodness, why is that girl crying so intensely? Did I truly go too far? For the first time, anger flickered across Adric's face. He surged forward, almost nose to nose with Sirius, and shouted, You coward! Do you only dare to bully girls? Why not come at me instead? Sirius instinctively took a step back, but then, filled with indignation, shouted back at Adric. You think I'm afraid? Hey, Sirius, don't be rash. Let's talk this out. James attempted to pull Sirius back, but he barely made any progress. A mocking expression crossed Adric's face as he derisively regarded the flushed Sirius. Pathetic, only capable of bullying girls. How disgraceful for someone of noble birth. James felt a surge of alarm as he immediately called out to his companion behind him. Lupin, come help. The words uttered by Adrian acted like a spark, igniting the volatile temperament of Sirius Black. With a furious roar, Sirius broke free from James's grasp and lunged at Adrian, delivering a vicious blow to his face. To hell with your nobility, he shouted. The force of Sirius's punch sent Adrian sprawling to the ground, blood beginning to trickle from his nose. Yet, fury intensified on his face. He was far from subdued. You got guts. I'll match you blow for blow. Struggling to his feet, Adrian launched himself at Sirius, and the two fell to the ground, engaging in a fierce brawl. A girl with freckles had ceased her tears, her mouth agape as she watched Adrian, with a grimace, land a heavy punch on Sirius's nose, only to have Sirius retaliate, striking Adrian squarely on the glasses, shattering them. Stop it! A faint voice attempted to rise above the chaos, but the two were no longer fighting over apologies. They were now battling fiercely for their respective dignities. In truth, Adrian was no match for Sirius, yet he was relentless, enduring several blows without a whimper, and instead, he seized Sirius's head, raining down punches. Gradually, Sirius too unleashed his fury, no longer holding back, as he retaliated with a barrage of strikes aimed at Adrian. I'm coming to assist you. Seeing Adrian falter, a greasy-haired boy joined the fray, striking with a ferocity aimed squarely at Sirius's face, nearly turning him into a bruised mess. Snape, how dare you? Observing the audacity of the greasy-haired boy, James could no longer contain himself and rushed in, delivering a series of blows to the newcomer. Hey, James, Sirius, stop. You'll get expelled. A tall yet slender boy interjected amidst the frenzy of fists. Expelled? So be it. The four combatants momentarily paused, then resumed their violent exchange in unison. Shaking his head slightly, the tall boy approached the tumultuous scene, bending down to extend his hand, only to be met with incredulity. Who are you? The boy pinned beneath the brown-haired boy's weight exclaimed in exasperation, swearing that he merely intended to separate them. I am Stutton Depan. The brown-haired boy declared, delivering a punch to his opponent's face, adding, I detest bullies who prey on the weak. What was your name again? E.M. Lupin. After receiving several blows from Stutton, even the ever-gentle Lupin could no longer restrain himself. He flipped Stutton over and unleashed a flurry of strikes, completely abandoning his initial intention. Are you ready to concede? Bring it on. I won't stop until I've turned you into a bruised mess, he declared, undeterred by any fear. Suddenly, a voice laced with intense anger pierced through the chaos. Do you even know where you are? The 6 combatants looked up, their faces draining of color, voices trembling. Professor McGonagall. Chapter 3, Stutton's Distress. So, Hill's father fought with Harry's father on the very first day of school? Lily's face was etched with astonishment. It seemed Hill and Harry shared a good rapport, yet their fathers had been bitter rivals in their youth, clashing on the very first day of school. Tina shook her head gently, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. They were indeed good friends. It's a case of not knowing until you've fought. After their skirmish, they became acquainted. Though there was still some rivalry, their relationship was quite amicable, both adversaries and allies. Lily pondered, perplexed by the impulsive behavior of the boys. I truly cannot comprehend what drives them to such recklessness. She found herself utterly bewildered by their chaotic antics, often engaging in bizarre actions for reasons unknown. By the way, is that when Mom met Dad? Noticing the dim-witted Stutton in the tale, Lily tentatively inquired, surprised to discover that her father had once exhibited such bravery. She had always assumed him to be a coward, recalling Stutton, the clumsy boy who had unwittingly joined the fray, the one who, despite being battered and bruised, still wore a cheerful grin. A radiant smile flickered across Tina's face. He truly embodies Hufflepuff traits, clumsy and endearing. Over all these years, I've lost count of how many times I've mentioned him, yet he remains unchanged. It's quite exasperating. In the living room, Stutton sneezed heavily, rubbing his nose, attributing all his troubles to the innocent Hill, as he had never intended to let Hill off the hook. Shifting her focus from Adrian to Hill's mother. Helena, the youngest daughter of the Black family who had passed shortly after Hill's birth, Lily inquired, Mom, do you know Helena? Tina nearly sliced her hand with the knife she held, but Lily remained oblivious to the near mishap. Regaining her composure, Tina spoke in the calmest tone. Yes, I knew her well. She was Adrian's wife. They met at school. A beautiful and kind girl, despite being a Slytherin. Slytherin? Lily frowned. It was hardly a commendable house, particularly with their head, Snape, being utterly detestable. Indeed, Slytherin. However, Helena was a genuinely kind girl. Otherwise, Adrian would not have fallen for her. Tina's voice turned somewhat dry, as if a chasm lay between them, barely bridged. If only I had been the first to help him back then, perhaps the outcome would have been vastly different. Tina's elaborate description of Adrian contrasted sharply with her brief remarks about Helena, leaving Lily to attribute the disparity to the differences in their houses, leading to a lack of understanding. She found herself intrigued by a less conspicuous figure in the story, the one who first stepped in to aid Adrian, Snape. So, was Snape close with Adrian? Lily wondered, perplexed. After the incident, their relationship should have been solid, yet why was Snape's demeanor towards Hill so harsh? Even more so than his treatment of Harry? Tina, too, shook her head slightly, her expression mirroring confusion. After hearing about the conflict between Snape and Hill, she was equally astonished. Their relationship was always strong, at least during their school years. James and the others frequently bullied Snape, yet Adrian always stood by him. As for Snape's animosity towards Hill, perhaps some conflict arose after graduation. That seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet what could have transpired to cause such a drastic shift in Snape's demeanor? Ding! The chime of the doorbell interrupted the contemplations of the mother and daughter duo. A look of surprise illuminated Lily's face as she dashed out of the kitchen. Passing through the living room, she roused Stun, who had been dozing on the sofa, adjusting his attire before she hurried to the door, taking a few deep breaths to steady her somewhat restless heart and ensuring everything felt natural. Lily finally pulled open the door, a line of demarcation for Hill. Confirming the address once more, Hill pressed the doorbell and awaited a response in silence. Lily's home was nestled in a quaint town in northern England, and Hill had arrived swiftly using a form of magical powder, following the address Lily had provided. The house before him was a modest apartment, appearing somewhat weathered, yet exuding a natural charm. The lawn in front was evidently well maintained, with not a single blade of grass standing taller than the rest. Vines of creeping ivy adorned the slightly mottled walls, enveloping the entire structure in a lush green, creating a most inviting atmosphere. This abode had been subjected to a muggle-repelling charm, rendering it invisible to non-magical folk, accessible only to wizards. Hill noted that there seemed to be several similar wizarding families in this town. A familiar essence lingered here, hinting at something he found strikingly recognizable. While Hill languished in his waiting, a voice from book resonated in his mind, delivering an unexpected revelation. Can you sense anything? Hill furrowed his brow. The town appeared utterly ordinary, so what could evoke such familiarity for book? Uncertain, the voice came through in fragments, lacking clarity. Book hesitated before finally admitting, "Perhaps it's merely my imagination. I've been a bit on edge lately." "Hey, do you even have nerves?" Hill retorted, disregarding Book's complaint. In truth, Book was quite anxious because it had just lied. The jittery Book feared Hill would uncover its deception, but this was not something it could reveal directly. It must wait for the opportune moment. This predicament had also illuminated several previously perplexing matters for it. So that it, indeed a clever calculation. Hill had no time to indulge Book, for at that very moment, Lily opened the door. Seeing the travel-worn Hill, she was filled with excitement, her words momentarily escaping her. Hill, on the other hand, found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to greet her with a simple hello, remark on the lovely weather, or express how long it had been since they last saw each other. It was a challenging scenario, in Hill's experience. It felt akin to meeting a future mother-in-law, an area in which he had no prior experience. Feeling overwhelmed, despite having perused countless books, he remained awkward in matters of interpersonal relations, albeit slightly better than those who could not utter a single word. He pondered whether any of his ancestors had ever penned a tome titled Essentials of Courtship or How to Please Your Girlfriend. In fact, one of your ancestors had written a similar book, detailing his conquests with 19 women. Book's lewd voice echoed in Hill's mind. However, remarkably, Hill felt no revulsion. Quite the opposite. He was intrigued and keen to uncover the seduction secrets left by that philanderer of an ancestor. "It seems I've read every book in the house. I don't recall such a title existing." "Of course it wouldn't," Book retorted, its tone dripping with the certainty of a prankster. "Do you think such a book would be displayed on the shelves? Do you believe the female heads of households throughout history were blind?" Hill fell silent, realizing that even the boldest ancestor would likely have hidden such a book out of fear of his wife's discovery. "So, he must have stored it within my records." Hill's eyes brightened. If he had access to this tome of courtship, well, at the very least, he could navigate interactions with a girl like Lily with relative ease. "Apologies, but this book requires level 3 permissions to unlock." Book's voice brimmed with mischievous delight, reveling in the situation. It seemed that 3 days of neglect had emboldened Book, having entirely forgotten Hill's formidable presence. Hill's previously calm demeanor shattered entirely, though he and Book had engaged in a lengthy dialogue. Only mere seconds had passed in the real world. Struggling to suppress the urge to extract Book and give it a thorough thrashing, Hill faced the expectant Lily and finally managed to muster, "Ah, the weather is lovely today." He forced a radiant smile, only to be met moments later by an unexpected downpour, drenching him without warning. His lips twitched in irritation as he drew his wand, casting a waterproof charm upon himself before turning to a stifled giggle Lily at the door. "Yes, please come in. Shall we continue this indoors?" "Of course." As she stepped aside, Lily led Hill into the home. After changing their shoes, they made their way to the living room. The layout of Lily's home was quite minimalist, contrasting sharply with the opulent grandeur of Hill's own abode. The decor was sparse yet imbued with a warm, inviting ambience. Indeed, standing within the room, Hill felt enveloped in a comforting warmth, as though wrapped in a gentle embrace, a sensation starkly different from the chill of his own family's villa. A complex expression crossed Hill's face. 10 years ago, his own villa had exuded a similar warmth. "Dad, this is Hill, my classmate from Hogwarts." Lily's melodious voice broke through Hill's reverie. Following her gaze, he noticed Stun, who wore a displeased expression, glaring at the silver-haired youth with disdain. Indeed, this was undoubtedly the offspring of that scoundrel, Adrian. Their signature smiles were unmistakable. "Adrian, if I can't deal with you, how can I not handle your son?" Stun's demeanor shifted, his voice deepening ominously as he directed a fierce glare at Hill, demanding, "Are you Hill?" "Indeed, Hill Forks." Hill nodded slightly, sensing the frostiness in Stun's demeanor intensify as he seethed. "Do you dare approach?" Hill raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the turn of events. He glanced at Lily, who appeared equally indignant, seemingly preparing to intervene against Stun's impending tirade. "Are you Mr. Stundepan?" Hill asked, unperturbed by the interrogation-style conversation. He casually took a seat on the sofa opposite Stun, resting his chin on his hands, maintaining a steady gaze. Stun's expression flickered with embarrassment. This audacious boy was surprisingly composed, yet today would mark his downfall. "Look at the trouble you've caused." Stun slammed his palm onto the coffee table, miscalculating his strength and sending it toppling, shattering cups and scattering debris across the floor. Both Hill and Stun flinched simultaneously, shifting their gazes slightly apart before returning to one another, as if nothing had transpired. However, the beads of cold sweat forming on Stun's brow and the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his composure. Hill exhaled softly. It appeared that Stun was in for a rough time. "Dad, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Lily, adorned with a warm smile and charming dimples, spoke in the gentlest of tones, uttering the words that would undoubtedly cause Stun the most distress. Stun had yet to comprehend his daughter's demeanor. The scoundrel before him, though the son of Adric, was nonetheless a guest summoned by his own daughter. Particularly, this young rascal was the very first boy she had invited into their home. Stun cast a desperate glance at Hill, realizing he was perhaps his only hope of salvation. However, until Stun was dragged away by Lily, Hill merely responded with a calm smile, nearly inciting Stun to draw his wand and administer a proper lesson to this unhelpful wretch. Oomph. You think this will deter me? Such naivety. Chapter 4. I shall never forgive you. Hill watched with keen interest as Lily towed Stun into the kitchen, the latter casting furious glances at Hill. Yet, Hill entirely disregarded the situation. After all, it was a private family matter, and he had no intention of meddling. Once Stun and Lily vacated the living room, Hill stretched languidly, leaning back on the sofa with Kaka, aimlessly surveying the room's decor, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Meanwhile, Stun found himself in the kitchen, subjected to a torrent of reprimands. Dad, wasn't it agreed that Hill is my guest? How could you act this way? With her head bowed, Lily clenched her fist tightly, radiating an aura of fury that left Stun trembling. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Stun's explanation sounded pathetically weak. The eloquence that could dupe even the shrewdest of wizards fell flat before Lily. Now, under Lily's wrathful glare, the words he had meticulously prepared were forced back down his throat. Tina observed the dejected Stun, his face a mask of despair, alongside Lily, whose anger still simmered. A smile, more radiant than usual, curved her lips. Indeed, this father-daughter pair was a treasure bestowed upon her by fate. All right, Lily. Perhaps your father genuinely intended it as a jest. There's no need to dwell on it. Tina stepped in to defend Stun, understanding well how frivolous he could be after years of marriage. A joke here, and there was quite normal. After a moment's hesitation, Lily nodded, choosing to relent and spare the pitiful Stun. Stun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, mentally attributing all blame to Hill. Had it not been for Hill, how could his beloved daughter have treated him so? 555,555, once such an adorable Lily, now transformed into such a fierce creature. Adric, you scoundrel. Must you compete with me on everything? Before Stun could fully concoct a plan to deal with Hill, he suddenly sneezed. Confused, he glanced around, ultimately fixating on Tina, whose face was adorned with a pleasant smile. Lily, could you step out for a moment? I need to discuss something with your father. Having learned the backstory from Lily, Tina dismissed her and turned to Stun with an even gentler smile than usual. Of course, the inexplicable dark aura lingering behind Tina was best ignored. Stun had resigned himself to his fate. Bullying Adric's son was a crime that warranted punishment, and Tina would surely reduce him to mere strands of meat to feed her owl. Yet, Stun felt a deep sense of injustice. He hadn't even had the chance to prepare properly. After what felt like an eternity of anxious waiting, no frying pan descended upon him, nor did the anticipated scolding ensue. In fact, the familiar 540-degree spin that he fondly reminisced about was conspicuously absent. This could either mean Tina had devised an even more terrifying method of retribution, or Stun. Are you still unable to let go? Huh? In the living room, Lily offered Hill an apologetic explanation for the situation, clarifying that Stun had merely intended a joke. As she spoke, a nervousness gripped her. Would Hill truly believe such an excuse, or would he storm out in anger? Observing the worry and conflict etched across her face, Hill gently shook his head. He would never cling to such trivial matters. It's all right. Your father is quite amusing. Conversing with him is rather enjoyable. Hill's words only served to heighten Lily's discomfort. She had shifted all blame onto Stun, convinced that once Hill departed, Stun would certainly regret his actions today. Regret for not drawing his wand and teaching Hill a lesson to vent his frustrations. The two sat on the sofa, chatting about summer plans, compared to Hill's emptiness. Lily's summer was brimming with adventure. This year, her family had taken a delightful trip to Northern Europe, indulging in 2 weeks of uninhibited fun. Hill, what did you do over the summer? Hill shrugged, explaining that he had merely visited a few family vaults to retrieve some items, with the farthest location being a mere 200 miles from his home, far from a true getaway. I didn't go anywhere, just stayed home, read a bit. Why not go out for a walk? I don't know where to go or what to do, and besides, I am quite lazy. Lily was taken aback. She had just realized that Hill lived alone. In truth, she often overlooked the fact that Hill was an orphan. His demeanor was indistinguishable from that of any child from a stable family. Harry Potter, that boy who had survived countless trials, was the same. One would never detect their orphan status from their behavior. Yet, while Harry at least had his aunt and uncle, Hill had always been alone. Loneliness and solitude were feelings he seemed to have utterly transcended. Lily recalled a statement Hill had made long ago. Was he simply too broad-minded to perceive the truth? Or had he grown numb to it, accustomed to such realities? Hill noticed that Lily had zoned out, and he could roughly guess her thoughts. Normally, he instinctively detested others' pity, having encountered it far too often. However, with Lily, he found it impossible to harbor such resentment. She is different. She is not like the rest. Unlike the pity others displayed, Lily's was rooted in understanding. She sought to comprehend Hill's emotions and delve into his past, even if Hill himself felt nothing. Lily often wore a sorrowful expression, grieving for the painful history he bore. Oh, such profound kindness was almost excessive. Will you have some free time over the upcoming summer? After much hesitation, Lily mustered the courage to ask, intending to accompany Hill on outings during her summer break. In her eyes, everyone deserved a joyful childhood. And perhaps Hill had missed out on enough. She was determined to help him fill that void. Hill raised an eyebrow. He indeed had little planned for the remaining time. But was this progression not a bit too swift? You are Hill. A gentle, melodious voice interjected, presumably belonging to Lily's mother. To Hill's surprise, she appeared significantly younger than he had anticipated. Having a daughter as old as Lily, one would assume her mother to be in her 30s at least. Yet, no trace of age marred Tina's visage. In fact, Hill vaguely sensed that even a decade hence, she would remain remarkably youthful. I am Hill, Hill Fox. Upon hearing this, Tina felt her heart race. Yet another fox. Tina slowly made her way to the sofa, settling beside Lily, while Stun cautiously followed suit, daring not to utter a sound. The living room fell into an immediate hush, with Hill lounging alone on the sofa, cradling Kaka in his arms. Opposite him sat Lily and her family, all of them unwittingly fixated on Hill. This feeling is rather peculiar. Tina gradually surveyed Hill, her gaze somewhat dazed. Over 2 decades ago, another fox had once occupied a similar position before her. She recalled their first encounter on the Hogwarts Express, when that gentle and polite boy assisted her in transporting her luggage to her compartment, sitting just like this, a copy of standard spells nestled in his hands. Yet, there were notable differences. Adric's hair gleamed like gold, whereas Hill's was silver. Adric's eyes were an icy blue, framed by spectacles, while Hill possessed silver irises devoid of glasses. Beyond their appearances, their demeanors diverged significantly. Adric exuded unwavering confidence, perpetual pride, and an ever-sunny disposition. In contrast, Hill, as Tina observed, appeared much colder. Indeed, he was icy. Although he wore a smile, it bore little warmth. His eyes perpetually reflected indifference, as if nothing held any significance for him. Was this a defense mechanism against strangers? I knew your father. Adric, we were classmates. Ahem, I knew him too. We even had a scuffle, that rascal. Stun interjected, only to be silenced by a pointed glance from Tina that stifled the less-than-favorable conclusion he was on the verge of uttering. I also knew your mother, Helena. I witnessed the entire journey of her romance with your father. Tina regarded Hill, surprised by his placid demeanor, then glanced at Lily, pondering why Hill, who was said to be sensitive about his parents, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. With a slight movement of his lips, Hill finally spoke, his first words being, "My father, he is still alive." Stun, who had been sipping tea, promptly spewed it out at this revelation. He cautiously glanced at Tina, who appeared equally astonished. Her face etched with disbelief. Did my father leave anything behind here? This time, Stun was less surprised, yet he was filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Tina, maintaining her composure, lifted her teacup and began to sip. A flicker of understanding crossed Hill's face. Indeed, Booker's earlier intuition was not a mere figment of imagination. Adric had hidden something here. From the moment he entered this room, Hill sensed something amiss. Initially, he felt a sense of comfort, a warmth reminiscent of his home from a decade prior. At first, he dismissed it as an illusion, but the sensation was precisely what felt most out of place. Hill had visited others' homes before, yet he had never experienced such a feeling as today, as if this were indeed his home, or rather, a place imbued with remnants of his past. Furthermore, this object bore significant relevance to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such a resonance. Mother, what is happening? Tina, what on earth is that rascal saying? Faced with the inquiries from her husband and daughter, Tina quietly finished her tea, placed the cup down, and turned her gaze to Hill, asking, "How do you know this?" Intuition. Tina nodded, seemingly accepting this rather dubious explanation. Come with me. You deserve to know these things. Declining Lily and Stun's pleas to accompany them, Tina led Hill to the basement, where she retrieved her wand and waved it gently. Instantly, a trapdoor appeared on the floor, concealed by a charm. Tina guided Hill through the trapdoor into a vast chamber. As he beheld the surroundings, Hill's lips quivered slightly before he managed to utter a statement brimming with fury and intent to kill. I will never forgive you, Adric. Chapter 5. The Invitation from Nicklame. I'm sorry, No need to say anything. You are blameless. The fault lies with Adric. Reclined on the sofa, Hill stared vacantly at the ceiling. A week had elapsed since that day, yet the images he witnessed continued to haunt him. Booker, why did Adric do this? I will not forgive him. Hill's face radiated a murderous intent. For the first time in his life, he loathed someone with such fervor that he wished for nothing less than their demise. Ironically, not long ago, he had felt relief at the thought of Adric still being alive, yet now he yearned to end Adric's life. You are mistaken, my dear young master. Where am I wrong? Is it right what Adric has done? Hill's composure had entirely evaporated. He resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. It was not that he lacked poise. Rather, the event had rendered him incapable of remaining calm. Specifically, I cannot articulate, but I wish to convey that you should harbor trust in your father. Booker, no longer its usual unreliable self, now bore an air of solemnity. For a long time, it had played the role of Hill's mentor, and in the current situation, a single misstep could yield dire consequences. Is it a matter of insufficient authority? Hill fell silent for a moment. Ever since he learned of Adric's continued existence, he had felt an unsettling premonition that Booker might soon depart from him. Authority, undoubtedly. Adric's authority far surpassed Hill's, meaning that if Adric so desired, he could whisk Booker away at any moment, and Booker would likely possess no means to resist. Authority is one aspect of the matter, but it merely limits your access to certain information, such as what you see and its purpose. The crux of the matter is that Adric is not as reprehensible as you believe. Hill shrugged, gently shaking his head, gesturing toward a letter on the table. Adric, I shall confront him about this matter. I have a premonition that I will soon meet him. Now, let us deliberate on how to address this situation. The letter had arrived that very day, its contents rather intriguing, leaving him momentarily perplexed as to its true significance. Nicklame, you say? Why would he send you a letter? Having reviewed the correspondence, Booker noted that it was indeed sent by Nicklame, or rather, conveyed through Dumbledore, and its content was rather fascinating, essentially inviting Hill for a visit. The invitation from the most formidable alchemist seemed curious, for Hill believed their only interaction had been during Voldemort's attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone. However, during that encounter, Nicklame had been primarily focused on the stone, and Hill doubted Nicklame would remember someone as inconsequential as him. So the Fox family matters? It appears some ancestor of mine shares a connection with Nicklame, and he has now recalled me. Hill mused for quite some time, arriving at this singular conclusion. The 666-year-old Nicklame could only be linked to a forebear of the Fox family. If his calculations were correct, he would soon meet his demise. He should be preparing to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, or perhaps he had already done so, for his end was nigh. Booker estimated the time, realizing that the most formidable alchemist was nearing his end. Before his demise, he had extended an invitation to Hill, which he presumed was not an ill omen. After all, there was nothing pressing to attend to. A leisurely stroll might be in order. After some contemplation, Hill resolved to accept the invitation, which seemed to lead to Devonshire. Dumbledore had assured him he would accompany Hill on this journey. However, dealing with that cunning old fox was indeed quite irksome. Cough, cough, my dear young master. Did you not promise to spend time with your classmate? Booker reminded Hill, recalling the numerous pledges Hill had made to prevent Lily from probing into the mysteries of the basement. There was no alternative, and besides, it was merely a visit. It shouldn't take too long. That's true, but it's better to give a heads up. Indeed, I shall write a letter. By the way, why doesn't Lily's family install a telephone? That would certainly simplify matters. An inexplicable invitation. One fine morning, Hill and Dumbledore apparat to Devonshire, materializing directly before Niclame's abode. The environment surrounding Niclame's residence was delightful. It appeared to be a village inhabited by wizards, with neatly arranged fences along the roads adorned with various climbing plants, bursting with the vibrancy of life. After traversing a thicket alongside Dumbledore, they emerged into a picturesque landscape of verdant hills and serene waters, an idyllic paradise reminiscent of the fabled peach blossom spring. Nestled beside a small lake stood a quaint house with brown tiles and white bricks, from which a plume of white smoke billowed, indicating that the owner was likely preparing breakfast. This is our destination. Dumbledore halted 10 paces from the house, turning to Hill and saying, I shall leave you here. The rest is up to you. What do you mean? Hill queried. As the headmaster, I am quite occupied. Nickle wishes to see you, so I shall not enter. Hill nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding. In the next moment, Dumbledore vanished using apparition. Taking a deep breath, Hill cradled Kaka in his arms and stepped forward boldly. In an instant, the world spun, and Hill felt as though he were plummeting from a great height. The sensation of weightlessness compelled him to instinctively reach for the sky. But he grasped nothing but air. Of course, I anticipated it wouldn't be so simple. Dumbledore had previously hinted that the remainder was up to him. Was this a test? Everything unfolded as Hill had surmised, and the next moment, a familiar scene appeared before him. Ah, is this not what the mirror of Erised revealed? Observing a happy family of three, a smirk crept across Hill's face. This was intriguing. Just as he finished speaking, the idyllic scene of familial bliss morphed before his eyes. The transformation caused Hill's brow to furrow, and his smile gradually faded. The once bright and warm room grew dim. The golden-haired youth and the raven-haired beauty vanished, leaving only the silver-haired infant lying silently on the ground, devoid of cries or laughter, merely gazing at Hill. A reenactment of the past. Hill felt a tinge of disappointment. Was this truly all that the greatest alchemist, Niclame, had to offer in terms of test? No, it was not a recollection of the past, for he bore no memory of this scene. It was merely a fabricated illusion. Seemingly realizing something, Hill lifted his gaze to the heavens and chuckled softly. Apologies, but I am imbued with Soul Guardian. Soul extraction has no effect on me, does it? You must have been at your wit's end to conjure such a ludicrous scene. There was no response. The space remained silent, save for the cold stare of the infant on the frigid floor. Gradually, the infant began to grow, eventually transforming into a silver-haired boy resembling Hill, standing before him with a frigid gaze devoid of anger. That look was rather detestable. Hill frowned and drew his wand, softly uttering, "Vanish, Broken Dawn." Broken Dawn, a spell conjured by an ancestor of the Fox family, specifically designed to counter illusions. It shattered all delusions and restored reality, which was the essence of this incantation. As he wished, a silver beam shot from his wand, striking the silver-haired boy before him, who disintegrated into dust, scattering through the space. Indeed, it was an illusion. Broken Dawn proved effective. Dear Niclame, did you summon me merely to showcase these trivialities? Hill felt a tinge of impatience. If this was all there was to it, his presence here was entirely meaningless, and he might as well return home. Still no answer. But the silver-haired boy he had vanquished reappeared, coldly observing him, yet making no further moves. Frowning, Hill waved his wand. Broken Dawn once more reduced the boy to mere particles in the air. Yet again, Hill incessantly wielded his wand, obliterating each iteration of himself that manifested before him. But for every one he dispelled, another emerged, and Hill's magical strength began to wane. He soon recognized that something was amiss, halting this futile endeavor. He ceased to acknowledge the apparitions of himself, and simply awaited what was to come. Then, a chilling voice echoed, "Avada Kedavra!" A green light struck Hill with precision. Feeling the weakness in his limbs, the ebbing of life, and the frailty of his body, Hill widened his eyes, fixating on the version of himself before him. It was he who cast the Avada Kedavra, claiming Hill's life. TCH, this is merely a fabrication, is it not? Despite his efforts to convince himself that this was a mere illusion, the weakness of his body incessantly reminded him that he was indeed on the brink of death. I refuse to believe that I could be vanquished by a mere impostor. With his final words, Hill resignedly closed his eyes, utterly drained of the strength to continue. Then, has the child awakened? Not yet. This test of yours nearly cost the child his life. Who knows, some changes have emerged. It's quite troublesome. How troublesome? It is not merely a dream. It can be said to be a potential future. One day, he may kill himself. Hill felt someone whispering in his ear, and he groggily opened his eyes to find himself gazing at a starry sky. No, it was not a starry sky, but rather the ceiling's enchantment projected the external environment. Child, you have finally awakened. Chapter 6, the start of term. On a day in mid-August, the weather was overcast, clouds obscuring the sun, and a gentle drizzle washed away the usual clamor, creating an unexpectedly tranquil atmosphere. Ah, how could the dead possibly make a sound? Standing before a humble grave, Hill wore a solemn expression. A flicker of light glimmered in his eyes, and his lips parted several times without producing a sound. May we leave, Hill? He nodded gently, casting one final glance at the modest grave. Who would have known that resting here was none other than the most powerful alchemist of the past 6 centuries, Niclame? Indeed, Niclame has passed away, having destroyed the philosopher's stone. After completing his final task, he can finally rest peacefully. The past 6 centuries have been an arduous journey for him, necessitating a moment of respite before embarking on a new, entirely different voyage. Thus apparition. The venerable headmaster, with a gentle wave of his wand, summoned forth silence and darkness. The graveyard bid farewell to its last guest. For a protracted period, this place would remain devoid of visitors. In the blink of an eye, Hill returned to his point of departure, standing before his own doorstep. Nick departed with tranquility, and so I am unscathed. Casting a final glance at Hill, Dumbledore nodded, then waved his wand, vanishing once more. With a heavy sigh, Hill exhaled a breath he had been holding for an eternity and took a tentative step forward. His gait somewhat unsteady, reminiscent of a toddler taking its first steps, teetering precariously. Clinging tightly to Hill's clothing, Kaka struggled to maintain his perch on Hill's shoulder. Perhaps sensing his master's melancholy, he merely uttered a few soft cries before settling down in silence. Although it proved challenging, Hill gradually made his way to the door. Those few steps left him drenched in sweat, as if he had just finished a vigorous workout. Indeed, the equilibrium had been disrupted, dear teacher. Leaning against the door, Hill gazed at the persistently gray sky, the image of the teacher he had only known for a fortnight flickering in his mind, the elderly man who, even in his final moments, held him in his thoughts. However, I shall not concede. I cannot afford to lose. The dividing line of balance. As a Malfoy father and son emerged before him, Harry felt the remnants of his good spirits evaporate. Although this summer had been utterly dismal, resembling a life of confinement, the time spent at the Weasley household had brought him some solace. Even though an unexpected incident had led him into the perilous Nocturne Alley, he had fortuitously encountered Hagrid and Hermione. Inexplicably, he had found himself posing for a photograph with Gilderoy Lockhart, only to be confronted moments later by the loathsome Malfoys. Indeed, loathsome. Draco required no elaboration. Their rivalry had spanned the entire year, and although their relationship had softened during their dragon-raising escapades, their skirmishes had persisted unabated. Predictably, they would continue their contentious exchanges. As for Lucius, he appeared relatively composed, yet the chilling aura surrounding him left Harry feeling uneasy. Especially when Lucius openly mocked the Weasley family, Harry had no desire to engage with him any further. In response to Lucius's provocation, Arthur Weasley unhesitatingly confronted him, resulting in a chaotic scene within the Flourish and Blots bookstore. Hagrid strode in, stepping over fallen books, and in an instant, he separated Arthur and Lucius. Arthur's lip was bloodied, while Lucius bore a bruise from a copy of The Dark Force, a guide to self-protection, still clutching Ginny's tattered Transfiguration textbook. He thrust the book into her hands, his eyes glinting with malice. Here, little girl, take your book. It is the best your father can offer you. He wriggled free from Hagrid's grasp and beckoned to Draco, rushing out of the store. As Lucius departed, the previously unnoticed silver-haired boy set down the book he had been holding and approached the bewildered red-haired girl. May I borrow your book for a moment? The girl, momentarily taken aback, instinctively handed over her worn Transfiguration textbook to the boy before her, accepting the book with ease. The silver-haired boy narrowed his eyes and gently flipped through its pages, raising an eyebrow in acknowledgement before nodding slightly. An excellent book. The notes within are quite useful. However, this is an old edition. The red-haired girl instinctively glanced towards the distance, where her parents were engaged in conversation, surrounded by several others, completely oblivious to their exchange. Does it matter? The silver-haired boy returned the book to the girl, their gazes locking for the first time, lingering briefly before they simultaneously averted their eyes. Yet, I do not wish to use an old edition any longer. Then allow me to trade this one for yours. Would you be willing? As if by magic, a pristine Transfiguration textbook appeared in the boy's hand, suggesting he intended to swap it for the worn copy. The girl hesitated, gripping her old book tightly. She longed to exchange it for the new one, yet after a moment's reflection, she gently shook her head. Then, this book is a gift for you. Without waiting for a response, the boy pressed the new book into the girl's hands, offering her a gentle smile before turning and disappearing into the crowd. Staring at the new book in her hands, the girl rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirming its novelty, and a faint smile blossomed upon her face. Outside the bookstore, in a secluded corner, the earlier silver-haired boy scrutinized the diary in his possession, furrowing his brow. Book, is this truly Tom Riddle's diary? Why do I not sense anything extraordinary about it? My dear young master, as a Horcrux, this object possesses a remarkably concealed power. In truth, only a limited number of methods can discern the authenticity of a Horcrux. Thus, I merely wish to ascertain whether this book is indeed a Horcrux. I do not know. I must conduct further research and testing to determine that. Then let us return. Will you not greet your friends? After all, you have not seen them throughout the summer. It matters not. At present, I do not wish to encounter them. To be frank, is your choice perhaps a tad? This is the simplest course of action. is it not? The bookstore's dividing line. Disappointed yet again, Lily could not suppress a sigh. She still had not located that rascal Hill. Why had they last met? It seemed an eternity had passed, perhaps a month. They had promised to spend time together, but his constant obligations delayed their plans until now. With the school year commencing without a sight of him, not even a letter had been received. Rafe, where are you? Approaching her was Neville, his face etched with concern. As it appeared his toad had escaped once more, just as it had the previous year. Although she had mentally resigned herself, Lily mechanically inquired of Neville. Have you seen Hill? Neville's response filled Lily with a sense of hope. She had finally found a lead. Hill? Yes, he's in a cubicle with me. I believe it's, cubicle 87. Scratching his head in confusion, Neville gazed at the empty space before him, gently shaking his head before continuing to search for his elusive pet toad. Standing before the door of cubicle 87, Lily paused to catch her breath. Having hurried over with her luggage, after a moment, she knocked gently on the door and asked, "Is anyone there? Is it Lily?" Came a voice devoid of emotion, leaving Lily feeling somewhat unsettled. This voice, though identical to Hill's, lacked the warmth he typically exuded, instead possessing an icy quality. Hesitating for a moment, Lily opened the door, revealing everything within the cubicle. Golden sunlight cascaded over the silver-haired boy, whose head hung slightly low, the length of his silvery locks obscuring part of his visage. He clutched a book in his hands, its cover adorned with a series of peculiar symbols, the nature of which remained a mystery. Perched upon his shoulder was the familiar white fox, Kaka, who upon noticing someone enter, turned its head towards the doorway, eyes half closed, as if just roused from slumber. Indeed, this was Hill. This compartment appeared to harbor only Hill, as Lily gently brought her luggage inside, placing it in the corner before tidying up the somewhat disheveled clothing. She quietly seated herself across from Hill. Without raising his gaze, Hill inquired, "How was your summer vacation? Why haven't you reached out to me during this time?" After enduring great hardships to find him, Lily felt a twinge of disappointment at his perfunctory greeting, which bore no warmth. This profound sense of loss stemmed from the disparity between her efforts and the meager return, igniting within her a flicker of discontent. "I've been quite busy lately, hence my lack of communication." His words remained flat and devoid of emotion, even as he kept his head down, imparting a sense of utter indifference. "What have you been busy with?" Unwilling to relent, Lily pressed on, determined to unearth the truth. "It's a matter of great significance." "What kind of matter? Must I divulge it?" "I require your explanation." "On what grounds?" Stunned, Lily momentarily faltered, realizing that Hill was under no obligation to justify himself to her. "Very well. Let me be direct." Hill set the book aside, lifted his gaze to meet hers, and spoke slowly. "Word by word, a venerable elder whom I deeply respected has passed away. I have been residing in his home for some time, during which he imparted much wisdom to me. Consequently, I lacked the time to write to you. By the time of his demise, the school year was fast approaching, and after attending his funeral, I returned immediately, overwhelmed with tasks, hence my silence." "So are you satisfied now?" The repetition of his question echoed in Lily's mind, each iteration chilling her to the bone. Although summer still lingered, an icy dread enveloped her, akin to standing at the precipice of an abyss. Their gazes locked, and in the depths of her heart, she whispered, "Is this truly Hill? This cannot possibly be Hill. Absolutely not." Chapter 7. The Journey. Despite the identical exterior, the boy before Lily exuded a sentiment starkly different from the Hill she once knew. The Hill she remembered, though seemingly mature, retained the heart of a carefree boy, perpetually untroubled and radiant with an infinite light. Yet, the figure before her now emanated an unsettling chill that pierced her very core. It was summer, yet the compartment felt inexplicably frigid, as if she were clad in thin garments amidst a wintry tempest. "Who are you, truly?" "I am Hill Fox." This exchange appeared redundant, yet Lily struggled to reconcile the boy before her with the Hill she cherished. Though he wore a faint smile, his eyes betrayed a complete absence of emotion. What once sparkled like stars now seemed to brew a tempest, ravenously consuming all in its path. The compartment fell into a profound silence, broken only by the soft sounds of breathing and the turning of pages, enveloping them in tranquility. Perhaps he encountered some distressing events over the summer, which could explain his transformation. He did mention the passing of a respected elder. Could this be the cause? Lily sought a plausible rationale to justify Hill's abnormal demeanor, clinging to it as a means of self-comfort. Observing Hill, who remained silent and downcast, a flicker of grievance crossed her eyes. Did they not agree to venture out together? She recalled that day vividly. Hill's complexion had been alarmingly pale, nearly translucent. Following an outing with her mother, he returned seemingly lost, his spirit adrift. The once sumptuous dinner concluded amidst a stifling silence. And only before departing did Hill seem to awaken, offering a brief, apologetic smile, reaffirming their promise to enjoy the summer together. Why does it have to be like this? Hill, cannot you share what lies within your heart? Is it truly right for someone like you to bear such burdens alone? Setting aside her reflections, Hill remained engrossed in the book, a relic left by Niclame, containing his musings on magic. It was somewhat obscure, yet Hill found it immensely engaging. My dear young master, is this truly the path you wish to tread? It seems you have not spoken in ages. Is there something troubling you? Hill's fingers paused in their rhythmic dance upon the pages, his consciousness slipping into communion with book. Since their visit to Diagon Alley, Book had remained silent. To be honest, I regret my earlier actions. I should not have acted as I did. Was it wrong? Had I not done so, Hill would merely be a forgotten name now. And existence itself is the greatest fulfillment. But is this truly the best course of action? Having reached this juncture, there was no turning back. You know, I have no retreat. I shall not choose a path of retreat. If success is unattainable, then death shall suffice. A chill breeze swept through, prompting Lily to instinctively wrap her arms around her shoulders as she gazed at Hill, noticing an almost imperceptible gray aura enveloping him. It was foreboding. Suppression is not a sustainable solution. The disruption of balance necessitates the re-establishment of a new balance. An unyielding suppression will only yield counterproductive consequences. The harsher the suppression, the more terrifying the backlash you will confront in the future. I understand. Then why not choose guidance instead? Had I remained the person I was before attending Hogwarts, I would have unhesitatingly chosen guidance. But now I fear. Fear is truly astonishing to witness such an emotion from you. Hill lifted his gaze slightly, glancing at Lily, who curled in upon herself against the cold. A fragment of warmth flickered within his eyes. He consciously reined in the chill emanating from him, containing it to the surface of his being. In Lily's perception, the gray aura surrounding Hill had thickened, swirling ominously and instilling a sense of despair. It was akin to a black hole, threatening to swallow her very soul with a mere glance. Shaking her head vigorously, she looked at Hill once more, only to find no trace of the grayness. The compartment had transformed into a haven of warmth, as if all previous occurrences had been erased. As you can see, I am afraid. I fear for their safety. Thus, you choose suppression instead of allowing them to be guided. The weight of the past is profoundly entrenched. If I were to merely redirect, you see, I've only lightly redirected a fraction and look at the results. Thus, I must suppress. And this is for their own good. Is that so, my dear little master? It appears you have matured. Oh, is that so? Was I once the epitome of selfishness? Indeed, exceedingly selfish. How I have changed. Feeling the warmth gradually rising, Lily slightly parted her lips, for she knew this must be the influence of Hill. Although she was uncertain of the details, she sensed that Hill had returned. Hill, hey, have you seen Harry and Ron? Just as Lily prepared to inquire what had transpired, the door to the compartment swung open, and a melodious female voice resonated. Soon after, the figure appeared before Lily and Hill. Hermione, it's been a while. How was your summer? Upon seeing Hermione enter, Lily had no choice but to interrupt her original question and greet Hermione, as they were indeed acquaintances. It was fine, provided one overlooks the incident in Diagon Alley that day. Hermione smiled, glancing at Hill, who had been staring at the floor without acknowledging her. How was your summer, Hill? If you're inquiring about Harry, I saw him just 5 minutes ago. Where? Hill gestured outside without lifting his gaze. But all that could be seen were blue skies and white clouds. Hermione chuckled wryly. It seemed no useful information would come from Hill. However, she noticed an unusual atmosphere in the compartment. How to describe it? It felt rather chilly. Very well. I must continue searching for Harry and the others. Let us discuss the remaining matters at school. Watching Hermione depart, Lily hesitated and glanced at Hill, asking, where did you see Harry and the others? The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted her inquiry. That was not what she intended to ask. 5 minutes ago, outside the window, didn't you notice? A car was flying in the sky, and I saw people inside, specifically Ron and Harry. Hill replied, still not raising his head, yet his tone was no longer icy. Though somewhat dry, it was certainly warmer than before. Lily's eyes widened in astonishment as she hurried to the window, but outside, there was nothing to behold. Then why didn't you clarify earlier? Confused by Hill's demeanor, she wondered why he hadn't explained. No one would believe me anyway. It's better left unsaid. Who says no one would believe it? I believe it. Hill's fingers, which had been flipping through a book, paused momentarily as he slightly lifted his head and cast a quiet glance at Lily before lowering it again. Unbeknownst to Lily, A pained expression flickered across Hill's face. Damn it, it's so easily unbalanced. The situation is worse than I imagined. The Hogwarts Express divider. Before the sky darkened, Hill and the others finally arrived at the station preceding Hogwarts. This year, liberated from their status as first years, they no longer had to traverse the lake by boat. Frankly, given the two henchmen trailing Draco, who could tell if they would capsize the boat this year? Students moved in groups toward Hogwarts, encountering familiar faces along the way, engaging in lively discussions about their summer experiences. Clearly, their summer lives had been quite eventful, and they chatted animatedly. Hill and Lily walked at the rear, where they also encountered Hermione, who still seemed unable to locate Harry and the others. Her face was etched with worry. Harry and Ron had proven their propensity for trouble over the past year, leaving Hermione unable to quell her anxiety. Lily relayed Hill's earlier explanation to Hermione, and indeed, Hermione appeared somewhat skeptical. It was understandable. Flying cars were not unheard of, but the idea of Harry and Ron arriving at school in such a vehicle was indeed hard to fathom. Hermione continued her inquiries about Harry's whereabouts, while Hill and Lily leisurely trailed behind the main group. Hill's silver hair had grown somewhat unruly, partially obscuring his eyes, revealing only glimmers of silver. With his head slightly bowed, it appeared something intriguing on the ground captured his attention. A cool evening breeze brushed against Hill's face, providing some relief from his suffering. In truth, he was almost perpetually engulfed in pain. The severe consequences stemming from the disruption of balance meant that Hill endured torment every moment, though not particularly intense. It was a persistent torment that clung to him, reminding him, Hill, you are in a perilous state. The balance has been disrupted, and if left unchecked, the consequences are unpredictable, certainly not what you desire. So, Professor LeMay, what do you suggest? Suppress or redirect? Those are the only two options. Which is the safest? Redirect. Apologies, I meant which option won't harm those around me. In that case, suppress would result in the least harm. Then I choose suppress. Are you certain? Whenever something disrupts the balance within you, you will experience immense pain. The more severe the disruption, the deeper the pain. Do you still wish to proceed? It matters not. Professor LeMay, do you think someone like me has any meaning left in living? That is a question you must find the answer to yourself. So until then, do not die. As they rounded a bend, Hill spotted a lake before him, reflecting the light like a mirror. It was strikingly similar. Hill halted, gazing silently at the lake, and finally shook his head with a soft sigh. What a pity it's not that one. Not that one, Lily inquired, startled by Hill's sudden outburst after he had remained silent throughout their journey. Indeed, it is not that one. A similarly soft voice floated over, causing Hill to pause. He lifted his head, his silver hair parting to reveal his striking features and eyes that sparkled like stars. You seem to be in great pain? Glancing at the blonde girl before him, Hill squinted and asked, Who are you? Luna Lovegoth.